Chapter 92. Slaughter. Law enforcement haul aside from the deceased inner sect disciple of the fifth peak, who was at the 6th level of qi refining. The rest of Yin Heng and his companions were at the 4th level, with the highest being at the 5th level. In Lin Hao's eyes, they posed no threat whatsoever. Employing the wind control technique, he moved through the forest with the agility of an ancient ape. In mere moments, he caught up with the weakest among them, Yin Heng, who lagged behind. Lin Hao, you dare to kill me? Do you wish to betray the sect? Yin Heng turned to see the fierce, murderous glint in Lin Hao's eyes, his face paling as he lost his earlier bravado. In terror, he pleaded, as long as you stop, I assure you I won't trouble you again. I can help conceal the matter of the fifth peak's inner disciple's death. Please, Lin Hao, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Swish. Lin Hao, with an expressionless face, paid no heed to Yin Heng's pleas for mercy. He formed a hand seal for the sword control technique, sending his top-tier flying sword, refined 5 times, straight towards Yin Heng's head. Lin Hao, you little beast. Do you think I fear you? Seeing that his pleas were in vain, a sinister look emerged on Yin Heng's face. He took out a faintly glowing red pill from his storage bag and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, his aura surged wildly, elevating him from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refining. You forced me to consume the frenzied demon pill. You shall pay for this. Yin Heng's eyes filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity, and he suddenly produced a skull emitting black mist from his storage bag, throwing it into the sky. Immediately, black malevolent spirits appeared, baring their crimson mouths to seize Lin Hao's flying sword. Methods of the demon sect. Is Yin Heng a spy sent by the demonic path to infiltrate Xinhua sect? Lin Hao's heart trembled, and his expression turned grave as he recognized the terrifying nature of demonic cultivators. He hastily mobilized his spiritual energy, intensifying his control over the flying sword. Puff. The top-tier artifact, refined 5 times, was a superior weapon. The black malevolent spirit's mouth clamped down on the flying sword, merely causing it to falter momentarily before cleaving through the eerie skull and hurtling towards Yin Heng. With a blood-curdling scream, Yin Heng's body was pierced through the heart by the exquisite black spirit sword, collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Having slain another, Lin Hao did not linger, but pursued the remaining 3 outer sect disciples of the 5th peak. The remaining disciples were all at the 5th level of qi refining. Yet faced with Lin Hao, who had reached the late stage of body refinement and was at the 5th level of qi refining with an abundance of spiritual energy, they had no means of resistance. Even when the 3, seeing no hope of escape, joined forces desperately to fight Lin Hao, they were ultimately cut down by his sharp top-tier flying sword. I have slain 5. Lin Hao gasped, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the blood-soaked corpses on the ground, his complexion somewhat pale. After killing Wei Wuxian, it took him several days to adjust. He was not one who reveled in slaughter, and after over a year, killing again left him feeling somewhat nauseated. You forced my hand. I merely wished to survive and cultivate diligently, pursuing the path of longevity. It is only fair that you, who sought my life, now perish at my hands. The flicker of reluctance vanished from Lin Hao's face, replaced by a cold demeanor. The brutality of the cultivation world inevitably involved bloodshed. If one did not harden their heart, it would be their own life that was forfeit. I must dispose of the bodies immediately, otherwise, if the sect discovers this, it will spell trouble. Lin Hao endeavored to calm his emotions, swiftly collecting the storage bags from the corpses without inspecting their contents, depositing them into the storage space of the Eternal Longevity Tower. Next, he approached Yin Heng's corpse, his gaze falling upon the bisected demonic skull. He noticed that the malevolent spirit within had not yet perished, still thrashing about wildly. He pondered, Yin Heng was indeed a demonic cultivator. I shall attempt to control this skull to destroy the bodies of these disciples, creating a scene of demonic murder. Lin Hao employed the object control technique to manipulate the skull, tossing it onto Yin Heng's corpse. A series of crunching sounds soon echoed as the malevolent spirit began to feast. In no time, Yin Heng's body was reduced to mere bones, sending chills down Lin Hao's spine. Such was the horror of the demon sect's creations. Lin Hao utilized the object control technique to direct the skull to devour the remains of the 5th peak disciples, leaving nothing but bones. Once this was accomplished, his gaze fell upon the skull emitting black mist, furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to deal with this demonic artifact. Initially, he intended to store it in the Eternal Longevity Tower. However, it felt too ominous. Should the skull retaliate and expose the existence of the small tower. It would result in complications. He quickly devised a plan. With a thought, he commanded his exquisite flying sword to strike down the skull. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the terrified shrieks of the malevolent spirit, Lin Hao shattered the skull into fragments with his flying sword. With a sigh, he then employed a fire technique, summoning searing flames to incinerate the remnants of the skull. Before long, the demonic entity was reduced to ash. Yet, this still did not feel sufficiently secure. After completing this task, Lin Hao retrieved a vial of corpse-dissolving powder he had concocted out of curiosity during his alchemical studies from his storage bag. He opened the lid and sprinkled the powder over the skeletons of the fifth peak disciples. After further obliterating any trace of the corpses, Lin Hao employed the wind control technique to hastily depart the scene. After a swift journey, Lin Hao cautiously returned to his cave dwelling on the 9th peak. Today had been perilously thrilling. Had his cultivation not reached the 8th level of qi refining, surpassing that of Wei Lai, an elite disciple of the 5th peak, he vowed never to venture out again. Recalling the battle with Yin Heng and the others, a wave of fear washed over him. It was merely a hunt for beasts. Yet the disciples of the 5th peak pursued him with murderous intent, revealing the extent of Wei Lai's desire for his life. Thankfully, Wei Lai did not personally come today. Otherwise, his fate might have been grim. After a lengthy time in the cave, Lin Hao finally managed to stabilize his emotions. He roasted some spirit flame pork to replenish his vitality before entering a meditative state. The following day, Lin Hao feigned nonchalance as he made his way to the spiritual spring atop the 9th peak, filling a special vessel with spiritual water to nourish the spiritual fruit tree. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he set down the vessel, a knocking sound echoed from outside the cave. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and rose to open the door, only to find several disciples clad in law enforcement hall attire standing outside. Have you come here for something? Lin Hao inquired, feigning confusion. We suspect you are colluding with demonic cultivators. Come with us to the law enforcement hall for questioning. The leading elite disciple from the law enforcement hall, hailing from the 5th peak, spoke with a cold demeanor. When have I ever colluded with demonic cultivators? You are slandering me. Lin Hao retorted indignantly. I am aware that the people from the 5th peak look down upon me, but this is excessive slander. Yesterday, several of our fellow disciples, including Yin Heng, were brutally murdered approximately 10 miles from the sect. We have confirmed they were slain by demonic fiends. The elite disciple from the law enforcement hall sneered. And you, departing from the main peak yesterday, were seen heading precisely towards the location where Yin Heng and the others met their demise. Chapter 93. Witness the rising talents. Lin Hao, with an impassive expression, declared, You are slandering me. Is it a crime to leave the sect for a brief moment and be accused of colluding with the demonic path? First, apprehend him and take him to the law enforcement hall. The leading elite disciple from the 5th peak let out a cold chuckle, unleashing his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining, and reached out to seize Lin Hao. Though Lin Hao considered putting up a fierce resistance, reason restrained him from revealing his true strength. He had already sent a distress signal to his second senior brother, Suan, upon exiting the door, and he needed only to wait a little longer for assistance. His arm was firmly grasped by the elite disciple from the 5th peak, rendering him immobile. Let us go. The group from the law enforcement hall hurriedly descended the mountain, hoping to avoid alerting too many disciples from the 9th peak and thwarting their plan. What are you doing with senior brother Lin? A disciple from the 9th peak noticed the commotion and quickly stepped forward to confront them. The law enforcement hall is executing its duties. Any interference is a violation of sect rules. Step aside. The elite disciple from the 5th peak brazenly countered, brandishing his flying sword towards the obstructing 9th peak disciple, ready to strike anyone who dared to impede their path. How audacious! Do you think there's no one from the 9th peak? The disciple from the 9th peak's expression changed drastically as he dodged the flying sword, realizing he was no match for the law enforcement disciples, and hurriedly sought assistance from others. This one is an accomplice. Seize him as well. An enforcer from the law enforcement hall, brimming with malice, caught hold of the 9th peak disciple attempting to call for help. The 9th peak disciple's face paled, staring at the sword poised at his throat, leaving him with no choice but to yield. I apologize for getting you involved, junior brother, Lin Hao said apologetically. We are all disciples of the same peak. There's no need to speak of involvement, the 9th peak disciple replied. Silence. Several members of the law enforcement hall reprimanded, dragging Lin Hao and the 9th peak disciple down the mountain at a rapid pace. You've gone too far. Suddenly, A voice filled with fury resonated. Suan, a direct disciple of the ninth peak, flew swiftly on his sword and positioned himself in front of the law enforcement disciples at the foot of the mountain. Suan, Lin Hao from your ninth peak is colluding with the demonic sect. We are ordered to apprehend him. Do not meddle. The leading elite disciple from the fifth peak felt a slight unease, not expecting Suan to arrive so swiftly for a mere waste with a five elements spiritual root. My junior brother is innocent. How could he collude with the demonic sect? Suan's face darkened. Yesterday, several disciples of Xianyue's sect were murdered, and Lin Hao coincidentally left the sect on the same day, heading towards the area where the disciples were slain. A member of the law enforcement hall remarked indifferently. Lin, you've been in the sect all this time. How could you suddenly venture out? This raises suspicion, Suan countered. Senior brother Su, I left because I was entangled by a beast skin scroll in the transmission pavilion. The scroll forced me to refine my body, and I had no choice but to seek spiritual beast meat or demon beast meat monthly to sustain my vitality, Lin Hao explained loudly. I went out yesterday solely to hunt some weaker demon beasts to replenish my energy. I was wronged. A beast skin scroll? You were entangled by that strange artifact in the transmission pavilion? Suan's expression shifted in surprise, quickly grasping what Lin Hao referred to. The scroll contained body-refining techniques and appeared profound, yet anyone ensnared by it underwent continuous refinement, with past victims meeting gruesome fates. Indeed, I merely sought low-level demon beasts and was unjustly accused of colluding with the demonic sect. This is a grave injustice. Lin Hao feigned tears, lamenting. They are merely using this opportunity to trouble our ninth peak. As Suan learned of the ominous nature of the self-refining beast skin scroll, the elite disciple from the fifth peak who held Lin Hao's arm began to display an unmistakable unease. The scroll was notorious for its malevolence, appearing mysteriously every few years in the transmission pavilion, seeking new hosts. Should anyone encounter the current host, they risked becoming its next victim once the host was consumed. You truly have been possessed by the beast skin scroll. The elite disciple from the fifth peak, struck by fear at the scroll's horror, instinctively released his grip on Lin Hao's arm, terrified of being implicated. Is there any doubt? Several other disciples witnessed my possession at the time. A simple inquiry will confirm it. Lin Hao wore a sincere expression, exclaiming, the outside world is perilous. Had I not been forced, I would never have left the sect. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The faces of the law enforcement disciples turned ashen, recoiling as if from a plague, fearing the ominous scroll would taint them. You never asked. Lin Hao feigned innocence, then softly implored. Oh, illustrious beast skin scroll, I beseech you. Look at these individuals. They are exceptionally talented and far superior to me. They would be more fitting hosts for you. Buzz. No sooner had he spoken than, to Lin Hao's astonishment, the enigmatic beast skin scroll seemed to heed his words, vibrating softly and emitting a golden light as it emerged from his body, darting towards the elite disciple from the fifth peak who had previously seized him. Don't come near me. The elite disciple's expression turned terror-stricken as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to cast defensive spells against the approaching scroll, but it was futile. The scroll shimmered like an invulnerable force, effortlessly penetrating his defenses and entering his body. Ah! The anguished screams of the fifth peak disciple echoed. Akin to a slaughtered pig, the scroll began to frantically refine his body, and in mere moments, the once slightly plump elite disciple visibly shrank. I have finally rid myself of that beast skin scroll. Lin Hao rejoiced at the sight, quickly retreating in fear of the scroll returning to him. However, seeing Lin Hao, its master, attempting to flee, the scroll abruptly abandoned the fifth peak disciple, eagerly rushing back toward Lin Hao, who wore a face of terror and despair. We must go. The slimmed-down fifth peak elite disciple, feeling the scroll leave his body, was utterly relieved, his intent to capture Lin Hao vanishing as he fled in terror. Didn't you say I was colluding with the demonic sect, and that you would take me to the law enforcement hall? Having witnessed the brief possession of the fifth peak elite disciple by the beast skin scroll, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to escape and excitedly cast a wind control technique, pursuing the law enforcement personnel. Good heavens, run. That plague of a Lin Hao is coming after us. The faces of the law enforcement members turned frantic, and with their 8th level of chi refining, they swiftly outpaced Lin Hao, disappearing in an instant. Yet Lin Hao remained relentless, fervently charging toward the law enforcement hall. Chapter 94. The plague god, seeing the reckless behavior of his junior brother, Suan, the second disciple, hesitated for a moment, fearing for his safety, and hurriedly followed him. Quickly closed the door. The members of the law enforcement hall, upon catching sight of Lin Hao, involuntarily shuddered in terror and rushed to shut the large gate. Several senior brothers, did you not claim that Lin Hao colluded with the demonic sect? Why do you not apprehend him and bring him back to our law enforcement hall? A puzzled expression crossed someone's face. He has been possessed by the beast skin scroll that appears every few years. Who said he colluded with the demonic sect? He did not. Do not speak carelessly. Several disciples tasked with capturing Lin Hao regretted their agreement to trouble him on Wei Lai's behalf. If Lin Hao, the new master of the beast skin scroll, were to perish within 3 years, it was highly likely that the scroll would seek them out. The ones who had come into contact with him. The thought of being entangled with the beast skin scroll, which had never brought about a good end for its previous hosts, sent chills down their spines. Hiss! The beast skin scroll has appeared again? Quickly, summon our law enforcement hall's foundation establishment protector to expel this ominous figure, Lin Hao. The other disciples of the law enforcement hall gasped in alarm. Outside the law enforcement hall, Lin Hao gazed at the firmly shut door, contemplating the immense authority the hall wielded within the sect, realizing it was a place he could not easily provoke. Regaining some of his composure, yet unable to shake off the beast skin scroll, he still felt a tinge of unwillingness. Oh, venerable beast skin scroll. The disciples who can enter the law enforcement hall are the cream of the crop from Xianyue sect, their vitality far exceeding mine. Would it not be better for you to relocate? Lin Hao whispered enticingly. These disciples will surely nourish you, keeping you plump and healthy, while I, a mere pauper with insufficient vitality, can barely afford 3 meals in 2 days. Buzz. The beast skin scroll trembled lightly, responding to Lin Hao's words, and unexpectedly flew out from within him, transforming into a beam of golden light that penetrated the tightly shut door of the law enforcement hall. Moments later, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from within the hall, as the beast skin scroll ruthlessly refined the bodies of the disciples, even more violently than it had with Lin Hao. And despite the distance, Lin Hao could feel the scroll's excitement as it entered another's body. Both Lin Hao and Suan, who had rushed over from the 9th peak, felt a creeping dread. Why is the beast skin scroll acting so differently with the junior brother? It has never left its host while they were still alive. Suan exclaimed in disbelief. This peculiar beast skin scroll, which allows one to refine their own body, seems to be inclined to heed the junior brother's words. Seeing the beast skin scroll leave his body once more, Lin Hao suppressed his rising fear and turned to flee. However, he had scarcely begun to run when a beam of golden light pursued him, and the enigmatic beast skin scroll re-entered him. I cannot shake it off, Lin Hao lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This beast skin scroll truly has latched onto me. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my law enforcement hall? Suddenly, an elder appeared, glaring at the few disciples who were so emaciated that their bones protruded, violently spitting blood. Protector, the beast skin scroll has reappeared. One disciple, pale-faced, quickly recounted the incident. Our law enforcement hall is a place of justice within the sect, striving for fairness. How can you allow personal grievances to slander others with accusations of collusion with the demonic sect? The protector furrowed his brow, flying out of the law enforcement hall. Although he could do little against the beast skin scroll, it was also wary of Foundation establishment experts. Upon his arrival, the scroll seemed to sense danger, flashing golden light as it fled from Lin Hao and retreated into the distance. Is it leaving? Lin Hao's heart soared with joy. If he remained close to a Foundation establishment expert, perhaps he could rid himself of the beast skin scroll. Lin disciple, it was all a misunderstanding. It is my fault for inadequately managing the law enforcement hall. Here, take this chi-replenishing pill as an apology. The law enforcement hall's protector spoke with an unexpectedly courteous tone. He understood that while the beast skin scroll fled upon his appearance, he was well aware of its troublesome nature after many years in the sect and wished to avoid provoking Lin Hao, the new master of the scroll, to prevent further complications. Uncle, I hope that the members of the law enforcement hall will not seek trouble with me for no reason in the future. Lin Hao replied as he accepted the flying pill bottle with a respectful gesture. Rest assured, I will certainly manage the disciples of the law enforcement hall properly. The protector of the law enforcement hall stated, if there is nothing else, Lin disciple, you may return for now. Recognizing the Foundation establishment expert's demeanor as one of dismissal, Lin Hao accepted the compensation pill and dared not overstay his welcome. He bowed slightly and turned to leave. Finally, that plague god has departed. The protector of the law enforcement hall sighed in relief as he watched Lin Hao's retreating figure. Junior brother, you must strive to survive longer, otherwise, those of us who have come into contact with you will face dire consequences. Suin, wielding a spirit tool, hesitated briefly before descending from the sky and approaching Lin Hao. If you can survive for 3 years while possessed by the beast skin scroll, it will lie dormant for 7 to 8 years. Should you fail to endure until then, the scroll will not relent and will seek a new master until it finds someone capable of surviving for 3 years. I too wish to live longer, but that scroll consumes an enormous amount of vitality daily, and at the Spirit Beast Hall, I can purchase only 100 pounds of spirit flame pig meat, which is hardly sufficient to meet the scroll's demands. Lin Hao lamented with a woeful expression. Second brother, it will not be long before the beast skin scroll devours me alive. Do not worry. Once entangled with the beast skin scroll, according to sect regulations, you are allowed to purchase up to 300 pounds of spirit flame pig meat each month. Suin reassured him. The sect also hopes that the master of the beast skin scroll can survive longer. Brother, the beast skin scroll seems to fear Foundation establishment experts. It actively flees upon encountering one. Can I seek the protection of a Foundation establishment expert? Lin Hao inquired. That is not permitted, Suin quickly replied. If the beast skin scroll remains away from its host for an extended period, it will harbor deep grudges and wreak havoc on others within the sect. How sinister. Lin Hao felt his heart sink, realizing he could only endure the beast skin scroll's torment alone. The sentiment of if I do not enter hell, who will? Loomed over him. Junior brother, you must persevere. I am certain you can last for 3 years. I must attend to matters concerning the 9th peak, so I shall take my leave. Suin uttered a few words before departing on his spirit tool. Not that he did not wish to assist Lin Hao, but he was powerless against the beast skin scroll, and even summoning their master would yield no results. After parting ways with his senior brother, Lin Hao returned to his cave dwelling. Before long, a beam of golden light surged through the cave door and re-entered Lin Hao's body. It was the returning beast skin scroll. The sensation of relentless body refinement returned, as if countless iron hammers were incessantly striking his flesh. Now that I can purchase 300 pounds of spirit flame pig meat, coupled with the eternal life tower to enhance the vitality quality of the spirit beast meat, it is not certain that I will be refined to death by the beast skin scroll. Lin Hao retrieved some spirit beast meat from his storage bag, roasted it, and devoured it heartily to replenish his vitality. Having replenished his vital energy with the spiritual beast meat, Lin Hao's gaze settled upon the storage pouch within the miniature tower's space. This was spoils he had acquired from eliminating several 5th peak disciples in the desolate mountains. As he swept his divine consciousness through the 5 storage pouches, he discovered a few chi-replenishing pills and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. What's this? Lin Hao noticed a pill radiating a verdant glow within the storage pouch of an inner disciple at the 6th level of chi refining. It's an essence-enhancing pill. Lin Hao's eyes involuntarily lit up. This low-grade essence-enhancing pill was worth 500 low-grade spirit stones. Upon consumption, it could provide cultivators with a massive surge of spiritual energy, often used by those at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining to break through bottlenecks. For cultivators below the 6th level of chi refining, it could directly elevate them by 1 realm. Essence-enhancing pills were relatively precious items among chi refining cultivators, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain within the sect. He had not anticipated that the deceased 5th peak inner disciple's storage pouch would contain such a treasure. A delightful surprise indeed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao decided to use the essence-enhancing pill immediately to enhance his cultivation. He placed the low-grade essence-enhancing pill into the miniature tower's special space for enhancing quality. Then, he took a portion of the 100-plus spirit stones obtained from eliminating the 5th peak disciples and invested them into the miniature tower. After expending nearly 90 spirit stones, Lin Hao successfully obtained a supreme-grade essence-enhancing pill. The spiritual energy is so concentrated. He retrieved the supreme-grade essence-enhancing pill from the miniature tower and immediately felt a fragrance permeating the air, elevating the spiritual energy within the cave dwelling. After examining the essence-enhancing pill for a moment, Lin Hao consumed it in 1 gulp. With a resounding boom, his body jolted violently as a massive surge of spiritual energy continuously emerged, worthy of being a pill used by those in the late stages of chi refining to break through bottlenecks. This spiritual energy is far more potent than that of a supreme-grade chi-replenishing pill. Lin Hao inhaled and exhaled, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to circulate through the meridians. By the next day, as dawn broke, the aura emanating from his body had visibly surged. 6th level of Qi refining. A look of elation appeared on Lin Hao's face. To reach this realm in just over 2 years, he could now look down upon those single-attribute spiritual root prodigies in the sect. Although it was achieved through consuming pills, if outsiders were to learn of it, they would likely be astonished by his rapid progress. Perhaps, once I break through to the Foundation establishment realm, I can rid myself of the bizarre animal hide scroll. Lin Hao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, musing to himself. At the 6th level of Qi refining, he was now considered an upper-middle tier combatant in the profound Azure sect within the spirit-starved Zhao state. Leaving the sect and venturing into the mortal world, he could barely hold his own. Keep a low profile, diligently accumulate strength, and strive to reach the 8th level of Qi refining or higher within 5 years. Lin Hao suppressed the joy in his heart and used the withered wood breath concealment technique to conceal his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refining. In the days that followed, as news of Lin Hao being entangled by the animal hide scroll spread, the sect's disciples avoided him as if he were a plague. Even the voices that once mocked him had vanished, and no one dared to cause him trouble. Lin Hao continued his work at the Spirit Beast Hall, assisting with the delivery of the Flame's spirit swine. However, whenever he appeared at the Spirit Beast Hall, only Elder Zhang, the Foundation establishment realm protector who was unafraid of the animal hide scroll, was willing to receive him. Nephew Lin, you must live a long life. Without you, my Spirit Beast Hall won't be able to find someone so skilled at delivering flame spirit swine. The slovenly protector Zhang said with a hint of pity. How about you, Uncle Zhang? Help me get rid of the animal hide scroll? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. This old man doesn't want my Spirit Beast Hall to be in chaos. Protector Zhang said with a wry smile. All right, I won't make things difficult for you, Uncle Zhang. Lin Hao sighed. He left the Spirit Beast Hall and headed to the Alchemy Hall to purchase the raw materials for refining spirit replenishing pills. Wherever he went, the profound Azure sect disciples there treated him as if facing a formidable enemy, yet they dared not make things difficult for him. Senior Brother Lin, here are the alchemy materials you requested. The disciple in charge of selling the pill ingredients quickly placed Lin Hao's desired items on the counter with a mournful expression. Fearing even the slightest contact with Lin Hao quickly collected the alchemy materials and strode away. May the immortal emperor bless Senior Brother Lin with a long life. The disciple selling the alchemy materials muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao's departing figure. Time flowed by like a fleeting horse, and several months passed in a hurry. Lin Hao had become a solitary figure within the sect. Except when absolutely necessary, no one was willing to approach him. He was content with this, as the external disturbances had ceased. Each month, he refined pills, cultivated, and purchased flame spirit swine meat to replenish his vital energy. With the existence of the miniature tower that enhanced quality, Lin Hao's vital energy was quite abundant each month, even with some despair. He was not yet threatened by the animal hide scroll, and in fact, with the animal hide scroll constantly tempering his physical body, his body refinement realm had improved significantly. Lin Hao's physical body was already comparable to a peak 6th level Qi refining cultivator, and coupled with his 6th level Qi refining realm, he felt that he finally had some self-preservation abilities. It would be even better if the deceptive animal hide scroll didn't exist. Senior Brother Lin, are you there? Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out outside the cave dwelling. It's junior sister Sue. She's returned from her trial. Lin Hao couldn't help but be taken aback. After he was entangled by the animal hide scroll, it was truly a rare occurrence for someone to willingly seek him out. In order not to implicate Su Yuxian, he did not open the door. Inside the cave dwelling, he said, Junior sister Sue, what brings you here? I am currently afflicted by an ominous entity and cannot meet with you. Senior Brother Lin, I am not afraid of that animal hide scroll. After a moment, Su Yoshuan's melodious voice sounded, saying, During this trial, all the disciples who accompanied me perished. Only I, relying on the supreme grade protective armor refined by Senior Brother, managed to save my life at a critical moment. Senior Brother has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. Please, Senior Brother, open the door and grant me an audience. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Su Yuxian couldn't help but say, Junior sister Sue, there is no need. I have already received your thanks. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, but still did not open the door. Since Senior Brother Lin is unwilling to meet with me, I will leave the token of my gratitude at Senior Brother's doorstep. Su Yuxian sighed softly. Not seeing Lin Hao, she felt a sense of dejection. Senior Brother Lin, I shall take my leave. Very well. Lin Hao responded, hearing the young woman's departing footsteps. He waited for quite some time before opening the door of the cave dwelling. He saw a storage pouch exuding a unique fragrance of youth placed before the door. Lin Hao used his divine consciousness to examine the storage pouch and was instantly taken aback. Within the storage pouch, there were not only several qi replenishing pills, but also 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Yuxian, who hailed from a cultivation family, was indeed generous with her tokens of gratitude. Without any reservations, Lin Hao collected the storage pouch and returned to the cave dwelling. The outside world is truly perilous. When I bid farewell to junior sister Su that day, I saw more than 10 outer sect disciples leaving the sect with her, yet only she returned alive. Lin Hao's expression was somewhat solemn as he gained a deeper understanding of the ruthless world of cultivation. Chapter 96. The coming storm at present. Lin Hao's monthly income nears 200 low-grade spirit stones, placing him among the highest earners within the sect. However, a significant portion of his earnings must be allocated towards purchasing spirit flame pork and enhancing its quality, while the remaining stones are spent on acquiring several premium qi recovery pills. Consequently, Lin Hao's expenditure flows like water, leading to a somewhat strained financial situation. The token of gratitude bestowed upon him by Su Yuxian has temporarily alleviated his pressing concerns, granting him some financial breathing room. From the storage bag given by Su Yuxian, Lin Hao retrieves a qi recovery pill and enhances its quality to premium with the aid of a small tower before consuming it. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he begins to breathe and enter a meditative state. Having reached the 6th level of qi refinement, Lin Hao senses that his cultivation has become increasingly sluggish. Estimating his progress, he concludes that, at the current rate, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level within 5 years would be commendable, a far cry from his ambition to attain the 8th level within the same time frame. Unless he can procure a rare spirit-enhancing pill, he harbors but a sliver of hope for such an achievement. As seasons change and years pass, 3 years have swiftly elapsed. Lin Hao, entangled by the mysterious beast skin scroll, continues to survive tenaciously. This has brought a considerable sense of relief to many disciples of Xian Yu sect who have interacted with him. Provided the owner of the scroll survives for 3 years, it will enter a dormant phase for 7 to 8 years before seeking out the next unfortunate soul. Typically, the scroll prefers to target youths under the age of 25. So by the time it reawakens, those who have encountered Lin Hao will have long surpassed that age, no longer fearing its wrath. How much longer do you think this waste of a 5-element spirit root can survive? The disciples of the 5th peak, who previously harbored disdain for Lin Hao, no longer regard him with trepidation, instead beginning to mock him once more. Based on the average survival duration of previous scroll owners, I doubt Lin Hao will see out this year. Ding Cheng, a disciple of the 5th peak with a long-standing grudge against Lin Hao, maliciously remarked, "Humph, this waste has shamelessly accrued so many contribution points in our refiner hall. If he were to die now, it would be too merciful for him." A cold expression surfaced on Jia Su's face, a disciple of the inner sect. As Lin Hao traverses the sect, having successfully survived 3 years, the disciples of Xian Yu no longer fear him, and various gossip and chatter begin to circulate, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed after 3 years of peace. However, he swiftly adjusts his mindset. With his current strength, he is considered a formidable figure within Xian Yu sect, and he pays little heed to these individuals. The most pressing matter remains the enhancement of his power. Only 2 years remain until he completes 6 years as a direct disciple. When that time arrives, according to sect regulations, representatives will assess his strength, and should they discover he has reached the 6th level of qi refinement, he will be assigned a task to quell the disturbances wrought by demons in the mundane world. In recent years, demonic activity has surged, and the frequency of disciples dispatched from Xian Yu sect has notably increased. Many have perished in the field, never to return. Even Suin, who is busy managing affairs at the 9th peak, has been repeatedly reassigned to oversee mundane cities. The mundane world is closely intertwined with the celestial gates. The regions governed by Xian Yu sect are foundational to its operations. Only with stability in the mundane can Xian Yu sect continuously cultivate promising disciples. Thus, the sect places great emphasis on the mundane. Though Lin Hao finds himself in the apparent safety of the sect, he senses a foreboding atmosphere akin to an impending storm. Time flows. Lin Hao has maintained an exceptionally low profile within the sect, and once again, the spirit fruit tree in his cave abode has blossomed. It has been 7 years since he arrived at Xian Yu sect. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he gazes at the flowers on the spirit tree, reflecting on how swiftly time has passed. Through 7 years of arduous cultivation, he has evolved from an ordinary mortal to a peak practitioner of the 7th level of chi refinement. Regrettably, the demand for spiritual energy has increased, rendering a breakthrough to the 8th level unattainable in the near term. A hint of frustration appears on Lin Hao's face as he rises from the stone bed, retrieves a water jug, and heads to the mountain spring to collect water. Many disciples, upon seeing him, display expressions of disbelief. Having been possessed by the peculiar beast skin scroll for 5 years, his vitality remains unscathed, leaving many within the sect astonished. In fact, numerous disciples have taken to wagering on how many more years Lin Hao might survive, with the stakes reportedly quite substantial. After filling the special jug with spring water, Lin Hao returns to his cave to nourish the spirit fruit tree. Knock, knock, knock. Hardly had he finished watering when a knock resounds at the cave entrance. Lin Hao swiftly strides to the door and finds a disciple clad in the attire of the affairs hall standing outside. Lin Hao, you have been a direct disciple for 6 years, yet you have not advanced to the 6th level of chi refinement. As per regulations, you will be reassigned by our affairs hall to manage mundane matters for the sect, the affairs hall disciple states coldly. Despite Lin Hao's status as a direct disciple, his failure to reach the 6th level in 6 years means that, upon reassignment to the mundane world, his status would be inferior to that of outer disciples. Thus, he does not even bother to address him as senior brother. Lin Hao's gaze rests calmly upon the affairs hall disciple, unperturbed and devoid of the panic the other expected. He responds nonchalantly, who says, I have not attained the 6th level of chi refinement. As soon as he finishes speaking, he channels the spiritual energy within him, emanating a formidable aura. Lin Hao conceals his peak 7th level of chi refinement, allowing his current level to radiate as the initial stage of the 6th level, aided by the withering wood concealment technique. How is this possible? A 5-element spirit root can actually cultivate to the 6th level of chi refinement in 6 years. The affairs hall disciple, sensing Lin Hao's aura, displays a look of astonishment. The notion of a 5-element spirit root reaching the 6th level within such a short time is as absurd as the sun rising in the west. There is nothing impossible about it. I am an alchemist. I could concoct premium chi recovery pills at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Over these 6 years, I have consumed a significant number of premium pills, making it entirely reasonable to break through to the 6th level. Lin Hao replies calmly. Brother Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire about your success rate in refining premium chi recovery pills? The affairs hall disciple, having shifted from his previous indifference, cannot help but ask, contemplating a potential avenue. I achieve a 100% success rate in refining premium chi recovery pills, Lin Hao states evenly. His words, though softly spoken, resonate in the ears of the affairs hall disciple like thunder. Not only does Lin Hao possess extraordinary talent in weapon refinement, but his alchemical prowess is equally remarkable, a rarity not seen in ages. The affairs hall disciple gazes at Lin Hao in disbelief. Were it not for Lin Hao's 5-element spirit root and the ever-looming threat of the beast skin scroll, he muses, the entire Xianyu sect might rise to prominence because of him. What a pity. The affairs hall disciple silently shakes his head. With a 5-element spirit root coupled with the affliction of the beast skin scroll, he believes Lin Hao is destined for an early demise. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, congratulations, Brother Lin, on your breakthrough to the 6th level of chi refinement. You need not depart to the mundane world immediately. However, as per regulations, you will be dispatched by our affairs hall in approximately 3 months, around next February, to fulfill a mission. Please prepare accordingly. Chapter 97. Exorcising Demons. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the brief exchange with the steward of the affairs hall before the latter turned to depart. I have 3 months to prepare thoroughly. He mused as he redirected his gaze from the steward's retreating figure and descended towards the base of the 9th peak. Presently, he possessed only one magical artifact that had undergone spirit refinement 5 times. Thus, he intended to refine the other flying swords in his storage pouch at least once during the upcoming months. Additionally, he sought to procure several talismans for emergency protection. Spirit stones are truly insufficient. Upon returning from his outing, Lin Hao found his storage pouch had gained 3 newly refined magical artifacts. A talisman capable of withstanding a full strike from an 8th level chi refinement practitioner, and several talismans meant to ward off evil spirits. Given the possibility of encountering demonic practitioners outside the sect, These protective talismans would serve an essential purpose. After his purchases, he lamented the significant depletion of his hard-earned 200 spirit stones. His expenses on spirit flame pork over the years had been excessive. Otherwise, he could have refined his 12 flying swords at least 3 times each. With a hint of regret on his face, Lin Hao quickly assessed his current possessions within his cave dwelling before stepping out to greet his elder brother. Suin Jr. Brother, is there something you require? Suin inquired with a puzzled expression, noting Lin Hao's rare visit to the Grand Hall where he conducted his affairs. Elder brother, in 3 months, I shall be leaving the sect to undertake a mission among mortals, Lin Hao replied. I kindly request that you arrange for someone to tend to the spirit fruit tree in my cave while I am away. Has it truly been 6 years since you became a direct disciple, junior brother? Suin remarked, taken aback, and quickly grasped the implications. However, your cultivation has not yet reached the 6th level of qi refinement. According to our rules, it may be challenging for you to return to the sect after this venture. As your elder brother, rest assured that once you arrive among mortals, I shall do everything in my power to ensure your comfort and prosperity. Elder brother, there is no need for such arrangements on my behalf. Lin Hao smiled. I have indeed reached the 6th level of qi refinement. This journey is merely to fulfill my annual assignment, and I shall return shortly. What? You have attained the 6th level? Suin exclaimed, astonished and struggling to believe Lin Hao's words. How have you managed such progress? Over the past 6 years, his busy schedule had limited his interactions with Lin Hao, and he was stunned to learn of his junior brother's remarkable advancement, especially given his 5-element spiritual root. Lin Hao swiftly explained his experiences in alchemy and cultivation. Further surprising Suin Jr. Brother, upon your return from this mission, I shall inform Master of your talents in alchemy and artifact refinement, Suin stated thoughtfully. With your potential, it would be a waste for you to perish due to the beastskin scroll. I shall implore Master to assist you in resolving that issue at all costs. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother, Lin Hao replied with a respectful gesture. In truth, he had long grown accustomed to the presence of the beastskin scroll. As long as he maintained sufficient vitality, it posed little threat to him, and instead served to enhance his physical strength. After sharing his circumstances with Suin, Lin Hao returned to his cave. News of his considerable breakthrough to the 6th level of qi refinement as a direct disciple spread rapidly throughout the sect, astonishing many who had previously underestimated him. The once thought of as a waste had defied expectations. Achieving such a feat, Ding Cheng from the artifact hall seethed with anger. Recalling the humiliation Lin Hao had inflicted upon him in front of his beloved Zhao Roer. Amidst the discussions regarding Lin Hao, he remained unfazed, adopting the same low-profile demeanor as before. In the subsequent days, he frequented the artifact hall each month, purchasing 3 low-grade Xian crystal stones capable of refining his magical artifacts. 3 months swiftly passed. All of Lin Hao's magical artifacts had undergone spirit refinement at least once, and within his eternal life tower, he had stored over 500 pounds of enhanced spirit flame pork, sufficient to replenish his vitality after departing the sect. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded upon the mountains, heralding the arrival of early spring with flora beginning to bud. Lin Hao briefly organized his belongings and made his way to the affairs hall to join the other disciples departing on their mission. Brother Lin, you've arrived. Su Yuxian, one of the disciples assigned to the mission, exclaimed with bright eyes as she gracefully approached him. Ah, Su Jr. Sister, what a coincidence, Lin Hao replied, a smile gracing his face. Having observed Su Yoshuan's considerable experience from her numerous outings over the years, he felt a heightened sense of security. As this is my first mission, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Fear not, Brother Lin. Once we are outside the sect, we shall look out for each other. And I am confident we will successfully complete this task and return safely, Su Yuxian assured him, her demeanor radiating warmth. The camaraderie between Lin Hao and Su Yuxian sparked envy among many disciples who harbored affections for her, particularly given her status as one of the 4 renowned beauties of the sect. Esteemed steward, all departing disciples have gathered. We may commence our journey. An inter-sect disciple from the affairs hall reported suddenly. Very well, the steward of the affairs hall nodded. With a gentle gesture, he retrieved a palm-sized flying vessel from his storage pouch. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the small vessel swiftly expanded into a ship capable of accommodating over 10 disciples. The group eagerly boarded the vessel, and under the steward's guidance, it ascended into the sky, speeding away from the mountains below. The scenery blurred as they soared through the air, the practitioners unfazed by the winds generated by their flight, shielded by a transparent barrier enveloping the craft. Their destination was Qinggu City, located south of the Zhao Kingdom. This area not only housed millions of mortals, but also featured a cultivation marketplace established by the Xianyu sect, where thousands of independent cultivators gathered. However, the region had been plagued by the remnants of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts that terrorized both the independent cultivators and the common folk, creating an atmosphere of fear and unrest. Thus, their mission was to eliminate the chaotic forces and restore peace to Qinggu City. The task ahead is fraught with danger, the steward cautioned. The beasts possess strength around the 5th level of qi refinement, and the cunning demonic cultivators lurk in the shadows, striking from concealment. We have yet to ascertain their precise cultivation levels, but several disciples of our Xianyu sect have already fallen victim. Once we arrive in Qinggu City, exercise caution and avoid impulsive actions. Chapter 98. Qinggu City. The disciples boarded the flying vessel, soaring through the skies for nearly half a day. Below, the mountains suddenly grew steep, with towering peaks and colossal trees that obscured the sky. Lin Hao gazed down at the rapidly receding landscape, having perused numerous geographical texts. He quickly deduced their location. They were likely nearing the outskirts of the Kangman Mountain Range, not far from Qinggu City. The Kangman Mountain Range was notoriously perilous, home to fearsome beasts and elusive malevolent entities. Even foundation-building cultivators dared not venture too deeply into its treacherous depths to avert encounters with these dreadful beings. The leading steward of the affairs hall maneuvered the vessel carefully, skirting the edges of the mountain range. After flying for approximately another half hour, a magnificent city emerged before them. "We have arrived," declared the steward as he deftly brought the vessel down. The group of disciples promptly leapt from the craft. "Brothers, you have finally come," greeted several inner disciples of the Xianyu sect at the city gates. "That demonic cultivator is exceedingly cunning. In our efforts to defend Qinggu City, we can only spare a portion of our disciples to confront him. He has managed to escape our clutches multiple times. Now that you have joined us, we are confident that he will soon be captured. Dear junior brother, leave the matter of the demonic cultivator to us. Please share any information you have regarding his whereabouts and activities," the steward urged. "Senior brothers, you have traveled a great distance. Allow me to host you in the city to refresh yourselves, and I will provide a detailed account of the demonic cultivator's situation," one of the inner disciples proposed. "Very well," nodded the leading steward as he guided the group of Xianyu disciples into the city. Lin Hao observed his surroundings, noting that the city walls were constructed from thick, solid stones, exuding an aura of strength. Along the streets, numerous vendors peddled various mundane goods related to daily life. Qinggu City was divided into an outer and inner city. They currently occupied the area where ordinary mortals resided. Venturing further inward led to the inner city, a bustling marketplace for cultivators. After a brief stroll, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lin Hao and the others passed through the gates of the inner city, and they immediately sensed a marked increase in spiritual energy. "Come and see." Freshly harvested sand spirit grass from the Kangman Mountain Range, only 5 spirit coins. A first-grade low-grade flying sword, only 7 low-grade spirit coins. Anyone in need of detoxification talismans? A bargain at only 9 spirit coins. The shouts of vendors filled their ears. The mundane items previously seen had transformed into goods catered to cultivators. A low-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 spirit coins, a currency crafted from the division of spirit stones, predominantly used by loose cultivators for transactions. Most items offered by these cultivators were priced below a low-grade spirit stone, making them quite affordable. These vendors were primarily loose cultivators, and as Lin Hao recalled from his prior research, most possessed cultivation levels between the 1st and 3rd stages of qi refining, with only a select few reaching the 4th to 6th stages, considered the elite among loose cultivators. They ventured into the dangerous Kangman Mountain Range to seek spiritual herbs, spirit grasses, and to hunt low-level beasts to exchange for the spirit stones necessary for their cultivation. Lin Hao curiously examined the stalls lining the streets, noting that they primarily offered common low-grade spiritual herbs and tools, which held little allure for him. Upon spotting the group of Xianyu disciples, the loose cultivators respectfully bowed, their faces filled with awe and envy, especially upon seeing Lin Hao clad in the distinctive purple robe of a direct disciple. Being a loose cultivator is indeed arduous, Lin Hao mused quietly to himself. Many of the loose cultivators bore scars upon their faces, and some were even missing limbs. To secure cultivation resources, they lived perilously, teetering on the edge of danger. Lin Hao felt a surge of gratitude for having entered one of the four great sects of the Zhao kingdom. Had he remained a loose cultivator, it was unlikely he would have reached the pinnacle of the seventh stage of qi refining in just 7 short years. After traversing several streets in the marketplace, Lin Hao and his companions entered an opulent building. After a brief wait, a direct disciple clad in purple robes appeared. This individual, named Luo Yin, was the chief disciple of the Third Peak's master and had been tasked with guarding Qinggu City for the past 6 months. After a direct disciple had served their term, another would replace them to continue the watch. Guarding Qinggu City was no trivial matter. Although a gathering array existed there, the spiritual energy was vastly inferior to that found in the 9 main peaks of the Xianyu sect. Yet, Qinggu City held tremendous significance for the sect, as it bordered the Kangmen mountain range, which was rich in the spiritual herbs and grasses that the sect required. For instance, the qi restoration pills that Lin Hao regularly consumed relied on a crucial auxiliary herb sourced from the Kangmen mountain range. Every day, loose cultivators risked their lives in the Kangmen mountain range in search of spiritual herbs, while the disciples of the Xianyu sect were primarily responsible for maintaining peace in Qinggu City, rarely entering the perilous mountain range themselves. They mainly procured spiritual herbs from the loose cultivators. Brothers, I am still investigating the matter of the demonic cultivator. It may take a few days before we can act, Luo Yin stated, surveying the assembled disciples. In the meantime, I must ask you to eliminate the beasts attacking loose cultivators at the outskirts of the Kangmen mountain range. The recent disturbances have caused many loose cultivators to refrain from entering the mountains. This month, our acquisition of spiritual herbs from them has dropped by 50% compared to last month. Understood. We shall proceed as you suggest and deal with the beasts first, the leading steward of the affairs hall affirmed. The two engaged in discussion for approximately the length of a tea break, and soon the arriving disciples of the Xianyu sect were assigned accommodations. They would recuperate before embarking on their mission to confront the beasts the following day. Is it true that Lin Hao was driven away from the sect for failing to break through to the 6th stage of qi refining, and that he has come to Qinggu City? He surely does not need to return to the sect now? After the group settled into their rooms, Luo Yin approached the steward of the affairs hall privately. Senior brother, you have misunderstood. Lin Hao has indeed broken through to the 6th stage of qi refining and was not demoted to the mundane world. He is here with us to undertake this mission, the steward clarified. Interesting. It is indeed remarkable for one with a 5-element spiritual root to reach the 6th stage of qi refining, Luo Yin exclaimed, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had initially assumed Lin Hao was exiled from the sect, which explained why he had not paid any attention to him upon the arrival of the Xianyu reinforcements. Lin Hao, despite possessing a 5-element spiritual root, is quite capable in other respects, the steward continued, unable to suppress his defense of Lin Hao. With Lin Hao's talents in alchemy and artifact forging, even if his cultivation were to stagnate at the 6th stage, he could still make substantial contributions to the sect. He recounted Lin Hao's astonishing success rate in crafting high-quality qi restoration pills and his ability to forge top-tier artifacts. While his talents in alchemy and artifact forging are commendable, I fear Lin Hao's fate may be sealed due to the mysterious beast skin scroll, Luo Yin remarked, shaking his head gently. I have a feeling that Lin Hao is unlike the previous owner of the beast skin scroll. Perhaps he will survive, the steward pondered. Furthermore, I have heard that senior brother Su In intends to invite Lin Hao's master to emerge from seclusion after this mission to ensure Lin Hao's safety. The 9th peak seems to hold Lin Hao in high regard, Luo Yin replied coolly, having gathered a basic understanding of Lin Hao's situation before taking his leave. The following day, after a night of recuperation, Lin Hao and his companions, guided by several disciples stationed in Qinggu City, set forth towards the Kangmen mountain range. Note: the author has unfortunately contracted the illness. There will only be one update today. Once recovery is achieved, regular updates will resume. Having traversed beyond the city gates, we proceeded for the duration of a joss stick's burning time, surrounded by precipitous mountains and dense forests, punctuated by the occasional roar of wild beasts. A palpable sense of primeval wilderness enveloped Lin Hao, who clutched a magical longsword, his senses acutely attuned to the slightest disturbance. Senior Lin, there is no need for such apprehension. We have not even breached the periphery of the Kangmen Mountains. At most, we shall encounter some wild animals or minor demons of the qi refining realm, a disciple from another peak remarked, finding Lin Hao's nervous demeanor rather unsophisticated. Prudence is always advisable, Lin Hao replied with a grave expression. The closer he drew to the Kangman Mountains, the more he felt a looming, ominous presence. Such timidity. A fifth peak disciple muttered under his breath, a hint of disdain coloring his features. The journey through the rugged terrain was swift, owing to the fact that all were cultivators. After another quarter of an hour, the Xianyu sect disciples had ventured into the outer reaches of the Kangman Mountains. Esteemed seniors, this is the region where the demons that have been assaulting rogue cultivators are known to lurk, a Xianyu sect disciple leading the way announced. According to the accounts of those who narrowly escaped, the culprits are several two-headed wolf demons, their strength estimated to be between the 5th and 6th levels of the Qi refining realm. Two-headed wolf demons possess both water and fire attributes. One head can unleash fire-based spells, while the other commands water-based techniques. Combined with the inherent robustness of the demonic race, they are formidable adversaries in the Qi refining realm. Human cultivators of equal standing would be fortunate to survive an encounter with a two-headed wolf demon, and typically require a higher cultivation level to effectively combat them. The contingent of Xianyu sect disciples dispatched to eliminate the demons numbered over a dozen, all with cultivation levels above the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. This numerical and qualitative advantage meant that most disciples were not particularly anxious. Here are the paw prints of the two-headed wolf demons. After a brief search, the disciples discovered massive footprints, each over 2 feet in length, and followed the trail. Swish, swish, swish. A quarter of an hour later, the surrounding vegetation rustled violently, and a characteristic bestial stench permeated the air. 6 two-headed wolf demons emerged from the dense forest, their eyes like fists, glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Their towering forms, reaching a height of 30 feet, exuded an aura of menace. The demons are here. Prepare to engage. The deacon of the affairs hall, at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, shouted. Upon sighting the demons, the Xianyu sect disciples unleashed their object manipulation techniques, directing their flying swords toward the 6 beasts. Roar, roar. The two-headed wolf demons emitted deafening roars, their powerful limbs pounding the earth as they charged toward the group. One head spewing forth scorching flames. The intense heat caused the cultivators to recoil, unwilling to confront it head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The two-headed wolf demons possessed formidable physiques. When the Xianyu sect disciples' flying swords struck them, a metallic resonance echoed through the air. While the attacks inflicted considerable wounds, slaying the demons would require time and effort. In mere moments, the 6 ferocious two-headed wolf demons, reeking of bloodlust, braved the onslaught of flying swords and reached the disciples, their mouths agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Beware. These two-headed wolf demons are behaving abnormally. They are not wild beasts. They must be under the control of a cultivator. The deacon of the affairs hall, his face contorted in alarm, realized that the demons' momentum was steadily increasing, as if they had ingested some sort of elixir to rapidly augment their strength. The two-headed wolf demons had entered a frenzied state. In an instant, their power surged to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Their bloodshot eyes filled with ruthless intent. A scream pierced the air as a Xianyu sect inner disciple, caught off guard, had his arms severed by a demon, blood spraying forth. The Xianyu sect disciples' expressions grew somber. None dared to underestimate the situation. The power unleashed by the 6 berserk two-headed wolf demons could inflict grievous losses. Beasts, how dare you? The deacon of the affairs hall, his cultivation at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, unleashed his power. His flying sword radiating a chilling azure light as he rushed to the aid of the injured disciple. The two-headed wolf demon that had attempted to press its attack was struck by the 8th level cultivator, causing blood to gush forth. With a pained cry, it retreated. The Xianyu sect inner disciple, now missing an arm, seized the opportunity to escape. Too close. Lin Hao, witnessing his fellow disciple's plight, felt a shiver run down his spine. He manipulated his flying sword, focusing intently on the brutal demons. Roar. The demons' enraged roars echoed ceaselessly. The berserk demons were proving too formidable. The Xianyu sect disciples were forced to exert their full capabilities in the fray, yet despite their efforts, many sustained injuries. Whoosh. A two-headed wolf demon swung its razor-sharp claws toward Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao swiftly employed the wind control technique, planting his feet firmly and sidestepping the deadly attack. Howl. Missing its mark, the beast abandoned Lin Hao and targeted Su Yuxian, who stood nearby. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. Water condensation technique. Su Yoxuan's expression changed as she quickly cast a spell, creating a wall of water. With a resounding crash, the flames detonated against the water wall, shattering it with immense force. Su Yuxian was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Roar! The two-headed wolf demon pressed its advantage, its claws, as sharp as high-grade magical artifacts, slashing towards Su Yoxuan's delicate neck. Junior Su, watch out! Seeing Su Yuxian in peril, Lin Hao made a hand seal and directed his flying sword toward the demon's eyes. Sensing the danger, the two-headed wolf demon abandoned its attack on Su Yuxian and swatted at the incoming sword. Uft! Lin Hao's flying sword pierced the demon's foreleg, leaving a gruesome wound. Seizing the brief respite afforded by the demon's defense against the flying sword, Su Yuxian retreated, temporarily escaping the demon's clutches. Time ebb. The fierce battle raged for the duration of half a cup of tea. The 6 demons, riddled with wounds inflicted by flying swords, were ultimately overwhelmed. The Xianyu sect disciples had emerged victorious, yet their faces betrayed no joy. In this perilous battle, 2 inner disciples at the 6th level of the Qi refining realm had perished, and nearly half of the remaining disciples had sustained injuries. Senior Lin, thank you for your timely assistance, Su Yuxian said softly, approaching Lin Hao with gratitude. Had Lin Hao's flying sword not intervened, she would have been forced to expend a precious protective talisman to survive the demon's fearsome attack. It was nothing, Junior Su. It was merely a matter of lending a hand, Lin Hao replied, retrieving a spirit stone and channeling his energy to absorb its spiritual essence, replenishing his depleted reserves. The other injured disciples began consuming healing pills to suppress their wounds. The demons were being controlled. Someone is targeting our Xianyu sect. There is certainly a conspiracy afoot. We must return and inform the sect immediately. The deacon at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, who had borne the brunt of the battle, appeared weary. Esteemed junior brothers, we cannot linger here. We shall return to Qinggu City. Ha ha ha. You think you can slay my 6 little darlings and simply leave? You are mistaken. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from afar. A figure clad in black robes approached swiftly, seated atop a smaller 2-headed wolf demon with purple fur. Chapter 100. Collusion. The disciples of Xianyu sect gazed anxiously at the approaching figure clad in black robes. As the rider on the 2-headed wolf surged forward, he abruptly produced a flute and began to play. In the midst of the urgent melody, a swarm of crimson snakes emerged from the underbrush, encircling the disciples of Xianyu sect. These were the bloodthirsty snakes of the Blood Cloud sect, nourished with the essence of practitioners and toxic herbs. Their venom was extraordinarily potent, capable of causing a Qi refining practitioner to decay and perish without an antidote. The leading steward of the affairs hall paled, declaring, "This individual is likely a direct disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, beyond our ability to confront. I will delay him. You must flee at once. Steward Qin, be cautious." The disciples of Xianyu sect understood that if they lingered, none would survive. Before the bloodthirsty snakes could fully encircle them, they swiftly broke in all directions. Lin Hao cast a glance at the steward who intended to hold the line, furrowing his brow before utilizing the wind control technique to escape toward Qinggu City. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuxian followed closely behind him, joining in their desperate flight. Devilish cultists. I shall fight you. Yet, scarcely had they fled for a few moments when a piercing scream echoed behind them, the steward's anguished cries reverberating through the air. Lin Hao paused atop a hill, casting a backward glance to see Steward Qin swarmed by bloodthirsty snakes, a chill crawling down his spine at the horrific sight. Su Junior sister, we must leave. Steward Qin is unlikely to survive. A sorrowful expression crossed Lin Hao's face. He held deep respect for Steward Qin's resolute decision to stay behind. But the outcome was tragically grim. Brother Lin, take this clear wind talismans. It will enhance your speed. Su Yuxian presented him with a talisman. Thank you, junior sister. Lin Hao accepted the talisman and activated it, surging forward with increased velocity alongside Su Yuxian as they desperately fled. Help! In the woods, Xianyu sect disciples were relentlessly pursued by the bloodthirsty snakes controlled by the direct disciples of the Blood Cloud sect, meeting gruesome fates as their blood was drained completely. Practitioner blood truly is a valuable resource. My bloodthirsty snakes shall grow even stronger. The figure in black stood atop a tree, coldly observing the panicked escape of the Xianyu disciples, deeming them all deserving of death. As for Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, who were swiftly evading, he paid them no mind, knowing others would deal with them. The sound of screams behind them spurred Lin Hao and Su Yuxian to exert every ounce of strength in their flight. Should the Blood Cloud sect's direct disciples catch up to them, their fate would be perilous. After running through the dense forest for what felt like half a stick of incense, not sensing any pursuers, Lin Hao's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. The outside world was perilous. They had initially aimed to confront a few demonic beasts, only to find themselves embroiled in turmoil caused by a sinister sect. Both Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, still shaken, scanned their surroundings, preoccupied with escape and oblivious to their current location, needing to orient themselves to report back to Qinggu City. "Heh, you two run quite well." A sudden, sinister voice interrupted, as a masked man barred their path. "Do you not fear the wrath of Xian Yu sect's masters for your slaughter of our disciples?" Su Yuxian's face paled. "Humph, it will not be long before Xian Yu sect meets its demise. They are unlikely to concern themselves with the fates of mere disciples." The masked man scoffed, his gaze turning to Lin Hao, his voice dripping with malice. "You little beast, I have waited 6 years for this moment to exact my revenge. Who are you?" "We have no enmity." Lin Hao frowned, puzzled. This was his first venture outside the sect, and he had never crossed paths with the demonic sect. "Lin Hao, for 6 years, I have pondered how to inflict 1,000 tortures upon you." The masked man suddenly removed his disguise, revealing a face that sent shockwaves through Lin Hao's heart. "You are doomed to suffer in my hands." "Wei Lai?" Lin Hao's heart raced as the identity of his adversary became clear. He had not anticipated that his first journey beyond the sect would lead to Wei Lai seeking vengeance. "Junior Sister Su, you must go. Wei Lai seeks only to harm me." Lin Hao gritted his teeth, determined to hold the enemy at bay. "Brother Lin." Su Yuxian's face turned ashen, reluctant to abandon him. Just as she began to protest, Lin Hao, with a sudden burst of resolve, grasped her hand and turned to flee. Though Lin Hao, at the peak of the Qi refining 7th level and possessing formidable physical prowess, felt no fear in facing Wei Lai alone. He realized that engaging him might draw the Blood Cloud sect's direct disciples closer. Those of the righteous path are utterly useless. They have yet to eliminate these two insignificant characters. The Blood Cloud sect disciple, riding his purple two-headed wolf, expressed his frustration. "My lord, I shall eliminate them now." Upon hearing the Blood Cloud disciple's discontent, Wei Lai abandoned thoughts of torturing Lin Hao, his murderous intent reigniting as he pursued Lin Hao and Su Yuxian. The majority of those from the 5th peak have likely defected to the demonic sect. A heavy dread settled in Lin Hao's heart as he recalled the sinister skeleton enveloped in dark energy he had encountered after slaying Yin Hong. Now, realizing Wei Lai's reference to the Blood Cloud disciple as my lord, his suspicions solidified. "Do not even think of escaping. You are doomed." Wei Lai, at the peak of the Qi refining 8th level, unleashed his full power, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he closed the distance between them. The Blood Cloud disciple, faster still, refrained from attacking, instead watching the righteous sects tear each other apart with a twisted grin. "Brother Lin, I possess a blood escape talisman, a life-saving gift from my father." In a moment of desperation, Su Yuxian bit her lip and declared, "I will take you with me." From her storage pouch, she produced a blood-red talisman, forming a peculiar seal with her hand. Instantly, the talisman radiated a crimson glow, enveloping both her and Lin Hao. With a whoosh, just as Wei Lai was about to catch up, the two transformed into a streak of red light, speeding away into the distance. To possess a second-tier blood escape talismans. I underestimated these two. The Blood Cloud disciple's expression darkened as he urged his mount onward, pursuing the direction in which the red light had vanished, with Wei Long Island Expressway close behind. Chapter 101. The Unicorn Iron Crocodile and the Jade Spirit Fruit. The second-tier premium blood escape talisman is indeed a rare treasure for evasion. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian were enveloped in a crimson light, covering dozens of miles in mere moments, temporarily eluding the gaze of the Blood Cloud sect's direct disciples and Wei Lai. They must not be allowed to live. Should they return, it would jeopardize the grand schemes of the Blood Cloud sect. The direct disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, his pallid face concealed beneath a black cloak, expressed indifference. He did not blame Wei Lai. With the existence of the second-tier premium blood escape talisman, even he could not prevent the escape of the two disciples from the Xianyu sect. "Master, we observed that the two fled towards the interior of the Kangman mountain range. Should they dare to emerge near the mountain's periphery, we shall intercept them." Several inner disciples of the Blood Cloud sect reported, bowing respectfully. Given their cultivation level, they cannot linger long in the perilous depths of the Kangman mountain range. If they do not emerge, it will be a dead end for them. Indeed, let us exercise caution. If we succeed, the Blood Cloud sect will swallow the territory of the Xianyu sect, and the sect master will undoubtedly reward you handsomely, perhaps even granting you foundation establishment pills. The disciple of the Blood Cloud sect encouraged them before turning his cold gaze to Wei Lai. I shall provide you with a few skilled trackers. Pursue the two relentlessly. We must see them alive or dead. Yes, master, Wei Lai replied respectfully, eager to comply. Having failed to avenge his son by killing Lin Hao, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, even if the depths of the Kangman mountain range were fraught with danger. Soon, Wei Lai vanished into the dense forest, accompanied by several adept disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. Within the Kangman mountain range, Lin Hao and Su Yuxian found themselves in an unnamed valley. Su, junior sister, are you all right? Lin Hao asked with concern, noticing the pain etched on Su Yoshuan's delicate features. The use of the blood escape talisman has severely depleted my vitality. I fear it will take me half a month to recover my cultivation, Su Yuxian replied weakly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Activating the blood escape talisman involved a spell that drew upon one's essence blood. Although it could save a life in dire straits, the cost was steep. Generally, cultivators would refrain from using it unless absolutely desperate. Do not worry, I will ensure your safe return. We will both survive, Lin Hao declared, determination shining in his eyes. Were it not for Su Yoshuan's blood escape talisman, they would not have escaped the grasp of the Blood Cloud sect. With her in a weakened state, he could not abandon her to flee alone. Thank you, Lin senior brother. Su Yuxian felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Lin Hao surveyed their surroundings, noting the towering weeds around them and the sun obscured by the steep mountains. Do you know where we are now, Su junior sister? Lin senior brother, I do not know. My cultivation is too low. I could not control the direction while using the blood escape talisman, Su Yuxian admitted apologetically, her expression tinged with remorse. We must ascertain our location quickly and find a way back, Lin Hao urged. The disciples of the Blood Cloud sect would surely be searching for them. If they caught up, they would be in grave danger. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao resolved to ascend to higher ground to determine the direction of the sun. Can you still walk, Su junior sister? He inquired with concern. I will try, Su Yuxian replied, her brow furrowed in pain as she attempted to move but faltered, collapsing towards the ground. Seeing this, Lin Hao swiftly extended his hand to support her. In this perilous environment, he cast aside any thoughts of propriety and said, Allow me to carry you, Su junior sister. She responded faintly. Lin Hao lifted Su Yoshuan's light frame onto his back, a waft of her youthful fragrance enveloping him. He assessed their surroundings and chose a direction, employing the wind control technique to propel them forward swiftly. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from the entrance of the valley ahead. There are magical beasts. Lin Hao halted, quickly crouching down and using the dense foliage as cover. Several large magical beasts with sharp teeth and a single horn emerged before them. These were the variant unicorn iron crocodiles, possessing a trace of ancient bloodline. Lin Hao's brow furrowed. During his 7 years in the Xianyu sect, he had perused numerous tomes on magical beasts and recognized them immediately. A foreboding sensation gripped him, for these unicorn iron crocodiles were rare and could only be found deep within the Kangman mountain range, indicating their precarious location. The magical beasts possessed formidable strength, and should they catch sight of Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, they could easily meet a perilous fate. With rapidity, the unicorn iron crocodiles approached, closing in within 100 yards of their hiding spot. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian held their breaths, striving to suppress their presence, terrified of being detected. The magical beasts displayed no restraint. Their outward spiritual fluctuations suggested they were at the early stage of the Qi refinement realm. Magical beasts held significant advantages over human cultivators in this realm, and with the rare nature of the unicorn iron crocodiles, Lin Hao felt utterly unprepared for a confrontation. Fortunately, the beasts seemed preoccupied with another goal, hastily passing by their hiding spot and venturing deeper into the valley. Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, waiting until the magical beasts had moved a considerable distance before cautiously continuing onward with Su Yuxian on his back. After a series of careful maneuvers, they reached a high mountain, finally gaining sight of the sun's direction. That way leads back to Qinggu City, Lin Hao exclaimed, having discerned their bearings. He resumed his journey, swiftly traversing the forest with Su Yuxian. How did we encounter them again? Lin Hao's expression soured as he crested a hill. Their path ahead was suddenly obstructed by the very unicorn iron crocodiles they had seen half an hour prior. A few of these beasts lay on the ground, and at their center stood a small tree with fiery red leaves, adorned with several radiant, jewel-like fruits. It's the jade spirit fruit. Su Yuxian gasped in astonishment. For cultivators in the late qi refinement stage, consuming it bestows immense benefits to the body and significantly boosts cultivation. What a treasure! If I could obtain a jade spirit fruit, I would surely break through. Lin Hao's gaze fixated on the glistening fruit, unable to suppress the urge to swallow. Chapter 102. The harvest. The alluring jade spirit fruit lay before them, yet the presence of several exotic beasts guarding it rendered the task of obtaining the fruit exceedingly perilous. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian concealed themselves in the shadows, scrutinizing the scene from a distance for an extended period, yet no opportunity to procure the fruit presented itself. With the adult unicorn iron crocodiles in our path, we must take a detour, Lin Hao mused, shouldering Su Yuxian as he cautiously progressed in another direction. Within the densely wooded mountains, not long after their departure, Su Youxuan's voice broke the silence. Lin Shixiao, the adult unicorn iron crocodiles have left. They must be out hunting, leaving only the two young ones behind. Lin Hao halted, lifting his gaze toward the lair of the unicorn iron crocodiles, and indeed, he saw only two juvenile ones remaining. Their diminutive forms suggested they had not been born long, possessing strength no greater than the 4th level of qi refinement. This presented a potential opportunity to seize the jade spirit fruit. Being at the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refinement, consuming a spirit fruit from the fiery red tree would elevate him to the 8th level, igniting a daring desire within him to obtain the fruit. Carrying Su Yuxian, he ascended to a higher vantage point, observing the distant figures of the adult unicorn iron crocodiles, which had retreated far, leaving only faint silhouettes. With utmost stealth, Lin Hao approached the jade spirit fruit guarded by the two young crocodiles, his years of diligent practice in the withered wood concealment technique proving invaluable. Despite bearing the weight of another, he managed to close in to within 30 yards of the juvenile beasts without detection. However, as he stepped within 10 yards, one of the juvenile unicorn iron crocodiles, resting with eyes shut, suddenly sprang to its feet, alertly scanning its surroundings. Moments later, it spotted Lin Hao, who was stealthily advancing through the underbrush. Roar! The juvenile cried out in fury, its thunderous call echoing throughout the mountains. The adult unicorn iron crocodiles, hearing the anguished roar of their young, recognized an intruder in their lair and rushed back in a frenzy. Seize the moment. We must gather the fruit, Lin Hao thought. Disregarding the imminent danger, he invoked a wind control technique, propelling himself and Su Yuxian swiftly toward the fiery red fruit tree, extending his hand to grasp the exquisite, gem-like fruits with remarkable speed. The two juvenile iron crocodiles, sensing the threat, charged at them with eyes aflame and jaws agape, intent on biting them. Water blade technique. With one hand swiftly plucking the fruit and storing it in his bag, Lin Hao wielded his other hand, conjuring several sharp water blades that struck the juvenile beasts fiercely. The young creatures were no match for Lin Hao, suffering grievous wounds and retreating in desperation. In mere moments, Lin Hao had gathered all the jade spirit fruits. But upon hearing the approaching roars of the adult iron crocodiles, he refrained from further aggression against the juveniles. He shouldered Su Yuxian and, adhering to their previously devised escape route, unleashed another wind control technique, sprinting away with urgency. No longer concealing his power, Lin Hao unleashed the full might of his qi refinement at the 7th level, moving through the forest with the agility of an ancient primate. Within a quarter of an hour, he had scaled a treacherous peak, maintaining a rapid pace without even breaking a sweat. This is Lin Shixiang's true strength. He has surely reached the 7th level of qi refinement. How is this possible? He is advancing faster than I, a singularly gifted water spirit root practitioner. Su Yuxian, perched on Lin Hao's back, felt the overwhelming aura of his spiritual power and was astonished by his formidable prowess. Thud, thud, thud. The adult iron crocodiles returned to their lair, enraged upon discovering their injured young and the barren tree of spirit fruits, their furious roars resonating throughout the area. This is our territory. Typically, no other beasts dare intrude, yet today we have been robbed during our hunt. The adult iron crocodiles seethed with rage, exuding a murderous intent as their qi erupted at the 8th level. radiating a blinding golden light as they charged toward Lin Hao's direction. Lin Shixiao, they are closing in, Su Yuxian exclaimed, glancing back in alarm. The unicorn iron crocodiles, moving with astonishing speed, had already narrowed the distance to over 500 yards. Their bloodshot eyes fixated on the fleeing figures ahead, exuding a palpable bloodlust. Truly formidable beasts, their speed is unmatched. Lin Hao's expression turned grave. Despite his own robust spiritual energy at the pinnacle of the 7th level, he found himself struggling to outpace the 8th level beasts. As the iron crocodiles drew ever closer, Lin Hao hastily retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. This was a first-tier acceleration talisman he had purchased upon leaving his sect, known as the Windwalker talismans. Though it paled in comparison to the second-tier Blood Escape talisman Su Yuxian had previously utilized, its quality had been enhanced to superior status through his small tower, rendering it a valuable escape tool. He quickly infused the talisman with his spiritual energy, causing it to glow with azure light as a fierce wind enveloped him. Combining the wind control technique with the first-tier Windwalker talisman, Lin Hao's speed surged dramatically. Gradually, he began to distance himself from the pursuing exotic beasts, despite their resentful glances. After approximately half an hour, gasping for breath, Lin Hao finally halted, having successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the unicorn iron crocodiles. Exhausted from their frantic flight, he sought refuge in a concealed spot with Su Yuxian, preparing to recuperate and consume the fruits they had secured. Woo! Woo! Above them, a monstrous bird circled, emitting a harsh and grating cry. The blood cloud sect's tracking birds. They are upon us. Su Yoshuan's expression darkened. They've arrived so swiftly. Lin Hao's countenance reflected his gravity. If it were merely Wei Lai, he could contend with him, but should the blood cloud sect's elite arrive, both he and Su Yuxian would likely face dire consequences. His mind raced, aware that the demonic sect's tracking abilities were formidable, and they could not remain concealed for long. Given the current predicament, their only option was to consume the recently acquired jade spirit fruits to enhance their strength and improve their chances of survival. Sushimi, take this jade spirit fruit and consume it swiftly to restore your strength. Lin Hao retrieved a lustrous fruit from his storage bag and offered it to her. Thank you. Lin Shixiao, Su Yuxian replied softly, nodding in gratitude as she accepted the fruit. Consuming the jade spirit fruit would allow her to recover from her exhaustion and potentially elevate her strength, freeing her from the necessity of being carried by Lin Hao. With graceful poise, she bit into the fruit, devouring it quickly yet elegantly. Lin Hao, too, prepared to consume his jade spirit fruit, aiming to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Suddenly, a sinister voice broke through the tension. Ah, there are those two wretched souls. A group of 5 or 6 figures clad in black rushed toward Lin Hao's hiding place, led by none other than the traitor Wei Lai of the Xianyu sect. Discovered so soon, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to consume the spirit fruit now. He could only hastily stow the fruit away and draw his exquisite flying sword, prepared for an impending confrontation. Chapter 103. Confronting Wei Lai in but a few breaths. Wei Lai and several inner disciples of the Blood Cloud sect approached within 10 zhang. Their gazes fell upon the jade spirit fruit that Lin Hao had just stowed away in his storage bag, and their expressions shifted from shock to a palpable greed. They had not anticipated that he possessed such a treasure. Alas, it was unfortunate that he would not have the fortune to enjoy it. Soon, this spirit fruit would belong to me, Wei Lai thought, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he unleashed the formidable aura of a peak 8th layer qi refinement cultivator, pressing down upon Lin Hao. In his eyes, the 2 realms he held over Lin Hao would suffice to crush any resistance solely through sheer pressure. However, Lin Hao's physique and qi refinement level were far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Under the weight of Wei Lai's peak 8th layer qi aura, he remained unfazed. His keen eyes quickly scanned the group, but he found no trace of the Blood Cloud sect's direct disciple. Allowing his anxious heart to relax, just a fraction. Junior Sister Su, focus on absorbing the spirit fruit. Leave these individuals to me, he declared, choosing not to flee this time. Gritting his teeth, he patted his storage bag and summoned all his flying swords. With a swift motion, Lin Hao formed a sword control seal, and 12 exquisitely refined flying swords transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Wei Lai. The overwhelming spiritual energy billowed in all directions, stirring a tempest of sword qi. You can control so many flying swords. You are not at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Wei Lai was startled by the sudden surge of power emanating from the 12 swords. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and smirked disdainfully. You've hidden your cultivation well. Little beast at the peak of the 7th layer. But what does that matter? Golden light palm. Wei Lai's aura surged once more as he infused his right hand with peak 8th layer qi, manifesting a golden seal that he thrust forward, creating a storm of spiritual energy that swatted at the incoming flying swords like swatting flies. Lin Hao's eyes reddened with determination as he channeled all the spiritual power within him, his hands forming various seals to simultaneously cast wind control on all 12 swords, accelerating their speed. Boom! As the flying swords met the spiritual storm, instead of slowing, their speed intensified, rushing directly towards Wei Lai. Wei Lai's expression shifted. The power of these swords exceeded his expectations. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. In an instant, the flying swords collided with his golden seal. A piercing scream erupted from Wei Lai's lips. While 11 of the high-grade flying swords were unable to breach Wei Lai's defenses, it was the seemingly inconspicuous top-grade sword, which Lin Hao had deliberately masked among the others, that struck true, piercing through Wei Lai's palm. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Hao's heart soared with elation. He swiftly pointed his right hand, directing the flying swords towards Wei Lai's head. Wei Lai's eyes narrowed. He realized that one of the swords was particularly formidable. He hastily produced a talisman, waving it forward. With a flash of golden light, the talisman unleashed an overwhelming force that collided with one of the flying swords, causing it to veer off course. Seizing the moment, Wei Lai retreated, creating distance as he glared at his bloodied palm. He had nearly fallen victim to Lin Hao's attack due to a moment's inattention. This foe is troublesome. To avoid any unforeseen complications that might jeopardize the Master's grand scheme, let us strike together. Wei Lai cautioned the inner disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. Agreed. They replied coldly, their spiritual energy surging as they summoned the sect's specially crafted flying swords to initiate their assault. The pressure on Lin Hao escalated dramatically as 5 6th layer qi refinement cultivators and 1 peak 8th layer cultivator bore down upon him. Grandfather Beast Skin Scroll. Look at these chubby fellows. Their blood energy must be abundant. I implore you to feast well. Lin Hao muttered quickly to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Beast Skin Scroll, which had resided in his dantian for several years, seemed unable to resist the mention of blood energy. It quivered lightly and transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting forth. As it soared towards Wei Lai, it appeared to disdain Wei Lai's age, veering instead towards the younger disciples behind him. What is that thing? The 5 inner disciples of the Blood Cloud sect were taken aback, unleashing their spells against the Beast Skin Scroll, but to no avail. The scroll, radiant with golden light, swiftly entered the body of one of the disciples. A chilling scream of agony erupted from the disciple, as if he were being hammered by a terrifying artifact, his body convulsing violently as he coughed up blood, visibly withering away. It's the Beast Skin Scroll. It actually obeys Lin Hao. Wei Lai trembled at the sight. Damn it, kill him quickly. The remaining 4 disciples, horrified by their companion's fate, wore expressions of grim determination as they sent their flying swords hurtling toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao reacted swiftly, forming seals with his hands to direct the 12 flying swords to skillfully intercept the incoming assaults. His swords, of far superior quality, easily shattered the weapons controlled by the Blood Cloud sect disciples. His level of spiritual energy is nearly on par with mine. Wei Lai, observing Lin Hao's continuous onslaught, realized the gravity of the situation, struggling to believe. This young man, not only at the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement, but also possessing such abundant spiritual energy, defied reason. The only possible explanation was that Lin Hao possessed some extraordinary treasure. Kill. Wei Lai's expression turned serious as he recognized Lin Hao as a formidable opponent. He produced a small flag, a rare treasure he had kept hidden. With a gentle flick of the flag, an invisible sword qi traversed the air silently. As Lin Hao controlled his flying swords, he felt a tightening in his brow, as though a sharp object were poised to pierce him. Instinctively, he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the blade-like energy that grazed his skin. A white mark appeared on Lin Hao's brow, and his refined physique successfully withstood the attack from Wei Lai's mysterious artifact. How is this possible? His body cultivation level is not low. Wei Lai's heart raced with unease, feeling as though Lin Hao were a monster. The invisible sword qi he unleashed, which could penetrate spiritual defenses, had struck Lin Hao yet failed to break the skin. Go. Lin Hao formed seals with his hands, channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into the 12 flying swords. With their power bolstered, the swords emitted a resonating cry as they soared towards Wei Lai, the most immediate threat. Wei Lai, his own spiritual energy at full capacity, hurriedly waved the small flag while controlling his high-grade flying sword to counter Lin Hao's assault. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the high-grade sword under Wei Lai's control crumbled under the superior quality of Lin Hao's swords, shattering into countless fragments. Flash! Lin Hao's eyes widened with determination as he exhausted his spiritual energy, brandishing his hands to direct the 12 flying swords forward. Damn it! How does he possess flying swords that approach the quality of spiritual weapons? Wei Lai's expression darkened as he sensed his life hanging by a thread. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a plethora of offensive talismans from his storage bag and hurled them at the incoming swords in a desperate attempt to stall their advance. After delaying the sword's assault, he invoked the wind control technique and charged directly at Lin Hao. With the opponent wielding a top-grade flying sword and exhibiting mastery over sword control, Wei Lai believed that only through close combat, relying on his realm advantage, could he hope to prevail. As a peak 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator, he closed the distance in an instant, arriving within 10 zhang. Golden flame sword. Little brat die? A golden sword manifested in Wei Lai's hand, aimed squarely at Lin Hao, denying him any chance to control his swords. The other Blood Cloud sect disciples encircled him, summoning skeletal figures exuding black energy as they prepared to attack. Close combat. I welcome it with open arms. Lin Hao let out a cold chuckle as he patted his storage pouch, retrieving a talisman purchased at great expense, capable of withstanding the attacks of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. With a twinge of pain, he activated it. A beam of azure light enveloped him, and he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a terrifying speed as he charged toward Wei Lai, who was wielding the golden flame sword. Boom! The spell, the golden flame sword, struck against the azure light formed by the talisman, failing to inflict any harm upon Lin Hao. He quickly extended his hand, gripping Wei Lai tightly, preventing his escape. You! Wei Lai was taken aback, his heart pounding with fear. He gathered all his spiritual energy into his hand, yet he could not break free from Lin Hao, a peak 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Death! Lin Hao multitasked, one hand firmly grasping Wei Lai while the other formed the sword control technique, directing a 5th-grade spirit sword, which flew toward him like a bolt of lightning. Wei Lai struggled desperately, but he could not shake off the grip on his arm. In a moment of crisis, the resolute Wei Lai controlled a mysterious small flag artifact, unleashing a sword Qi aimed at his captured arm. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as Wei Lai, disregarding the agony, severed his own arm to escape the grasp. He hastily darted aside in terror, but alas, he was a moment too late, as the exquisite flying sword grazed his back, leaving a gruesome wound. Chapter 104. Slaying Wei Lai. Breaking through boundaries, Lin Hao wielded his sword technique to control the flying sword, relentlessly pursuing and attacking the injured Wei Lai. Once Wei Lai was eliminated, the remaining disciples of the Blood Cloud sect would pose no threat. Whoosh! The 5th-grade spirit-enhanced flying sword struck again, and Wei Lai's face was filled with terror. He had never anticipated that a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement could reduce him to such a state of desperation, endangering his life. Flee! The injuries he sustained robbed Wei Lai of the courage to continue fighting. He took out a life-preserving defensive talisman to withstand another blow from the exquisite flying sword and desperately sought to escape the range of Lin Hao's attack. Swish! Lin Hao executed the water blade technique, his hand waving lightly, summoning sharp water blades that sliced through the air, preemptively sealing off Wei Lai's retreat, causing him to falter. In the next moment, the 5th-grade exquisite wooling sword struck once more, piercing through Wei Lai's back with a soft thud. Lin Hao, you shall not die well. Pain etched across Wei Lai's face, his eyes filled with resentment as he uttered a venomous curse before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Instantly, the battlefield was left with only a few disciples from the Blood Cloud sect, who, upon witnessing Wei Lai's demise, couldn't help but shiver and turn to flee. Whoosh! A streak of golden light chased after the fleeing Blood Cloud disciples, emanating from the peculiar beast skin scroll that actively assisted in refining the body. The agonizing screams echoed through the forest. The first disciple attacked by the beast skin scroll had become so emaciated that his eye sockets were visibly sunken, an unsettling sight. Lin Hao, with a flick of his fingers, commanded 12 flying swords to attack the remaining disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. The demon cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement had no power to resist against him and was swiftly slain by the sharp, flying swords. Lin Hao approached the corpses of his fallen foes, adeptly collecting their storage bags and any treasures that had fallen to the ground. After completing this task, he returned to Su Yoxuan's side, only to find her gazing at him with an expression of astonishment. "Sister Su, why have you not yet circulated your energy to digest the power of the spirit fruit?" Lin Hao inquired. "While you were battling the enemy, how could I possibly calm my mind?" Su Yoxuan's beautiful eyes fell upon Lin Hao, her heart filled with shock. "I never expected senior brother Lin to be so formidable. Even experts at the 8th level of Qi refinement are no match for you. I merely had the advantage of weaponry. Otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain," Lin Hao humbly replied. He continued, "With so many lives lost here, the smell of blood will surely attract ferocious beasts. We must leave quickly, or we may find ourselves in danger." All right. Su Yuxian nodded in agreement. Having consumed the spirit fruit, she could barely walk, but to expedite their escape, Lin Hao carried her on his back, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a little over a moment, the two found a concealed cave at the foot of the mountain. After eliminating a 5th level Qi refinement beast within, they secured a suitable temporary refuge. "Senior brother Lin, I will now circulate my energy to digest the spirit fruit's power." Su Yuxian had endured the chaotic energy from the spirit fruit for quite some time. Upon reaching the cave and finding it momentarily safe, she eagerly sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Noticing her closed eyes, Lin Hao contemplated before retrieving the storage bags he had looted from Wei Lai and his companions to examine their contents. The storage bags of several Blood Cloud disciples contained over 80 low-grade spirit stones and 5 energy-replenishing pills, along with various items from the demonic sect. Lin Hao, not being a member of the demonic sect, had no use for the latter and only collected the spirit stones and pills. Then, with high hopes, he opened Wei Lai's storage bag. As a seasoned elite inner disciple of the 5th peak, it was expected to hold numerous valuable items. Upon opening the bag, he was not disappointed. A plethora of low-grade spirit stones, numbering well over 100, greeted his eyes. He also discovered numerous vials, each containing various medicinal pills. Lin Hao hastily retrieved the vials, carefully opening each one, and soon, his eyes sparkled with delight as he found an energy-enhancing pill among them. After a fruitful battle, Lin Hao felt as though he had struck a fortune. Indeed, it was true that killing and arson bring wealth. What a remarkable artifact. After counting the treasures in Wei Lai's storage bag, Lin Hao picked up a small flag. He attempted to channel some spirit energy into it, and immediately, a blue light flickered, manifesting a sword chi. With a gentle wave of the flag, the sword chi shot forth, striking the cave's stone wall and leaving a deep gash. What a treasure! A smile spread across Lin Hao's face as he continued to practice with the flag, familiarizing himself with its attack mode. He soon discovered that the mysterious flag was somewhat damaged, capable of releasing only 3 invisible sword chi before requiring a lengthy recovery period. No wonder Wei Lai did not continuously use the flag to attack me. Lin Hao felt a sense of relief. Had the flag been able to sustain its assault, the outcome of their battle might have turned out quite differently. After playing with the mysterious flag, he stored the artifact in his storage bag and prepared to consume the jade spirit fruit for a breakthrough. Casting a glance at Su Yuxian, who was cross-legged, absorbing the spirit fruit's power, he hesitated briefly before quietly stepping outside the cave. "I will enhance the jade spirit fruit's quality before consuming it," Lin Hao mused inwardly. With a thought, he retrieved the jade spirit fruit from his storage bag and placed it into the special space within the Eternal Life Tower, where its quality could be enhanced. After expending 70 low-grade spirit stones, the jade spirit fruit radiated a brilliant glow, its spirit energy becoming so rich that it began to overflow. Lin Hao swiftly retrieved the enhanced spirit fruit from the small tower and devoured it in a few quick bites. Before long, a powerful surge of spirit energy erupted from his lower abdomen, akin to a mighty river gushing forth. Seeing this, Lin Hao hurried back into the cave, found a suitable spot, and sat cross-legged to circulate his 5-element longevity technique, guiding the spirit energy through his body. The spirit energy from the jade spirit fruit was overwhelmingly abundant. Within half a stick of incense, Lin Hao's body trembled slightly as a formidable aura erupted from him, only to quickly subside. He had long been stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refinement, but now, the power from the spirit fruit shattered that bottleneck with unyielding force. Lin Hao's cultivation reached the early stage of the 8th level of qi refinement, and he had only consumed about 1/3 of the spirit fruit's power. He continued to greedily absorb the remaining energy to solidify his cultivation. As he breathed in and out, several hours slipped by unnoticed. Truly a rare, first-tier spirit fruit. Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing before slowly fading away. Thanks to the enhanced quality of the jade spirit fruit, he had reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of qi refinement, and his physical body had also gained significant benefits. Although he remained at the late stage of body refinement, he was evidently much stronger than before. Chapter 105. An incident in Qinggu City. Lin Hao consumed the exquisite Yuling fruit, enhanced in quality, and thanks to the assistance of the Eternal Longevity Tower, he absorbed the fruit's essence at an accelerated pace. After he fully digested the medicinal properties of the Yuling fruit and waited for a while, Su Yuxian slowly opened her eyes. My strength has completely recovered, and I've even ascended 2 minor realms. A look of joy blossomed on Su Yoshuan's face, which could be seen as a blessing after surviving a great calamity. Congratulations, junior sister Su, Lin Hao said with a smile. Feeling a twinge of envy for Su Yoshuan's 4th-grade single attribute water spiritual root, which allowed her to advance as effortlessly as drinking water. After consuming an ordinary Yuling fruit, she had directly progressed from the 6th to the 8th level of qi refinement. In contrast, his consumption of the exquisite Yuling fruit had only enabled him to advance from the peak of the 7th level to the mid-8th level, revealing how resource-intensive the later stages of the 5 elements spiritual roots had become. Thanks to senior brother Lin, without your care, my journey would have been fraught with peril, Su Yuxian said, her large, expressive eyes resting on him, a hint of unspoken feelings emerging within her. We are fellow disciples. It is only natural to support one another in times of need, Lin Hao replied with a chuckle, continuing, we still have over an hour until dark, and the Kangman Mountains become exceedingly dangerous at night. We must find a way to leave this place swiftly. Yes, senior brother Lin, let us depart, Su Yuxian said sweetly as she rose from the ground. The two of them exited the cave, orienting themselves before employing the wind control technique to navigate through the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable beasts, but Lin Hao's heightened caution and keen observational skills allowed them to evade danger preemptively. Senior brother Lin, there are tracking birds from the Blood Cloud sect above us. If we proceed any further, we will be discovered, Su Yuxian remarked, her expression growing serious as she observed the circling creatures in the sky. The Blood Cloud sect had taken control of the periphery of the Kangman Mountains. What could their intentions be? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the quickest route back to Qinggu City lay ahead. But with the presence of the Blood Cloud sect's cultivators, their only option was to take a longer detour to avoid detection. I am uncertain, but I suspect there might be something of great importance to the Blood Cloud sect in this peripheral region, Su Yuxian pondered. Senior brother Lin, being trapped here is not a viable solution. Shall we take a detour back to Qinggu City while it is still light? Agreed, Lin Hao nodded. Though they had both significantly strengthened their abilities after their breakthroughs, facing the direct disciples of the Blood Cloud sect posed a significant risk, especially if there were other powerful figures lurking among them. They altered their course, cautiously making their way towards another outer region of the Kangman Mountains. As darkness enveloped the land, Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, weary from their journey, finally emerged from the treacherous Kangman Mountains. Ah, we made it out alive. Lin Hao gazed at the stars twinkling in the night sky, overwhelmed by a sense of survival after a near escape. Without pausing, he and Su Yuxian hastened towards Qinggu City, where the direct disciples of the Xianyue sect were stationed. If all went well, they could reach the city in just over an hour, despite their detour. Clang, boom, crash. Not long after they exited the Kangman Mountains, the sounds of clashing artifacts erupted ahead. Junior sister Su, there is a battle up ahead. Lin Hao quickly grasped Su Yoshuan's hand and concealed themselves. A group of individuals was seen fighting while retreating. They were disciples of the Xianyue sect, under relentless pursuit. Heh, dreaming of returning to report, you shall all perish. One disciple of the Blood Cloud sect sneered viciously. Move faster, leave no survivors, commanded a young man cloaked in black, seated atop a violet double-headed wolf, his impatience evident. It's him, a direct disciple of the Blood Cloud sect. Lin Hao initially considered rushing out to aid his fellow disciples, but instinctively recoiled upon noticing the figure atop the double-headed wolf. With a direct disciple of the Blood Cloud sect present, exposing themselves could jeopardize not only their lives, but also the lives of their comrades. The ones being pursued are our Xianyue sect's protectors in Qinggu City. Could it be that the city has fallen? Su Yoxuan's pale face reflected her worry as she murmured. In the valley below, the Xianyue sect disciples fought valiantly, but the overwhelming numbers of the Blood Cloud sect proved too much, leading to continuous casualties among their ranks. Go. I will hold them off. We must ensure the Blood Cloud sect's intentions to blood sacrifice Qinggu City are reported back to the sect. A resolute elite disciple from the inner circle of the Xianyue sect at the 8th level of Qi refinement shouted, choosing to make a stand to buy time for his fellow disciples to escape. Foolish, overestimating one's capabilities, the Blood Cloud sect's direct disciple scoffed, casually waving his hand. A sword emanating dark energy swiftly cut through the night. With a sickening thud, the elite disciple's head fell in an instant. The battlefield was overwhelmingly in favor of the Blood Cloud sect, with Xianyue disciples falling in pools of blood. In the span of a tea's brewing time, there remained no surviving Xianyue disciples in the valley below. The brutal scene left Lin Hao and Su Yuxian hiding in the shadows, pale with fear. Dispose of these Xianyue disciples' bodies quickly. We must return without delay, lest the Holy Sun grow anxious, the direct disciple on the violet double-headed wolf commanded coldly. Yes, esteemed disciple. The Blood Cloud sect disciples replied respectfully, then produced a skeleton exuding dark energy to devour the fallen Xianyue disciples' remains. Having completed their grim task, the Blood Cloud sect members surged towards Qinggu City like a tide. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian remained hidden at a distance, unnoticed until the Blood Cloud sect members had long departed, allowing their taut nerves to relax slightly. Junior Sister Su, Qinggu City is likely surrounded by the Blood Cloud sect, perhaps even breached. If we proceed, we are merely walking into a trap, Lin Hao said, his expression grim. We must return to the sect swiftly and inform the master and the elders about the events unfolding in Qinggu City. Indeed, senior brother Lin, let us depart at once. Su Yuxian nodded. The two swiftly headed in the opposite direction of Qinggu City. Their journey to the city had taken half a day by flying boat. If they chose to return on foot, even with their cultivation, it would take them many days. Fortunately, several hundred miles from Qinggu City lay a smaller town known as Anfeng City, where Xianyue sect disciples were stationed. They should be able to find a flying spirit boat there. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian resolved to travel through the night to Anfeng City and then take a flying boat back to the sect. As they traversed the rugged terrain, Lin Hao relied on the geographical knowledge gleaned from various tomes over the past 7 years, using the stars to navigate, steadily approaching Anfeng City. Approximately 3 hours later, Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, panting heavily, arrived before the towering stone walls of Anfeng City. It was still dark, and the gates were tightly shut, with 2 outer disciples of the Xianyue sect patrolling the walls. Chapter 106. In pursuit of foundation establishment, the appearance of Lin Hao and Su Yuxian immediately captured the attention of 2 disciples from the Xianyue sect stationed on the city wall. Upon recognizing the distinctive purple robe of a personally instructed disciple, they were momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected surprise. Junior brothers, we have come from Qinggu City. Please take us to meet the inner disciples stationed at Anfeng City. Lin Hao and Su Yuxian said as they utilized the wind control technique to leap onto the city wall, hastily producing their identity tokens. It is Brother Lin. One of the outer sect disciples, hailing from the 9th peak, instantly recognized Lin Hao. Noticing the anxious expressions on both Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, he sensed that something significant must have occurred and quickly said, "Please follow me." Following the outer sect disciple, Lin Hao and Su Yuxian arrived before a magnificent building. Brother Lin, Sister Su, please wait here while I report inside. The outer disciple respectfully stated before hurriedly proceeding to the location of several elite inner disciples responsible for guarding Anfeng City. Disciples from Qinggu City have arrived. A few elite inner disciples of the Xianyue sect, awakened from their meditation, rushed to the room where Lin Hao was waiting. Brother Lin, Sister Su, what has happened in Qinggu City? The Blood Cloud sect intends to perform a blood sacrifice in Qinggu City. We hope to use the flying boat from Anfeng City to return to the sect and seek assistance. Lin Hao replied earnestly and swiftly. The remnants of the Blood Cloud sect dare to attack Qinggu City. One of the elite inner disciples' expressions shifted, for he understood the significance of Qinggu City. If it fell into the hands of the Blood Cloud sect, it would result in a tremendous loss for the Xinhua sect. Humph. Lin Hao, you are being overly alarmist. Qinggu City is guarded by a personally instructed disciple at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, and formidable formations are in place to repel Foundation establishment experts. Even if the Blood Cloud sect had 100 times the audacity, they would not dare to covet Qinggu City, remarked another elite inner disciple from the fifth peak with a sinister glint in his eyes. He coldly added, "Are you simply trying to escape under the guise of a mission? I risked my life alongside Brother Lin to escape and deliver this urgent message to the sect. How dare you insinuate we are fleeing?" Su Yoxuan's face flushed with anger. Junior Brother Pan, no matter what, Brother Lin is a personally instructed disciple. He would not lie about such matters. Qinggu City is of utmost importance to our Xinhua sect. It is better to believe in its authenticity than to dismiss it, continued another elite inner disciple. Brother Lin, I am Yu Lu. I possess the flying boat to Anfeng City, and I will escort you back to the sect. Thank you. Junior Brother Yu Lu, Lin Hao replied with a respectful gesture. The situation is urgent. Let us depart swiftly. Very well. Yu Lu nodded and rose to lead the way outside. The disrespectful disciple from the fifth peak, Pan Yin, watched Yu Li's departing figure, and suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. A green light shot from his sleeve, revealing a spirit snake exuding a chilling aura. Junior Brother Yu Lu, be careful. Lin Hao's heart jolted with alarm. Reacting quickly, he swung his exquisite sword towards the spirit snake. With a sharp sound, the snake was cleaved in two, falling to the ground as a mist emanated from its severed body. Hold your breath quickly. This mist is toxic, Su Yuxian warned, her complexion paling. Pan Yin, what are you doing? Yu Li's expression turned pale with shock. He had been caught off guard by the swift spirit snake, and had Lin Hao not intervened in time, he would have been struck. Who would have thought that a stray from Qinggu City could escape? Daring to kill the spirit snake, I painstakingly raised. You shall all perish. Pan Yin glared at Lin Hao with malice, producing a string of beads from his storage bag, each adorned with the ghastly visage of a skull. Pan Yin, the Blood Cloud sect's blood refinement beads. You conspire with the demonic sect. Yu Li's face turned ashen, realizing that a fellow disciple stationed at Anfeng City was actually an undercover agent of the Blood Cloud sect. Preventing them from sending word is a grand accomplishment. Lord Saint Sun will surely reward us handsomely. Let us act together and eliminate them. Pan Yin sneered, a cruel smile gracing his features. Agreed. The other three elite inner disciples nodded indifferently, brandishing their artifacts to surround Lin Hao and his companions. Among the 6 elite disciples guarding Anfeng City, 4 were revealed to be members of the Blood Cloud sect. The sect has treated you well. Why betray it? Yu Lu demanded, his face filled with rage. The Blood Cloud sect can grant us the opportunity to establish a foundation, while in the Xinhua sect, we are merely ordered around without hope of advancement. One of the traitors retorted with a sneer. Only by becoming Foundation establishment experts can we seize control of our own destinies. Yu Lu and Wang Lifeng, both of you possess commendable strength. If you slay Lin Hao and capture this beautiful maiden for our enjoyment, we will gladly recommend you both for membership in the Blood Cloud sect, granting you the chance to vie for Foundation establishment, Pan Yin said, his tone rife with temptation. Bah, the Blood Cloud sect annihilated my family. I would rather die than consort with the likes of you, declared Wang Lifeng, the remaining loyal inner disciple, his body radiating killing intent. Brother Yu, please take Lin Hao and Sister Su away to report back to the sect. I will hold them off. Wang Yu, be careful. Yu Lu gritted his teeth and turned to Lin Hao and Su Yuxian, saying, we must leave. Escaping is not so easy. Since you refuse the chance to live, then perish. The 4 traitors unleashed their qi, charging towards Wang Lifeng. Brother Yu, let us not rush to leave. It would be prudent to deal with these traitors first, Lin Hao said, remaining steadfast and summoning his inner energy, a powerful aura emanating from him. Is this the mid-qi refinement stage? Yu Li's face went pale with disbelief. 3 months prior, he had returned to the sect and learned that Lin Hao had broken through to the 6th qi refinement stage through the consumption of numerous pills. To his astonishment, Lin Hao's cultivation had now equaled his own, causing Yu Lu to hesitate in his forward momentum. Brother Lin, I shall assist you. Su Yuxian formed a sword gesture with her hands, controlling a high-grade flying sword to launch an attack. Sister Su, as expected of the elder's disciple, her cultivation has also reached the qi refinement 8th stage. Yu Lu was again taken aback, realizing that both sides now possessed 4 experts at the Qi refinement 8th stage. He immediately ceased his intent to flee and charged towards the 4 traitors with his artifact raised, seeking death. Pan Yin's voice was devoid of warmth as he hurled the string of skull beads. Instantly, a horde of blood-red-eyed, blood-soaked children surged forward with clawing hands. The other 3 disciples wore grave expressions, but Lin Hao stepped forward, swiftly forming a hand sign and unleashing the flame technique. With a resounding boom, a massive fireball erupted forth, engulfing the ghastly children released from the skull beads. They screamed in piercing agony, as if encountering their nemesis. The beads Pan Yin had high hopes for began to crack, and his complexion turned pale with disbelief. This blood refinement bead. Even Qi refinement 9th stage cultivators would expend considerable effort to confront. How could it be unable to withstand an attack from a Qi refinement 8th stage cultivator's flame technique? Chapter 107. The commencement of war. Lin Hao paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. He unleashed a fire spell to shatter the blood refinement pearl. With a swift motion, he summoned 11 flying swords from his storage pouch, which converged with his exquisite 5th-tier spirit sword. Empowered by spiritual energy, the 12 swords emitted a thunderous roar as they surged toward Pan Yin, whose expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom the formidable might of these 8th-tier swords. In a rush, he produced a black jade seal and pressed it forward. Instantaneously, the seal expanded, exuding tendrils of dark energy that ensnared the 12 flying swords. However, this merely slowed their speed. With Lin Hao's ascension to the 8th tier, the potency of his internal spiritual energy had reached an extraordinary level, nearly comparable to that of a 9th-tier cultivator. His eyes glinted as he deftly gestured with his right hand, directing the 12 swords to cleave the black jade seal into fragments. As the magical artifact was destroyed, Pan Yin felt an overwhelming force strike him. Unable to withstand it, he involuntarily expelled a mouthful of blood. In the wake of his terror, the 12 flying swords descended upon him relentlessly, and his anguished cries echoed. In mere moments, his body was riddled with over 10 gaping wounds, blood gushing forth, leading to his demise. The remaining 3 traitors trembled at the sight of Lin Hao effortlessly dispatching their strongest member, Pan Yin. Wasn't this Lin Hao a waste of 5-element spiritual roots? How could he be so powerful? Brother Lin is truly formidable, Yu Lu thought, his heart swelling with admiration as he witnessed Lin Hao's terrifying prowess. With one swift strike, an enemy fell. Attack. With Lin Hao's immense strength, the 4-against-3 battle lasted but a brief moment before the traitors were all vanquished. The other 3 disciples of the Xian Yu sect gazed at Lin Hao in awe as he calmly approached, collecting the storage pouches of the fallen traitors. "Let us depart swiftly," he instructed. "Yes, Brother Lin," they responded with reverent expressions. In that instant, Yu Lu and Wang Lifeng had come to regard Lin Hao as their true senior brother, willing to follow him unconditionally. After exiting the building, Yu Lu retrieved a small boat from his storage pouch. Channeling spiritual energy, the boat expanded to over 3 zhang in length, and everyone eagerly boarded. Under Yu Li's skilled control, the boat shimmered with brilliance, soaring swiftly toward the Xian Yu sect. After several hours of flight, the 9 main peaks of the Xian Yu sect appeared before them. Yu Lu maneuvered the boat to a halt halfway up the 9th peak. "Brothers, I shall inform my senior brother about the events in Qinggu City," Lin Hao declared before striding away. "Junior brother, you've returned so swiftly from your mission?" Suan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Hao. Typically, such tasks required at least half a month to complete, so his prompt return surprised him. "Second brother, something has happened in Qinggu City. The Blood Cloud sect intends to conduct a blood sacrifice there. I've come to deliver the news," Lin Hao replied hastily, recounting the unfolding events in Qinggu City. "What? Qinggu City cannot afford any mishaps." Suan's expression darkened. "I shall report this to our master immediately." He set aside his current duties on the 9th peak and took to the skies, transforming into a streak of light towards the secluded area where Master Xiao Yud was meditating. Before long, the secluded Xiao Yud emerged from his retreat, hurrying toward the 1st peak where the sect leader resided. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid succession of ringing bells resonated throughout the Xian Yu sect. An urgent matter must have arisen, compelling the sect leader to summon all foundational experts and true disciples to the 1st peak. The sudden commotion startled the disciples, who wore expressions of confusion and tension. "Junior brother, I will escort you to the 1st peak," Suan offered. Guiding Lin Hao swiftly to the grand hall of the 1st peak, where over 20 foundational experts had already gathered, nearly all of the sect's top combatants. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, the foundational experts turned their attention toward him, and the authoritative voice of the sect leader, Qi Yunzi, filled the hall. Lin Hao, please elaborate on the situation in Qinggu City. Yes, sect leader. Lin Hao took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. My fellow brothers and I were tasked by the affairs hall to deal with the demonic beasts attacking scattered cultivators in the Kangman Mountains. However, disciples of the Blood Cloud sect appeared and killed the affairs hall's attendant and other brothers. My companion, Su Yuxian, and I narrowly escaped using a blood escape talisman. He recounted their harrowing escape, the pursuit by the Blood Cloud sect's disciples, and the betrayal within their ranks with great urgency. How could disciples of the Fifth Peak betray us? Where is senior brother Shimanku? Qi Yunzi's face contorted with anger. Still struggling to believe that several elite disciples from the Fifth Peak had turned traitor, he wished to confront Shimanku for clarification. Master, senior brother Shiman left the sect this month for personal matters and has yet to return, spoke the elder from the Sixth Peak. Are the true disciples from the Fifth Peak present? Qi Yunzi furrowed his brow, demanding clarity. They are not here. They accompanied senior brother Shiman on his errand. The elder from the Sixth Peak replied. Qi Yunzi inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Lin Hao. Are you certain that what you have said is the absolute truth? Indeed. I would not dare deceive my esteemed uncles regarding such matters. Su Yuxian, along with Yu Lu and Wang Lifeng, can vouch for me. The sect leader may inquire with them. Lin Hao responded with a respectful bow. Sect leader, the situation in Qinggu City is of utmost importance. We must act swiftly. Delays could be disastrous, urged the elder from the Third Peak, anxiety etched on his face. His true disciple, Luo Yin, had been stationed in Qinggu City, and any misfortune there could spell dire consequences for him. Agreed. Qi Yunzi nodded, refusing to procrastinate. The Blood Cloud sect possesses golden core experts, and their intentions are aggressive. I will summon the Grand Elder from seclusion to accompany us. Within a mere time, the senior leaders of the Xianyu sect boarded a warship, led by the sole remaining early Golden Core Grand Elder, speeding toward Qinggu City. Lin Hao and the other disciples received orders to remain at the mountain gate on standby. Should the situation escalate, the sect leader would command them to utilize the warships inscribed with battle formations for support. The warships equipped with battle formations were the Xianyu sect's formidable weapons. With the infusion of spiritual energy, even disciples at the Qi refinement stage could obliterate foundational cultivators. Chapter 108. The ancestor of Blood Cloud sect can wound Golden Dan. The Xianyu sect's warship, carrying its high-ranking officials, soared swiftly through the sky, soon arriving at Qinggu City. Below, the city was shrouded in a sinister crimson glow, and the flora and fauna within a 10-mile radius had withered away. It was the Blood Soul Great Formation. The Blood Cloud sect was indeed insidious. The highest-ranking Golden Dan cultivator aboard the warship, seasoned by countless storms, was taken aback by the sight before him. How could the Xianyu sect's experts arrive so swiftly? Who leaked the news? The members of the Blood Cloud sect, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the warship, displayed expressions of astonishment. They had meticulously planned the blood sacrifice of Qinggu City for decades, with the assistance of an insider from Xianyu sect, believing they could conceal their intentions for months until the city was entirely consumed by the blood ritual. Yet, within just a few days, their plot had been uncovered by the higher-ups of Xianyu sect. The Blood Soul Great Formation had only recently been established, and many souls remained alive within its confines. If they acted together, they could dismantle this formation and rescue those trapped inside. The elder of Xianyu sect soared from the warship, unleashing the overwhelming aura of Golden Dan, which cast a terrifying pressure upon the scene. Instantly, the blood-red barrier enveloping Qinggu City trembled violently under the weight of the Golden Dan expert's might, revealing cracks. Other foundational cultivators of Xianyu sect channeled their spiritual energy into the warship, activating its grand formation. The ship's bow radiated a blinding light, unleashing a formidable energy that surged towards Qinggu City. Boom! Qinggu City trembled violently as the Blood Soul Great Formation came under assault, causing much of the crimson mist to dissipate. Damn it! The disciples of Blood Cloud sect received their orders, determined to obstruct the Xianyu sect at all costs. Amidst the thick blood mist, a gaunt elder in black robes exclaimed in frustration. He was a Golden Dan cultivator of Blood Cloud sect, whose lifespan was nearing its end. Desperate to use the Blood Soul Great Formation to sacrifice thousands of scattered cultivators, and countless mortals in order to refine the blood-soul reversal pill and extend his life. Yes, ancestor. One by one, the experts of Blood Cloud sect complied with the command, fervently channeling their spiritual energy into the blood-soul great formation. In an instant, the blood mist, previously dispersed by the Xianyue sect, thickened once more. The scattered cultivators and mortals still alive in Qinggu City writhed in agony beneath the crimson mist, their life energy being stripped away and drawn towards the heart of the city, converging upon the black-robed elder. "Humph, do you think you can thwart me?" The elder of Xianyue sect, hovering in the air, witnessed the audacity of the Blood Cloud sect's disciples as they stubbornly clung to the blood-soul great formation. With a single step, he charged into the depths of the formation. With a swift motion of his right hand, a terrifying flame morphed into a fire dragon, roaring forth. The countless cultivators of Blood Cloud sect maintaining the blood-soul great formation were obliterated under the onslaught of the Golden Dan expert's fire dragon, unable to emit even a single cry before being reduced to ashes. Golden Dan expert, under the overwhelming might of the Xianyue sect's elder. The cultivators of Blood Cloud sect at the Qi refinement stage were forced to the ground, unable to move, while the foundational cultivators gasped for breath, struggling to circulate their spiritual energy. Their faces were etched with fear, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. "You dare to disrupt my plans? I shall tear you to shreds." The black-robed elder at the center of the blood-soul great formation observed the slaughter of his disciples, unable to remain composed. He inhaled sharply, drawing forth the energy extracted from the scattered cultivators and mortals into a swirling vortex that coalesced around a black needle in his hand. A sense of peril that could terrify even Golden Dan experts emanated from the needle. With a sharp sound, the needle, now infused with vast amounts of blood mist, shot from the elder's grasp, hurtling towards the Xianyue sect's elder, Xiansong. The Blood Cloud sect possesses the soul destruction needle. Xiansong's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing. Upon seeing the black needle, he promptly executed a sword technique, directing his purple sword to strike at it while retreating swiftly. Boom! The purple sword, intended to intercept the black needle, was repelled by an invisible force before it could even approach. The black needle pierced through the void, pursuing the fleeing Xiansong. In a mere few breaths, the needle caught up to the soaring Xiansong, the oppressive aura sending shivers down his spine. He struck outward with his right hand, conjuring a fire dragon to collide with the needle. Alas, it was futile. The black needle, a one-time attack treasure obtained from an ancient relic, was capable of grievously wounding a Golden Dan expert. With a piercing sound, the needle penetrated the fire dragon and embedded itself in Xiansong's brow, leading to a moment of anguished screams and torrents of blood. "Master Ancestor." The high-ranking officials aboard the warship, witnessing Xiansong's plight, cried out in alarm. The Golden Dan experts were the foundation of Xianyue sects standing within Zhao Kingdom. If anything befell them, the sect would likely face annihilation. Chapter 109. The self-destruction of the golden elixir. The anguished cries of Master Tsong Xian lingered for several breaths before finally subsiding. The soul-destroying needle, though incomplete, could only inflict harm upon the old man, sparing his life. No longer spitting blood, Master Tsong Xian gazed down at the blood mist-enshrouded Qinggu City, fearing that the ancestral elder of the Blood Cloud sect might possess another needle capable of dealing with golden elixir cultivators, and thus dared not approach any closer. His expression shifted, and he addressed the senior members of the Xianyue sect aboard the warship. "Utilize the formation to bombard the ground of Qinggu City. We must first dismantle the blood-soul grand formation set by the Blood Cloud sect." "Yes, Master," the senior members nodded in agreement, channeling their spiritual energy into the warship's formation. The vessel radiated a blinding light as terrifying energy beams struck downward. The robust city walls of Qinggu City crumbled under the assault, and the foundational arrays of the blood-soul grand formation were obliterated, causing the blood mist surrounding the city to dissipate significantly. The scattered cultivators and mortals trapped within the blood-soul grand formation felt their restraints vanish and scrambled desperately for freedom. "Those rascals from the Xianyue sect have destroyed decades of my efforts." The white-haired ancestral elder of the Blood Cloud sect, filled with resentment, realized that his lifespan was nearly exhausted. Without the blood-soul grand formation, he had but a few days to live. His gaze, filled with malice, turned toward the high-ranking members of the Xianyue sect aboard the warship, and with his mana surging, He leapt into the air, deliberately exiting the blood-soul grand formation. If I cannot live, neither shall you. The elder's body visibly swelled, the power of the golden elixir surging dramatically. Retreat. He intends to self-destruct his golden elixir. Master Tsang Xian's countenance changed drastically. Despite the elder's waning life force, he remained a formidable golden elixir cultivator, and if he detonated his golden elixir, the high-ranking members aboard the warship would suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Haha, let us all perish. The elder, his hair disheveled and seemingly maddened, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the Xian Yu sect's warship. Naturally, Master Tsang Xian was unwilling to allow the elders and the sect leader of the Xian Yu sect to be caught in the explosive aftermath of a golden elixir detonation. His eyes flickered with determination as he vanished from his position, placing himself before the warship. With a swift motion, Master Tsang Xian formed seals with his hands, summoning a fearsome fire dragon spanning dozens of yards, which charged towards the Blood Cloud sect elder in an attempt to thwart his approach. The elder, being on the brink of death, was no match for Master Tsang Xian. Realizing his plot to extend his life had failed, he understood he could no longer draw closer to the high-ranking members of the Xian Yu sect. However, detonating his golden elixir at this moment would still inflict severe losses upon them. Boom! The elder's body erupted with a deafening explosion, unleashing terrifying golden elixir energy that ravaged the surrounding area, the thunderous blast echoing for hundreds of miles. Countless flora and fauna were caught in the shockwave, and nearby, the walls of Qinggu City continued to collapse, while many scattered cultivators met their tragic end in despair. Such was the horror of a golden elixir self-detonation. Master Tsang Xian, performing a protective maneuver, conjured a fiery red barrier before him to shield against the incoming torrent of golden elixir energy. Although he possessed a longer lifespan than the Blood Cloud sect elder, he was not at the peak of his power. Under the overwhelming force of the self-detonation, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, spitting blood and appearing quite disheveled. The terrifying energy unleashed by the golden elixir self-detonation persisted for over a dozen breaths before finally subsiding. Master Tsang Xian's complexion turned pale as he returned to the warship, his body swaying unsteadily. "Master, are you all right?" The senior members of the Xian Yu sect inquired with concern. "I have merely sustained some injuries. Some of you remain here to eradicate the remnants of the Blood Cloud sect," Master Tsang Xian rasped. "The rest shall escort me back to the sect. I must enter seclusion." His current state was dire, necessitating urgent meditation to heal and stabilize his condition. "Allow me to escort you back," the sect leader, Qi Yunzi, offered. "Very well," Master Tsang Xian nodded. Soon, Qi Yunzi and several elders accompanied him, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as they flew toward the peak of the Xian Yu sect. The remaining foundation-building elders turned their attention to the remnants of the Blood Cloud sect below. Without their golden elixir elder, the Blood Cloud sect had lost all fighting spirit. Under the cover of their foundation-building experts, the remaining disciples of the Blood Cloud sect fled in disarray towards the Kangman mountain range, fearing that any delay would result in their demise at the hands of the Xian Yu sect's experts. With the Blood Soul Grand Formation destroyed, the sanguine mist enveloping Qinggu City dissipated, leaving behind a devastated city and countless corpses. I am still alive." A ragged young man emerged from the rubble, revealing himself to be Luo Yin, the direct disciple of the Xian Yu sect's third peak, stationed in Qinggu City. This conflict, instigated by the demonic Blood Cloud sect, had lasted several days, and only after the loss of a foundation-building cultivator did they manage to escape the vengeful pursuit of the Xian Yu sect. As the high-ranking members of the Xian Yu sect piloted their flying vessels back to the sect, their faces bore no signs of joy. Although they had repelled the Blood Cloud sect, the losses to the Xian Yu sect were staggering. Not only was Qinggu City destroyed, but they had also lost a warship. And even the venerable golden elixir elder had sustained injuries, entering seclusion without any indication of when he would emerge. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the Xian Yu sect. Fortunately, my junior brother, your timely warning averted disaster. Had the Blood Soul Grand Formation consumed Qinggu City, allowing the Blood Cloud sect elder to successfully prolong his life, our Xian Yu sect would have been in peril, Suan remarked as he found Lin Hao. "This storage bag contains the rewards from the sect for you. Please accept it." "Yes, senior brother," Lin Hao replied, accepting the storage bag. Upon inspecting its contents, he discovered over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than a dozen energy-replenishing pills. The reward was quite substantial, validating his decision to return with the message. Consuming these pills would significantly enhance his cultivation. Junior brother, I must attend to matters at the 9th peak, so I shall take my leave, Suan said before departing swiftly. After watching his second brother leave, Lin Hao returned to his cave dwelling, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Suan's demeanor. Something significant must have transpired within the Xianyu sect. A sense of urgency to elevate his own strength gripped Lin Hao. He still possessed 3 jade spirit fruits in his storage bag. According to the herbal texts, the consumption of the jade spirit fruit required an interval of at least 10 days to maximize its effect. Calculating the time, he realized it had been nearly 7 days since his last consumption. In 3 more days, he could take the second one. I shall consume the energy-enhancing pill first, Lin Hao declared, retrieving a rare pill obtained from slaying Wei Lai, elevating its quality to supreme grade within the Eternal Life Tower before swallowing it whole. Several hours later, after absorbing the full potency of the energy-enhancing pill, his cultivation experienced a considerable boost, advancing from the mid-stage of the 8th level of qi refinement to the late stage. The first energy-enhancing pill yielded the greatest benefits, while the second's efficacy was markedly diminished. Lin Hao frowned, murmuring, reaching the late stage of the 8th level of qi refinement means that even with pills, my rate of advancement has slowed considerably. He distinctly sensed that after consuming a substantial number of supreme-grade energy-replenishing pills, his body had developed a form of resistance, necessitating an increased intake of pills to further his cultivation. Chapter 110. The Crisis of the Sect. After consuming the spirit-enhancing pills, Lin Hao retrieved more than 10 qi-replenishing pills from his storage pouch, enhancing each one to their optimal quality using spirit stones. In the following days, he diligently ingested 1 superior qi-replenishing pill daily. With each passing day, Lin Hao felt his cultivation strengthen. Upon finishing the batch of over 10 qi-replenishing pills awarded for his previous task, along with a jade spirit fruit, he finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement. However, he encountered a bottleneck. While the spiritual energy within him surged, there were no signs of advancing to the 9th level of qi refinement. In his cave abode, Lin Hao frowned. The disparity between cultivators at the 9th level and those below was akin to 2 different realms of existence. According to the texts, a cultivator at the 9th level begins to transform their spiritual energy from gaseous to liquid form, undergoing a profound metamorphosis in their life essence. Achieving this level could grant one a lifespan of approximately 120 years, allowing those in their 60s or 70s to appear no different from their younger counterparts, retaining a youthful visage for an extended period. Despite consuming over 10 superior qi-replenishing pills without a breakthrough, Lin Hao remained undeterred, believing that with relentless cultivation and the aid of pills, he would eventually transcend to the 9th level. Since his last mission in Qinggu City, the affairs hall had not summoned him again. He returned to his previous routine at Xinhua Sect, assisting in the Spirit Beast Hall with the birthing of Spirit Flame Pigs to earn contribution points, while also concocting qi-replenishing pills. To augment his income, he ventured into the trade of selling magical artifacts. As a direct disciple, he was permitted to purchase materials sufficient for crafting 6 first-tier artifacts each month. The quality of the artifacts Lin Hao produced was consistently of high grade, making them exceedingly popular among the disciples of Xinhua Sect. They would be sold out immediately upon completion, yielding him over 500 low-grade spirit stones monthly from artifact sales. Though he had contemplated selling qi-replenishing pills, he dismissed the idea as he barely had enough for his own needs. The Zhao Kingdom was ultimately a remote area lacking in cultivation resources. Despite his skills in refining artifacts and pills, he could not fully exploit his potential. Nevertheless, due to his remarkable success rate in alchemy, Lin Hao secured a position in the alchemy hall, where he crafted high-quality qi-replenishing pills, earning 20 low-grade spirit stones for each successful concoction. Alchemy was a labor-intensive endeavor, and to avoid hindering his cultivation, he typically limited himself to crafting 30 pills each month. His earnings from the alchemy hall amounted to around 600 spirit stones monthly. Through his diligent efforts, Lin Hao's total monthly income had astonishingly surpassed 2,000 spirit stones, marking him as one of the wealthiest among the direct disciples. Even his second senior brother, Suan, envied his impressive earnings. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, another year had passed. Lin Hao wore a bitter smile as he realized that his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement. Despite consuming a considerable number of superior chi-replenishing pills and the remaining jade spirit fruit throughout the year, he still could not break free from the invisible shackles. The events in Xingu City had not diminished the impact on Xianyue sect. Rather, the situation had intensified. Lin Hao observed that the higher-ups of the sect bore solemn expressions, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. The sect master of the fifth peak, Elder Shimen Ku, along with all his direct disciples, had betrayed the sect, and the Grand Elder had sustained severe injuries in that battle. In the Spirit Beast Hall, the disheveled Elder Zhang appeared anxious, stating, "The other three sects in the Zhao Kingdom are eyeing us covetously. If the Grand Elder's condition does not improve, our Xianyue sect may be in grave danger of annihilation." Elder Zhang, is it truly that dire? Lin Hao was startled to hear such heavy news from the guardian Elder Zhang. As one of the four great sects of Zhao Kingdom, with a heritage spanning thousands of years, the prospect of their dissolution was alarming. The spiritual veins of Zhao Kingdom were waning, and after millennia of mining, the production of spirit stones was no longer sufficient to sustain the existence of four cultivation sections. The various sects were increasingly eyeing one another's resources. Elder Zhang's expression grew grave as he continued, "Our Xianyue sect is already the weakest among the four great sections. With the Grand Elder of the Golden Core stage severely injured, the other three sects will surely seize this opportunity. Isn't this information a secret of the sect? Why are you revealing it to me now?" Lin Hao questioned, a look of confusion crossing his face as he sensed the gravity of the situation. "Because these matters can no longer be concealed. As a direct disciple, you will know sooner or later." Elder Zhang sighed. "The other three major sects have already begun to act against our spiritual minds. Faced with their united front, we have no chance of victory. Elder, do you know what the sect master and the elders plan to do?" Lin Hao's mood darkened, realizing that his fate was intertwined with that of Xianyue sect. If the sect fell, he too would face dire consequences. Next month marked the opening of the Qianling Valley Secret Realm, an event occurring once every decade. The sect master and the elders were preparing for a final gamble, sending disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement into the valley to seek out spiritual herbs that could heal the Grand Elder. Elder Zhang from the Spirit Beast Hall pondered for a moment before responding. "What spiritual herbs are needed to heal the Grand Elder?" Lin Hao inquired curiously. "Soul-nourishing flower, earth spirit grass, and purple essence liquid." Elder Zhang's grave voice echoed with each name. These herbs were exceedingly rare, with only a slim chance of being found in the most perilous areas of Qianling Valley. Upon hearing the list of treasures required to heal the Golden Core Grand Elder, Lin Hao felt a sense of foreboding. It would be exceedingly difficult for Xianyue sect to navigate this crisis. "Elder, if we cannot find these items, what will become of our Xianyue sect?" Lin Hao asked. "We will be devoured by the other three sects of Zhao Kingdom, and the millennia of legacy of Xianyue sect will be obliterated in an instant." Elder Zhang lamented, his countenance dark and grave, indicating that the crisis was more severe than anticipated. In the context of dwindling spiritual energy and resources in Zhao Kingdom, the other three major sects had reached a point where they felt compelled to act against Xianyue sect to sustain their own operations. After conversing with Elder Zhang, who had a good rapport with the Spirit Beast Hall, Lin Hao learned numerous secrets and returned to his cave abode, his heart heavy with concern for both his future and that of the sect. "What is happening? Now our inner disciples can only receive 3 low-grade spirit stones per month, a decrease of half from last month." The next day, as Lin Hao went to fill his water from the spiritual spring atop the 9th peak, he heard several disciples voicing their grievances. "I heard that an important spiritual mine of our sect has been seized by Lingfeng's sect." A low-ranking inner disciple of the 9th peak whispered, "Now, getting 3 low-grade spirit stones per month is already fortunate. The amount may continue to dwindle. Why doesn't Xianyue sect reclaim our spiritual mine from Lingfeng's sect?" An inner disciple exclaimed in anger. "Something must have gone awry. Have you noticed? The number of foundation-building experts from our sect venturing outside has dwindled significantly this past year," remarked a tall inner disciple with a hawkish nose, his expression betraying unease. Chapter 111. Humiliation. The substantial reduction of benefits for disciples in the Xianyue sect sparked a tumultuous uproar among its members. The news of the injuries sustained by the Elder of the Golden Elixir stage could no longer be concealed, and many disciples with connections in the Zhao Kingdom learned of the sect's current predicament through various channels. It seems that the Xianyue sect is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, I have a cousin who is an elite inner disciple at the Tianxing sect, the most powerful sect in Zhao, with his assistance. I should have little trouble joining Tianxing after the demise of Xianyue. One inner disciple of Xianyue packed his belongings and left the sect under the pretense of undertaking a mission, never to return. Before the other three great sects had made their move, many disciples began to secretly plot for their futures. Several Xianyue disciples stealthily departed from the sect, opting to join one of the other three major sections. With internal and external troubles plaguing the Xianyue sect, an eerie atmosphere pervaded within. As time passed, a month went by. The sect leader and a group of elders convened in the main hall of the first peak, facing a group of elite inner disciples at the 8th level of Qi refinement and direct disciples at the 9th level. Whether the Xianyue sect could withstand this calamity depended entirely on your efforts to seek out the medicinal herbs necessary for the healing of the elder, said sect leader Qianzi gravely. The Qianling Valley is a very special place, accessible only to cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement, and the higher-ups of Xianyue could only place their hopes upon the disciples. We will spare no effort to procure the herbs needed for the elder's recovery, declared Lu Qinghan, the sect leader's direct disciple, standing at the forefront. Her expression was earnest. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refinement and was but a single foundational pill away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, due to the oppression from other sects in Zhao, the materials for crafting foundational pills had been depleted years ago. Like Lu Qinghan, many direct disciples of the various peaks found themselves stuck at the peak of Qi refinement, unable to advance without the elusive foundational pill. The only way to obtain new materials for crafting the foundational pill was to venture into the soon-to-be-opened Qianling Valley. The disciples of the other three major sects would undoubtedly do everything in their power to thwart the Xianyue sect's quest for the necessary herbs within the Qianling Valley. Once you arrive in Qianling Valley, they will show no mercy, warned an elder from the second peak. You must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, we shall be careful. The disciples participating in the Qianling Valley expedition solemnly nodded. After the elders had imparted numerous precautions regarding entering the Qianling Valley, sect leader Qianzi announced, "It is time. Let us embark for Qianling Valley." The stakes were high, and the higher-ups of Xianyue produced the most formidable warship within the sect, personally piloted by sect leader Qianzi. Lin Hao, at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refinement, qualified for entry into the Qianling Valley and boarded the warship alongside the elders, the sect leader, and other disciples. Once we enter the Qianling Valley, in addition to seeking the herbs needed for the elder's recovery, I must also search for materials to craft foundational pills. Lin Hao pondered as he sat on the warship, watching the scenery race by. He was but a small realm away from foundation establishment, and thus the foundational pill was of utmost necessity for him in the near future. He had already acquired the recipe for the foundational pill from the alchemy hall. He merely needed the raw materials. The warship, steered by Qianzi, moved with remarkable speed, and within a little over an hour, the disciples of Xianyue were escorted to the entrance of Qianling Valley. By this time, a large number of high-ranking members and disciples from the other three sects had gathered outside Qianling Valley, and upon seeing the arrival of Xianyue's people, they could not help but smirk derisively. Qianzi, the destruction of the Xianyue sect is in accordance with the will of heaven. The tide of fate cannot be defied. Do not harbor any thoughts of resistance, remarked an elder from the Tianxing sect, the foremost of Zhao's four great sects, in a tone devoid of emotion. Accept our Tianxing sect's proposal, and you may yet have a peaceful end. In the past, our four sects of Zhao jointly signed an alliance agreement to counter the demonic Blood Cloud sect, Qianzi replied, his expression darkening. The injury to our elder was sustained while fighting against the ancestor of Blood Cloud sect, and to target the Xianyue sect at this juncture is rather opportunistic. Given the current circumstances in Zhao, there is no room for four sects. The Xianyue sect is the weakest and has long been destined for annihilation, sneered the sect leader of Lingfeng's sect, another sect in Zhao. Even if your elder had not been injured, your sect would not endure for long. After the conclusion of the Qianling Valley expedition, the Xianyue sect will cease to exist, added an elder from Ziyun's sect with a menacing tone. The three major sects had already reached a consensus to divvy up the spoils of the Xianyue sect, which for them was merely prey on a chopping block. Once the elder of the Golden Elixir stage, afflicted by the Soul Destruction Needle, suffered further injury, they would seize the Xianyue sect at minimal cost. As for the Xianyue disciples seeking the medicinal herbs to heal the elder, they had long since arranged for their own disciples to target those from Xianyue entering Qianling Valley in search of the herbs. The disciples of Xianyue would face the onslaught of the disciples from the three major sects, intent on extinguishing the last flicker of hope for Xianyue. "You are being excessively oppressive," Qianzi said, feeling utterly helpless as he stood before so many disciples, who looked upon him with despair. It appeared that entering Qianling Valley this time would be fraught with peril. Lin Hao's expression grew grave as he keenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from the disciples of the other three sections. It was evident that upon entering Qianling Valley, they would be met with unscrupulous assaults from those disciples. Under the watchful eyes of the three sects, a brief moment passed. Suddenly, the valley ahead trembled lightly, followed by a brilliant display of light as a colossal gate of radiance gradually materialized before everyone. "The Qianling Valley secret realm has opened. You may enter," urged sect leader Qianzi, his voice heavy with urgency. "Understood." The Xianyue disciples nodded and rushed toward the luminous gate. Lin Hao employed his wind control technique and leaped forward, vanishing upon contact with the gate. After a brief spell of darkness, his vision was restored to light once more. "Haha, they've arrived," chuckled several disciples from the three major sects, waiting at the entrance with cold smiles as Lin Hao and the other Xianyue disciples emerged from the light gate. "What is your intention?" Lu Qinghan, the sect leader's direct disciple, asked, her lovely countenance darkening at the sight of the other sects blocking their path. "With the Xianyue sect's imminent demise, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourselves for them," said Wu Xingfeng, a direct disciple of Tianqing sect, with a smile. "I possess a particular pill. If you consume it, we shall allow you to leave unharmed. And Lu Qinghan, you would make a fine attendant for me." With a gentle motion, he produced a black pill from his storage bag. It was the Black Sha pill, used to tame spiritual beasts. Once ingested, should one disobey, the consequences would be dire. The disciples of Xianyue were filled with fury upon seeing the black pill. They were being forced to consume a beast-taming pill, as if the disciples of Xianyue were beneath consideration as human beings. "You three sects go too far," Lu Qinghan retorted, her face as cold as frost. As the sect leader's direct disciple, she held a prestigious position in Xianyue, and being singled out by the direct disciple of Tianqing sect for such a humiliating proposition was an affront she could hardly endure. Chapter 112. Crisis and murder. The disciples from the other three factions wore sneers on their faces. Once, the Xianyue sect stood alongside them as a prominent sect, but soon it would fade into history, no longer to exist. When that day arrives, without the Xianyue sect, these direct disciples would find their status even beneath that of wandering cultivators, and they would face the joint pursuit of the other three factions. This is your last chance. Choose to follow us, and you may yet find a path to survival. Wu Xingfeng of the Tianqing sect displayed a smug expression, his smile dripping with lewd intentions as his gaze shamelessly roamed over Lu Qinghan's exquisite visage and graceful figure. Such beauty was a rarity even within the Tianqing sect. Wu Xingfeng's heart raced at the thought of taking Lu Qinghan as a maid, a possession for his own indulgence. "You will not succeed," Lu Qinghan replied, her face pale. In the Xianyue sect, she was revered as a goddess, never having endured such disrespectful scrutiny. Anger surged within her, and her fair hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. "Lu, don't waste your breath on them. If they block our way, we must find a way to break through," said Suin, stepping forward beside Lin Hao as he noticed Lu Qinghan trembling with rage. "Yes, we must find the spirit herbs needed for the Grand Elder's healing." The mockery from the other three factions only ignited the fighting spirit of Lu Qinghan and her fellow disciples from the Xianyue sect. In this moment of peril for their sect, many who entered the Qianling Valley had already cast aside their fears of life and death. "I possess a second-tier blood escape talisman. I will draw their attention while you scatter and break through," Lu Qinghan declared resolutely, her teeth biting her lip. Before the other disciples could respond, she dashed off in a determined direction. "Stop her. Do not let this beauty escape." Wu Xingfeng laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he beheld Lu Qinghan's retreating figure. As the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Tianqing sect, he may not have exceptional talent, but he was doted upon, having consumed a plethora of elixirs. Relying on these potions, he had achieved the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage at a young age. And with his impressive magical artifacts, few dared to provoke him. He was notorious for his lechery, employing various means to possess beautiful female cultivators. "Yes, senior brother." Several capable disciples of the Tianqing sect responded respectfully and pursued the fleeing Lu Qinghan. Wu Xingfeng produced a flying magical artifact, leisurely following behind in a manner akin to a cat stalking its prey. Let us break through. Seeing Lu Qinghan attract a multitude of enemies, the other disciples of the Xianyu sect seized the opportunity to flee. The Xianyu sect had invested significant resources in search of the Grand Elder's medicine. Every participant in the Qianling Valley expedition had been provided with a flying magical artifact. One by one, the disciples of the Xianyu sect transformed into streaks of light, dispersing in various directions. Seeking death, the disciples from the other three factions controlled their magical tools and targeted the fleeing disciples of the Xianyu sect. A disciple from the Xianyu sect fell victim to a flying sword, pierced through the head, hitting the ground and twitching before falling still. This was the true face of the cultivation world. Without the protection of a sect, the lives of weaker cultivators were so easily regarded as worthless. Lin Hao witnessed the tragic demise of his fellow disciples during the escape, his expression turning icy as a wave of murderous intent surged within him. The enemy was simply too numerous, staying would lead only to death. He desperately activated the flying artifact bestowed by the sect leader, fleeing swiftly into the distance, deliberately donning the attire of an inner sect disciple to avoid drawing attention. The three factions primarily targeted the direct disciples of the Xianyu sect at the pinnacle of qi refinement, and although Lin Hao faced numerous attacks during his escape, most came from the inner elite disciples of the other three factions. He adeptly evaded and successfully broke through the encirclement, fleeing into the distance. May my fellow brothers find safe passage, he silently prayed as he glanced back. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the sky, an unpleasant squawking of a flock of formidable birds at the pinnacle of qi refinement. The Qianling Valley was home to many beasts, and navigating the skies on a flying artifact was perilous. To avoid attracting these powerful creatures, Lin Hao consulted the map of the Qianling Valley he had received from the sect and swiftly plunged into a dense forest. Behind him trailed several disciples from other factions, their faces twisted with murderous intent. You're quite the sprinter, aren't you? Suddenly, figures emerged from the thicket, all at the pinnacle of qi refinement, led by a direct disciple of the 9th level of qi refinement. They had anticipated the arrival of the Xianyu sect disciples. Lying in wait in this strategically advantageous location, Lin Hao's expression changed. He had fallen into an ambush, attempting to utilize his flying artifact to escape the woods. He discovered a force suppressing him, rendering his artifact ineffective. We set up this formation to prevent your Xianyu sect disciples from fleeing with flying artifacts, sneered the leader, a Tianqing sect disciple, his face twisted with malice. With no way to evade, Lin Hao's mind raced as he chose a direction and charged forward. Seeking death, dare you run? Mocked an inner elite disciple of the Tianqing sect, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a stream of emerald light aimed directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sensed a foul odor wafting from the green light, which exuded toxic fumes. His expression turned stoic as he held his breath, deftly retrieving a dozen flying swords from his storage bag. With a fierce momentum, he sent them flying forward. With a thunderous roar, a vortex of sword energy erupted, dissipating the emerald light. Under Lin Hao's control, the flying swords continued their lethal trajectory toward the Tianqing sect inner disciple, blocking their path. The inner disciple, taken aback by Lin Hao's command over such a multitude of swords, hastily produced a small shield artifact, enlarging it with a hand seal to shield himself. With a piercing sound, the sword struck the shield with great force. In preparation for entering the Qianling Valley, Lin Hao had meticulously refined these swords over the course of a year. Each was at least of the 4th level of spirit refining, with the finest among them reaching a terrifying 6th level. In that moment of contact, the swords pierced through the shield. The inner disciple of the Tianqing sect, sheltered behind the shield, was struck by the flying swords, which tore through his body as Lin Hao manipulated the sword technique, decimating him in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. You little beast, dare to kill my Tianqing sect disciple. The ambushing Tianqing sect disciples erupted in fury, their leader's face darkening with palpable murderous intent. Chapter 113. The Small Banner. Starlight Lin Hao was acutely aware that the situation had turned into a fight to the death. His gaze was icy, dismissing the furious shouts of the disciples from the Tianqing sect around him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he invoked the art of object manipulation, causing the storage bags of the deceased elite disciples from the Tianqing sect to fall into his grasp. With over a dozen flying swords under his control, Lin Hao surged forward with a fierce expression. Meanwhile, various magical artifacts from the Tianqing disciples converged upon him, radiating brilliant lights and exuding formidable momentum. Unfazed, Lin Hao gently tapped the storage bag, summoning a mysterious small banner into his hand. This banner, a remnant obtained from Wei Lai, had been partially restored over the past year using the Eternal Life Tower and, though still incomplete, was far more potent than it had been in Wei Lai's possession. With a low hum, Lin Hao shook the small banner, and a dazzling golden light emanated from it, enveloping an area of over 10 zhang and forming a defensive golden barrier. Following its restoration in the Eternal Life Tower, this artifact had become both an offensive and defensive tool. A barrage of magical artifacts struck the golden barrier, causing it to tremble but not shatter. Lin Hao cast a wind manipulation spell upon himself, propelling him swiftly to breach the formation. As Lin Hao neared a successful escape, 3 peak 8th level Qi refinement elite disciples from the Tianqing sect cast cold, menacing gazes in his direction and simultaneously unleashed their spells. They waved their hands, conjuring a star map that pressed forward with overwhelming force. The air trembled violently beneath the star map, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. Imbued with a terrifying intent to kill, Lin Hao's expression tightened, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the star map. He quickly formed hand seals, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the mysterious small banner in his grasp. In an instant, the banner emitted a series of sharp sounds, releasing a cascade of golden light that transformed into golden sword energy. The piercing sound of swords rang out as dozens of golden sword energies surged forward, shattering the fearsome star map in an instant. The energy of the golden sword dissipated into the ether, leaving the 3 Tianqing sect cultivators controlling the star map pale and spitting blood, as if they had suffered severe backlash. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Lin Hao seized the opportunity, gesturing into the void as over a dozen flying swords darted forward, intent on claiming more lives. "You dare!" The leading disciple of the Tianqing sect, taken aback by the ferocity of a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator from the Xianyu sect, bellowed, pointing into the void. A streak of starlight shot forth, aiming to thwart Lin Hao's assault on the 3 elite disciples ahead. "Why would I not dare?" Lin Hao retorted with a cold smirk. His flying swords moved with even greater speed, reaching the 3 already wounded Tianqing disciples before the starlight could intervene. Screams erupted as the 3 elite disciples fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, their bodies convulsing momentarily before falling still. Lin Hao beckoned, and the storage bags from the lifeless bodies of the Tianqing disciples fell into his hands. At that moment, the starlight from the Tianqing disciples' outstretched finger arrived, its formidable aura distorting the air around it. Lin Hao hastily waved the small banner, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, causing the golden light enveloping him to shine even brighter. With a deafening crash, the starlight collided with the golden barrier, creating cracks within its surface, and Lin Hao involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. This Tianqing disciple had cultivated the notoriously difficult 12-star fingertips to an advanced level and had been at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement for many years, mere steps away from foundation establishment. Most other peak 8th level Qi refinement cultivators would have been reduced to mere mist under such a powerful strike. Yet Lin Hao, an invincible presence among his peers, managed to withstand this formidable attack, a feat that would be beyond most early to mid-stage 9th level cultivators. However, Lin Hao's remarkable display had startled the elite disciples of the Tianqing sect, their expressions reflecting disbelief. To withstand the ultimate move of a near-foundation establishment disciple and slay 4 in the span of a breath was something even most early to mid-stage 9th level cultivators could scarcely achieve. When had the Xianyu sect produced such a fearsome individual, capable of countering Brother Chen Yaoshan's strike, while still at the 8th level of Qi refinement? The disciples of the Tianqing sect within the formation wore grim expressions, as the foremost sect of Zhao kingdoms for great sects. Their disciples were generally far superior to those of the Xianyu sect, having never suffered such a significant defeat. "Very well, you are impressive. I shall use your flesh to refine my star lamp artifact." Chen Yaoshan's eyes gleamed with cold light. A mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator from the Xianyu sect had the audacity to kill disciples of the Tianqing sect before him, a humiliation he could not tolerate. His murderous intent surged as he pointed into the void repeatedly, summoning streams of starlight that piled upon one another, their pressure escalating. A dazzling mass of starlight coalesced into a sphere, hurtling towards Lin Hao at unimaginable speed. The oppressive force felt akin to a mountain crashing down, causing Lin Hao's complexion to pale. With his current cultivation, facing such a peak 9th level Qi refinement cultivator was daunting. As he fled, Lin Hao poured all his spiritual energy into the mysterious small banner, releasing a torrent of golden light that burst forth. Under his control, the golden barrier shrank rapidly, enveloping him like a thick golden eggshell. Boom! The starry sphere struck the eggshell-like golden barrier, producing a series of cracking sounds. After only a few moments, the golden barrier shattered. The sphere, having breached the barrier, lost much of its momentum, crashing into Lin Hao's body. Silver light swirled around him, a testament to his formidable physical strength, mitigating a significant portion of the impact's damage. A searing pain shot through his back, despite his robust physique. He could not help but spit out blood. Enduring the pain, Lin Hao harnessed the explosive force of the starry sphere and, aided by his wind manipulation spell, leapt forward. Escaping the confines of the formation that prohibited flight, he swiftly retrieved his flying artifact and soared into the air, navigating through the forest with agility. The one I intend to kill shall not escape. Chen Yaoshan's gaze fell upon the fleeing Lin Hao, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. He lightly tapped his storage bag, producing a pearl that glowed with azure light. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, a fierce wind arose, propelling him forward. Chen Yaoshan's flying artifact vastly outclassed Lin Hao's. It wasn't long before the distance between them diminished. Lin Hao frowned, glancing back to see Chen Yaoshan, shrouded in azure wind, closing in within 10 zhang. You are doomed. Become the fuel for my star lamp artifact. Chen Yaoshan's cold gaze bore into Lin Hao as a radiant lamp of multicolored light materialized in his right hand, emanating an exceedingly dangerous aura. Lin Hao's scalp prickled with fear. His mind raced, and he suddenly lowered his head, exclaiming urgently, "Grandpa Beast's skin scroll, are you hungry? Here is a Tianqing sect prodigy. Plump and robust, brimming with vitality, far exceeding my own." Chapter 114. The Beast's Skin Scroll's Might Over the Years. Lin Hao had been forcibly tempered by the enigmatic Beast's Skin Scroll, and to this day, he remained oblivious to its origins. However, he had developed a certain understanding of the scroll's peculiarities. He was aware that the scroll retained a faint vestige of consciousness. Upon hearing the phrase plump and vigorous, its residual awareness would become exceedingly agitated, akin to a revival. As Lin Hao uttered his alluring words, the surface of the Beast Skin Scroll radiated a golden light. And within Lin Hao's dantian, a subtle tremor occurred, causing it to manifest externally as a streak of flowing light, darting directly towards Chen Yaoshan. Facing imminent death, Chen Yaoshan, a disciple of the Tianqing sect, regarded Lin Hao with contempt, likening him to an insignificant insect, and scoffed at his futile struggles. With a frigid expression, he observed the golden light surging from Lin Hao's body. With a swift motion of his left hand, a luminous shield materialized to intercept the Beast Skin Scroll, while his right hand pointed into the void, conjuring a formidable sword of starlight aimed directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt as if he was ensnared by a ferocious beast, a shiver coursing through him as he sensed the overwhelming pressure unique to a Qi refining cultivator nearing foundation establishment. He hastily performed a hand seal, summoning over a dozen top-tier flying swords that soared toward the starlight sword with a piercing howl. Boom! The flying swords collided violently with the starlight sword, causing it to wobble fiercely. Although it did not dissipate, its might was significantly diminished. Lin Hao's exquisite flying swords were blasted away, spinning through the air several times before stabilizing and continuing their flight. Meanwhile, the starlight sword had swiftly approached within 10 feet of Lin Hao, poised to strike. The small flag's golden defensive barrier had already endured one attack, but it shattered before it could recover, leaving Lin Hao momentarily defenseless. As danger loomed, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and a wall of earthy yellow light rapidly coalesced before him, providing a temporary barrier while he maneuvered his flying artifact to retreat at high speed. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall held out for approximately 2 breaths before fracturing, granting Lin Hao precious moments. The starlight sword's potency waned considerably, and by the time it struck Lin Hao, it was within his capacity to withstand. Bolstered by his robust physique, he weathered the blow, his complexion slightly pale as he navigated through the woods with urgency. You shall see how many of my Starlight 12 strikes you can endure. Chen Yaoshan seethed with a mix of embarrassment and fury. With his strength, he could easily slay even a Qi refining practitioner at the 9th level. Yet he found himself repeatedly thwarted by Lin Hao, a mere 8th-level disciple of the Xinhua sect, which darkened his expression. The 5-colored starlight lantern on his left hand suddenly took flight, and with rapid hand seals, it shimmered with radiant colors, embodying both beauty and menace. Impatient, Chun Yaoshan prepared to unleash his prized artifact, the 5-colored starlight lantern, to eliminate the fleeing figure ahead. However, just as he was about to activate the terrifying power of the lantern, the beast skin scroll surged forth from Lin Hao's body, effortlessly breaching his defensive barrier and merging with his own. Immediately, the overjoyed beast skin scroll emanated mysterious energy that flooded Chun Yaoshan's entire being, striking him with the ferocity of countless hammers against his flesh. Even as one of the top-tier cultivators in the qi-refining realm of the Zhao Kingdom, Chun Yaoshan could not suppress the anguished cries that escaped his lips. What in the world is this abomination? His expression shifted dramatically as he recalled a legend from the Xinhua sect. Every several years, a scroll would emerge to select a master, and those chosen invariably met a tragic end. Having successfully delayed the Tianqing sect's elite disciple, Lin Hao had already fled over 10 miles, riding his flying artifact. The beast skin scroll, feeling its master grow distant, pulsed gently, and golden inscriptions shimmered across its surface. A surge of power erupted from the scroll, causing Chun Yaoshan, who struggled to keep it contained, to feel an excruciating pain that forced him to spew forth a mouthful of blood as his physique visibly shrank. Having absorbed a copious amount of blood essence, the satiated beast skin scroll detached from Chun Yaoshan, transforming into a streak of light that pursued Lin Hao's fleeing form. Damn it! Once I reach Foundation establishment, I shall annihilate this detestable scroll and use it to refine that Xinhua disciple alongside my starlight lantern. Chun Yaoshan seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. As a gifted disciple of the Tianqing sect, he had always enjoyed smooth sailing in his cultivation journey, fostering an arrogant demeanor. And he had never endured such a significant setback. Lin Hao, sensing something pursuing him, initially tensed but soon relaxed upon realizing it was not the formidable Chun Yaoshan, but rather the familiar beast skin scroll. Temporarily free from danger, he consumed a healing elixir and retrieved the secret map of the Qianling Valley, studying the terrain around him. The location where the main ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill, the purple mystical grass, grows should be in that direction. Confirming his course, Lin Hao piloted his flying artifact just above the ground. After about half a stick of incense, a thunderous roar erupted from the earth, and a massive, ferocious water serpent leaped from a puddle, launching itself at Lin Hao. Even a peak 8th-level qi refining beast dares to be arrogant. Infuriated by his pursuit by Chun Yaoshan, Lin Hao, seeing the aggressive water serpent, swiftly formed a hand seal, directing over a dozen exquisite flying swords, filled with malice, to strike downward. With a series of piercing sounds, the swords, honed to an edge sharper than spiritual essence, pierced through the water serpent's resilient hide. A wretched cry erupted from the serpent as its body was brutally torn apart at the 7-inch mark, its massive form collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Still wary of the powerful Chun Yaoshan's pursuit, Lin Hao, having dispatched the serpent, did not linger. With a thought, he stored the corpse of the slain water serpent into the storage space of his eternal life tower. He continued his swift advance for approximately a stick of incense's duration. Not having encountered the formidable Chun Yaoshan, Lin Hao cautiously halted and sought a concealed spot. Let us see what treasures lie within the 4 storage bags I acquired from the slain Tianqing disciples. At present, Lin Hao's greatest desire lay in the rare and valuable spirit-enhancing pill, which held immense significance for qi refining practitioners. Having consumed 2 miniature replenishing pills, their effects had diminished for him at the peak of the 8th level, leaving the spirit-enhancing pill as his only effective option. Chapter 115. Surging towards the 9th level of qi refinement. Unyielding power finding a concealed spot at the foot of the mountain. Lin Hao clasped his hands and executed the sword control technique, commanding over a dozen flying swords to assault the mountainside. In mere moments, the wall was carved out, creating a cave several zhang deep. Lin Hao swiftly entered, lightly clapping his right hand in the air to invoke the object manipulation technique. Instantly, the debris that had fallen from the excavation flew back to seal the cave's entrance. Having completed this, Lin Hao retrieved the storage bags obtained from slaying 4 elite disciples of the Tianqing sect. With focused intent, he scrutinized the contents of the bags, and was not surprised to find the Tianqing sect, as the foremost of Zhao Kingdom's 4 great sects, was indeed affluent. His eyes gleamed as he discovered over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 10 energy-replenishing pills, and 2 spirit-enhancing pills which were of great significance to him. With these pills in hand, Lin Hao felt a surge of hope that he might finally shatter the bottleneck that had held him at the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement for an extended period. He first extracted over 10 energy-replenishing pills from the storage bag and placed them into the everlasting life tower. After consuming several hundred spirit stones, the quality of the pills was elevated to the highest grade. Seated in his makeshift cave, Lin Hao took one of the supreme energy-replenishing pills and swallowed it, entering a state of focused breathing and cultivation using the 5 elements longevity technique. Given his current cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, it would not be long before he fully absorbed the effects of the supreme pill. Half an hour passed before Lin Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance igniting within them. Frowning slightly, he realized that the supreme energy-replenishing pill had only offered a minor increase to his cultivation, failing to propel him beyond the barrier he faced. The requirements for spiritual energy were staggering as one's realm elevated. With a touch of frustration, Lin Hao murmured to himself, reflecting on the countless pills he had consumed over the years, enough to elevate many geniuses with singular attributes to the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement. The path to greatness is fraught with challenges, yet I must confront them to pursue the road to immortality. A resolute expression crossed his face. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had already claimed the lives of over 10 cultivators. A palpable aura of ferocity emanated from him, his resolve unwavering. Lin Hao seized another supreme energy-replenishing pill and swallowed it, determined to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Once he achieved this, with the inherently robust spiritual energy from his 5 elements root, he would confront the Tianqing sect's inner disciple, Chen Yaoshan, without fear. Within the cave, he continuously circulated the 5 elements longevity technique, absorbing the elixir's spiritual essence. As time flowed by, the 10 or more supreme energy-replenishing pills he had acquired from the elite disciples of the Tianqing sect were consumed. Yet he remained shackled at the 8th level of qi refinement. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had a strong intuition that with just a few more supreme energy-replenishing pills or a rare spirit-enhancing pill, he could undoubtedly break free. With the energy-replenishing pills exhausted, he swiftly retrieved a precious spirit-enhancing pill from his storage bag, placing it into the everlasting life tower's special space for quality enhancement. After consuming over 300 low-grade spirit stones, the spirit-enhancing pill radiated a dazzling light, reaching the highest grade. As he extracted the pill from the small tower, a rich fragrance filled the cave. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. With a thunderous boom, the spirit-enhancing pill took effect, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy within Lin Hao, compelling him to close his eyes and guide the energy through his meridians. Several hours later, an overwhelming aura emanated from Lin Hao, signifying a remarkable surge in his cultivation. A terrifying force drew spiritual energy from the surrounding area towards him, amplifying his presence. Suddenly, as Lin Hao sat cross-legged, his body trembled slightly, as if a barrier within had shattered. A wave of indescribable comfort washed over him, making it hard to suppress a moan of pleasure. After a few more moments, he opened his eyes, invigorated and standing tall. The long-standing bottleneck had been obliterated by the vast spiritual energy from the spirit-enhancing pill, allowing him to ascend to the early stages of the 9th level of qi refinement. A portion of the spiritual energy in his dantian had begun to liquefy, bringing him ever closer to the foundation-building stage. Moreover, Lin Hao sensed a transformation within his body, as many impurities were expelled. According to the remnants of the longevity Immortal's soul, cultivating the 5 elements longevity technique to reach the 9th level of qi refinement would grant him a lifespan 1.5 times greater than that of other cultivators at the same level, equating to 180 years. At the brink of the 9th level, he was nearly comparable to foundation-building cultivators in terms of longevity. Lin Hao exhaled a breath of murky air, his expression filled with excitement. Gaining an abundance of lifespan through cultivation was a source of immense joy. Having once plummeted from a cliff and brushed against death, he harbored a profound fear of mortality, coupled with an almost obsessive desire for immortality. After reveling in the moment within the cave, Lin Hao hesitated before retrieving his last spirit-enhancing pill, enhancing its quality to the highest grade within the everlasting life tower. After swallowing it, he continued his cultivation for several more hours. Progressing through the ninth level of qi refinement had slowed considerably. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, a spirit-enhancing pill, typically invaluable to other qi refinement cultivators, had only afforded him a slight advancement in his early-stage ninth-level cultivation. He sensed that reaching the mid-ninth level would require an immense investment of time and resources. The challenges of cultivating a five-elements root in this era of spiritual scarcity were indeed daunting, a bittersweet smile emerging on his face. Were it not for the everlasting life tower and the five elements longevity technique tailored for his root, Lin Hao doubted he would ever break through to the ninth level of qi refinement in this current environment. The resources required for cultivation were vast, and the wealth acquired from the four Tianqing sect disciples had dwindled to a mere few hundred spirit stones in no time. Along with the spirit stones he had earned over the past year, he currently possessed over 3,000 spirit stones, a considerable fortune for other cultivators, yet a mere drop in the ocean for him. Upon completing his breakthrough, Lin Hao emerged from his makeshift cave, his expression turning serious as he encountered several powerful mid-ninth level demonic beasts lurking outside, attracted by the vortex of spiritual energy unleashed by his breakthrough. These beasts believed that a treasure had manifested. Upon spotting Lin Hao, a cruel glint ignited in their eyes. They presumed the newly emerged treasure had already been claimed by him, and with a thunderous roar, they charged towards him, a dreadful aura of bloodlust saturating the air. A burly bear demon, its fur brimming with vitality, unleashed a radiant green light from its massive paw, hurtling towards Lin Hao at breakneck speed. This creature bore a remarkable bloodline and possessed formidable power, creating a tempest in its wake. While other mid-ninth level cultivators would have turned pale at such an encounter, Lin Hao remained unfazed. With a chilling gaze, he summoned over a dozen supreme flying swords from his storage bag, executing the sword control technique. The meticulously forged flying swords, each refined at least 4 times, transformed into a blinding streak of cold light, slicing through the air. The bear demon, a minor beast king of the vicinity, was taken aback by Lin Hao's audacity to confront it head-on. In its massive eyes, disdain flickered. It believed the next moment would see it shatter Lin Hao's flying swords before delivering a devastating blow that would reduce the human cultivator to mere pulp. With a resounding crash, the flying swords collided with the bear demon's glowing paw, producing a thunderous sound. Lin Hao's controlled swords wavered only slightly before dispersing the green light, piercing through the massive paw. The bear demon let out a shriek as its entire arm was obliterated by the explosive force of the flying swords. The look of contempt in its eyes morphed into horror and fear as it hastily retreated. Yet Lin Hao was even swifter. With a flick of his finger, the flying swords surged forward in relentless pursuit. Puff! The bear demon lay on the ground, its face etched with bitterness, as blood stained the earth beneath it, instilling a sense of dread and hair-raising terror in the hearts of the other formidable beasts that contemplated intervening. A cultivator at the initial stage of the 9th level of qi refinement had effortlessly dispatched a bear demon at the mid-stage of the same realm, prompting the other beasts to deem Lin Hao as an entity not to be trifled with. In a panic, they turned and fled in various directions. Lin Hao, however, chose not to pursue these demons, to instill fear among the horde. He had expended a significant amount of his spiritual energy to achieve such a stunning display when vanquishing the bear demon. Taking a few steps closer, he stood before the lifeless form of the bear demon, directing his flying sword to slice through its body. In that moment, a radiant demon core emerged. With a gentle flick of his right hand, employing the technique of object manipulation, the exquisite demon core was deftly plucked from within the bear's body and fell into his grasp. The bear demon's corpse, rich in vital essence, could not be overlooked either. With a mere thought, he summoned the bear demon's body into the storage space of the Eternal Life Tower. Chapter 116. The pinnacle of the iron body in the late stage having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, Lin Hao took out his flying talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and transformed it into a vibrant streak of light soaring just above the ground. Occasionally, formidable flying beasts would appear, mistaking Lin Hao for a delectable meal. As they approached, however, they were met with the overwhelming aura he exuded, causing them to retreat in trepidation. Though Qianling Valley is a secret realm, its expanse is vast. Even with a flying talisman, traversing its entirety would take a whole day. It is said that Qianling Valley is the remnant of an ancient battlefield, laden with the corpses of powerful beings from epochs long past. Once saturated with malevolent energy that deterred cultivators, this aura has gradually dissipated over the ages, giving rise to a realm rich in spiritual energy, nurturing numerous rare herbs and treasures. The entrance opens once every decade, transforming it into a place of opportunity for cultivators. Within, one can encounter ancient and powerful beasts long extinct in the outside world. While opportunities abound in Qianling Valley, the dangers are equally formidable. Even a peak 9th level Qi refinement cultivator could meet their demise with a single misstep. After flying for over an hour, Lin Hao ventured deeper into Qianling Valley, encountering increasingly terrifying beasts. Half an hour prior, he crossed a wide river and was startled by a bizarre fish, measuring several dozen feet in length, that leaped from the water, emanating a fearsome bloodlust that sent chills down his spine. This monstrous fish was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, its physical strength surpassing even Lin Hao's own in the later stages of iron body cultivation. Constrained by the valley's laws, the fish could not break through to the foundation establishment stage. Had it been outside, free from such constraints, it would undoubtedly have become a formidable demon. Upon witnessing the terrifying creature, Lin Hao sensed its potential and murmured to himself, "Oh, the treasures this fish holds, how plump and formidable it appears." He contemplated using his beast skin scroll to hunt the fish, but alas, it showed no sign of responsiveness. It seemed only interested in humans, leaving Lin Hao disheartened as he circumvented the creature's territory. After continuing his flight for a while, he began to encounter beasts with ancient bloodlines more frequently, all exhibiting immense physical strength and at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Frowning, Lin Hao decided to stow away his flying talisman and proceed cautiously through the rugged mountains. As time passed, a sudden wave of hunger struck him. Consulting his map of Qianling Valley, he discovered that he was approximately half an hour away from the location where the principal herb for crafting foundation establishment pills, Zixuanko, grew. He halted, quickly scanning his surroundings and soon locating a suitable hiding spot. He planned to consume some meat to replenish his energy before continuing his journey. Upon reaching a mountain wall at the foot of the hill, Lin Hao summoned over a dozen flying swords from his storage bag, unleashing them with fierce intent against the rock face. Before long, a spacious cave was carved out, and he entered, retrieving the bear demon he had slain earlier that morning. Having grown weary of the spirit flame pig's meat, Lin Hao decided to change his palate. He skillfully processed the bear demon's skin and entrails, placing the meat into a special space within the everlasting life tower designed to enhance its quality. After expending over 300 low-grade spirit stones, the quality of the bear demon meat reached its zenith, its blood energy nearly overflowing. Lin Hao retrieved the refined bear meat from the small tower, forming hand seals to summon a substantial quantity of spiritual water to cleanse it thoroughly. He then conjured a flame with a flick of his wrist, enveloping the cleaned meat in fire. In the cave, Lin Hao patiently roasted the bear meat for approximately 2 hours, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "What a delightful fragrance!" he exclaimed, observing the meat now bursting with flavor. Impatiently, he sliced off a generous portion, undeterred by the heat, and devoured it ravenously. After a fragrant incense stick's worth of time had passed, Lin Hao found himself covered in grease and with a full belly, unable to consume any more. He stored the remaining bear meat in the everlasting life tower's storage space. The bear meat, a superior grade compared to the spirit flame pigs, began to invigorate him, filling him with abundant energy that surged through his body. The beast skin scroll sensed the torrent of energy within Lin Hao, awakening from its slumber and radiating golden light as ancient golden characters began to materialize. With a sudden hum, the scroll pulsated gently, channeling mysterious power throughout Lin Hao's form. He felt as if countless massive iron hammers were striking him relentlessly, inflicting a wave of pain that made him grimace and emit muffled groans. This response from the beast skin scroll was unprecedented, its ferocious strength causing visible ripples on Lin Hao's skin, forming an unusual rhythm, as if some indescribable essence was at play. As time drifted by, "What is this?" Lin Hao's heart raced as he noticed that the originally silver-white glow of his skin during the body refining process had developed a faint golden hue. Golden light of body refinement. His physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the late iron body stage, rendering his physical form comparable to that of a cultivator at the early 9th level of Qi refinement. Should he advance further, his iron body would glow with even more golden light, enabling him to reach the apex of the iron body stage. equivalent to a peak 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. The beast skin scroll continued to unleash its mysterious power, violently refining Lin Hao's body, seemingly more exhilarated than ever, its force unrelenting. Though his physique greatly strengthened, and his power surged, Lin Hao hardly had time to revel in his newfound prowess before he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly terrifying force erupt from the scroll, crashing into him with brutal intensity, causing him to spit blood. No wonder the previous owners of the beast skin scroll met untimely ends. Lin Hao realized in horror as the scroll's actions grew increasingly violent, forcing him to expel several more mouthfuls of blood before it finally relented, tapering off the brutal refining force until it reached a level he could withstand. The late-stage iron body consumed energy at an accelerated rate. Lin Hao, having been worn down by the scroll's relentless assault, wore a bitter smile, signifying that he would need to consume even more spiritual or beast meat daily to replenish his energy. The golden body indestructible art inscribed within the scroll was indeed extraordinary, yielding remarkable body refinement results and enhancing a cultivator's physique dramatically. However, that domineering method of refinement could prove overwhelming. Even with the everlasting life tower providing high-quality meat to replenish his energy, there were times when he found it difficult to cope. If someone else were in his position, they might have already been reduced to mere bones by the scroll's relentless refining. Once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to subdue the beast skin scroll, preventing it from acting at will. With a spark of determination in his eyes, Lin Hao emerged from the cave, contemplating silently. No matter how effective the beast skin scroll's refinement may be, if it cannot be controlled, it ultimately poses a threat to his stability. Chapter 117. The turtle named Swallowing Heaven. Lin Hao traversed swiftly through the thicket-laden forest, delving deeper into the heart of Qianling Valley, where he encountered an increasing number of ancient beasts imbued with extraordinary bloodlines. However, with his formidable physique and being in the early stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement, he posed little threat as long as he was not besieged by numerous extraordinary beasts. After navigating the undulating mountains for over an hour, he stealthily halted at an inconspicuous peak. Gazing into the distance, he noticed a considerable assembly of cultivators from the other 3 sects of Zhao Kingdom. Not far from where the 3 sects gathered was a lake stretching several hundred feet. The valley was devoid of wind, yet the surface of the lake roiled restlessly, with immense waves surging intermittently, driven by a terrifying beast lurking beneath. The primary ingredient for crafting foundation establishment pills, the Zishuan grass, thrived along the lake's edge, and to harvest this precious herb, one would need to confront the beast in the water. In the past, whenever the secret realm of Qianling Valley was opened, the 4 great sects of Zhao Kingdom would unite to subdue the fearsome beast in the lake, allowing them to gather the invaluable Zishuan grass for their foundation establishment pills. Now, with the other 3 sects intent on exterminating the Xianyu sect, they naturally excluded its disciples from the proceedings. Deprived of the Zishuan grass, the Xianyu sect would be unable to nurture foundation establishment cultivators, and even if the injured golden core experts were to linger for a few more years, they would inevitably weaken over time. However, the other 3 sects lacked the patience for such a slow decline. Their methods would be far more ruthless, aiming for the swift annihilation of the Xianyu sect. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Hao's gaze swept over the group of cultivators, spotting the previously encountered Chen Yaoshan, a direct disciple of the Tianqing sect, amongst them. The Zishuan grass was of utmost importance to the sects of Zhao Kingdom, and here congregated nearly 20 pinnacle disciples of the 9th level of Qi refinement from the 3 sects, a true assembly of their elite. Daoist Chun, Daoist Xia. The time has come. To avoid prolonged delays, let us swiftly subdue the beast in the lake and collect the Zishuan grass together, urged a slender young man, his eyes glinting with determination as he fixated on the lake's surface. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Let us take action. Immediately, over 20 direct disciples, all at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement from the 3 sects, unleashed their full power and charged towards the lake. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air as a colossal turtle, measuring dozens of feet in size, burst forth from the waters. Despite being at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, it could soar through the air. This turtle was an ancient creature known as the Swallowing Heaven turtle, reputed to have the ability to effortlessly devour entire realms in ancient times, a fearsome entity indeed. Now, however, it was constrained by the laws of the Qianling Valley's secret realm, unable to grow further in power. Yet, its mere emergence radiated such overwhelming pressure that the faces of the more than 20 disciples turned grave. With a mighty open of its jaws, the swallowing heaven turtle unleashed a beam of azure light that coalesced into an ancient seal, causing the lake's water to erupt violently, as if transformed into ferocious water dragons. Hurtling towards the pinnacle disciples. "Block it!" Chun Yaoshan of the Tianqing sect shouted, as he raised a multicolored lamp that soared into the air, emanating a multitude of starlight that formed a vast net, ensnaring the incoming water dragons. The other disciples from the three sects also unleashed their most potent techniques in a desperate bid to combat the enormous turtle. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and within moments, a slightly weaker disciple of the 9th level of Qi refinement found himself spitting blood under the overwhelming force of the giant turtle. How powerful! Lin Hao marveled silently, witnessing the fierce struggle against the gigantic turtle. An idea sparked within him. While the three sects were preoccupied, he could seize the opportunity to collect the Zishuan grass. His thoughts raced as he swiftly retrieved a garment from his storage bag, one that he had taken from a slain disciple of the Tianqing sect, and changed into it. In no time, a masked youth clad in the attire of a Tianqing sect elite approached the lake with determination. At that moment, under the strenuous efforts of the more than 20 pinnacle disciples of Qi refinement, the formidable beast was temporarily subdued. "Quickly, seize this chance to gather the Zishuan grass," Chun Yaoshan urged anxiously. Instantly, a disciple from each of the three sects broke away from the group restraining the giant turtle and dashed towards a spot behind the turtle in the lake. Seeing this, Lin Hao, who had stealthily approached the lake's edge, decided to reveal himself. He summoned his flying artifact, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the direct disciples from the other three sects who were also heading for the Zishuan grass. "Who is that? He wears the garb of the Tianqing sect." The disciples from Lingfeng sect and Ziyun sect exchanged discontented glances. "We agreed that each sect would send one direct disciple to retrieve the Zishuan grass, yet the Tianqing sect shamelessly sends forth an additional disciple. I know not who he is." Chun Yaoshan, the leading disciple of the Tianqing sect, responded darkly. With a swift motion, he summoned a serpent of starlight that surged towards Lin Hao with ferocity. Boom! Unfazed, Lin Hao waved his hand, casting forth a massive fireball measuring 10 feet in length, which collided with the starry serpent. The resulting explosion unleashed a furious wind that sent waves crashing dozens of feet high across the lake. After exchanging a blow with Chun Yaoshan, Lin Hao did not look back, continuing his rapid advance to catch up with the other disciples from the three sections. Roar! Just as Chun Yaoshan and the other disciples prepared to intercept Lin Hao, the suppressed giant turtle, agitated by the recent explosion, began to thrash violently. Ancient runes flared upon its shell, and with a tremor, waves of terrifying azure light burst forth, hurtling towards the assembled cultivators. The immense force caused several disciples to spit blood. The expressions of the more than 20 pinnacle disciples turned grave as they focused their energies to suppress the giant turtle. Lin Hao, along with the other three disciples, successfully reached the rear of the giant turtle, now targets of its assault. The azure light coalesced into a colossal handprint, descending upon them with overwhelming force. This power was formidable, rivaling that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, leaving them all on edge as they exerted their utmost efforts to withstand the assault. Screams of agony echoed as the three direct disciples sent to gather the Zishuan grass found themselves bloodied and pale, having resorted to their life-saving measures, yet still sustaining grave injuries. As the azure handprint bore down upon Lin Hao, he vigorously shook a small flag, summoning a protective golden light that held for a brief moment before shattering. The menacing azure handprint struck his back, and a silver and faint golden glow emanated from his skin, mitigating some of the attack's ferocity. Lin Hao's complexion paled as he coughed up blood, enduring the searing pain while maintaining control of his flying artifact, pressing onward. With a soft thud, he passed through an invisible barrier, entering a unique natural array space that spanned 100 meters. A fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air as Lin Hao's eyes quickly scanned the area. And in the center of this extraordinary space, he discovered over 10 stalks of Zishuan grass radiating with a purple glow, the very essence needed for the Foundation establishment pill. Without hesitation, Lin Hao decisively charged towards the purple Xian grass. At that moment, 3 direct disciples from other sects also arrived. The direct disciple from the Tianqing sect, upon seeing Lin Hao, revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes and remarked, "Though this individual is clad in the attire of our Tianqing sect, he is indeed suspicious. Let us first join forces to subdue him before we pluck the purple Xian grass." Chapter 118. Engaging the three sect's disciples. Securing the foundation establishment pill boom. The disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, was the first to strike. He swiftly formed hand seals with his right hand and gently pressed forward into the void, causing colorful radiance to condense instantaneously ahead, forming a vibrant net that surged forth. The other two sect disciples, believing that the Heavenly Star sect had breached protocol by sending an extra member to harvest the purple Xian herb, exchanged glances and, upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Star disciple and witnessing his ruthless initial strike, nodded grimly and joined the fray. The disciple from the Spirit Peak sect executed a spell, conjuring verdant chains of vines that ensnared Lin Hao, who was poised to pluck the purple Xian herb. Meanwhile, another disciple from the Purple Cloud sect flicked his left hand, unleashing a purple beam that morphed into a peculiar purple toad. After soaring into the sky, it vanished without a sound. As the three disciples launched their attacks simultaneously, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, channeling spiritual energy into the golden flag in his hand. Golden sword chi erupted from the flag, slicing towards the encroaching colorful net and verdant vines with precision. Having reached the early stage of the chi refining ninth layer, Lin Hao's spiritual power surged, amplifying the flag's potency several-fold. Boom! As the golden sword chi collided with the colorful net and the green vines, a series of explosive sounds echoed. The three disciples involuntarily narrowed their eyes as the formidable golden sword chi shattered the colorful net and green vines into fragments. Having thwarted the attacks of both disciples, Lin Hao commanded his flying artifact to surge forward, the purple Xian herb now less than a few paces away. Attempting to seize the spiritual herb before us is akin to courting death, the Purple Cloud sect disciple thought, a murderous intent glinting in his eyes as he eyed the masked practitioner garbed in Heavenly Star sect attire, eager to slay him. Seeing Lin Hao about to reach the purple Xian herb and secure it, he pointed forward, causing the air to hum ominously. The previously concealed purple toad reappeared from a cunning angle, its purple tongue shooting forth like a blade aimed at Lin Hao's chest. Lin Hao had been vigilant against the Purple Cloud sect disciples' tactics. As the purple toad manifested, he swiftly adjusted his stance, unleashing his full strength like a drawn bow. Boom! The mountain-crushing fist unleashed a tremendous force. With a fierce shout, he struck out with his right hand, akin to a cannon, meeting the purple toad's sword-like tongue in a fierce clash. The overwhelming force sent the purple toad reeling, spewing forth a mouthful of purple blood, while Lin Hao's fist remained unscathed, radiating a faint golden light. My purple toad's tongue, imbued with sword chi, can pierce even treasures. Yet this individual withstands it with mere flesh. The Purple Cloud sect disciple's face turned pale with astonishment, realizing that not only did Lin Hao possess the cultivation of the chi refining ninth layer, but his physical prowess was also remarkable. The three elite disciples from the Zhao Kingdom's three major sects, unable to suppress Lin Hao, would undoubtedly cause a stir in the realm of cultivation if word got out. Who exactly was this masked figure, appearing so youthful based on the exposed skin of his hands? Unperturbed by the shock of the three, Lin Hao leaped forward, arriving before the purple Xian herb. With a sweep of his hand, the 18 radiant purple herbs on the ground were absorbed into the storage space of his eternal life tower. Hand over the purple Xian herb. The three elite disciples' expressions changed drastically upon witnessing the spiritual herb's harvest, their astonishment suppressed as they bellowed at Lin Hao. The primary material for the Foundation establishment pill was of utmost importance to their sects, determining whether they would have available pills for the next decade. Having successfully gathered the purple Xian herb, Lin Hao recognized the peril of lingering too long amidst the three elite disciples. He commanded his flying artifact, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the exit, eager to depart the unique environment where the herbs thrived. Courting death. We will stop at nothing to slay this man. The disciples' eyes burned with fury, should the masked figure abscond with the primary ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill. They would face severe repercussions upon their return to the sect, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they began to unleash their strongest spells. Starry Night Slash. The Heavenly Star disciple fixated intently on Lin Hao, his hands moving in a peculiar rhythm, summoning a vast expanse of enchanting starlight in the sky. Abruptly, he clenched his hands, causing the mesmerizing starlight to dim and transform into a gray blade. With a whoosh, the blade hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Hao. Imbued with a terrifying aura that made Lin Hao feel a subtle sting on his skin from a distance. Indeed, the Heavenly Star sect, as the foremost among the four major sects of Zhao Kingdom, possessed formidable abilities. But Lin Hao remained composed, having endured arduous cultivation to reach the Qi refining 9th layer. His spiritual energy far surpassed that of any peers at the same level. Raising his right hand, he executed the flame technique, releasing a candle-sized flame from his fingertips, targeting the gray blade suffused with a murderous intent. Just before the flame met the blade, Lin Hao subtly directed his left hand in the air, channeling the essence of the mystic fire sutra. Under its influence, the flame surged, merging into a terrifyingly large fireball that stretched 10 zhang, engulfing the gray blade in an inferno, reducing it to dust. The Heavenly Star disciple, who had infused his blood into this ultimate technique, faced backlash as Lin Hao's flames overcame it. His complexion turned pale, a mouthful of blood escaping him, signaling he had sustained significant injury. Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the wounded disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, recalling the assault on his fellow disciples from the Xianyu sect. A wave of killing intent surging within him. Having injured the Heavenly Star disciple bolstered his confidence. His eyes gleamed as he commanded his flying artifact, charging directly at the wounded disciple. The other two disciples from the Spirit Peak and Purple Cloud sects wore grave expressions, unwilling to remain passive. They unleashed their spells toward Lin Hao. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Hao's demeanor turned frigid as he formed hand seals, summoning water blades that materialized in the air, slicing forward with blinding speed. Not only does he command fire spells, but he also wields water spells. Is he a multi-attribute spiritual root? The three elite disciples gasped in astonishment. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the water blades, their expressions grew solemn as they prepared their defenses. Boom! Dozens of water blades surged forth with incredible force, forcing the three elite disciples to retreat repeatedly. The already injured Heavenly Star disciple coughed up another mouthful of blood. How can one at the early stage of Qi refining 9th layer possess such overwhelming spiritual power? The three pinnacle disciples of the Qi refining 9th layer were filled with disbelief. If this individual possessed both fire and water attributes, his spiritual energy would indeed surpass that of those with single attributes. Yet this was still an extraordinary feat. They speculated that the masked figure might have 3 attributes. However, the notion of 4 or 5 attributes remained beyond their comprehension. What seemed like a lengthy sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity while the three elite disciples defended against the water blades, Lin Hao closed the distance to the injured Heavenly Star disciple within mere paces. With a swift motion, he drew forth more than 10 flying swords from his storage bag, forming a storm of sword qi that surged forward with a fierce howl. The Starry Palm. The face of the direct disciple of the Tianqing sect changed dramatically. In the face of life and death, he felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, fully exerting himself to employ another extraordinary skill. A massive handprint composed of starlight erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the more than 10 incoming flying swords. The thunderous sounds resounded incessantly as the starlight handprint, struck by the ferocious assault of the exquisite flying swords, which were all at least of the 4th refinement, began to crumble rapidly. With a piercing sound, the multitude of flying swords pierced through the handprint, embedding themselves in the body of the Tianqing sect disciple, who was unable to withstand even the protective armor of the finest quality against such a barrage. A cry of agony erupted as blood gushed from the disciple, who, unable to control his flying artifact, plummeted from the sky with a resounding thud. He struggled a few times before falling into silence. In the blink of an eye, having slain one, Lin Hao's gaze turned even colder. He understood that in the realm of cultivators, battles were a matter of either survival or demise, and one must not show mercy. He employed his telekinesis on the lifeless body of the Tianqing sect disciple, gesturing slightly in the air, causing a storage bag to fly towards him. Lin Hao's ruthless methods and formidable strength instilled fear in the remaining 2 disciples of the Lingfeng sect and Xun sect, who retreated in terror. Having obtained the storage bag, Lin Hao decisively eliminated the peak 9th layer Qi refinement disciple of the Tianqing sect. With his spiritual energy significantly depleted, and with the presence of a formidable tortoise outside, He feared lingering would invite peril. Thus, he refrained from further attacks and instead commanded his flying artifact, transforming into a radiant arc as he exited the unique space where the Zishuan grass thrived. The two remaining disciples of Lingfeng's sect and Ziyun's sect exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. They endeavored to steady their emotions and pursued Lin Hao. The moment they exited the peculiar space, they shouted loudly, "The Zishuan grass has been seized by this man. Quickly stop him." What? The expressions of the more than 20 direct disciples from the three sects, who were currently working together to suppress the enormous tortoise, shifted drastically. The Zishuan grass was crucial for refining foundation establishment pills, likely intended for them. The peak 9th layer Qi refinement disciples. The theft of the Zishuan grass severed their path to foundation establishment. Anxious expressions adorned their faces. And while they yearned to chase after Lin Hao, they were hindered by the need to contain the gigantic tortoise. Unable to disengage swiftly, they could only watch helplessly as Lin Hao transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Chapter 119. The Remains of the Great Bird in the Eastern Domain. Over 20 direct disciples from three sects, suppressing their impatience, continued to restrain the giant turtle in the lake while slowly retreating. After a brief span of several breaths, they finally withdrew to a relatively safe location. Once they retracted their spells containing the giant turtle, their expressions darkened. They maneuvered their flying artifacts, transforming into streaks of light, and pursued the direction from which Lin Hao had previously departed. Roar! The giant turtle, floating above the lake, unleashed an enraged roar as the suppression from the disciples diminished. A green glow emanated from its shell as it attempted to break free from the small lake and continue its assault on the disciples. However, just as the giant turtle was about to step beyond the lake's confines, transparent chains materialized, entwining around its body. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the water's embrace. This ancient beast, known as the sky-swallowing turtle, was imprisoned here by an unknown force. Damn it, a bunch of insignificant creatures. Dare to challenge me. One day, I shall break free from this accursed place and consume this unjust heaven. Ah, they all deserve to die? The turtle's eyes glimmered with a sinister red light as it intermittently spoke in human tongue, its murderous intent rising to the heavens. The lake's waters, influenced by the turtle's fury, erupted into fierce columns of water, creating deep craters along the shore. Under the discontented gaze of the giant turtle, a group of cultivators vanished into the perilous mountains. Pursue. That individual carries the scent of my purple toad. He has gone in that direction. The countenance of a direct disciple from the Ziyun sect, who had previously encountered Lin Hao, darkened. In his hand rested a peculiar purple toad, emanating a purple aura nearly half a meter long, which guided the other cultivators. More than 20 peak 9th layer Qi refinement cultivators rushed through the Qianling Valley's secret realm, their terrifying aura instilling fear even in the powerful bloodline beasts of the realm, deterring them from confrontation. Is this person truly a novice in the early stages of Qi refinement? How can he fly so swiftly? Chen Yaoshan of the Tianqing sect furrowed his brow, aware that to reclaim the invaluable purple Xian grass, they had exerted every effort to pursue. Yet, over half an hour had passed without a trace of Lin Hao. Deeper within the Qianling Valley, the trees grew taller, and the roars of beasts became less frequent. Nonetheless, the cultivators who ventured here appeared more solemn than anywhere else. As 2 hours passed, Lin Hao no longer dared to fly with his artifact. The surrounding mountains were shrouded in mysterious mist, obscuring even the sight of cultivators, limiting visibility to merely 20-odd meters ahead. After traversing a few more mountains, he would reach the area where the Zhu Ling fruit grew. Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the map, and a grave expression settled on his face. The Zhu Ling fruit, a treasure of the heavens and earth, could enhance one's potential. It not only possessed the ability to refine the body, but also was one of the rare treasures capable of elevating the grade of one's spiritual root. Lin Hao's intentions for seeking the Zhu Ling fruit were twofold. First, to heal his master, Xiao Yud, and second, to elevate his 5-element spiritual root's grade, thereby hastening his cultivation speed. With the mist present, even if the direct disciples from the Tianqing sect and other sects pursued him, it would be challenging for them to locate him. Lin Hao slowed his pace, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The silence was unnerving, appearing tranquil, yet instilling a sense of being watched by a dangerous entity. After walking for a little over a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao suddenly froze, his expression shifting in shock. Ahead, On a mist-laden slope, all vegetation had vanished, leaving the hillside barren and devoid of life. Concentrating, he strained his eyes through the disorienting mist, faintly discerning a colossal form sprawled upon the eerie slope. What is that? A jolt of fear coursed through Lin Hao. Just a glance at the gigantic figure within the mist made his head throb, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Trembling with horror, he hurriedly retreated over a mile, feeling somewhat relieved. Reflecting on the faint image he had glimpsed, he muttered, it seemed to be the skeletal remains of a great bird. The mysterious mist enveloping the mountains emanating from its bones, infused with a dreadful aura of death. No wonder the text stated that cultivators attempting to harvest the Zhuling fruit faced mortal peril. This place is incredibly dangerous. One misstep could lead to certain death. If not for his superior five-element spiritual root, heightened consciousness, and perception, Lin Hao knew he could have easily met his demise had he carelessly ventured further toward the skeletal remains of the great bird. What manner of creature was that great bird? It appeared so fearsome. In the mist, Lin Hao could only vaguely see part of the creature's body. Recognizing that its eye socket alone spanned several meters, adorned with a pair of intricately patterned horns on its forehead, he exhaled deeply, his expression wavering as he contemplated whether to continue forward. Lin Hao had ventured here relying on the invincible advantage of his five-element spiritual root among cultivators of the same realm. However, upon witnessing the presence of the great bird, he understood that the terrors of this area were beyond the reach of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. A stroke of ill fortune could lead to a grim fate. Someone approaches. A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind him. In the midst of the eerie mist and dreadful surroundings, the voice seemed faint. Yet Lin Hao's keen senses picked it up immediately. He turned to see a group of cultivators emerging from the mist. At the forefront was a haughty old man, flanked by two men and a woman. The men were strikingly handsome, while the woman, despite her cold demeanor, possessed a unique allure. Behind the old man and his companions trailed over 20 subservient young disciples, the very ones who had been tracking Lin Hao for some time. Only Qi refinement cultivators under 50 years of age were permitted entry into the Qianling Valley, yet this old man appeared to be over 100. How did he gain access? Lin Hao's heart brimmed with confusion as he observed the esteemed disciples of the three sects from Zhao country bowing and scraping. Realizing that the old man and his companions were not to be trifled with, without hesitation, he turned and fled in another direction, wishing to avoid any interaction with these individuals. Halt! The leading elder fixed his cold gaze on Lin Hao, his voice carrying an undeniable authority that exuded the weight of a superior. Upon hearing the two words, Lin Hao felt as though an immense force bore down upon him, rendering him unable to take another step. The elder's aura was not that of a mere Qi refinement cultivator. Could he be a Foundation establishment practitioner? But how could a Foundation establishment cultivator enter the Qianling Valley? A chill ran down Lin Hao's spine. He knew escaping from the elder's presence was impossible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he reluctantly turned around, forcing a smile onto his face as he respectfully said, "Elder, what commands do you have? I am an alchemist of the Golden Core stage from the Eastern Domain, here in the Qianling Valley seeking a certain item. Since you have managed to arrive here alone, you possess some exceptional qualities," the elder replied coldly. "Accompany me, and should you assist me, I shall reward you handsomely." Chapter 120. The 9 patterns on the steel. It was not the Foundation establishment realm, but rather the Golden Core. The old man's calm words were imbued with an unparalleled authority. Lin Hao, who had long since shed his fear of anyone in the Qi refining stage, found himself utterly powerless in the presence of such a lofty Golden Core cultivator. Though he felt despair within, he was compelled to don a respectful smile and said, "It is an honor for this junior to serve the esteemed elder. Come closer and remove the cloth obscuring your face," the elder commanded, his expression impassive. He hailed from the Qingshu sect, a formidable sect occupying the heart of the eastern region. To him, the Zhao kingdom, situated in the barren and desolate outskirts of the eastern region, appeared as a remote and impoverished land, its cultivators mere insignificant beings. With a mere gesture, he could determine the life or death of another. Typically, someone of his stature would not even deign to exchange a word with someone like Lin Hao. Accompanied by 3 disciples, the elder had ventured into the Qianling Valley in search of a treasure, expecting an effortless endeavor. However, he was taken aback by the valley's inherent dangers and sought to utilize these Zhao Kingdom cultivators as expendable pawns to explore perilous areas he deemed uncertain. Soon, Lin Hao found himself compelled to remove the black cloth that concealed his appearance under the cold gazes of the elder and his 2 male and 1 female disciples. He was now aligned with over 20 other disciples from the Zhao Kingdom's 3 sects who had previously pursued him. They recognized him as the one who had taken the purple mysterious herb, and their eyes filled with anger and a murderous intent. Yet, deterred by the overwhelming presence of the golden core cultivators, they refrained from making any rash moves. In the eerie fog that concealed the cultivators' senses, the group advanced in silence. Lin Hao's heart sank as he realized the direction they were heading was towards the location of the ominous skeletal remains of the colossal bird he had encountered earlier. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at the hillside where the great bird's remains lay, a chilling aura emanating from ahead. The massive skeleton, partially shrouded in mist, exuded an air of mystery. Aware of the terror associated with the bird's remains, Lin Hao lowered his gaze, refraining from looking at the bones again. While the other disciples from the Zhao Kingdom, unaware of the danger, gazed curiously at the skeleton. In an instant, all the disciples from the Zhao Kingdom let out blood-curdling screams. Merely glimpsing the great bird's skeleton felt as though their minds were violently assaulted, causing them to spew forth blood as if their heads might explode. The ancient Peng bird skeleton, the treasure I seek, the elder mused, his gaze fixed intently on the immense bones. If I can obtain the treasure hidden beneath the chest bone of this bird, my cultivation will surely advance. Congratulations, master, chimed the 2 handsome young men and the beautiful young woman beside him. Let us proceed. I possess a feather from this bird that will allow us to approach its remains, the elder declared, a rare smile gracing his face. He produced a gray feather, emanating an ancient and weathered aura. After pricking his finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the feather, it illuminated with a radiant glow, enveloping him, his 3 disciples, and the 20 or so Zhao Kingdom cultivators he had coerced into accompanying them. Under the protective glow of the gray feather, Lin Hao felt an intangible force emanating from the bird's remains being kept at bay. Yet, his nerves remained taut, and he sensed that the barren hillside where the bird lay posed great peril. With no alternative, he steeled himself and followed the eastern region cultivators towards the skeletal remains. After a stick of incense had burned, the group ascended the desolate hillside, the mist thickening around them, though the bird's skeleton became increasingly discernible. A profound sense of awe washed over them as the vast bones towered hundreds of feet high, creating an overwhelming visual impact. The atmosphere pulsed with an intangible power, rendering even golden core cultivators unable to fly, forcing them to ascend step by step. After over a quarter of an hour of cautious movement, a sudden resonating hum echoed around them. A fierce wind inexplicably whipped up, accompanied by a chilling cacophony of wails that assaulted their senses, targeting their very souls. Even the elder, who had previously appeared unfazed, turned pale at the sudden onslaught. Hastily, he pricked his finger again, allowing another drop of blood to fall onto the gray feather, amplifying its protective glow and shielding them from the terrifying, invisible assault. Lin Hao and the other Zhao Kingdom cultivators turned ashen, the ferocious mental attack from the howling winds permeating their defenses. Despite the feather's protection, a sliver of the assault penetrated through, inflicting excruciating pain. Move, the golden core elder urged, hastening his pace with the glowing gray feather in hand. Lin Hao's brow furrowed. Retreat was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, caught up in the elder's treasure hunt and unable to extricate himself. Beneath the protective aura of the luminescent feather, they finally stood before the massive skeleton of the bird. A thick, deathly mist visibly emanated from the bones, swirling ominously in the air. Without the gray feather's protection, they would likely face instant demise. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic clangs erupted, and the feather's glow flickered violently, as if something terrifying were attacking. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The edges of the feather's protective light tore apart as a disciple from the Tianqing sect was assaulted, his flesh rotting away until only bones remained. Lin Hao gasped in horror, feeling cold sweat trickle down his spine. The sheer force outside was lethal. Contact meant certain death. This great bird skeleton was far too fearsome, akin to a forbidden zone that forbade any living being from trespassing. The golden core elder, gripping the gray feather, grew serious, repeatedly allowing drops of his blood to fall upon it, stabilizing its flickering glow against the relentless, unseen force. After traversing through the dense, eerie mist for a while longer, they reached the area beneath the bird's chest bone, as indicated by the elder. It felt as if they had passed through an invisible barrier. As the mist dissipated, they beheld 9 stone pillars inscribed with ancient runes, exuding a sense of desolation and decay. Towering in the center of the 9 pillars stood a stele over 10 zhang long, adorned with 9 intricate patterns, resembling 9 gates. This is the place. The golden core elder fixed his gaze on the stele, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He then turned to a disciple from the Xian sect and commanded, "Step into the stone pillar and select one of the patterns on the stele to place your hand upon." The chosen disciple paled, fully aware of the perils associated with approaching the stele. Yet, under the elder's terrifying authority, he could only muster the courage to step forward, quaking in fear as he approached the stele. Upon entering the stone pillar's vicinity, the disciple noticed the glow circulating around the pillar, yet no attack ensued. Relieved, he gathered his courage and stood before the 10 zhang long stele. After a moment's observation, he gritted his teeth and selected one of the patterns. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the pattern, a massive, bloodied maw materializing to devour the disciple. A heart-wrenching scream echoed amidst the horrified gasps of the Zhao Kingdom cultivators as the Xian sect disciple, unable to resist, was mercilessly chewed apart and consumed whole. The entrance is not depicted in this image. The golden elixir elder furrowed his brow, and amidst the terror-stricken expressions of the direct disciples from the 3 sects of the Zhao Kingdom, he casually pointed at Lin Hao and other Zhao cultivators, selecting one individual with indifference. "You shall approach the stone tablet and choose a pattern," he commanded coldly. The chosen one was a direct disciple from the Lingfeng sect, who trembled at the thought of the gruesome fate that had befallen the direct disciple of the Xian sect. He could not help but plead in a quivering voice, "Senior, please spare me. Humph, at my stature, even the most formidable practitioners of your sect must bow before me. Being chosen by me is an honor. To those of you from such remote lands, you are no more than the likes of mongrel dogs in my eyes. To defy my will is to invite annihilation." A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the golden elixir elder from the eastern region as he extended his hand towards the pleading disciple of the Lingfeng sect, striking him with a mere gesture from afar. With a sound akin to a muffled pop, the disciple, unable to even emit a cry of despair, was reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no remnants behind. Such is the prowess of a golden elixir cultivator. To slay a qi refinement practitioner is as effortless as crushing an ant. The elder's ruthless demeanor left Lin Hao and the other direct disciples from the 3 sects pale and their hearts racing. Although they were esteemed direct disciples of the 4 great sects of Zhao, in the presence of the elder, they were merely pawns, easily disposed of at will. Chapter 121. The extremity of 9 numbers having claimed a life, the elderly man from the Qingshu sect, a gold core cultivator, maintained an expression of icy indifference. His gaze swept over the assembly of Zhao Kingdom cultivators, and those upon whom his eyes felt a chill of dread. "You, step into the stone pillar and touch the pattern on the central stele," he commanded, pointing at one individual with an air of undeniable authority. Any hint of defiance would surely lead to swift annihilation. "Yes, venerable elder," the designated individual, a direct disciple of the Xian sect, trembled at the command, his heart brimming with trepidation. The fate of another who had pleaded for mercy, refusing to approach the stele, had already ended in a mist of blood. To abstain meant certain death, to comply, perhaps a sliver of hope. With a pallid countenance, he stepped into the 9 intricately inscribed stone pillars and approached the stele. As he beheld the enigmatic symbols etched upon it, his fear only deepened. The designs resembled fearsome primordial beasts, rendering him hesitant to extend his hand towards them. "Choose a pattern swiftly," the elder urged, his brow furrowing as his voice sliced through the air like a frigid wind, causing the disciple to break into a cold sweat. Under the pressure, the Xian disciple clenched his teeth and, resigned, reached out to select the 3rd pattern. A deafening roar erupted from the 3rd image, and a crimson light emanated from it, as if some horrifying entity sought to escape its confines. Terror-stricken, the disciple attempted to retract his hand, only to find it ensnared by a horrifying force, rendering him incapable of withdrawing. With a desperate resolve, he drew a flying sword and severed his own arm, blood gushing forth. The now one-armed disciple hastily retreated, but mere steps away from the stele, the blood-red light surged forth as if animated, enveloping him in its grasp. A chilling sound akin to the gnashing of teeth echoed, and the flesh from the disciple's body rapidly dissipated, leaving nothing but bone fragments. "Not the 3rd pattern," the elder murmured darkly, his gaze fixated on the steel's designs. He refrained from allowing another to approach it immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered to himself, "I must have been mistaken. The extremity of 9 numbers. All 9 patterns are deathly traps. This is the 9 deaths and 1 life array. Only through the blood sacrifice of 9 can a path to life emerge." Upon hearing the elder's ominous proclamation, the faces of the Zhao Kingdom cultivators turned ashen. 2 lives had already been lost to the steel's patterns, and if the elder's words were to be believed, 7 more would need to perish before a path to survival could manifest. Among the remaining 23 Zhao cultivators, it appeared that nearly a third would be required to meet their demise. The elder scrutinized the steel once more before. Amidst the trembling and fear of the Zhao Kingdom's foremost sex disciples, he began selecting individuals. "You, and you. Step forward." His gaze was sharp as a bolt of lightning, and those he indicated emerged with ashen faces. "And the last one, it is you," he remarked, fixing his gaze upon Lin Hao just as he thought he might escape the ordeal. Upon witnessing the selection of 7, the remaining Zhao cultivators exhaled in relief, experiencing a fleeting sense of survival. Lin Hao, under the elder's penetrating stare, quaked with dread. He yearned to refuse the elder's command. But the man's ruthless demeanor left no room for dissent. Defiance would lead to immediate death. What to do? Lin Hao struggled to suppress his fear as he reluctantly stepped forward to join the other 6 chosen Zhao cultivators. "Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion, you pitiful insects. It is your honor to serve me. Should you jeopardize my plans, not only will you perish, but your families and sects will face annihilation due to your folly," the elder warned ominously. He continued, "Approach the steel and select a pattern, each one of you." "Understood." Lin Hao and the other selected cultivators, cowed by the elder's presence, dared not resist as they advanced toward the steel. Their expressions were filled with terror, yet compelled by the elder's urgency. They trembled as they extended their hands towards the dreadful designs. One represents the beginning, the essence of existence. From nothingness comes being, and being is one. Just as Lin Hao pondered which pattern to choose, a slight tremor coursed through the beast skin scroll within him, revealing golden characters. 1. Select the first pattern. His gaze rapidly fell upon the first design on the steel, which radiated an air of ancient wisdom, resembling a mysterious totem that surpassed all others in age. Even from a distance, a terrifying aura emanated from it, as if a primordial beast lay in wait, instilling a profound dread within him. Thus, no one else dared to choose the first pattern, their attention diverted to the others. "Let us take a gamble. Trust in the beast skin scroll just this once." Lin Hao gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the menacing atmosphere of the first pattern as he slowly approached. "Do not dawdle. My patience has its limits." The elder, observing the trembling figures before the steel who hesitated to truly place their hands upon the patterns, his eyes flashed with cold light. "Hurry, or I possess means to make your existence a living hell." Under the relentless pressure of the Qingshu sect's gold core elder, the group found themselves cornered, ultimately placing their hands upon the steel's patterns. In an instant, all 7 designs reacted, a frigid aura swirling across their surfaces. Screams erupted as horrifying, unknown monsters emerged from the patterns, devouring the cultivators who had dared to make contact. Lin Hao felt the first pattern responding with equal intensity, and he distinctly sensed a terrifying entity stirring within, poised to strike. This is it. Could it not be as foretold by the beast skin scroll? Lin Hao's hair stood on end as he attempted to retract his hand, but it was futile. The cacophony of screams around him painted a hellish picture, and a sense of helpless despair washed over him. Crack! Chomp! Monsters surged forth, feasting upon those whose hands rested upon the steel. Within moments, 6 had perished, leaving only Lin Hao, who had chosen the first pattern, still alive. But he felt no joy, for the first pattern was filled with an incessant, piercing roar that forced blood from his mouth. With a thunderous roar, the first pattern quaked violently, emitting a sound more powerful than before. Suddenly, the first design illuminated brilliantly, and to Lin Hao's horror, a furry arm emerged from the eerie pattern, reaching out towards him. Lin Hao could not resist. He was drawn into the first pattern, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. With the blood sacrifice of 9, the path to life shall manifest. The Qingshu sect's gold core elder bore an unusual smile, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixated on the steel, which pulsed with light. After a few moments, he declared, from the ashes of the third pattern, "Once a deathly trap, a path to life now emerges, following the sacrifice of 9. Chapter 122. The Colossal Cauldron, suppressing 10,000 beasts. The Golden Elixir Elder, exhibiting utmost caution, selected a disciple from the Zhao Kingdom's cultivators and instructed him to approach the third mural. When the chosen disciple of the Tianxing sect made contact with the pattern, instead of being consumed, he was enveloped in light and disappeared from sight. At this moment, the elder revealed an elated smile. The portal is open. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We may enter. Under the elder's coercion, the surviving dozen or so Zhao Kingdom cultivators surged towards the third mural, and within mere moments, not a single individual remained beneath the skeletal remains of the giant bird. As Lin Hao was dragged into the stone wall by a furry arm, he braced himself for death. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, he found himself enveloped in darkness, a force of teleportation enveloping him, propelling him swiftly through the void for what felt like more than 10 breaths. Suddenly, light returned to the world. Lin Hao's expression was one of bewilderment as he quickly surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a desolate plain, devoid of life, where the terrifying arm that had seized him had vanished. Where am I? He furrowed his brow, the silence around him oppressive and lifeless, as if he were the only living soul in this world. Come to me. As Lin Hao pondered his next step, a raspy, ancient voice seemed to echo from the heavens. The voice, though faint, carried an air of supreme authority, as if it belonged to an unparalleled being of great power. The call reverberated every few moments, sending tremors through Lin Hao's soul, causing his heart to race inexplicably. Gazing at the endless expanse that merged with the sky, Lin Hao was at a loss as to how to escape this desolate realm. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to retrieve his flying artifact. Transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the source of the voice, eager to uncover its mystery. After flying for approximately half a stick of incense, an unseen pressure suddenly descended upon him, causing the flying artifact to tremble violently, rendering it uncontrollable. He was forced to land. Come to me. I mean no harm. I await you. The feeble call grew clearer, and Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the presence of such a formidable voice. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the identity of its owner. As he drew nearer to the voice, an enchanting pull compelled Lin Hao to take another step forward. Moments later, Lin Hao unwittingly passed through an invisible veil, and the previously barren plain vanished. He gazed ahead, astonished by the sight before him. Towering stone statues loomed like mountains, each ensnared by colossal chains. What is that? Lin Hao looked skyward, utterly astounded, as he beheld an enormous cauldron floating high above, several tens of thousands of feet tall. The cauldron's surface was adorned with verdigris, exuding an air of ancient time. Upon closer inspection, he noticed intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, inscribed with the two characters De Luo. Is this cauldron called De Luo? Lin Hao murmured to himself. Could it be that this magnificent cauldron is summoning me? Who crafted such a towering vessel? His face was painted with shock, and his heart raced as he observed the multitude of complex runes inscribed upon it, embodying an indescribable essence of the Dao, as if it represented the heavens themselves. Buzz. As Lin Hao continued to inspect the cauldron, it suddenly trembled slightly, releasing myriad beams of light that cascaded down towards the ground, illuminating the massive statues. Roar. At the moment the beams struck the colossal stone figures, they shook violently, emitting furious and anguished roars. Could it be that these statues are living beings, and the cauldron above is suppressing them? Lin Hao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he scrutinized the statues, realizing that these towering forms were fierce beasts of ancient lore. Wait, that statue resembles the devouring turtle I encountered while gathering foundation-building materials in the lake. Lin Hao's astonishment deepened, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Is the Qianling Valley a place for imprisoning ancient beasts? No wonder there are so many astonishing creatures within this realm. The radiant light from the enormous cauldron persisted for over 20 breaths before finally dissipating. As the light faded, the stone statues, previously writhing in agony, ceased their convulsions, returning to a profound silence. The surroundings grew eerily quiet, as if everything that transpired had been but a dream. Come to me. Those who step into the cauldron shall receive my legacy. In the silence, the enigmatic and raspy voice echoed once more. Lin Hao's heart raced uncontrollably. To obtain a legacy in such a breathtaking place would be extraordinary, with no clear path to exit and no retreat possible. Perhaps by acquiring the legacy, he could find a way out. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao took a step forward towards the heart of this place. Directly beneath the colossal cauldron. Are the eyes of these statues moving? As he navigated between the towering figures, Lin Hao distinctly felt numerous gazes fixated upon him, as though he were being scrutinized by dozens of fearsome beasts, sending chills down his spine. The essence of these statues must be the ferocious creatures imprisoned within the Qianling Valley. Lin Hao's conviction strengthened, and he fought to maintain his composure, slowly advancing under the watchful eyes of the immense statues, feeling like a tiny ant in their presence. The scale of this realm was staggering. After nearly half a day's journey, Lin Hao finally approached the center beneath the floating cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, the space quaked violently, as if torn asunder, and a furry arm materialized from thin air, reaching towards Lin Hao. It's the arm from the first mural. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, leaving no room for reaction as he felt the world spin around him. This disorienting sensation persisted for an extended moment until the intense shaking subsided, allowing him to stabilize. He quickly looked ahead, his astonishment deepening. Below the cauldron stood an immensely towering giant, its powerful arms raised high, supporting the vast cauldron above. Oh, I didn't expect this insignificant ant to survive and reach here. A voice, somewhat cold and unexpectedly surprised, resonated from a short distance away. Lin Hao turned to see a group of individuals, including the Golden Elixir Elder of the Qingshu sect and his 3 disciples, along with more than a dozen surviving disciples from the Zhao Kingdom's 3 factions, who had been coerced by the Elder to enter this place. Chapter 123. The 3 Ancient Marvelous Books. The opening spirit scripture do not linger any longer. The cold reprimand of the Golden Dan Elder echoed through the air. Those who had arrived at this place heard the mysterious call, where the word inheritance was the Elder's objective. Naturally, he would not allow Lin Hao to roam freely, fearing that the young man's actions might jeopardize his chance at fortune. Lin Hao's countenance darkened, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the ruthless Elder from the eastern region. He was loath to return, yet his meager cultivation left him with no choice. Suddenly, the immense cauldron in the sky trembled violently, sending forth a terrifying wave of energy that altered the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Even the Zhao Kingdom beyond the Thousand Spirits Valley was affected, as dark clouds gathered and countless bolts of lightning illuminated the sky. This alarming phenomenon instantaneously astonished the high-ranking members of the 4 great sects of Zhao. Though they were uncertain of what had transpired, they sensed that calamity was imminent. Indeed, it is the aura of the Great Luo Immortal Cauldron. Within the 6 top sects of the eastern region, many reclusive elders abruptly opened their eyes, gazing towards Zhao Kingdom from afar, and calmly instructed, "Send disciples to investigate." "Yes, Ancestor," came the respectful reply. Before long, several streaks of rainbow-like light pierced the sky, heading straight for Zhao Kingdom. The auras emitted by these practitioners revealed they were all at the Golden Dance stage, like a powerful dragon crossing the land. The wind surged and the storm brewed over Zhao Kingdom. Unbeknownst to those within the Thousand Spirits Valley, the mere tremor of the cauldron had unleashed a cataclysmic tempest. The gale swept through, causing all present to sway and struggle to maintain their footing. Even the exalted Golden Dan Elder found himself in a state of disarray. Amidst the chaotic winds, Lin Hao could not heed the Elder's command to approach him, as he valiantly resisted the fierce gusts to avoid falling. The power emanating from the Great Luo Immortal Cauldron was not directed at those inside. After approximately 10 breaths, the tempest subsided. Before them stood a colossal figure, hands raised in an effort to support the cauldron, as countless chains of law materialized, entwining around the giant's form. The giant trembled, seemingly battling to break free from its shackles. A deafening roar resonated from the heavens, the giant's voice reverberating with immense power. Brilliant golden light emanated from it, and with a series of cracks, the chains binding the giant began to shatter. It was not the giant lifting the cauldron. Rather, the cauldron was subduing the giant. Lin Hao was taken aback by the scene before him, inexplicably hoping that the giant would free itself from the cauldron's constraints. The term Great Luo signifies the heavens, subduing all beings that defy it. The Golden Dan Elder, no longer composed, spoke with a tremor in his voice. It is said that the Great Luo Immortal Cauldron manifests 9 phantoms, each possessing 1/10 of the true cauldron's power, sealing away 9 formidable fiends. Is this giant one of those fiends? Lin Hao, standing several dozen paces away, was astonished by the Elder's words. Perhaps overwhelmed by the intense confrontation between the giant and the great Luo immortal cauldron, the elder momentarily overlooked Lin Hao, fixated on the titanic figure and the cauldron above. With each struggle, the giant's muscles bulged, exuding an unparalleled strength, veins like azure dragons coursing across its body, as the chains of law continued to fracture. The fiend, suppressed by the great Luo immortal cauldron, showed signs of escape. As the chains had already shattered more than half, the cauldron in the sky trembled once more, releasing a cascade of ethereal light. Upon contact with this divine radiance, the struggling giant emitted a pained roar as the broken chains rapidly reformed around it. In mere moments, the giant was once again ensnared, as if wrapped in bindings. As the phantom of the great Luo immortal cauldron exerted its might, the giant's thrashing gradually subsided, yet its indomitable spirit grew ever stronger. Just when the onlookers believed the giant had been rendered powerless, a thunderous bellow erupted from its depths, more powerful than before. The gathered practitioners' expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Hao tasted blood in his mouth and coughed violently. The golden light radiating from the giant intensified, but it ceased its struggles, instead laboriously opening its vast maw to utter a voice filled with resentment. Song Clan, you despicable wretches, you may suppress me for a time, but you cannot bind me for eternity. After this proclamation, the giant's eyes glimmered fiercely, locking onto the gathered practitioners below, its raspy voice resonating. I am surnamed Jiang. One among you may inherit my legacy, while the others, even if they do not receive my inheritance, will still gain some fortune. Jiang. Lin Hao's heart raced as he realized the implications. The giant, a phantom restrained by the great Luo immortal cauldron, belonged to the ancient Jiang clan. The Golden Dan elder's heart raced, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He had once come across a record in an ancient ruin detailing how the progenitor of the Jiang clan defied the heavens, possessing the power to slay immortals before achieving transcendence, and was thus deemed anathema by the cosmos. This formidable figure had even provoked the wrath of the celestial will, which manifested a decree: those of the Jiang surname shall not ascend to immortality. The inheritance of such a terrifying ancient figure would undoubtedly be extraordinary, a colossal opportunity if obtained. As the Jiang giant raised the cauldron, a shimmering light began to emanate from its brow, and a page of golden paper floated forth. The two characters' opening spirit shimmered upon the page, causing the Golden Dan elder and his 3 disciples to gasp, their breaths quickening in astonishment. The opening spirit scripture, one of the 3 ancient marvelous books. The opening spirit scripture is said to possess the power to reshape destiny, having been lost to the ages due to its defiance against the heavens. Who would have thought it would manifest here? Legends suggest that mastering this scripture could double a practitioner's spiritual energy, and at its pinnacle, even triple it. In a world where single spiritual roots were revered, while single-root practitioners advanced swiftly, they were heavily limited by their lack of spiritual energy compared to the more difficult multi-root cultivators. A deficiency in spiritual energy was the greatest flaw of single-root practitioners. As their cultivation advanced, the limitations of their roots became increasingly apparent. However, with the opening spirit scripture to enhance their internal energy, single-root practitioners could overcome this shortcoming, achieving not only abundant spiritual energy, but also an exceedingly rapid cultivation speed. The emergence of this scripture would inevitably incite a tempest of conflict. To inherit my legacy, one must demonstrate their speed in cultivating the first volume of the opening spirit scripture. The Jiang giant's voice, imbued with supreme authority, resonated in the ears of all present. Chapter 124. Resplendent Radiance. Majestic dominance. At the moment the golden paper inscribed with the characters opening the spirit appeared, the sky was filled with various extraordinary phenomena. Ancient divine birds shrieked. Mysterious cultivators sat cross-legged upon verdant lotus blossoms, exuding an overwhelming aura, and colossal dragons crackled with lightning. These manifestations were mere illusions, yet they bore the weight of mountains and rivers, descending from the heavens and pressing upon the crowd. Even the elder of the golden core was taken aback, struggling to breathe under this immense pressure. Among the more than 10 disciples of the 3 sects from the Zhao kingdom, many were unable to withstand the oppressive force and coughed up blood. The intensity of the pressure was peak level for their realm. Lin Hao, possessing a 5-element spirit root and an exceptionally abundant spiritual energy, stood as a pinnacle existence within the Qi refinement stage. Faced with this ultimate pressure for his realm, he remained unperturbed, showing no signs of discomfort. The inheritance began. The hoarse and commanding voice of the giant with the surname Jiang resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Then, the golden paper floating in the sky erupted with radiant light, enveloping the group of cultivators below. Within the brilliance, large golden characters emerged, penetrating the bodies of the cultivators. It was the opening the Spirit Sutra. Joy illuminated the faces of the cultivators as they hastily seated themselves, immersing themselves in the profound essence of the scripture. Soon, one by one, they were enveloped in golden light. Why can't I see the scripture? The elder of the Qingshu sect, a golden core cultivator, gazed at the others as they comprehended the opening the Spirit Sutra amidst the golden light. Despite bathing in the same radiance from the golden paper above, he was unable to absorb a single golden character, which drove him to the brink of madness. Am I too old to partake in this inheritance contest? The elder's expression darkened as he watched the disciples grasping the scripture, his eyes glinting with resentment and jealousy. At least my 3 disciples can seize this opportunity. I shall eliminate these Zhao Kingdom cultivators to ensure my disciples attain the inheritance. He swiftly retrieved a flying sword from his storage pouch, pointing it forward. The sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the Zhao cultivators who were comprehending the opening the Spirit Sutra. Buzz. Unfortunately, as the flying sword approached the Zhao cultivators, a force of law materialized in the air, thwarting the elder's murderous intent. Am I unable to interfere with those participating in the inheritance trial? The elder's face darkened with regret, realizing he should have slain these insignificant Zhao cultivators when he first discovered the entrance to this place. Humph. These Zhao cultivators are mere rabble, unworthy to compete for the supreme inheritance of the Jiang family's ancestor. My 3 disciples are exceptionally talented among the 6 major sects of the eastern region. This inheritance shall undoubtedly belong to them. The Golden Core Elder found himself powerless against those grasping the opening the Spirit Sutra. He cast a disdainful glance at the Zhao cultivators, confident in his disciples' success. The golden paper in the sky continued to radiate profound light, and as more golden characters were absorbed by those undergoing the inheritance trial, the brilliance surrounding the cultivators intensified. Among the disciples undergoing the trial, the 3 disciples of the Golden Core Elder from the eastern region shone particularly brightly, while the Zhao cultivators appeared dim in comparison. The brightness of the golden light signified their superior comprehension of the opening the Spirit Sutra. The Zhao cultivators, hailing from a remote and impoverished land, resembled mere jesters, their light paltry against the sun and moon. As the elder observed the increasing radiance of his disciples, a proud smile graced his face, and his gaze towards the Zhao cultivators grew even more contemptuous. The golden paper floated above, continuously showering mysterious light. Lin Hao, seated with his eyes closed, absorbed vast amounts of golden characters into his body, yet the golden light enveloping him remained dimmer than that of any other cultivator present. It was not due to Lin Hao's lack of comprehension, but rather because the golden characters entering his body were entirely absorbed by the strange beast skin scroll within his dantian, preventing him from grasping the opening the Spirit Sutra. Beast skin scroll, what are you doing? Do not obstruct my chance for opportunity. The extraordinary phenomena triggered by the appearance of the golden paper indicated the sutra's remarkable nature, yet Lin Hao could only watch helplessly, unable to learn from it, which left him exceedingly frustrated. No matter how he communicated with the beast skin scroll, it remained obstinate, absorbing any golden characters related to the opening the Spirit Sutra that entered his body. While the golden light surrounding Lin Hao appeared dim, the scroll within his dantian, having absorbed a copious amount of golden scripture, radiated a dazzling brilliance, tinting Lin Hao's flesh with gold. Indeed, the dim light that enveloped him was merely a reflection of the scroll's resplendence seeping through his skin, not a manifestation of his own luminosity. Lin Hao was unable to access the golden characters entering his body, rendering his progress in comprehending the opening the Spirit Sutra the slowest among all cultivators present. Alas, I must relinquish this monumental opportunity, he thought, a bitter smile crossing his face. If he could somehow manage the strange beast skin scroll within his dantian, he would undoubtedly tear it to shreds. Boom. Just as Lin Hao believed the inheritance of the Jiang giant was beyond his reach, the peculiar beast skin scroll, having absorbed a considerable amount of golden characters, suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, golden characters materialized upon the scroll, revealing the profound opening the Spirit Sutra from the sky. Moreover, a mysterious force emanated from the scroll, enveloping Lin Hao entirely. akin to how it previously assisted him in refining his body and practicing the indestructible golden body technique. This mysterious power from the beast skin scroll began to actively aid Lin Hao in cultivating the esoteric opening, the Spirit Sutra. What was incomprehensible to other cultivators now appeared clear to Lin Hao. As he achieved a newfound understanding, his body resonated with booming sounds, and the meridians within him gradually expanded as he cultivated the opening, the Spirit Sutra, while his dantian also began to grow. The effects were akin to seizing the very essence of creation. It was as if he had consumed a miraculous elixir capable of remaking his very being. As Lin Hao practiced the opening, the Spirit Sutra, his spiritual power would become even more formidable. The dim golden light surrounding him rapidly brightened, soon resembling a radiant golden sun, standing out among the cultivators undergoing the inheritance trial. How can this be? This boy is a mere cultivator from a barren land. How could he possibly surpass my esteemed disciple? The elder of the Qingshu sect stared in disbelief at Lin Hao, whose body now radiated brilliant golden light, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 125, The 8 Fingers of Annihilation and the Fist of Mountain Collapse. Among the cultivators receiving the inheritance, Lin Hao radiated a golden light as striking as the full moon, while the other cultivators glimmered like faint grains of rice. The golden light surrounding him continued to intensify, visibly expanding the meridians and dantian within his body. The elder of the golden core, driven by envy, attempted multiple times to eliminate Lin Hao before he could obtain the inheritance, hoping to secure it for his 3 disciples. However, every time the elder unleashed his terrifying spells, they were silently thwarted by an unseen force of law. The ethereal shadow of the Grand Luo Immortal Cauldron awakened to suppress the ancestor of the Jiang family, amplifying the power of the suppressive laws. The elder's golden core cultivation could only exert a mere 20% of its strength in this place, rendering him incapable of breaking through the protective barriers surrounding the cultivators undergoing the inheritance trial. The elder's eyes flickered with determination as he thought, even if this inheritance is claimed by Lin Hao, as long as I can control him, it is as if the inheritance remains in my grasp. Despite his inclination to eliminate Lin Hao and ensure his 3 deeply connected disciples receive the inheritance, he resolved to capture Lin Hao first and then interrogate him about the inheritance. In the sky, the golden page shimmered with increasing brilliance, as if establishing a mysterious connection with Lin Hao, who was excelling in the trial below. Enormous characters of golden light, imbued with Taoist essence, continuously merged into Lin Hao's body. Under Lin Hao's influence, the other participants in the inheritance trial found their own golden characters becoming increasingly scarce. One disciple from the Lingfeng sect of Zhao, performing the worst, could no longer receive any golden characters, and the light from the golden page ceased to fall upon him. He opened his eyes, becoming the first failure in this inheritance trial. As time passed, one by one, cultivators revealed expressions of unwillingness, opening their eyes to gaze upon the remaining 3 young disciples from the Eastern Domain's major sects, and Lin Hao, who was competing for the foundational herb, the purple mysterious grass, with them. Their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. They understood that this was a monumental opportunity, even as failures. Merely participating in the inheritance trial and cultivating a portion of the awakening spirit scripture had expanded their meridians and dantian by approximately 30%, significantly enhancing their spiritual power. They would dominate their peers in the same realm, enjoying a substantial advantage. You owe your fortune to me. From now on, you shall no longer be cultivators of Zhao, and your ties to your current sects will be severed. The elder, Mo Wuqiu, swept his gaze over the failed disciples of Zhao's 3 sects, speaking with an air of authority. I am Mo Wuqiu, a peak golden core cultivator of the Qingshu sect, one of the 6 major sects of the Eastern Domain. Today, I shall take you as my named disciples. Henceforth, you will be disciples of the Qingshu sect. Yes, esteemed elder, the Zhao cultivators replied respectfully, though they felt reluctant to leave their sections. Faced with the imposing presence of a peak golden core cultivator from the Eastern Domain, they had no choice but to comply. Humph, you shall address me as master, Mo Wuqiu stated coldly. Kneel and pay your respects. Greetings, master. The disciples from Zhao's 3 sects quickly knelt before him under his oppressive aura. Rise, Mo Wuqiu commanded indifferently, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Despite the Zhao cultivators having cultivated a portion of the awakening spirit scripture and gained a fortuitous opportunity, he still regarded them with contempt. viewing them as unsophisticated country bumpkins when compared to the carefully nurtured disciples of the 6 major sects of the Eastern Domain. After accepting these individuals as named disciples, Mo Wuchio's gaze turned towards his 3 disciples, and then to the remarkably notable Lin Hao, a cold and displeased expression crossing his face. As time wore on, approximately half an hour passed. One by one, Mo Wuchio's disciples awakened, having failed to compete in the inheritance trial, leaving only Lin Hao surrounded by the radiant glow of the golden page above. How could we have been eliminated? The 3 disciples of Mo Wuchio wore expressions of disbelief and resentment, their eyes betraying their murderous intent towards Lin Hao. They were the direct disciples of the Qingshu sect, possessing exceptional talent, fostering a sense of pride and arrogance among their peers. Losing to fellow disciples was somewhat acceptable, but being defeated by a practitioner from a place they looked down upon was a blow to their pride, igniting their fury. Master, this person has hindered our progress. He must be eliminated. One of the disciples, named Mo Shantong, revealed a sinister expression. He was a distinguished descendant of the Mo family, related to Mo Wuchio both as a disciple and a kin. Shantong, first extract the inheritance from him, and then we can deal with him, Mo Wuchio remarked, a rare hint of affection softening his otherwise indifferent demeanor as he looked at his talented disciple. Go approach him. Once the inheritance concludes, seize him. Before long, Lin Hao, still enveloped in golden light, found himself surrounded by Mo Wuchio, his 3 disciples, and over a dozen Zhao cultivators. Once the inheritance trial ended and Lin Hao lost the protective laws, Mo Wuchio and others would strike to capture and imprison him. Time trickled by until nearly 6 hours had passed. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt a violent tremor within him. He had completed the cultivation of the first part of the awakening spirit scripture. With a resounding boom, a look of pain crossed his face. The moment he finished cultivating the scripture, the domineering power surged through his meridians and dantian, expanding them by an additional 20%. Overall, the width of Lin Hao's meridians and dantian had doubled. His originally robust 5 elements spiritual roots now surged with terrifying strength. Lin Hao brimmed with confidence, believing that with his current power, he could effortlessly crush any cultivator of the same realm, even against a formidable foundational cultivator who differed fundamentally from the Qi refinement realm. He was confident he could survive for a time without being killed. In comparison, Qi refinement cultivators and foundational cultivators were as distinct as a small pond and a vast lake. There was no basis for comparison. Those able to withstand a foundational cultivator in the Qi refinement realm were regarded as esteemed, almost saintly figures within the 6 major sects of the Eastern Domain. Upon completing the first part of the awakening spirit scripture, the golden page in the sky dimmed and transformed into a stream of light, descending to merge with Lin Hao's body and entering his dantian. You are my inheritor. The imposing figure of the Jiang ancestor, holding a colossal cauldron, spoke with a hoarse authority. A blood-red jade pendant formed in the center of his brow, shooting towards Lin Hao's mind. Boom. Lin Hao felt his head resonate with a thunderous sound, followed by a vast voice filled with defiance. I am the ancestor of the Jiang family, unable to ascend due to the heavens' rejection. But so what? If the heavens deny my ascension, I shall overturn them, not as an immortal, but as a mortal. Immortals and mortals exist within my thoughts. If I deem myself an immortal, what can the heavens do? With a mere flick, I shall annihilate immortals. The voice was exceedingly arrogant and domineering, looking down upon the world with an air of unmatched supremacy. I impart to you the 8 fingers of annihilation. Cultivate it to its zenith, and with a mortal frame, you may extinguish true immortals. I transmit to you the fist of mountain collapse. With a single strike, you can alter the heavens and the earth. The resonant voice continued to echo with relentless power. Chapter 126. The Fist Strikes the Golden Core, Part 1. Under the overwhelming influence of a terrifying will that sought to pierce the heavens and defy the very fabric of existence, Lin Hao experienced a profound transformation within his spirit. Mere mortals contend against heaven, earth, and their fellow beings. Yet, those who cultivate the Dao inherently rebel against the heavens, seizing the very essence of creation, and must possess the courage to surmount all adversities. Is this the legacy of the ancestral figure of the Jiang family? The voice of the towering Jiang echoed in Lin Hao's mind for a protracted moment before gradually fading away. Within his consciousness lay a blood-red jade pendant, a gift from the Jiang giant. Its surface appeared placid, yet as Lin Hao focused his spirit upon it, He was besieged by an overwhelming aura of hostility and murderous intent, rendering even the bearer of the legacy awestruck by its terrifying presence. This blood jade is indeed a treasure, but my current cultivation in the Qi refinement stage renders it unusable. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can I hope to wield it. From a fragment of memory imparted by the Jiang ancestral figure, Lin Hao discerned the manner of utilizing the blood jade. He murmured, "Moreover, the 8 fingers of annihilation have surpassed the realm of mere spells, belonging instead to the domain of divine abilities. One must attain at least the foundation establishment stage to execute the first of the 8 fingers. However, the mountain-crushing fist from the Jiang family's heritage is something I can currently employ at my Qi refinement level." An image of the mountain-crushing fist materialized in Lin Hao's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. This technique bore resemblance to the mountain-crushing fist imparted to him by senior brother Jiangsheng during his days as a servant disciple at the Xianyu sect, suggesting they stemmed from a common origin. Yet, the version passed down from the Jiang giant was a sublime fusion of spiritual power and martial prowess, imbued with the intent of shattering mountains and rivers. In contrast, the version from Jiangsheng was a rudimentary interpretation, lacking in finesse. Could this giant be an ancestor of senior brother Jiangsheng? A thought flickered in Lin Hao's mind. In the past, Jiangsheng had shown him considerable kindness while they were in the servant quarters, forging a strong bond. However, once Jiangsheng ascended to the status of an outer disciple and Lin Hao became a direct disciple, their paths diverged for various reasons, and they had only met a handful of times thereafter. Ultimately, Jiangsheng had embarked on a mission for the sect and never returned. The others spoke of his demise, a revelation that left Lin Hao in profound sorrow for an extended period. As Lin Hao reminisced about senior brother Jiangsheng, he suppressed his distractions and earnestly contemplated the mountain-crushing fist he could currently wield. Perhaps due to his prior practice of the crude version, he grasped the technique of the ancestral mountain-crushing fist in a surprisingly short time. The protective energy enveloping him began to wane, affording him no more than a minute of safeguard. The golden core cultivators surrounding Lin Hao, including Imo Wuqiu, wore sinister smiles. If Lin Hao had merely gained a superficial advantage from the legacy, he might have been accepted as a named disciple. However, possessing the ultimate inheritance left Imo Wuqiu and his 3 disciples feeling humiliated. Given Imo Wuqiu's narrow-mindedness, once he obtained the Jiang family's ancestral legacy from Lin Hao, he would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures to eliminate him, eradicating any future threats. As time passed, Lin Hao's protective energy dissipated entirely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone forth from his gaze. Despite remaining in the early stages of Qi refinement, the breadth of his dantian and meridians had doubled, and his spiritual power surged impressively, marking a dramatic enhancement of his abilities beyond comprehension. I am an elder of the Qingshu sect, one of the 6 major sects of the eastern region, at the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage. If you share the legacy you have obtained with me, you shall become my direct disciple. Imo Wuqiu's cold demeanor vanished as he donned a facade of benevolence upon witnessing Lin Hao's awakening. He resolved to feign acceptance of Lin Hao as a direct disciple, extracting the legacy before striking. "Senior, I have no intention of taking you as my master," Lin Hao replied, his expression darkening. Unlike other Zhao cultivators who were absorbed in comprehending the opening Spirit Sutra during their trials, Lin Hao had remained acutely aware of his surroundings due to the Beast Skin Scroll's assistance in assimilating the golden characters and subsequently aiding his practice of the sutra. He had observed Imo Wuqiu's repeated attempts to slay him with his flying sword. "Humph, do you think you deserve to defy my master? Do you believe that having obtained a legacy transforms you from a mere mountain chicken to a phoenix?" Imo Wuqiu's disciple, Imo Shantong, sneered disdainfully. "You remain a cultivator of barren lands. We could crush you as easily as squashing a bug. I grant you one more opportunity. Reveal the legacy, and you shall ascend to the ranks of the Qingshu sect's disciples." Imo Wuqiu's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he threatened Lin Hao, prepared to employ unspeakable methods to extract information. "Senior, while I am reluctant to become your disciple, I can share the legacy with you." Lin Hao's face revealed a struggle, as though he were making a momentous decision. "I only ask that you spare my life and allow me to leave." "Very well, share the legacy with me, and I shall permit your departure." Imo Wuqiu's heart raced with excitement, secretly thinking that this Zhao cultivator was indeed Navi. He verbally agreed, while secretly deeming Lin Hao a dead man. "Senior, the legacy is of utmost importance. to prevent any leaks. Could you kindly ask the others to stand 100 feet away? I wish to confide in you alone. Lin Hao was silent for a moment before speaking. Imo Wuchio, not wanting the legacy to be overheard, nodded in agreement. You all, step away for now, to a distance of 100 feet. Yes, master. Imo Shantong and the others bowed respectfully before leading the Zhao cultivators away. Before long, only Lin Hao and Imo Wuchio remained in the area. Now, you can divulge the legacy to me. Imo Wuchio's gaze pierced through Lin Hao, his smile concealing a chilling undercurrent. Senior, could you please come a bit closer? The legacy is the mountain-crushing fist. In an instant, Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his entire aura shifted to one of formidable resolve. His abundant spiritual power surged forth, circulating through his meridians in a uniquely profound manner as his muscles coalesced into perfect form. The true mountain-crushing fist is a synthesis of spell and martial art. As Imo Wuchio drew near, Lin Hao unleashed a terrifying aura and delivered a fierce punch. This strike surged forward, as if intent on shattering all that lay before him. During his trials, Lin Hao had witnessed Imo Wuchio's attacks on multiple occasions and had carefully noted that, while formidable, Imo Wuchio's spellcasting was not on par with a true golden core cultivator. It seemed merely a step above a pinnacle chi refinement practitioner. The Thousand Spirits Valley secret realm had historically only permitted chi refinement practitioners to enter. Although Imo Wuchio had somehow breached its confines, Lin Hao was certain that he was being suppressed by the realm's laws, preventing him from fully manifesting his strength. Thus, Lin Hao dared to strike after Imo Wuchio had dismissed his disciples. Seeking death, Imo Wuchio's expression remained cold and indifferent as a trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. He believed that, under the constraints of the Daoyuo Immortal Cauldron's laws, he could only exert about 20% of his golden core strength, rendering him impervious to a mere chi refinement practitioner. Chapter 127, Fist Strikes the Golden Core, Part 2, The Great Hand Seal of Qingxiu. With a sweeping motion of his large sleeve, Imo Wuchio unleashed a surge of verdant energy that instantly transformed into a formidable handprint. Its overwhelming force howling forward as if it could collapse the very void itself, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Although Imo Wuchio had yet to inherit the legacy of the Jiang family's ancestor, this technique, while not lethal to Lin Hao, possessed the capability to utterly cripple his cultivation. Lin Hao, sensing the might of this spell far beyond the chi refinement stage, felt no trepidation. Immersed in the essence of the mountain-crushing fist, his face radiated determination. His eyes sparkled with resolve as he fearlessly propelled his fist forward. The mountain-crushing fist emphasized the accumulation of power and an indomitable spirit. With every moment of rapid motion, Lin Hao's fist grew stronger, ultimately embodying the power to devastate mountains and obliterate the earth. Supported by Lin Hao's vast spiritual energy and formidable physique, his fist, capable of obliterating all, collided with the green handprint, which bore only 20% of the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and within an instant, a fierce wind whipped through the surroundings. Lin Hao's hair danced wildly, his robes billowed, and the full force of the mountain-crushing fist was unleashed. The verdant handprint, infused with the strength of 20% of foundation establishment, began to crack, shattering into pieces in the blink of an eye. Imo Wuchio's expression changed dramatically. The calm demeanor he once held was replaced by disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere chi refinement cultivator could shatter his handprint with a single punch. Even at his current suppressed state, only able to exert 20% of his foundation establishment strength. He had never expected a chi refinement cultivator from a remote area could achieve such a feat. Only the carefully nurtured disciples of the 6 major sects in the eastern region could accomplish this. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Imo Wuchio hastily retreated, drawing forth a defensive talisman, only to discover that even this artifact was restrained by the laws of this place. Before he could activate the talisman, Lin Hao's fist surged forward, striking Imo Wuchio with a resounding crash. Bang! The deafening noise reverberated as Imo Wuchio let out a pained scream, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, unable to suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. Master, Imo Wuchio's 3 disciples, who had been momentarily distracted by Lin Hao's pretext of seeking knowledge, rushed toward the scene upon witnessing their once invincible master being bloodied by a chi refinement cultivator. You, a mere initial stage chi refinement cultivator. Even with the opening Spirit Sutra, cannot possibly unleash an attack equivalent to 30% of an early Foundation establishment strength. This is impossible. Mo Wuqiu gazed at Lin Hao. Astonishment etched across his features, quickly replaced by avarice and madness. It cannot be the opening spirit sutra. It must be the Jiang ancestors' legacy, truly defying the heavens. This inheritance shall be mine. Springing to his feet, Mo Wuqiu regained his composure. Despite his earlier miscalculation in battle against Lin Hao, as a peak golden core cultivator, he remained confident in his ability to subdue Lin Hao, who had acquired the inheritance. Such a powerful technique must have drained your energy immensely. You shall be unable to unleash another punch. Mo Wuqiu wiped the blood from his lips, a cruel smile forming as he declared, "You, an ant, dare to wound me? I shall summon your soul with secret arts and torment you until you wish for death. The other cultivators from your sect shall perish before your eyes." Humph. The wrath of a golden core master from a major sect in the eastern region will surely flood the land with blood. He looked down upon Lin Hao, speaking with haughty disdain. "This is the price for defying my will. You cannot bear it." Unable to unleash a second punch, Lin Hao's eyes ignited with killing intent. From the moment he encountered Mo Wuqiu, this man had exerted his authority, treating the cultivators of the Zhao kingdom as mere fodder for slaughter, filling Lin Hao with resentment. Now, having forced the once mighty Mo Wuqiu to vomit blood with a single blow, Lin Hao felt a surge of confidence. His 5-elemental spiritual root granted him spiritual energy several times more abundant than that of other cultivators, and with the opening spirit sutra, this energy intensified dramatically. When compared to a Foundation establishment cultivator, the difference in spiritual energy was akin to that between a small pond and a vast lake. While Lin Hao's spiritual energy may not yet rival that of a Foundation establishment cultivator's lake, it was not far off. The quantity was sufficient, though the quality still lagged behind. With the ability to harm Mo Wuqiu, Lin Hao, regardless of the cost, could still unleash 9 punches. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he activated the wind control technique, swiftly charging toward the recovering Mo Wuqiu. "You possess great courage, daring to strike at me." Mo Wuqiu's eyes glinted with malice, confident that Lin Hao, a Qi refinement cultivator, could not deliver another blow equivalent to 30% of a Foundation establishment cultivator's strength. With a cold sneer, he did not retreat but instead waved his right hand, summoning a lotus of azure light that transformed into a spiraling blue rainbow aimed at Lin Hao. Mountain-crushing fist. Lin Hao's spiritual energy surged, his muscles sculpting into perfect lines, exuding an aesthetic of strength. His aura was razor-sharp as he formed a fist seal imbued with destructive force, propelling it forward. Boom. The azure lotus. Possessing only 20% of the strength of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, was obliterated by Lin Hao's mountain-crushing fist, which bore the force of 30% of a Foundation establishment's might. How can he still deliver such a punch? Mo Wuqiu's face darkened, realizing the potency of Lin Hao's strike, and he quickly retreated. However, Lin Hao's punch contained an essence that, as Mo Wuqiu attempted to evade, conjured a pulling force that hindered his speed, compelling him to confront Lin Hao's blow head-on. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? Mo Wuqiu's expression grew serious as he hastily cast a spell, creating a shield of azure light to defend himself. Crack! The might of the mountain-crushing fist shattered all. The mountain-crushing fist, a technique he had devised in his youth, combined spell and physical prowess. Although it was still a step away from divine abilities, it was extraordinary nonetheless. In mere moments, the azure shield was shattered to pieces, and Lin Hao's fully charged fist struck Mo Wuqiu with devastating force. A pain scream erupted as Mo Wuqiu was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground once more. "Ah, you little beast, I will kill you." Mo Wuqiu, who had always been a prodigy in the eastern region and had never faced such humiliation, now found himself filled with venomous rage as he glared at Lin Hao. "You are doomed. I do not believe you can deliver a third punch." As he struggled to rise and prepare another spell to attack Lin Hao, he was met with the sight of Lin Hao, relentless in his fury, charging forth after delivering 2 punches, each equivalent to 30% of a Foundation establishment strength. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Mountain-crushing fist. Lin Hao unleashed punch after punch upon Mo Wuqiu, the peak golden core cultivator. In a matter of mere breaths, Mo Wuqiu endured 6 devastating strikes. Even with his original prowess as a peak golden core cultivator, he now bore grave injuries under the suppression of the Daoyuo Immortal Cauldron's laws. Mo Wuqiu's 3 disciples, seeing the dire situation, rushed to assist. But the peculiar laws of this place prevented them from flying. They would take at least 7 or 8 breaths to arrive, leaving them helplessly watching as Lin Hao, whom they had previously regarded as insignificant, continued to batter their master until he bled. Chapter 128. The slaying of 2 disciples from the Qingshu sect in a fit of fury, Mo Wuqiu found himself utterly powerless against Lin Hao. Within this peculiar realm, not only did many magical artifacts fail to function, but even the talismans for escape lost their efficacy. The severe injuries he sustained had stripped him of his previous arrogance, leaving him in a state of terror, his face betraying unrestrained fear. Should this Zhao Kingdom cultivator unleash another 7 or 8 punches of such formidable strength, this distinguished pinnacle of golden core cultivation would meet a humiliating demise here. Mountain-crushing fist. As Mo Wuqiu grew increasingly feeble, Lin Hao exuded a menacing aura, his terrifying fists hurtling towards him, causing blood to pour from Mo Wuqiu's body. The resilience of a golden core cultivator was astonishing. Observing the severely injured yet still alive Mo Wuqiu, Lin Hao frowned. Repeatedly delivering 8 punches equivalent to 30% of his foundational strength had drained him significantly, leaving him breathing heavily. In an all-out effort, he could unleash 3 more punches of the same caliber, but doing so would leave him in a dire state, potentially vulnerable to retaliation. He knew he could not deliver further attacks of 30% foundational power. Seeing Lin Hao hesitate and cease his assault, Mo Wuqiu exhaled in relief. Seizing the fleeting opportunity to bite his tongue, inflicting injury upon himself to conjure a secret technique, and swiftly retreating to gain some distance. Lin Hao intended to pursue, but noticed Mo Wuqiu had reunited with his arriving disciple. Shantong. This Zhao Kingdom cultivator has exhausted himself after continuously utilizing the ancestral techniques of the Zhang family. You must incapacitate him without killing him. Mo Wuqiu, his expression twisted with rage, bellowed at the first arriving Mo Shantong, recalling how he had nearly been slain by this insignificant Zhao Kingdom Qi refining cultivator. He had never endured such a profound humiliation, and once his disciple subdued Lin Hao, he would seek vengeance by any means necessary. Understood, Master, Mo Shantong nodded, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao ahead. Utilizing a wind manipulation technique, he hastened forward, a fierce glint in his eyes. You dare to resist the disciples of the Qingshu sect? You shall meet a most gruesome fate, along with your family and sect. As Mo Shantong closed in to within 3 zhang of Lin Hao, he observed the latter panting heavily from exhaustion. You will die before I do, he declared coldly, sweeping his sleeve to conjure a blade of azure light that soared towards Lin Hao with astonishing speed, aiming to cripple him. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he emanated a palpable aura of menace, striving to muster the scant spiritual energy left within him. His muscles formed a perfect arc, and with a resounding crash, he unleashed the mountain-crushing fist once more. Crack! The azure blade shattered upon contact with Lin Hao's fist, a colossal punch's radiance transforming into an afterimage that continued its relentless advance. How could he still execute such a technique when he appeared to be at his limit? Mo Shantong's expression shifted dramatically. He had been wary of Lin Hao's desperate counterattack. The moment he sensed the emergence of the fist, he attempted to retreat. But the force of the punch's imprint hindered his escape. Boom. In an instant, Lin Hao's punch, equivalent to 30% foundational strength, struck Mo Shantong. The sound of shattering bones echoing as the latter let out a wretched scream, blood gushing forth. Though he was at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and a prodigy of the Qingshu sect, he could not withstand such overwhelming power and crashed to the ground, convulsing before succumbing to death. Shantong. Mo Wuqiu's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to fathom that his once proud disciple had been slain by Lin Hao's punch, which had seemed so costly to deliver. Senior brother. The remaining 2 disciples of Mo Wuqiu rushed over, intending to engage Lin Hao, but upon witnessing his terrifying prowess, they hesitated in fear. With another forceful execution of the mountain-crushing fist, Lin Hao swayed unsteadily, but despite his dire condition, he could still manage 2 more punches. His expression remained calm as he gestured lightly towards the corpse of Mo Shantong, retrieving a storage pouch. Shall you come again? Lin Hao's gaze bore down on the injured Mo Wuqiu and his surviving disciples, an aura of intimidation emanating from him. He felt a twinge of regret for not having eliminated this resilient golden core cultivator. Summon the Zhao Kingdom cultivators and have them engage him. Let us see if he has any strength left. Mo Wuchio's face twisted with hatred, unwilling to let Lin Hao escape, yet wary of his terrifying fists. Yes, master. One female disciple nodded before dashing towards the Zhao Kingdom's disciples observing from afar. As Mo Wuchio's disciple departed, a glint of determination sparked in Lin Hao's eyes. Having received the ancestral teachings of the Jiang family, he was aware of the method to exit this place. He contemplated slaying another foe before leaving, but deemed it too perilous given his current state, suppressing his impulsive thoughts. Moreover, he was uncertain what Mo Wuchio's female disciple had relayed to the Zhao Kingdom disciples, who were now hastening towards them. Lin Hao cast a reluctant glance at Mo Wuchio and his remaining disciples before decisively forming a mysterious seal with his hands. A luminous portal began to materialize before him, requiring only a brief moment for it to fully coalesce, granting Lin Hao a means of escape. He understood he must be stopped. Upon witnessing the portal's emergence, Mo Wuchio's expression darkened. He urgently commanded his remaining disciple, "Afterward, I shall reward you with a foundation establishment pill." "Yes, master." The young disciple, aware of the consequences of disobedience, regarded the seemingly exhausted Lin Hao with a fierce expression. Gritting his teeth, he brandished a flying sword and lunged at Lin Hao, who was attempting to activate the portal to flee. "I lament having only killed one of you. How fortuitous that you present yourself." Lin Hao scoffed. As the young disciple approached within 3 zhang, Lin Hao, appearing on the verge of collapse, suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura as the mountain-crushing fist manifested once more. Boom! The disciple's eyes widened in shock, yearning to retreat, but under the fist's oppressive intent, he found himself unable to escape. Moments later, only one of Mo Wuchio's disciples remained alive. "You wretched beast, I shall ensure you regret this." Mo Wuchio, witnessing yet another disciple's demise, was consumed by rage, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. "Regret? I, Lin, have never wavered in my resolve." Lin Hao's expression remained impassive as he swiftly retrieved the storage pouch from the deceased disciple. Exhausted from forced exertion, he felt his condition deteriorating further, yet the portal had fully formed. In the face of Mo Wuchio's increasingly grim countenance, Lin Hao stepped through the portal, vanishing from this peculiar space. Chapter 129, A Windfall. Gathering storms in the Zhao Kingdom departing from the luminous portal, which possessed the power of teleportation, transported individuals to random locations within the Qianling Valley. As Mo Wuchio witnessed Lin Hao vanish through the portal, he swiftly produced a gray feather, delicately stroking the air, thereby opening another portal. Subsequently, over 10 disciples from the Zhao Kingdom followed Mo Wuchio into the portal, disappearing from the realm that suppressed the giant of the Jiang clan. "I shall not rest until this man is slain," he vowed. Upon emerging from the peculiar domain, Mo Wuchio felt a reduction in his strength due to the suppression from the Luo Immortal Cauldron. Yet he could still exert 50% of his foundational cultivation prowess and employ many magical artifacts. He consumed a healing elixir from his storage bag. His complexion darkened as he ascended into the air, scanning the surroundings, but he could not discern Lin Hao's figure. Furthermore, since the portal randomly transported individuals to various locations within the Qianling Valley's secret realm, his sole surviving disciple, along with over 10 disciples from the Zhao Kingdom's 3 sects who had practiced parts of the opening spirit scripture, had also been sent to different places. The ancient 3 great scriptures, the opening spirit scripture, and the inheritance of the Jiang clan's ancestor were matters that could not be concealed. "I must hasten to locate that little beast." A glint of malice flickered in Mo Wuchio's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly traversing the Qianling Valley's secret realm, his divine sense sweeping the ground, searching for Lin Hao's presence. Having left the special location, he could now exert considerable strength equivalent to the early stage of foundation building. And he was confident he could easily subdue the Zhao Kingdom cultivator who was unaware of his own limitations. "Where am I?" In a valley, Lin Hao materialized out of thin air, stabilizing his stance. Despite his body being weakened from his continuous use of the mountain-crushing fist, he summoned a magical artifact to ascend into the sky, surveying the terrain while consulting the Qianling Valley map. "This place should be roughly 10 miles from where I seek the Zhuling fruit." After confirming his location, Lin Hao descended from the sky to a concealed mountain base. With a gentle pat on his storage bag, over 10 flying swords appeared. He formed a sword-controlling technique, rapidly carving a deep hole into the mountainside. In a flash, He entered the newly excavated cavity and utilized his control over objects to block the entrance with debris. A wave of extreme fatigue washed over him. Having unleashed the mountain-crushing fist 9 times, each exerting the force of 30% of foundational strength, his burden was immense, causing his muscles to tremble and an unbearable pain to envelop him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Hao's stomach grumbled with hunger. The significant depletion of his blood energy left him famished. He hastily retrieved some roasted bear demon meat he had stored in the Eternal Life Tower and devoured it voraciously. After consuming nearly 20 pounds, the rich blood energy of the bear meat replenished his vitality, alleviating much of the muscle pain. With his condition improving, Lin Hao examined the storage bag he had acquired from slaying 2 disciples of the Qingshu sect. Suddenly, his breath quickened. Within the bag from Mo Shan, he discovered a pill emanating a faint purple glow. His heart raced with excitement. This is a Foundation Establishment pill. The Foundation Establishment pill is vital for Qi refinement cultivators aspiring to transcend to the foundational stage. Although he had seized 18 main ingredients for crafting this pill, the Zixian grass, seeing such a coveted elixir, was still exhilarating. As he continued to explore the storage bags of the 2 Qingshu sect disciples, his expressions of delight multiplied. It was no surprise that these prodigies from the 6 major sects of the eastern region possessed wealth far surpassing that of the Zhao Kingdom cultivators. Lin Hao discovered that the combined low-grade spirit stones within the 2 bags amounted to an astonishing 30,000, along with several mid-grade spirit stones, significantly larger than the low-grade ones. Exhilarated, Lin Hao held a glowing spirit stone, unable to suppress his smile. Throughout his cultivation journey, his 5 elemental spirit roots had required vast resources, and he had never encountered such a fortune. Not only spirit stones, but there were also over 20 enhancement pills, which were scarce in the Zhao Kingdom. Lin Hao's heart raced with the thrill of sudden wealth. Truly, those who escape calamity are destined for blessings. No wonder in the world of cultivation, people frequently resort to murder for treasure. Lin Hao could not help but acknowledge that slaying was indeed the swiftest path to amass wealth. Yet soon, he furrowed his brow, realizing he had never taken a life back on Earth, and now, in this realm of cultivation, he was unflinchingly prepared to kill. Have I become a brutal, bloodthirsty person? Lin Hao murmured to himself. In that peculiar space, I not only wished to eliminate Mo Wuqiu and his disciples, but also harbored intentions to slay the remaining disciples of the Zhao Kingdom. Why do I harbor such animosity? Is it a result of adapting to this world's survival of the fittest? Or have I been influenced by the lingering malice of Jiang Zhu Chongtian after receiving his inheritance? Contemplating this, Lin Hao gradually spoke to himself. It is likely both. I, Lin Hao, have not forsaken my humanity. My actions are driven by the need to survive. Those who fall to my blade are deserving of their fate. I act with gratitude for kindness and vengeance for enmity, striving only to remain true to my conscience. With this realization, and the weight of 2 additional lives on his hands, Lin Hao found clarity. Mo Wuqiu would undoubtedly seek me out, and the Qianling Valley's secret realm is perilous. I must swiftly replenish the spiritual energy I have expended. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he retrieved an enhancement pill obtained from slaying the Qingshu sect disciples, expending 300 low-grade spirit stones to enhance its quality to the utmost using the Eternal Life Tower, and swallowed it. The superior elixir quickly took effect. An abundance of spiritual energy surged forth from within him as Lin Hao sat cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating the 5 elemental longevity technique. At the entrance of the Qianling Valley's secret realm, a multitude of formidable cultivators from the 6 major sects of the eastern region had gathered, all drawn by the aura emitted from the Deluo Immortal Cauldron. This place, it turned out, was a secret realm formed from ancient ruins. An elder at the peak of the Golden Core stage from the eastern region, his face filled with astonishment, remarked, "No wonder a neglected, barren land like the Zhao Kingdom could produce several Golden Core cultivators and dozens of Foundation Establishment practitioners. They must owe their fortune to the opportunities within this Qianling Valley secret realm, where treasures and spiritual herbs are undoubtedly abundant." Although the entrance to the Qianling Valley secret realm was still opening, the suppressive force of the Deluo Immortal Cauldron's laws meant that only Qi refinement cultivators could enter normally. For those of us in the Golden Core stage, forcing our way in would come at a significant cost, and even then, we could only exert about 50% of our foundational strength. Another Golden Core cultivator from the Danchi sect, surnamed Qin, frowned. Suddenly, as the powerful cultivators from the eastern region pondered how to enter the Qianling Valley. The entrance quivered slightly. A disciple in the garb of the Zhao Kingdom's Tianqing sect emerged from the entrance. One who had undergone the trials of Jiangzu's inheritance and practiced parts of the opening spirit scripture. The aura surrounding this child is peculiar. Instantly, the numerous powerful cultivators from the eastern region turned their gaze towards the Tianqing sect disciple. A peak golden core expert, astonished, remarked, "He is single elemental. How can his spiritual power be so formidable?" With a gentle wave of his hand, the peak golden core expert pulled the Tianqing sect disciple towards him. The latter's expression one of sheer terror, as he was uncontrollably drawn closer. His meridians and dantian are 50% wider than those of ordinary cultivators. The golden core expert grasped the Tianqing sect disciple, astonishment etched deeper on his face. "Feng Daoyu, let us have a look." Several other golden core cultivators from the eastern domain sects could not suppress their eagerness and rushed forward. The golden core peak cultivator, initially intent on independently uncovering the secret behind the profound spiritual energy of the Tianqing sect's direct disciple, hesitated as he realized his fellow cultivators, all from the same eastern domain sects, would certainly not acquiesce. To prevent a conflict, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The prospect of expanding one's meridians and dantian by 50% was indeed a tremendous fortune. Upon examining the Tianqing sect's direct disciple, the other golden core peak cultivators displayed expressions of astonishment. "Pray tell, Venerable One, how have you come to possess such expansive meridians and dantian?" In the gaze of the cultivator known as Feng Daoyu, a glimmer of intensity sparked as he fixated on the disciple, enveloping him in a terrifying aura of pressure. The overwhelming might of a golden core peak cultivator caused the Tianqing sect disciple to tremble in fear, leaving him no choice but to speak the truth. He recounted his encounter with the Deluo immortal cauldron within the Qianling Valley secret realm, how he accepted the ancestral test from the Jiang family and practiced the opening spirit sutra, revealing everything in one breath. The emergence of the ancient three great scriptures, the opening spirit sutra, along with the Jiang family ancestor's inheritance, left all the powerful cultivators from the eastern domain gasping in astonishment, their faces reflecting shock. Their breaths quickened as they urgently declared, "This matter is of utmost importance. We must immediately relay the information to the sect's headmaster and dispatch disciples at the Qi refinement stage to enter the Qianling Valley secret realm to seize the complete opening spirit sutra and the Jiang ancestor's inheritance." Chapter 130. The Zhuling fruit and the flood dragon. Upon the arrival of the esteemed cultivators from the eastern domain to the Zhao kingdom, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks, prompting numerous individuals to employ various means to relay the news back to their sects situated far in the eastern domain. The esteemed legacy of the Jiang family had been unveiled, and the spiritual scriptures had emerged into the world. As the 6 premier sects and the 4 renowned families of the eastern domain received this momentous news, many reclusive Yuan-ing elders were abruptly awakened, their eyes gleaming with renewed vigor, and in an instant, they disappeared from their secluded abodes. A resounding call to assemble echoed through the major sects and families, urging disciples to venture forth to the desolate outskirts of the eastern domain. Enormous flying vessels, brimming with numerous disciples at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, surged forth in a dazzling display towards the Zhao kingdom, leaving countless cultivators in awe of the formidable show of force exhibited by the 6 sects and 4 families. One of my cousins, affiliated with the Qingsu sect, reportedly uncovered ancient relics in a remote region known as the Zhao Kingdom, where treasures of great value lay hidden. A young cultivator from the eastern domain spoke up. "So it is." The others around him displayed expressions of realization. The top-tier forces of the eastern domain had orchestrated such a grand spectacle, evidently with no intention of concealing the existence of the Qianling Valley's secret realm. Gradually, the entire eastern domain became aware of the monumental event surrounding the emergence of an ancient secret realm in a secluded locale. A multitude of wandering cultivators and disciples from various sects hastened toward the Zhao kingdom, eager to test their fortunes and seek out opportunities. In an instant, the Zhao kingdom, previously on the periphery of the cultivation world, became bustling with powerful practitioners, causing the 4 local sects to tremble in fear. Anxious not to offend the formidable cultivators from the eastern domain, lest they invite calamity, this marked the entrance to the ancient relics, where cultivators at the pinnacle of Qi refinement could enter without any cost. The vessels, laden with practitioners, traversed through a series of teleportation arrays, arriving at the entrance of Qianling Valley. Hurry inside. The Zhang's legacy and the spiritual scriptures have been acquired by an individual named Lin Hao. Here is his likeness. When you enter, exert all effort to locate this person, and if you encounter him, ensure he is captured alive and brought back to the sect. Instructed a high-ranking figure from a powerful faction. Understood. The disciples nodded in agreement, transforming into streaks of light as they vanished into the Qianling Valley's secret realm. Within the Qianling Valley, in an unassuming location at the foot of a great mountain, Lin Hao, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he consumed several spirit-enhancing pills. After a day and night of cultivation, he executed the mountain-crushing fist 9 times, replenishing his depleting spiritual energy and physical form to an optimal state. Rising to his feet, Lin Hao gestured lightly with his right hand, causing the stones and earth blocking the cave entrance to vanish instantaneously. He soared from the makeshift cave he had excavated, swiftly navigating through the woodland with a low profile. After a short while, Lin Hao arrived at the vicinity of the Zhuling fruit, nestled behind the remains of an ancient rock among several towering mountains. He halted atop a steep peak, surveying the terrain and contemplating. With my current strength, it would be arduous to withstand the enigmatic force emanating from the ancient rock's remains. I must take a detour. After observing for a moment longer, Lin Hao set off again. This particular region was unsuitable for flight, compelling him to traverse the ground. Yet, his pace was swift, akin to that of a nimble ancient ape, as he moved through the forest imbued with primal essence. By circumventing the ancient rock's remains, he would have to traverse multiple times the distance. Ahead loomed many formidable mountains, vast and treacherous. Each ascent of a towering peak took Lin Hao over an hour, and within these mountains were ancient beasts of terrifying vitality, each radiating an aura comparable to the colossal devourer he had encountered while harvesting the Zixin grass by the lake. Lin Hao felt a sense of astonishment. These awe-inspiring ancient beasts seemed to correspond with the statues bound by chains within the unique space of the Deluo Immortal Cauldron. The Deluo Immortal Cauldron suppresses the Jiang ancestor and these ancient beasts, he murmured, sensing a profound connection between each fearsome beast he encountered in the mountains and the massive statues ensnared in chains within the Deluo Immortal Cauldron's realm. He noted that these ancient beasts could only roam within specific areas. Should they exceed their bounds, mysterious chains would manifest from thin air. Continuing his journey through the mountains, Lin Hao, though immensely powerful, felt a looming sense of danger in the presence of these ancient beasts, which were suppressed at the pinnacle of qi refinement by the Deluo Immortal Cauldron. He was determined to avoid provoking these creatures of formidable lineage, carefully circumventing them whenever encountered. After spending the better part of a day, Lin Hao finally arrived at the mountain where the Zhuling fruit was said to reside. It was rumored that a powerful flood dragon dwelled within this mountain, guarding the fruit. Consulting the map of Qianling Valley, Lin Hao's expression turned grave. He cautiously began his ascent of the towering mountain, reaching the halfway point after an hour, where the surroundings were shrouded in mist. A unique fragrance wafted through the air. Upon inhaling it, Lin Hao felt invigorated and his eyes widened. As an alchemist, he immediately recognized this as an extraordinary spiritual herb. Climbing further, he soon spotted a tree over 2 zhang tall on a steep cliff, adorned with 9 bright red fruits, the source of the delightful aroma. The Zhuling fruit, renowned for its ability to purify marrow, enhance one's potential, and elevate the quality of spiritual roots. Lin Hao gazed at the crimson fruits, his breath quickening. While the Zhuling fruits were not yet fully matured and would yield only inferior quality if harvested now, Lin Hao was not concerned about their grade, as he possessed the Eternal Life Tower to enhance their quality. The pressing matter was how to procure the fruits from the tree. A large cave lay over 10 zhang away from the Zhuling fruit tree, likely the lair of the flood dragon. Lin Hao shifted his gaze from the fruits to the cave, where he discerned a massive beast with a single horn, its colossal body sprawled on the ground. Eyes shut in slumber. A potent and bloodthirsty aura emanated from within the cave, and Lin Hao instinctively sensed that this flood dragon was likely the most formidable beast he had ever encountered. I must obtain the Zhuling fruit. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao resolved to seize the opportunity while the flood dragon slumbered to stealthily harvest the fruits. He emerged from the shadows, cautiously approaching the mountain face where the Zhuling fruits grew. However, As he stepped within 100 zhang of the tree, the flood dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Emerging from the cave, its formidable body, stretching over several dozen zhang, exuded an overwhelming presence. The dragon did not roar. Instead, it fixed its cold gaze upon Lin Hao, seemingly questioning, "What do you intend to do, little one?" Chapter 131. The Blade of the Heavens. When a demon beast possesses the character of a dragon, it is invariably a formidable entity. The serpent dragon before Lin Hao is an ancient creature, exuding an air of profound antiquity. Had it not been for the suppression of the Deluo immortal cauldron, it might have already transformed into a true dragon. Lin Hao's internal spiritual energy is robust, allowing him to wield a power equivalent to 30% of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, confronted by this serpent dragon, he inexplicably feels a prickling sensation on his scalp and cold sweat trickling down his spine. After gazing at Lin Hao for several moments, the serpent dragon suddenly roars at the heavens, its terrifying voice shaking the entire mountain. In the clear sky, clouds swiftly gather, and flashes of lightning can be faintly discerned. Suddenly, the moisture in the air intensifies, and streams of water emerge from thin air, entwining around the serpent dragon. With a whoosh, the serpent dragon springs into motion, its massive and menacing form propelled by the water with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. How swift! Lin Hao's eyes narrow slightly, realizing that even if he attempts to retreat, he cannot evade the serpent dragon. Gritting his teeth, he taps his storage bag, summoning a small flag into his right hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he gently waves it, and a cascade of golden light erupts from the flag, forming a storm of golden sword energy that surges forward. The serpent dragon's single horn flashes ominously, and the surrounding water coalesces into a sphere that violently explodes, transforming into countless droplets that collide with the golden sword energy. The sound of thunderous roars reverberates, and the golden sword energy emitted by the small flag is soon dissipated, leaving behind a multitude of water droplets that continue their relentless advance. Lin Hao is taken aback. The sword energy, bolstered by his substantial spiritual energy, could easily slay a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, yet it is effortlessly shattered by the serpent dragon. Countless droplets, imbued with a peculiar chill, rush towards him, and Lin Hao distinctly feels the temperature plummeting around him, as if attempting to freeze his internal spiritual power. Simultaneously, the serpent dragon, surrounded by swirling water, flicks its tail and darts towards him like a released arrow, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth and emanating a wave of bloodthirst. Lin Hao swiftly brandishes the small flag, and with the enhancement of his spiritual power, a thick golden shield materializes in defense. Crack! As the serpent dragon's jaws meet the golden shield, it instantly fractures, though it does afford Lin Hao a brief moment of respite against the serpent's relentless assault. Mountain-crushing fist. Lin Hao's spiritual energy surges through his meridians, his body taut like a drawn bow, muscles coiling into a perfect arc clenching his fist. He unleashes an unmatched force capable of shattering all. Boom! The myriad water droplets, laden with chilling energy, are repelled by his ferocious punch, and with a resounding crash, his fist, gleaming with power, collides with the enormous serpent dragon's head. Both figures are sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, sending dust and debris into the air, creating 2 large craters upon impact. Pain radiates through Lin Hao's body as he rises, tasting blood in his mouth. The serpent dragon's physicality far surpasses his own, and its demonic power is formidable. The impact would have crushed even a novice in the Foundation establishment stage, and had his body not neared the peak of the Iron Skin stage, he might have been killed. As the serpent dragon attempts to rise and renew its assault, a youth, marked by grotesque scars, on a shattered star in the cosmos, opens his eyes wide and murmurs, "He is one who has received the legacy of Ancestor Jiang. Another hope has emerged. May this pawn prove useful." Following this, the scarred youth's eyes glimmer with intensity as he expels a mouthful of blood, swiftly forming a complex crimson seal. The serpent dragon's massive body quivers slightly, its murky crimson eyes suddenly gaining clarity, fixing on Lin Hao, devoid of murderous intent. In a voice tinged with age, it speaks, "For the sake of old Jiang, you may take 3 Zhuling fruits." What is happening with this serpent dragon? Just as Lin Hao consumes a healing pill and prepares to engage the approaching serpent dragon, he is taken aback by its unexpected words. "Quickly gather the fruit and depart. Under my current condition, I can only maintain this manifestation for 10 breaths. The serpent dragon's ancient voice urges once more. Thank you, Senior. Lin Hao bows quickly to the serpent dragon, not pondering its sudden change of heart, and rushes towards the Zhu fruit tree on the mountainside. In mere moments, he stands beneath the tree, the enticing aroma of the spiritual fruits wafting through the air. Suppressing his excitement, he leaps up and deftly plucks 3 fruits, stowing them within the special space of the Eternal Life Tower, and departs without a backward glance. Something is amiss, given this child's level. Even with the awakening of the Spirit Awakening Scripture and the legacy of Ancestor Jiang, it is impossible for him to have inflicted even a minor injury upon my dragon manifestation. The scarred youth on the shattered star perceives the anomaly as he establishes a connection with the serpent dragon's body, quickly discerning the truth. This child possesses a 5 elements spiritual root. Yet, in this era where the heavens suppress all cultivators, how could one so young have reached the 9th level of chi refinement? A hint of confusion flickers in the serpent dragon's eyes, its ancient gaze fixated on Lin Hao's receding figure. Suddenly, its body trembles uncontrollably, overcome with astonishment, as it thinks, this cannot be. How could a first-grade 5 elements spiritual root exist in this world? The 5 elements spiritual root is exceedingly defiant, inciting the heavens' jealousy. Anyone endowed with such a root faces the heavens' decree at birth, resulting in their spiritual root being cleaved asunder. Even if one possesses a 5 elements spiritual root before birth, it would originally rank as 1st, 2nd, or even above 5th grade, yet the heavenly blade would inevitably reduce it to an inferior grade, making it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to cultivate. Throughout endless ages, under the interference of the heavenly laws, all cultivators with 5 elements spiritual roots have been rendered inferior. With no instances of a first-grade root appearing, this child has evaded the heavenly blade. I cannot treat him as a mere pawn. I must assist him to the best of my abilities. The scarred youth on the shattered star is filled with fervor, his breath quickening, and his fearsome visage intensifies as he expels another mouthful of blood, paying a significant cost to swiftly coalesce a mark imbued with the laws of the universe. Instantaneously, the serpent dragon under his control trembles violently, and moments later, it expels a copious amount of blood, which swiftly transforms into a handsome youth who pursues Lin Hao's departing figure. Chapter 132. A chance encounter with Lu Qinghan having unexpectedly acquired the invaluable Zhu fruit. Lin Hao, fearing potential changes, swiftly departed from the mountain where the Jiaolong resided, continuing to sprint in a singular direction. The area he currently occupied was teeming with ancient beasts of terrifying vitality, each capable of causing him considerable trouble. Thus, he knew that leaving this place was essential for his safety. Truly, the 5 elements spiritual root was formidable. After cultivating the opening spirit sutra, even my blood avatar could not catch up in a short span of time. The handsome young man, transformed from the Jiaolong's blood, pursued Lin Hao with remarkable speed, a look of admiration dawning on his face as his anticipation for Lin Hao grew. Although he could not immediately catch up, the dashing young man remained unperturbed, for his tracking abilities were exceptional, and he was highly sensitive to scents. By following the trail left by Lin Hao, he was certain he would eventually catch up. After a brief period, Lin Hao finally emerged from the perilous region. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The menacing aura emitted by the surrounding beasts had diminished significantly, allowing him to handle them with ease. Slowing his pace, he began to search for a suitable hiding place, intent on consuming one of the Zhu fruits to assess its effects. Ha ha ha, beautiful lady, where do you think you're running? Surrender to me willingly. The Xianyue sect is destined for ruin, and becoming my maidservant is your only path to survival. Just as Lin Hao had completed his makeshift hideout within a cave and was preparing to enter and consume the Zhu fruit, a triumphant voice echoed nearby. Furrowing his brow, Lin Hao leaped into the air and beheld a valley ahead, where a young man clad in the garb of a direct disciple of the Tianqing sect, a smug grin plastered across his face, was pursuing a distressed woman accompanied by several elite female disciples of the sect. The pursued woman appeared utterly disheveled, biting her lip as she desperately maneuvered her flying artifact, her defensive attire in tatters, revealing ample fair skin, creating an alluring yet tragic sight. I have yet to experience a female cultivator of such status as a direct disciple of the Xianyue sect. The thought of her yielding to me fills me with excitement. Mused Wu Xingfeng, his eyes brimming with malice as they roamed over Lu Qinghan's graceful figure and long, shapely legs, igniting a fervent desire within him to seize her and engage in reckless acts. Lu Qinghan's lovely visage was pale. Since entering the Qianling Valley's secret realm, she had been relentlessly pursued by the direct disciples of the Tianqing sect, never having a moment's respite. Although she had yet to be captured, her supply of spirit-replenishing pills was entirely depleted, and her internal spiritual energy had dwindled to less than 10%. She estimated she could only endure for another 20 breaths before falling into despair and ultimately into the grasp of Wu Xingfeng. Master, I am an unfilial disciple, unable to fulfill your esteemed task, unable to locate the spiritual herb to heal the elder. Recognizing her impending capture, a look of determination crossed Lu Qinghan's face as she drew her sharp, flying sword towards her own delicate neck. My dear, is it really so simple to die? Wu Xingfeng chuckled darkly, casually waving his right hand through the air. Suddenly, a small green snake materialized beside Lu Qinghan, swiftly coiling around her wrist, revealing its sharp fangs as it lunged towards her delicate shoulder. Instantly, Lu Qinghan felt a mysterious energy surge into her shoulder, spreading rapidly throughout her body, rendering her limbs weak and preventing her from taking her own life. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, her face a mask of despair. This woman is indeed remarkable. Wu Xingfeng laughed heartily, his desire for conquest swelling as he and the elite female disciples of the Tianqing sect approached Lu Qinghan's prone form. However, just as they neared her, a streak of light descended from the heavens, blocking their path. A cold-faced young man, Lin Hao, dressed in ordinary attire devoid of any sect insignia. Lin Hao pointed at the green snake entwined around Lu Qinghan's wrist, releasing a beam of light that severed the creature's head from its body. You dare to harm my spiritual pet and ruin my fun? You are courting death, Lin Hao declared coldly. Wu Xingfeng's face darkened with fury as he glared at Lin Hao, a murderous intent flaring in his eyes. Unaware that cultivators from the eastern region had entered the Qianling Valley, he assumed that the Tianqing sect remained the strongest faction within, brazenly commanding, "Kill him." Understood. The elite female disciples of the Tianqing sect replied respectfully, directing their flying swords towards Lin Hao. Expressionless and silent, Lin Hao gently tapped his storage bag, unleashing more than a dozen premium flying swords that whistled through the air, their terrifying momentum stirring up a tempest. Wu Xingfeng and the elite female disciples of the Tianqing sect could not help but narrow their eyes, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The flying swords wielded by the female disciples were utterly ineffective against Lin Hao's onslaught, shattering upon contact. With a frigid gaze, Lin Hao executed his sword control technique without hesitation, directing the oncoming premium flying swords to pierce through the bodies of the elite female disciples, showering the ground with blood. Thud! Several lifeless bodies crumpled to the earth. Lin Hao reached out into the void, retrieving several storage bags that fell into his grasp. Who exactly are you? Wu Xingfeng, witnessing Lin Hao's ruthless efficiency in dispatching 5 of his followers, each at the peak of the 8th level of qi refinement, shuddered involuntarily. He questioned whether he himself, at the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement, could achieve such effortless slaughter. Produce the antidote for that venomous snake, Lin Hao demanded, his eyes filled with menace. Lu Qinghan had brought him into the Xianyue sect, and he felt an inexplicable fury at witnessing her in such dire straits. Humph! I am the grandson of an elder of the Tianqing sect. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? If you want the antidote, hand over your treasures. Wu Xingfeng sneered, greed evident in his expression as he regarded Lin Hao's formidable flying swords. Lin Hao frowned, disinterested in engaging with Wu Xingfeng. With a slight motion of his right hand, the premium flying swords surged forward, their terrifying presence causing Wu Xingfeng's complexion to shift drastically. He had initially believed himself to be only slightly inferior to Lin Hao, but as Lin Hao's swords locked onto him, he felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, a sense of impending doom clouding his mind. Wu Xingfeng produced a jade lion that radiated starlight, placing it before him as a shield. Yet, he felt no sense of security, for the starlight shattered effortlessly under the onslaught of the premium flying swords. Fellow cultivator, cease your attack. I will provide you with the antidote. Wu Xingfeng's heart raced with terror, sensing that although Lin Hao was clearly at the 9th level of qi refinement, his spiritual energy far exceeded Wu Xingfeng's comprehension. He hastily called out, his voice trembling. There's no need. I will kill you and search your storage bag for it myself. Lin Hao scoffed coldly. He recognized the snake that had bitten Lu Qinghan, and with his years of alchemical expertise, he could concoct the antidote himself, though it would require time. If Wu Xingfeng possessed the antidote in his storage bag, Lin Hao would be able to identify it immediately. Screams erupted as the premium flying swords pierced Wu Xingfeng's body, creating a multitude of gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. His eyes filled with fear, disbelief, and a profound sense of unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground. With a flick of his right hand toward Wu Xingfeng's fallen form, a storage bag and several premium flying swords designed for combat soared toward him. Chapter 133. A ripple carefully stowing away his flying sword. Lin Hao opened the storage bag acquired from Wu Xingfeng, sifting through it until he discovered a jade vial containing the antidote. He hurried to Lu Qinghan, who, despite her weakened state, remained conscious. Upon seeing the masked young man before her, Lu Qinghan exhaled in relief and softly murmured, "Lin Hao, is that you?" Lin Hao was the only disciple she had brought back to the sect, leaving a profound impression on her. Even after learning that he possessed only the 5 elements spiritual root, she continued to pay close attention to him. When she discovered that Lin Hao had become a core disciple of Xianyue's sect, with exceptional talents in both weapon forging and alchemy, she was taken aback for quite some time. Whenever others spoke of Lin Hao, she found herself inexplicably compelled to linger. Unbeknownst to Lu Qinghan, her curiosity about Lin Hao had become a unique indulgence amidst her otherwise monotonous cultivation journey. At times, she even entertained thoughts of befriending him, yet her disciplined upbringing and lofty status had instilled in her a cool demeanor, leaving her without companions and unsure of how to initiate contact, resulting in minimal interaction between them within the sect. "Yes, it is I," Lin Hao replied, somewhat surprised that Lu Qinghan recognized him even with his face obscured. Suppressing his curiosity, he continued, "Senior Sister Lu, this is the antidote." He stepped forward to support Lu Qinghan, who had collapsed weakly to the ground, personally administering the antidote to her. The venom from the snake required a stick of incense's time to be fully purged from her system after taking the antidote. Lu Qinghan attempted to struggle, but found herself unable to move. She leaned against Lin Hao, her heart racing inexplicably like a fawn, and shyly said, "Thank you for saving me, Lin Hao. Senior Sister Lu, there is no need for thanks. If it weren't for you bringing me to Xianyue sect, I would never have embarked on this journey of cultivation," Lin Hao replied, his gaze falling upon Lu Qinghan's flawless face, a smile gracing his lips. In that moment, Lu Qinghan appeared less aloof and regal than usual. Having taken the antidote, her pallor faded, replaced by a delicate blush, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, making her look enchanting. Supporting the beautiful woman before him, Lin Hao couldn't help but reminisce about 7 years ago when he had fallen off a cliff during a trip to a renowned mountain at the age of 16. Upon entering this world and becoming the leader of bandits, he had been struck by Lu Qinghan's breathtaking beauty, akin to a beam of moonlight in his heart. He had even fantasized about her staying in the bandit camp as a cherished companion. However, upon learning of her status as a cultivator and a core disciple of the sect, the vast chasm between them extinguished the youthful dreams he harbored. Now, 7 years later, Lin Hao's strength had grown immensely, allowing him to easily defeat any core disciple from the 4 major sects of the Zhao Kingdom. Gazing at the lovely Lu Qinghan, he felt that the distance between them had lessened significantly. "Senior Sister Lu, this place is unsafe. We should find a concealed location to tend to your injuries," Lin Hao said after a brief moment of silence. "Yes, all right," Lu Qinghan replied, her cheeks warming under the intensity of his gaze as they stood so close together. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao lifted Lu Qinghan into his arms and activated his flying artifact, swiftly carrying her away. They arrived at an inconspicuous mountainside where he skillfully extracted his flying sword and began to carve out a cave. Before long, they had unearthed a spacious cave, approximately 5 or 6 zhong wide. Lin Hao gently carried Lu Qinghan inside and cautiously laid her down on a clean patch of ground. "Lin Hao, do you have any spirit recovery pills left?" Lu Qinghan asked shyly. "Could I borrow one? I promise to return it once we are back at the sect." "Senior Sister Lu, here," Lin Hao replied, producing a spirit recovery pill from his storage bag with a single gesture. Noticing Lu Qinghan's inability to move, he stepped closer to personally feed it to her. Watching her shy demeanor stirred something within Lin Hao, but he quickly channeled his energy, calming himself as he said, "Rest assured, I will guard you." He settled into a meditative posture on the opposite side of the cave, retrieving a spirit stone and beginning to cultivate. Lu Qinghan's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, who was now seated in meditation, and she suddenly recalled the state of her own clothing, which had been torn during her escape, leaving much of her skin exposed. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found it difficult to maintain her usual composure. She murmured to herself, "If it weren't for Lin Hao today, my fate would have been dire." Lin Hao appeared as a beacon of light in her moment of despair, illuminating her life once more. After a considerable time, Lu Qinghan managed to suppress her unusual feelings and began to focus on her own cultivation. Approximately a stick of incense later, the snake venom that had rendered her weak was completely expelled, and her strength returned. Noticing the draft from her tattered clothing, revealing her fair skin, she blushed and softly asked, "Lin Hao, could I borrow a piece of clothing?" "Senior Sister Lu, it was my oversight." Lin Hao opened his eyes, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the expanse of white skin. He cleared his throat to mask his own embarrassment and quickly retrieved a spare set of clothing from his storage bag, using a spell to send it over to her. Lu Qinghan hurriedly accepted the garments, disregarding the fact that they had belonged to Lin Hao, and quickly donned them, the shame of her exposed skin dissipating, replaced by a sense of security. Yet, this experience was one she would never forget. "Lin Hao, I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable." Easily surpassing Wu Xingfeng of the Tianqing sect, Lu Qinghan remarked, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, her voice a mixture of disbelief and awe. Even she had been forced to flee before Wu Xingfeng's powerful jade lion artifact. To her astonishment, Lin Hao had dismantled Wu Xingfeng's prideful artifact in mere moments. Lu Qinghan had often heard tales of Lin Hao within the sect, feeling she had a degree of understanding of him. Yet she now sensed a mysterious depth to him that belied his outward simplicity. "Senior Sister Lu, my abilities stem from my dedication to alchemy and weapon forging within the sect. Earning over 2,000 spirit stones each month is quite normal, given the amount of elixirs I consume." Lin Hao replied with a bashful smile. "Ah, that makes sense." Lu Qinghan paused, appearing somewhat adorable as she reflected on Lin Hao's unparalleled talents in forging and alchemy among the new generation within the sect. His monthly earnings placed him among the wealthiest of core disciples, a fact that even made her, the sect leader's personal disciple, feel a twinge of envy. Chapter 134. Another great sect in the Eastern Domain. The storm approaches the two conversed as if they were longtime acquaintances. Upon noticing that Lu Qinghan was no longer in grave danger, Lin Hao inquired, "Senior Sister Lu, what are your plans moving forward?" "I need to search for the spirit herbs that can heal the Grand Elder," Lu Qinghan replied after a moment of contemplation. "Only with the Grand Elder's recovery can the Xian Yu sect hope for survival." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a weight in his heart. The herbs required to heal the Golden Core Grand Elder, such as soul-nurturing flower, earth spirit grass, and purple essence liquid, were all exceedingly rare. From his research in ancient texts, he understood that these spirit herbs had only been glimpsed by cultivators in the Thousand Spirit Valley, never truly obtained. The prospect of acquiring these herbs seemed bleak, as it would necessitate venturing into the perilous depths of the Thousand Spirit Valley and relying on luck. Having spent 7 years in the Xianyu sect, Lin Hao experienced disdain from many due to his 5-element spirit root, yet he had also found genuine friends, including his senior brother Suen, Elder Zhang from the Spirit Beast Hall, his master who had been in seclusion due to injuries, and fellow disciples like Jiang Sheng and Yuan Chong, with whom he shared a good rapport. The Xianyu sect had become Lin Hao's first true home in this world, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards it, living by the principle of repaying kindness and vengeance alike. He was resolute in his desire to prevent the sect's downfall. "Those herbs. Senior Sister Lu, I shall accompany you in the search." Lin Hao clenched his teeth, firmly deciding that with his current strength, if he exercised caution in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Valley, his chances of survival were substantial. "Very well, Lin Hao. Let us set forth swiftly. The secret realm of the Thousand Spirit Valley has only been open for a little over a month. Our time is limited." Lu Qinghan nodded, feeling a renewed sense of hope with Lin Hao's formidable presence. The two exited the temporary cave and walked side by side towards the depths of the Thousand Spirit Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long into their journey, they spotted streaks of radiant light in the sky approaching from afar. Lin Hao focused his gaze and discerned that these were cultivators, identifiable by their attire as not belonging to the Zhao Kingdom. Eastern Domain cultivators. Why are there so many here in the Thousand Spirit Valley? Lin Hao's expression turned grave as he quickly pulled Lu Qinghan into a concealed thicket. His mind raced. Sensing that these Eastern Domain cultivators were likely after the legacy of the Jiang clan and the opening of the spirit scripture, they concealed their auras, waiting for the flying cultivators above to pass before continuing on their way. In the sky, a young man with a horse-like face, flying on a sword with a large black rat spirit pet on his shoulder, suddenly let out a series of shrill squeaks toward the thicket below. Instantly, his sharp gaze flickered, and he addressed the leader. Master Xie, there are people hiding down there. Let us go investigate. Master Xie raised his hand with a slight wave, and the more than 10 cultivators behind him halted in midair, redirecting their course towards the thicket below. This is bad. We've been discovered. Lin Hao's brow furrowed slightly. The auras of these Eastern Domain cultivators were powerful, especially the two leading figures, whose exposed presence suggested they had surpassed the Qi refinement stage. They likely entered the Thousand Spirit Valley through special means, akin to the Golden Core cultivator Immortal he had previously encountered, indicating they were formidable practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage or beyond. Among this group, Immortal from the Qingshu sect was absent, so Lin Hao decided to observe their intentions before making a move. Moments later, the middle-aged Master Xie, accompanied by his sect's prodigious disciples, descended from the sky. Greetings. Esteemed seniors, Lin Hao bowed his head, trembling slightly, feigning great fear. This scene elicited scoffs and derision from the Eastern Domain cultivators. One individual, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin and disdainfully remarked, "We are disciples of the Daoyuan sect from the Eastern Domain. Are you too from the Zhao Kingdom?" Esteemed seniors, we are merely scattered cultivators from the Zhao Kingdom, Lin Hao responded in a trembling tone, hastily interjecting before Lu Qinghan could speak. Seeing Lin Hao's response, Lu Qinghan refrained from contradicting him, yielding the floor to Lin Hao in this conversation with the unfamiliar yet powerful cultivators. Scattered cultivators? Master Xie's brow furrowed slightly before he coldly inquired, "Do you know Lin Hao of the Shenyu sect?" Lin Hao's heart sank. Clearly, they were after him. He kept his head down, his voice quivering with feigned terror. "Esteemed seniors, my sister and I have been cultivating in the territory governed by the Tianxing sect of the Zhao Kingdom. We are not familiar with the Shenyu sect and do not know who Lin Hao is. I implore you, please, do not harm my sister and me. Let us go. These two insignificant scattered cultivators are of no worth," the middle-aged Master Xie replied indifferently, observing Lin Hao's trembling legs with disdain. The Daoyuan sect disciples turned, retrieving their flying artifacts, and ascended into the air. "We have not been discovered." Lin Hao let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling his performance was commendable. Moreover, he and Lu Qinghan were dressed in ordinary clothing, not bearing the Xianyu sect's insignia, which helped them evade detection. Wait. Just as Lin Hao felt fortunate to have escaped a significant predicament, a middle-aged man beside Master Xie turned and coldly commanded, "You too, raise your heads. Esteemed senior." Lin Hao's heart plummeted. With two cultivators exceeding the Qi refinement stage present, a confrontation would be daunting. Under the pressure emanating from the middle-aged man, he and Lu Qinghan slowly lifted their heads. The instant Lin Hao raised his head, Master Xie's expression registered surprise, followed by delight. This individual bears an identical resemblance to Lin Hao in the portrait. He must be Lin Hao. Almost deceived, the eyes of the more than 10 disciples of the Daoyuan sect gleamed with fervor as they fixated on Lin Hao, showing no intention of leaving. With an air of superiority, they spoke with undeniable authority, "Hand over the Jiang family's legacy and the spirit scripture, and we shall spare your lives." What legacy or scripture? You must have mistaken us for someone else. The moment Lin Hao's identity was exposed, he seized Lu Qinghan's fair hand and dashed in a particular direction. What audacity! You, a mere cultivator from the remote Zhao Kingdom, dare to flee before the Daoyuan sect? The group of Daoyuan sect disciples sneered, their eyes filled with derision as they transformed into streaks of light in pursuit. If it were other Zhao Kingdom cultivators facing the might of the Daoyuan sect's elite, and two formidable practitioners exceeding the Qi refinement stage, they would likely be caught in an instant within the Thousand Spirit Valley. However, Lin Hao possessed immense spiritual power and ran with remarkable speed. Among the Daoyuan sect's elite, only the two middle-aged men with power beyond the Qi refinement stage could keep pace with Lin Hao, while the remaining disciples, at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, fell far behind. This Zhao Kingdom dog of a cultivator possesses nothing but speed. The Daoyuan sect disciples, all of whom had been flown to the Thousand Spirit Valley as new talents, brimming with pride from their great sect, felt a sense of indignation as they watched Lin Hao's figure rapidly recede. With Master Xie and Master Qi pursuing together, this insignificant insect cannot stir up any trouble. He will be captured soon enough, and we shall dispose of him at our leisure. Chapter 135. Consuming the supreme Zhuling fruit, Lin Hao hurriedly pulled Lu Qinghan forward. Yet despite his efforts, he found it impossible to shake off the two middle-aged men trailing behind them. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he hesitated momentarily before coming to a halt. Why have you stopped running? The two Dao Yuan sect cultivators, whose true realms were at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, sneered. Although they could only exert 20% of their strength in the secret realm of Qianling Valley, they were confident in easily subduing a mere initial stage Qi refining cultivator. Lu Shiji, you go ahead. I will deal with these two. Lin Hao spoke softly, his tone resolute. But Lin Hao. Lu Qinghan hesitated, unwilling to flee alone. Lu Shiji, they are after me. I possess a secret method to fend them off. You must leave now, Lin Hao urged, assuring her, do not worry about me. I will manage to escape on my own. Take care. You must survive. Lu Qinghan replied, her expression filled with reluctance. However, recognizing the urgency of the situation, she ultimately placed her trust in Lin Hao. With a mist in her eyes, she bit her lip and dashed into a nearby dense forest. The two middle-aged Dao Yuan sect cultivators showed no interest in Lu Qinghan. Their focus was solely on Lin Hao. They surrounded him from both sides. Unfazed, Lin Hao charged towards one of the cultivators, surnamed Qi. With a cold smirk, the Qi cultivator raised his right hand, summoning a gray thread that materialized into a massive net in the air, whistling ominously as it descended upon Lin Hao. Lin Hao, his expression impassive, did not retreat at the sight of the gray net. Instead, he surged forward another two zhang, positioning himself perfectly to strike. Clenching his fist, his muscles rippled as he unleashed a powerful punch, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling forward with unstoppable force. The terrifying punch pierced through the encroaching net, hurtling directly towards the Qi cultivator. The overwhelming might of his blow caused the Qi cultivator's expression to shift slightly as he hastily formed a defensive spell, conjuring a wall of light before him. The thunderous impact resonated, yet the wall of light could not withstand Lin Hao's mountain-crushing fist. In an instant, it shattered, and his fist landed squarely upon the Qi cultivator. The Qi cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to maintain his flight and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a large crater as dust billowed around him. He clambered to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Not only had his attack failed to eliminate this minor Qi refining cultivator, but he had also sustained significant injuries. Had it not been for an emergency defensive talisman he activated in time, his wounds would have been far worse. The inheritance from the Jiang family is indeed formidable. The other cultivator, surnamed Xie, observed his comrade being flung away, and rather than express anger, a greedy glint shone in his eyes as he turned to Lin Hao. Kid, the 6 major sects of the eastern region are all after you. If you are wise, hand over the inheritance and the awakening scripture, and you might secure your escape. An escape route? Spare me the nonsense. If you want the inheritance and the awakening scripture, come and take them by force. Lin Hao scoffed. He knew that if he surrendered the inheritance, the first thing the Xia cultivator would do is silence him. Furthermore, subduing him in Qianling Valley would not be an easy task for these two suppressed cultivators. With a swift motion, he drew multiple flying swords from his storage bag, directing them towards the already injured Qi cultivator below, while he himself transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the Xia cultivator, who was preparing to attack. How foolish. The Xia cultivator's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he raised his right hand, swiftly forming a spell. A white vine with a grotesque, human-like face emerged from the air, and with a sweeping motion, it transformed into a blinding streak of light. Regardless of your myriad spells, I shall shatter them with a single punch, Lin Hao declared, undeterred. His gaze was resolute, radiating a fierce combat spirit as he unleashed another punch, its power far exceeding that of a peak Qi refining cultivator. The white vine, though exceptionally tough and imbued with a chilling aura, was sent flying several dozen zhang away upon receiving Lin Hao's blow, though it remained intact. With no obstacles left in his path, Lin Hao fixed his gaze on the Xia cultivator, swiftly closing the distance in the air. At the initial stage of Qi refining, he could exert the equivalent of 30% of a foundation establishment cultivator's power. The Xia cultivator, sensing the imminent clash, understood the gravity of the situation. A rare expression of seriousness crossed his otherwise indifferent face as he began to retreat, intending to use his magical treasures and extensive combat experience to wear Lin Hao down. Thinking of escaping? Lin Hao discerned the Xia cultivator's intention to engage in a drawn-out fight and refused to grant him that wish. His eyes glinted with determination as he unleashed his mountain-crushing fist from a distance of 7 to 8 zhong, the invisible force of his punch causing the Xia cultivator to falter. Too late to evade, the dazzling fist descended upon him. With a piercing scream, the Xia cultivator was struck, soaring backward. Within the confines of Qianling Valley, the powers of golden core cultivators were suppressed, rendering them ill-equipped to withstand Lin Hao's terrifying technique. Regrettably, at my current initial stage of qi refining, I can only inflict serious injuries upon them. Killing them is beyond my reach. Having wounded the 2 Dao Yuan sect powerhouses, Lin Hao refrained from pressing further. Instead, he transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Intent on consuming the Zhuling fruit and the remaining enhancement pills in his storage bag to bolster his strength. He believed that if he could elevate his realm from the initial stage of qi refining to its peak, facing such formidable cultivators would become significantly easier. In fact, within Qianling Valley, he might even have the opportunity to eliminate such powerful adversaries. Utilizing foundation establishment power at the qi refining stage would undoubtedly be exhausting. They are pursuing me. The Xia and Qi cultivators, their gazes icy, were determined to seize Lin Hao's inheritance and the awakening scripture. They transformed into 2 streaks of light in pursuit, but after sustaining injuries from Lin Hao's punch, their speed had considerably diminished. To their surprise, Lin Hao, having unleashed the power of the foundation establishment stage 3 times, still managed to maintain a rapid pace. After approximately 20 breaths, the two could only watch helplessly as Lin Hao's figure grew fainter, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Having evaded the pursuit of the formidable Dao Yuan sect cultivators, Lin Hao remained vigilant as he ran for a while longer before discovering a concealed spot where he crafted a temporary cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave and sealing the entrance, he retrieved a Zhuling fruit, instantly filling the air with its alluring fragrance. It is said that consuming the first Zhuling fruit provides the greatest effect. Once I elevate this fruit to its supreme quality, I shall consume it. With a thought, the Zhuling fruit vanished from his hand, appearing in the special space within the small tower meant for enhancing quality. Lin Hao then gently tapped his storage bag, producing spiritual stones to feed into the small tower. In an instant, the stones disappeared, yet the Zhuling fruit showed little reaction. The more precious the treasure, the greater the consumption required to enhance its quality. Lin Hao displayed considerable patience, continuously extracting spiritual stones and depositing them into the tower. After about half a tea's worth of time, his face darkened as he realized he had invested over 5,000 spiritual stones, only managing to elevate the Zhuling fruit's quality from low-grade to mid-grade. How many spiritual stones would it take to elevate the Zhuling fruit to supreme quality? Lin Hao's expression was one of agony, yet he was unwilling to consume such a rare treasure without first maximizing its potential. Spiritual stones are merely a means to an end. I can earn them back. Wealth lost shall return. He muttered self-soothing phrases, continuously feeding the 30,000 spiritual stones he had acquired from slaying the Qing Su sect's prodigy into the small tower. After expending a total of 20,000 spiritual stones, the Zhuling fruit finally shimmered with brilliance, its quality elevated to high grade. Continuing on, even if it meant exhausting all his spirit stones, he was determined to elevate this fruit to its utmost perfection. Lin Hao had a remaining stock of 10,000 inferior spirit stones and 80 medium-grade spirit stones. After spending 2,000 inferior spirit stones, the pain he felt had transformed from acute to numbness. Time gradually passed. Lin Hao finally expended all of his last 10,000 inferior spirit stones, and then used over 60 medium-grade spirit stones. The Zhuling fruit within the small tower finally began to exhibit a change, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It had reached its finest quality. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Hao swallowed hard, fixated on the Zhuling fruit in the unique space of the small tower. A visceral desire surged within him, compelling him to consume the fruit immediately. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Lin Hao concentrated, and the exquisite Zhuling fruit materialized in his hand, releasing an enticing fragrance that permeated the cave. Just a whiff of the fruit's aroma sent his internal spiritual energy into a frenzy. Fearing that delay might bring unforeseen changes, He hastily consumed the spirit fruit. The fruit was crisp and delectably sweet. In no time, the entire exquisite Zhuling fruit was devoured. Immediately thereafter, a resounding boom echoed within Lin Hao's body as a mysterious power, akin to a surging ocean, erupted from his abdomen. Chapter 136. The Eye of Destiny without the need for Lin Hao to activate the 5 elements longevity technique. A torrent of power emanating from the exquisite Zhuling fruit surged into his flesh and blood, coursing through his meridians and organs like a roaring sea. Soon after, an unbearable agony enveloped Lin Hao, as the force of the Zhuling fruit brutally purged his channels, seemingly intent on reshaping his entire being. This excruciating process felt akin to a multitude of daggers slicing through his flesh, causing his body to tremble violently. Clenching his fists tightly, he fought against the pain, striving not to succumb to unconsciousness. Approximately an hour later, golden glimmers began to emanate from Lin Hao's skin, a sign of reaching the pinnacle of physical fortitude. Under the terrifying efficacy of the Zhuling fruit, his physique had significantly strengthened. The knife-like pain also diminished considerably, as a thunderous roar resonated within him. The power of the Zhuling fruit, having cleansed his bodily channels, surged towards his dantian. With a resounding thud, Lin Hao's dantian quaked, and shortly thereafter, a mysterious entity radiating 5 colors appeared within it, manifesting as a 1-inch long 5 elements spiritual root. The grading of spiritual roots follows a system where 1 inch corresponds to the first grade, 2 inches to the second, and 9 inches to the ninth. The longer the spiritual root, the higher its grade. Conversely, if a root fails to reach even 1 inch, it is deemed unworthy. Following the emergence of Lin Hao's first grade 5 elements spiritual root, a deluge of Zhuling fruit power surged towards it. Boom! The 5 elements root absorbed the fruit's power, causing its 5-colored radiance to explode in brilliance, visibly elongating before Lin Hao's eyes. This spectacle was indeed astonishing, for spiritual roots are predetermined at birth. Altering their quality is akin to defying fate and seizing the essence of creation. As time passed, the remarkable effects of the Zhuling fruit were fully expended. The dazzling glow of Lin Hao's spiritual root gradually faded, yet what had originally measured 1 inch transformed into 2 inches, elevating it to the second grade. He suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickering within their depths, swiftly vanishing. Upon inspecting his body with his spiritual sense, he discovered an abundance of black impurities on his skin, emanating an unpleasant and acrid odor. These were the accumulated Dan toxins from years of consuming numerous elixirs, which had fused entirely with his meridians and penetrated to the marrow. However, under the Zhuling fruit's formidable purging effect, they were expelled from his body. Truly a treasure. A joyful smile emerged on Lin Hao's face. After consuming this fruit, he felt liberated from the long-accumulated Dan toxins, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, rendering his body significantly lighter. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a stream of water materialized in the air, cleansing him of all the black filth. Having completed this, Lin Hao continued to assess his condition, his smile growing ever wider. His body had reached the pinnacle of skin refinement, which meant that, through sheer physicality, he had attained the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. Moreover, his previously sluggish cultivation had advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the 9th level of qi refinement, thanks to the expulsion of Dan toxins. Lin Hao felt an unprecedented surge of strength within himself. In his current state, should he unleash the mountain-crushing fist inherited from the Jiang clan's ancestors, he could exert a force comparable to that of the early foundational stage. My spiritual root's quality has improved. Let me test my cultivation progress. Lin Hao found a clean spot and sat cross-legged, activating the 5 elements longevity technique. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, a delighted smile gracing his features. Lin Hao felt that after consuming the Zhuling fruit, his speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had more than doubled. The transformations and benefits were overwhelming, giving him a sense of rebirth. He realized that investing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and over 60 mid-grade spirit stones to elevate the Zhuling fruit to exquisite status was indeed a wise decision. After reviewing his physical condition, Lin Hao retrieved the remaining dozen or so spirit-enhancing pills from his storage bag, eager to propel his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from outside the cave, a sound imbued with a mysterious power that seemed to shake the very soul. Lin Hao's expression shifted as he ceased consuming the spirit-enhancing pills and dashed out of his temporary refuge, only to witness a gathering of dark clouds in the sky, heralding an ominous presence. Below these clouds, various demonic beasts and cultivators were engulfed in terror, their hearts gripped by fear. The Eye of Destiny. Only beings deemed unworthy by the heavens would prompt such a celestial inspection. The youth, transformed by the blood of a dragon, gazed skyward, an audacious expression gracing his face. One day, I shall overturn this unjust heaven. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he spat a mouthful of blood, employing a secret technique to vanish in a flash of crimson light, eager to discover the source of such a profound heavenly reaction. Is it him? The dragon-blooded youth, observing a black-clad young man at the foot of the mountain, soon wore an expression of disbelief, as if confronted by a ghost. Stammering, he exclaimed, This is impossible. His first grade 5 elements spiritual root has transformed into a second grade 5 elements spiritual root. Having lived through countless storms and uncertainties over endless years, he could hardly recall a moment as shocking as this. A second grade 5 elements spiritual root was unprecedented. No wonder it had drawn the attention of the celestial clan in the Deluo heavens, prompting the Eye of Destiny to survey. The dragon-blooded youth shifted his gaze from Lin Hao to the massive eye forming amidst the dark clouds above. Taking a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, he declared, I shall protect this child with the second grade spiritual root. Even the heavens cannot thwart me. In the desolate cosmos, upon an inconspicuous, battered celestial body, a youth, riddled with scars, awakened as if from a slumber, exuding an overwhelming aura. He coughed up blood repeatedly, his hands swiftly forming seals to enact a secretive and costly technique. An unparalleled force surged across the boundless void, rushing into the dragon-blooded youth in an instant. His aura surged, and his ethereal blood form solidified. In a blink, he vanished, moving with such swiftness that it resembled teleportation, silently appearing before Lin Hao, who was immobilized beneath the weight of celestial pressure. With a firm grip, the youth seized Lin Hao, and just as the colossal eye in the gathering clouds began to open, they vanished, escaping the shroud of darkness. A gaze, imbued with immense authority, descended from the heavens, fixating on the spot where Lin Hao had disappeared. The essence of a second-grade 5 elements spiritual root? A cold, emotionless voice reverberated like thunder through the cosmos, declaring, all beings that defy the will of heaven must be eradicated. With but a single utterance, the unfathomable celestial might unleashed waves of agony among the myriad demonic beasts and cultivators ensnared within the cloud's grasp, causing them to cry out in torment, their mouths spilling forth blood. Chapter 137. The heavens as a prison, unwittingly becoming a rebel. A colossal eye loomed within the ominous clouds, sweeping over the beasts and cultivators below. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of vulnerability washed over them, as if their very souls were laid bare. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, and a chill ran down their spines. The terrifying gaze roamed back and forth, failing to locate its target, and after lingering for several moments, the dark clouds and the immense eye gradually faded into the abyss. A being possessing a second-grade 5-element spiritual root had emerged, evading the pursuit of the heavenly Daos while with the aid of the remnants of rebellion. Within a magnificent palace suspended in the void, a young man clad in a dark robe adorned with 9 dragons opened his eyes. He exuded an air of authority that seemed to look down upon the world. With a languid wave of his right hand, a map materialized from thin air, revealing the territory of the Zhao kingdom. Coldly, he commanded, send forth orders to seal this place. Capture this individual at all costs. Any resistance shall be met with merciless execution. Understood. A battle general clad in golden armor bowed respectfully before swiftly retreating with a decree in hand. Amidst the swirling clouds of the 9 heavens, the golden-armored general quickly performed a series of hand seals, channeling his magic into the decree. The decree transformed into a beam of golden light, traversing the endless void. Within mere moments, it arrived above the Zhao kingdom. Buzz. The decree unfurled, revealing a line of golden characters in the sky. Transform the heavens and earth into a cage. Seal off the Zhao kingdom, and within 1 month, locate the individual with a second-grade 5-element spiritual root, or face the annihilation of all living beings within Zhao. As the golden characters radiated the oppressive will of the heavens, fear enveloped the hearts of all cultivators in the Zhao kingdom, compelling them to bow in reverence. It was the decree of the celestial clan of the Great Luo Heaven, cultivators from the 6 major sects of the eastern region, who had come to seize the Spirit Awakening Sutra and the inheritance of Ancestor Jiang. Changed countenance upon realizing that the Zhao territory was shrouded by an invisible barrier of laws, allowing entry but forbidding exit. Only by finding the individual with a second-grade 5-element spiritual root within a month could they escape. A Yuaning elder from the Qingshu sect wore a grave expression. He understood the true horror of this decree. With the tyranny of the celestial clan of the Great Luo, should they fail to identify the individual with the requisite spiritual root, the decree's threat of total annihilation would become a grim reality, turning the land into a river of blood, erasing all existence. How unfortunate! Had I known of the celestial clan's decree descending upon us, I would have resolutely avoided the Zhao kingdom. A peak golden core cultivator from the eastern region's pill and artifact sect attempted various means to escape Zhao, yet found himself unable to breach the invisible barrier of the earthly laws surrounding it. To survive, the only option was to search relentlessly for the individual sought by the decree. The multitude of powerful cultivators from the eastern region who had flocked to Zhao wore grim expressions. Even their ambitions to seize the Spirit Awakening Sutra diminished in the face of the impending doom. They resolved to gather stones for testing spiritual roots, aiming to have every resident of Zhao assessed within a month. The high-ranking powers from the eastern region convened in Zhao, silently agreeing to unite their efforts. In the secret realm of Qianling Valley, a youth transformed from a flood dragon brought Lin Hao to a secluded valley. He gazed at the golden characters in the sky, his voice cold. To annihilate the beings of Zhao for the sake of one individual, the celestial clan of the Great Luo remains as tyrannical and heartless as ever. Senior, who are you, and what is happening? Lin Hao asked, his heart filled with uncertainty. The youth's ability to instantaneously transport him revealed an unfathomable strength. Should this individual harbor ill intentions, Lin Hao feared he would stand no chance of resistance. Child, do you recall the 3 Zhuling fruits I gifted you? The youth's gaze shifted from the sky, his tone now placid. You are Senior Flood Dragon. Lin Hao's heart jolted with disbelief. The ancient beast of Qianling Valley had been suppressed by the Great Luo Immortal Cauldron, confined to specific areas. And yet this youth had managed to break free from the chains of the law to find him. Indeed, you may call me a Flood Dragon, the young man replied, his gaze resting upon Lin Hao before he fell into a contemplative silence. Senior, was that I amidst the dark clouds seeking to kill me? Lin Hao recalled the intense killing intent that had locked onto him beneath the oppressive clouds, rendering him immobile and engulfing him in despair. Child, you are quite astute to discern that the eye in the clouds was directed at you, the youth continued. That eye represents the will of the heavens. Whenever a being that defies the heavenly Dao emerges, it shall reveal itself. Had I been any slower, you would have already fallen to the will of the celestial. Senior, how could I possibly defy the heavenly Dao? Lin Hao was perplexed. He believed he had always been honest and upright. Although he had slain a few individuals in his 7 years of cultivation, they had all sought to kill him first, and he had merely retaliated in self-defense. How could this be construed as defiance of the heavenly Dao? Because you possess a second-grade 5-element spiritual root, the youth explained. This world permits only those with non-grade 5-element spiritual roots to exist. Once a 5-element spiritual root reaches the 1st grade or higher, the heavens deem it a transgression against nature, warranting eradication. But senior, the highest rank for spiritual roots is the 9th grade, and mine is merely 2nd grade. My cultivation is also low, at only the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could this be considered a transgression? Lin Hao was taken aback, feeling unjustly labeled as a rebel against the heavens. He sought longevity and had no desire to be targeted by the heavens. Child, do you know that in ancient times, non-grade 5-element spiritual roots, once cultivated to immortality, possessed unparalleled combat prowess, capable of facing multiple foes and effortlessly overpowering those of the same realm? When unleashed, they could even battle across great realms, the youth reminisced. Such extraordinary power, challenging the authority of the heavens, is something the heavens naturally detest. Your 2nd grade 5-element spiritual root is unprecedented throughout history. Should it develop, your strength would become more formidable, marking you as a thorn in the side of the heavens. He continued, do you understand why, in this era, single spiritual roots are considered geniuses while multiple spiritual roots are deemed worthless? It is a deliberate design by the heavens. Now I see. Lin Hao was filled with shock at this monumental revelation. He struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions, bowing respectfully. Senior, now that I am being targeted by the will of the heavens, what should I do? I humbly seek your guidance. The youth before him bore an air of defiance. A seasoned rebel against the heavens, Lin Hao, wishing to survive, sought his wisdom on the path to preservation. Child, there is no need for alarm. The will of the heavens expends considerable energy each time it seeks you, the youth said, a proud smile gracing his features. With my protection, as long as you remain cautious, the heavens will find it challenging to lay a hand on you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude, though the weight of gravity still pressed heavily upon him. Recently, he had experienced the terrifying killing intent from the dark clouds, leaving him utterly shaken and devoid of any means of resistance. Had it not been for the intervention of the youth transformed from a flood dragon, the heavenly I would have extinguished his life with the ease of crushing a mere insect. Chapter 138. Deception and Time Reversal. Through a conversation with the young man transformed from the dragon, Lin Hao gleaned some secrets regarding the heavenly Dao. Yet, his heart was shrouded in countless doubts. The youth spoke vaguely about the competition among the celestial beings and powerful figures of this world, a matter not easily comprehended in a few words. Senior, what is the relationship between the Deluo Tian, the Song clan, and the heavenly Dao? Lin Hao could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. He had inexplicably become a target for the heavenly Dao's suppression and yearned to understand the nature of its existence. My dear child, this is a long story. You shall come to know it when your strength has increased, the youth replied, glancing at the decree from the heavenly Dao above that sought to capture Lin Hao. My time is limited, so let us first address the crisis of being discovered by the heavenly Dao. Subsequently, the young man ceased speaking and swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring intricate runes imbued with profound Dao principles. Meanwhile, on a shattered distant star, another youth, marred with grievous wounds, spat several mouthfuls of blood and employed a secret technique to establish a mysterious connection with his avatar within the Qianling Valley, utilizing immense power. He successfully transported a softly glowing orb to the dragon's blood avatar before him. It is finally delivered, he thought. This endeavor drained him significantly. The youth on the ruined star appeared somewhat pale, and the aura of the dragon blood avatar weakened considerably. With a hum, a pearl materialized out of thin air, and the youth transformed from dragon blood reached out to catch it. This pearl is the Deception Pearl. It not only conceals one's true realm and spiritual root aura, but can also fabricate a false realm and spiritual root to confuse enemies. I gift it to you. Unless a true immortal descends in person, no one shall discern the reality of your spiritual root. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the softly glowing pearl transformed into a stream of light and entered Lin Hao's body. Moments later, instructions and descriptions regarding the Deception Pearl emerged in Lin Hao's mind. He quickly comprehended how to wield the pearl and its specific capabilities. This artifact allowed cultivators to masquerade their realm as being below their actual strength. For instance, if Lin Hao were in the mid-stage of the Qi refinement's 9th layer, he could disguise himself as being anywhere between the 1st and mid-9th layers. Furthermore, while the pearl could not alter the grade of his spiritual root, it could modify its attributes. Currently, as a 2nd grade 5-element spiritual root, Lin Hao could use the Deception Pearl to masquerade it as any attribute of a 2nd grade single spiritual root, evading detection even from stones designed to test spiritual roots. Thank you, Senior, for this precious artifact. Lin Hao withdrew his consciousness from the Deception Pearl and his dantian and performed a respectful bow. I eagerly anticipate the day you shall grow strong, the youth remarked with a smile. After bestowing the Deception Pearl upon Lin Hao, his form began to waver. Before I depart, allow me to grant you another boon. Senior, what boon? Lin Hao asked, intrigued. Regarding time reversal, it will allow you to regain 15 years of youth without harming your strength. The dragon youth pointed into the void, and a multitude of profound Taoist texts enveloped Lin Hao, merging into his being. Soon, a remarkable transformation occurred. Lin Hao's body began to rapidly rejuvenate, ultimately shrinking to that of an 8-year-old child. Now, no one shall suspect your possession of the Spirit Opening Sutra and the inheritance of the ancestor Jiang. The dragon youth gazed at the transformed Lin Hao, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Lin Hao stared at his diminutive arms and legs, bewildered. Having entered the Xianyue sect at 16 and cultivated for 7 years, he was now 23, suddenly reverting to childhood, he found himself at a loss. The dragon youth's ability to manipulate time left Lin Hao astonished, and curiosity about the youth's origins surged within him. Senior, you have aided me greatly, yet I do not know your name. A name? Long ago, I was called Zhu, the youth replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice, accompanied by a profound sense of time's passage. Zhu, Senior, Lin Hao respectfully addressed him. He intended to pose further questions to the dragon youth, but noticed his form fading increasingly. Just before disappearing, the youth said, Child, I must take my leave. I hope we can meet again in the future. Senior Zhu, I have one more question, Lin Hao implored, watching the figure blur. Though I have evaded the pursuit of fate with your help, the decree in the sky states that if I am not found, it will annihilate all living beings in the Zhao Kingdom. Is there any way to save them? The Zhao Kingdom? It requires no concern, the youth responded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. That is the domain of an old fellow. If the Tsang clan of Deluo Tian seeks to eradicate all life in Zhao, that old man will not remain idle. Just ensure you remain hidden and undetected. Having uttered this, the dragon youth's form completely dissipated, returning to a pool of blood on the ground. The Zhao Kingdom. Yet there are formidable beings? Lin Hao felt a jolt within. The Zhao Kingdom, near the Qianling Valley's secret realm, seemed far more complex than its outward remoteness suggested. This world held myriad secrets, and with his current abilities, he could not yet unravel them. He shook his head discreetly, suppressing the myriad thoughts and doubts swirling within. Controlling his newly transformed 8-year-old body, Lin Hao, clad in oversized adult attire that appeared somewhat comical, swiftly navigated through the forest, seeking a concealed refuge. He retrieved an enhancement elixir and directly utilized medium-grade spirit stones to elevate its quality. After consuming over 10 medium-grade stones, all of the enhancement elixirs in his storage bag reached top-grade quality. With a decisive gulp, Lin Hao swallowed one of the top-grade enhancement elixirs and entered a state of cultivation, as his body had been purged of all toxins by the Zhuling fruit. The effects of the enhancement elixir were remarkably potent. Days passed, and after roughly 2 days, free from the burden of toxins, Lin Hao's progress exceeded his expectations. Remarkably, after consuming only 5 enhancement elixirs, his realm advanced from the mid-stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement to its pinnacle. Typically, a cultivator with a single spiritual root at the peak of the 9th layer could consume a foundation establishment pill and begin their journey of foundation establishment. Lin Hao opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself, after establishing my foundation, a cultivator possesses a Dao foundation. The quality of this foundation is classified as heavenly, earthly, profound, yellow, and miscellaneous types. A cultivator with a heavenly grade foundation can effortlessly overpower those with earthly, profound, yellow, or miscellaneous foundations. The quality of the Dao foundation that a cultivator solidifies determines their future potential. Chapter 139. I am unyielding, and so are my companions. After 7 years of cultivation, Lin Hao found himself merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Within his storage bag lay a foundational elixir. Yet he did not rush to consume it. Having perused a multitude of ancient texts regarding foundation establishment, he learned that a cultivator with a single element spiritual root requires only 1 foundational elixir for success, whereas those with multiple element roots face diminished odds of success with the same quantity. As he possessed the most challenging 5-element spiritual root, the number of elixirs he would require for foundation establishment would be even more staggering. It would be far wiser to refine all the purple mysterious grass in his storage bag into foundational elixirs before proceeding. Lin Hao remained composed, recognizing that foundation establishment is a crucial juncture in cultivation. Without absolute certainty, one should not act impulsively. After all, failure in foundation establishment could result in severe injury or, in the worst case, death. With his current peak strength at the 9th level of qi refinement, even in the suppressive environment of Qianling Valley, he could contend with formidable golden core masters like Imo Wuqiu. Clenching his fists, Lin Hao felt the explosive power coursing through his 8-year-old form, resembling that of a primordial beast cub. Upon concluding his meditation, he rose from the ground and noticed the ill-fitting garments draping over him, prompting a frown. The armor he had crafted possessed the ability to adjust in size, conforming to his smaller frame, but his ordinary clothing was far too large. After a moment's thought, he removed the oversized attire and summoned a sharp blade of water with a flick of his right hand. With a deft motion, he trimmed his outer garment. And though it remained somewhat loose, it no longer appeared as ludicrous as before. Exiting his temporary cave, Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Noticing the absence of powerful cultivators from the eastern domain nearby, he summoned his flying artifact and raced toward a specific direction. The search for healing herbs for the elder proved exceedingly arduous. He traversed the depths of Qianling Valley, venturing into many perilous locales, yet found no trace of rare medicinal plants like the soul-nourishing flower or earth spirit grass. However, he did not return empty-handed. He had gathered a considerable amount of other spiritual herbs, including most of the auxiliary materials necessary for refining foundational elixirs, leaving him only 2 more ingredients short. Having dwelled in Qianling Valley for several dozen days, time was running short with only a few days remaining before the valley would close. Lin Hao left a dangerous mountain range with a heavy sigh, regrettably heading toward the valley's exit. After nearly half a day's journey, he arrived near the exit. To depart, he would need to undergo a spiritual route assessment, followed by an inspection of his storage bag. At the exit, a throng of powerful figures from the 6 major sects and 4 prominent families of the Eastern Domain had gathered. With only 2 days left until the deadline imposed by the heavenly decree, their expressions were grim, as they had yet to locate the individual possessing a 2nd-grade 5-element spiritual root. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the formidable cultivators blocking the exit. Noting the presence of over 10 middle-aged men and elders, including Mo Wuqiu of the Qingshu sect, with whom he had a prior conflict, it was highly probable that all of these individuals were Golden Core masters. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Hao observed the situation at the exit from a distance. His breath hidden by the concealment of the misty pearl, he felt a twinge of headache. Forcing his way past so many powerful cultivators from the Eastern Domain was utterly impossible. Although those cultivators might not recognize him in his 8-year-old guise, it would still be peculiar for a child to emerge from a secret realm. Attracting the attention of these Eastern cultivators could spell trouble. After all, once outside the confines of the Qianling Valley's suppressive rules, the Golden Core cultivators could easily extinguish him with a mere gesture. The heavenly decree warned that if he was not captured within a month, the entire Zhao kingdom would face annihilation. A mysterious powerhouse, emerging to prevent the Zhao kingdom's destruction, would likely cause chaos, providing him with a smaller risk of escape amidst the turmoil. Gazing at the exit, Lin Hao's thoughts raced. With time still remaining before the closure of Qianling Valley, he resolved to wait a while longer. As moments passed, the multitude of Eastern cultivators present wore expressions of despair. Over the past month, they had exerted every effort to test the spiritual roots of Zhao's populace, leaving no stone unturned among men, women, and children. Yet, as the final moment of the heavenly decree approached, they had still failed to identify anyone with the coveted 2nd-grade 5-element spiritual root. Suddenly, as the month elapsed, the once clear skies above Zhao transformed into a roiling mass of ominous clouds, crackling with terrifying lightning. The sunlight vanished, plunging the earth into darkness, while a dreadful, world-ending pressure descended, causing all, cultivators and mortals alike, to tremble uncontrollably. In a remote land, a small nation dared to provoke the wrath of the heavens. Having failed to locate the individual, they would face extermination. A voice, devoid of emotion yet resounding with authority, echoed like thunder within the ears of every soul in the Zhao kingdom, now sealed by the power of the heavenly decree. The clouds grew thicker, as if on the verge of unleashing cataclysmic destruction. The celestial clan, having not issued such a decree in many years, seemed genuinely enraged this time. Many ancient experts from the Eastern Domain, privy to arcane secrets, regarded the sky above Zhao with grave expressions, aware that numerous disciples had ventured into Zhao to seize the ancient texts and inheritances, now trapped within its borders. Faced with the overwhelming will of the heavens, they dared not intervene. Cursed be it. Why must we seek out a worthless 5-element root? If they fail to find him, why must we all perish? The heavens are too cruel. Though this is a remote locale, countless lives dwell here. Many cultivators seethed with resentment and indignation, acutely aware of the terrifying power brewing in the heavens, poised to descend. No one would be able to withstand the wrath of the heavens. All would meet their demise. What a terrifying aura. Above Qianling Valley, Lin Hao felt the effects of the gathering storm, the oppressive pressure causing his scalp to prickle. Roar. The ancient beasts, long suppressed within Qianling Valley, grew agitated beneath the shroud of dark clouds, unleashing thunderous roars as they expressed their discontent toward the heavens. Suddenly, A roar more resonant than the others erupted from the depths of Qianling Valley, echoing throughout the secret realm. A colossal ape, towering several dozen feet, radiated a menacing aura. Its eyes burned with hatred as it stared at the sky. Leaping into the air, it defiantly roared, brandishing a massive black iron staff. Despite being bound by numerous chains of law, and struck the heavens with ferocity, the staff contained the power to obliterate the world, dispersing a portion of the dark clouds above. I am unyielding. I am unyielding. The colossal ape, driven to madness by the oppressive force above, continued to roar, fiercely swinging its black iron staff, unleashing boundless strength as the chains binding its massive form cracked and splintered. And so are we. The chaos unleashed by the colossal ape sent Qianling Valley into disarray, as fierce beasts stirred from their slumber, desperately thrashing and roaring at the ominous clouds above. Chapter 140. The Taoist of the Five Mountains. As the myriad beasts within the Qianling Valley descended into madness, the entire secret realm of Qianling Valley trembled violently. Ancient demonic creatures exuded a dense aura of malevolence, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens themselves. How could those unruly ancient fiends, long suppressed and exiled to the desolate universe by the great Luo celestial cauldron, appear in this place? The terrifying roars of these beasts reverberated through the skies, causing the magnificent palaces floating in the upper realm of De Luo Tian to sway, leaving the celestial beings within aghast. They directed their divine senses toward the secluded land of the Zhao kingdom below. Unexpectedly, a decree of annihilation had unexpectedly enveloped the ancient land of demon suppression. Should any of the bloodthirsty beasts within Qianling Valley break free, they would instigate severe upheaval in the world. A group of rebellious remnants, once no match for me in ancient times, had been subdued and banished by me. Now, I stand tall, gazing down upon the ages, with the world bowing beneath my feet. Who would dare to incite chaos? The youth clad in a dark robe adorned with 9 dragons sat indifferently upon his dragon throne. Merely by sitting there, he was enveloped by myriad rays of divine light, radiating an oppressive aura that commanded the world. He extended his hand and lightly tapped the void, causing the towering phantom of the great Luo celestial cauldron, which suppressed the elder of the Jiang family and the ancient beasts, to erupt with terrifying power. The chains of law entwined around the ancient demonic beasts burst forth in brilliant light, eliciting mournful howls from the once unruly creatures. The more they struggled under the constraints of the laws, the greater their agony became, forcing them to relent. Only deep within Qianling Valley did a singular monkey persist in its defiance, ensnared by countless chains of law. Even the chains binding the giant of the Jiang clan that Lin Hao had once witnessed paled in comparison to those around this colossal ape. I refused to submit. The chains upon the giant ape shone blindingly, the power of the laws causing blood to flow from its body. Yet it emitted no sound of pain, defiantly gazing at the sky, wielding a black iron staff with fervor, as if it would not cease until it shattered the ominous clouds above, which represented heaven's will. The heavenly punishment commenced. The youth in the dark robe cast a cold glance at the struggling ape, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. As if invoking a divine decree, the sky above the Zhao kingdom erupted with a cacophony of thunder, heralding a cataclysmic scene. The overwhelming celestial might instilled despair in the faces of both cultivators and mortals below. Boom! A rain of dark gray began to fall from the heavens. Any being touched by the raindrops bore expressions of torment. Mortals' hair turned white, plants withered, and cultivators found their powers waning. This celestial punishment aimed to extinguish the Zhao kingdom completely. If the owner of the second grade 5 elements spirit root could not be found, it would be better to kill innocently than to let one escape. Grandfather, please wake up. Amidst the rain of despair, a child cried out in anguish before the elderly man who could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Heaven, have mercy. Save us. Countless mortals knelt in supplication, bowing their heads to the ground. Alas, the heavens remained cold and unfeeling, showing no sign of compassion for the tragedies of the Zhao kingdom. The death of an entire small nation as populous seemed utterly inconsequential to them. Sigh. Just as the beings of the Zhao kingdom sank into despair, a voice filled with ancient sorrow and compassion resonated throughout the universe. The sound was gentle, yet it reached the ears of every living soul. I have not sought trouble with you, yet you dare to provoke me. How delightful! A terrifying presence surged from an unnamed mountain in the Zhao kingdom, and an elder with disheveled hair, resembling a wild man, swiftly clapped his hands towards the void. With a resounding boom, the skies became tumultuous, and the ominous clouds enveloping the Zhao kingdom began to dissipate, halting the life-draining rain in an instant. Ding, ding, ding. The resonant chimes of a grand bell echoed repeatedly. Imbued with unparalleled power, the beings of Zhao kingdom were overjoyed to discover that under the mysterious force of the bell, the white hair of mortals began to regain its color, and wilted plants began to revitalize. The cultivators who had suffered degradation due to the dark rain also found their realms restored. 5 ancient, rusted bronze bells, each radiating a different hue, materialized in the skies above the Zhao kingdom. These were the 5 mountains swallowing heaven bells. Is that old fellow still alive? He once proclaimed his intention to recreate the ancient heavenly laws, usurping the current heavens. The Tsang clan had tirelessly sought to eradicate him for countless ages, yet had been unable to succeed. Those well-versed in ancient secrets exhibited expressions of shock. The Taoist of the 5 mountains. The majestic palaces shrouded in ethereal mist in the heavenly realms shifted in countenance. And even the youth in the dark robes seated upon the dragon throne could not help but frown slightly, revealing a grave expression. In the skies above the Zhao kingdom, the wild-looking elder, surrounded by the 5 terrifying bronze bells, glanced placidly upwards, sighing softly. I initially intended to nurture the ancient heavenly laws here. Alas, since I have been exposed, I can no longer remain. However, it is indeed fascinating that a second-grade 5 elements spirit root has manifested in this place. The Zhao kingdom is a land dear to me. Before I depart, I shall grant you a chance at survival. The elder formed a seal with his right hand, sweeping his large sleeve, concealing the heavenly secrets. The celestial beings in De Luo Tian, along with the youth in the dark robe, could no longer perceive any trace of the eastern domain below. Ding! The wild-looking elder continued to form seals with his right hand, and the 5 bronze bells floating around him chimed in unison, releasing resplendent light akin to 5 suns. A torrent of divine light cascaded down upon the Zhao kingdom, and any being touched by the radiance of the bronze bells vanished without a trace. This was the power of teleportation, transporting countless souls from the Zhao kingdom, ensnared by the heavenly laws, to distant lands. This was the strength that the venerable Zhu spoke of. With a mere flick of his hand, he dispersed the ominous clouds above. Lin Hao gazed at the sky, his heart filled with awe, murmuring, "What realm is he at? Could he be an immortal?" At present, Lin Hao was merely a fledgling qi refining cultivator, having only encountered cultivators at the golden core stage. Yet the wild elder in the sky possessed an unparalleled power capable of contending with the heavens, leaving Lin Hao utterly astounded. It is time to leave. At this moment, the entrance to the Qianling Valley secret realm was unguarded by the cultivators of the eastern domain. Lin Hao commanded his flying artifact, transforming into a streak of light as he surged forth. I wonder how the Xianyu sect is faring now? Upon exiting the secret realm, Lin Hao felt a heavy heart. He resolved to head to the nearest city to the Xianyu sect to inquire about its current situation. Suddenly, before Lin Hao could travel far, a radiant 5-colored light enveloped him. What is this? Alarm coursed through Lin Hao's heart as he attempted to struggle, only to find himself engulfed in darkness. After approximately 5 or 6 breaths, he once again beheld the light. He hastily rose, surveying his surroundings, only to realize he had arrived in an exceedingly unfamiliar place. Over the past 7 years, he had studied numerous maps of the Zhao kingdom and was quite familiar with its geography, yet this landscape bore no resemblance to the Zhao kingdom whatsoever. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Could it be that I have left the Zhao kingdom entirely?" Chapter 141, The Small Village. Lingtan's sect Lin Hao reminisced about the 5-colored radiance that had cascaded from the heavens, where anyone touched by its light would vanish without a trace. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that he must have been transported away from the Zhao kingdom by the unfathomable power of a supreme being from that realm. His master, Xiao Yud, his second senior brother, Su Un, and his close acquaintance, Su Yuxian, as well as Yuan Chang. They too had likely been whisked away by the same mystical light. He pondered their current whereabouts. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, a look of bewilderment crossed Lin Hao's face. He realized he could not return to Zhao kingdom, and that he now existed as a solitary cultivator without a sect. Since I am here, I must find peace in my situation, he thought, resolving to ascertain his current location. His mental fortitude quickly reasserted itself, and with renewed determination, He acknowledged that his pursuit was for longevity and a protracted existence. As long as he could continue his cultivation, he held hope that, in due course, he might encounter his old acquaintances from the Xian Yu sect once he became sufficiently powerful. Choosing a direction, Lin Hao strode forward, unperturbed by the rugged terrain of desolate mountains and steep paths. After traversing several peaks, he stumbled upon a quaint mountain village, where simple folk clad in coarse garments toiled in the fields. Wishing to avoid drawing undue attention, Lin Hao refrained from using his spiritual energy and approached the village on foot, eager to inquire about his surroundings. "Child, where are your parents? What brings you here all alone?" An elderly man with graying hair asked, setting down his farming tools, concern etched on his face. "Grandfather, my hometown, suffered a calamity, and I became separated from my parents while fleeing. I am lost, and ended up here." Lin Hao feigned a look of distress, his voice trembling just enough to elicit sympathy. "Where are you from, little one?" the elder inquired, his expression warm and filled with compassion. "I do not know." Lin Hao feigned innocence. "What is your name, child?" The elder pressed further. "Grandfather, my name is Lin Hao." After a moment's thought, he decided to adopt a common name, understanding that in his current guise as a child, even his master Xiao Yu would find it difficult to recognize him. Given the vastness of this world, he felt it prudent to blend in seamlessly. "Oh, such a young child, separated from his parents. How unfortunate," the elder lamented, his heart heavy with sympathy. After a brief pause, he offered, "Dear child, you have nowhere to go. Why not stay at my home for a while? You can leave once you find your parents." "Thank you, grandfather." Lin Hao nodded appreciatively. This kind-hearted elder's willingness to take him in prompted Lin Hao to decide to remain in the village for some time, allowing him to familiarize himself with the local situation and investigate the presence of any nearby sects dedicated to cultivation. "Come, child, I will take you home." The elder hoisted his farming tools and led Lin Hao toward the village. The villagers, noticing the unfamiliar child, exchanged curious glances and questioned, "Old Qin, who is this child?" "He is a relative of mine," Old Qin replied with a warm smile. The villagers appeared simple and unpretentious. Following Old Qin, Lin Hao soon arrived at a modest thatched cottage. "Grandfather, you're back." A little girl with braided hair, her rosy cheeks and bright eyes resembling a porcelain doll, exclaimed joyfully as she ran to greet him. With innocent curiosity, she looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Grandfather, who is he?" "Yin Yin, call him Brother Lin Hao," the elder said, his face lighting up with affection. "Brother Lin Hao," the little girl chimed sweetly, her voice ringing with youthful innocence. "Child, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I will go prepare a meal. You can play with Yin Yin for now," Old Qin said with a chuckle. Thus, Lin Hao settled in the village, masquerading as an ordinary person. Over time, he gathered information about his surroundings and learned that this village was called Wangjiang Village, located near a county town named Ningxing. He discovered that a sect known as the Lingtan sect presided over the area, recruiting children with spiritual roots as disciples each year. Lin Hao was eager to discern the true capabilities of the Lingtan sect's cultivators, but the villagers, lacking knowledge of the wider world, merely spoke of the sect's members with reverence, their words filled with admiration for the immortals. As time passed, Lin Hao had resided with Old Qin for several months. He learned about Old Qin's family. The elder had lost a son 2 years prior, leaving him and his granddaughter to rely on each other. Old Qin treated Lin Hao with great kindness, regarding him as a beloved grandson. Despite their modest means, Old Qin selflessly shared his meager provisions, ensuring that Lin Hao and his granddaughter had enough to eat. Lin Hao observed all of this with a heart touched by the warmth of human connection and familial affection, a sensation he had not felt in a long time. He resolved to express his gratitude to Old Qin with a gift of wealth when the time came for him to depart. "Brother Lin Hao, the immortals from the Lingtan sect have come to recruit disciples." One day, the little girl, bursting with excitement, ran in to grab his hand. "Let us go see." "All right," Lin Hao replied, his heart already eager to witness the sect's cultivators. He followed Qin Yunyun outside, where a throng of villagers had gathered, each bringing their children to the open space to await the arrival. Before long, an elder with an otherworldly demeanor, accompanied by several youthful cultivators, arrived in the village with an air of arrogance. "Greetings, Immortal," the villagers exclaimed, bowing deeply in reverence. "There is no need for such formalities." The elder waved his hand lightly, summoning a gentle breeze that lifted the kneeling villagers from the ground. This display of power left the villagers in awe, their eyes filled with amazement and respect. However, Lin Hao remained calm within, recognizing that the elder's ability was merely a form of wind manipulation, and his technique was inferior to Lin Hao's own. After a moment of assessment, Lin Hao surmised that the elder's strength was likely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Let us begin testing for spiritual roots. The elder produced a crystal-clear stone and instructed each child to step forward and place their hands upon it. Not of the fire or with spiritual roots. Disqualified. 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 The elder's cold voice echoed through the village as the children lacking the aptitude for cultivation left with downcast expressions. So far, 10 children had been tested, none possessing the potential for cultivation. Brother Lin Hao, let us try too, Qin Yunyun exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she tugged at Lin Hao's hand, leading him toward the area where the Lingtan sect's cultivators were testing for spiritual roots. Chapter 142. The cultivator's robbery. The two arrived at the site for testing spiritual roots, where the village children had already undergone testing for half the group. Yet not a single child with the potential for cultivation had been found. It appeared that this year, not a single child capable of becoming a cultivator would emerge from our village. The village chief of Wangjiang village could not help but let out a quiet sigh, aware that those with the aptitude for cultivation were exceedingly rare. It was considered fortunate for a village to produce even one cultivator over several years. However, witnessing each child fail to qualify filled his heart with regret. Those two little ones, come here, the elderly man from Lingtan's sect, possessing an ethereal demeanor, beckoned to Lin Hao and Qin Yunyun as all the children ahead of them had completed their assessments. Hearing the elder's words, Qin Yunyun timidly stepped forward, followed closely by Lin Hao. He intended to infiltrate Lingtan's sect to glean insights about the local cultivation community. Concealing his true prowess at the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement with the Mantianshu, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary child. And even his spiritual root was disguised as a second-grade fire attribute. Place your hand on the testing stone, the elder said indifferently, believing it unlikely to find a child capable of cultivation in this village. He was prepared to conclude the last two assessments and move on to the next village. Qin Yunyun nodded nervously, feeling the immense pressure from the various legends of immortals. She extended her chubby, fair hand and placed it upon the testing stone. Buzz! The testing stone trembled gently and then erupted in a single hue of light. 4th grade would attribute spiritual root. Excellent! Excellent! A smile of excitement broke through the elder's previously cold demeanor, his eyes softening as he looked at Qin Yunyun. This girl possesses the aptitude for cultivation. At last, a cultivator has emerged from Wangjiang village. The villagers turned their gazes towards Qin Yunyun, smiles spreading across their faces. Although she was not their own child, the emergence of a cultivator from their village bore significant advantages, such as tax exemptions and protection from officials and bullies. The other eliminated children gazed enviously at the charming little girl with braids. Elder Immortal, my brother has yet to be tested, Qin Yunyun exclaimed, emboldened by the elder's suddenly gentle demeanor. Very well, I shall test your brother now, the elder replied, clearly in good spirits. He turned his gaze to Lin Hao, instructing, little one, come and place your hand upon this stone. All right, Lin Hao nodded and stepped forward. As he placed his hand upon the testing stone, it immediately resonated with a buzz and illuminated. A second-grade single attribute fire spiritual root is satisfactory. You may cultivate. The elder's face glowed with joy. Lingtan's sect was a small sect, and discovering 2 children with the aptitude for cultivation in a single village was indeed a cause for celebration. Wow, my brother can cultivate too. How wonderful! Qin Yunyun exclaimed gleefully. Having spent much time playing with Lin Hao, the thought of separating from him to pursue cultivation at Lingtan's sect filled her with reluctance. Old Qin truly had good fortune. With 2 children in his household, both possessing the potential for cultivation, the villagers were all envious. Quickly, go find old Qin working in the fields and tell him that both his grandchildren have the aptitude for cultivation. The village chief promptly dispatched someone to carry the good news. Before long, old Qin returned from the fields, trembling with excitement at the news of having 2 cultivators in his family, repeatedly murmuring, my children can cultivate. The ancestors of the Qin family are manifesting their spirits. Little ones, go and bid farewell to your grandfather, the elder from Lingtan's sect said with a smile. We shall be departing shortly. Woo-woo, Grandpa. I don't want to leave home. The little girl understood that cultivation meant departure, and she clung to old Qin, crying profusely. Child, do not weep. Learning the ways of the immortals is the path to success. Old Qin said, his eyes reddening with emotion. Grandpa Qin, I am leaving now. Thank you for your care these past days. Please take care of yourself, Lin Hao said, bidding farewell to Old Qin. Listen to the Immortal's words. Do not provoke the Immortal's wrath. Study diligently. Old Qin, lacking formal education, expressed his reluctance with a myriad of admonishments. Grandpa, we will. You take care of yourself at home. We will return to see you, Lin Hao reassured. Casting one last deep glance at Old Qin before departing with the tearful Qin Yunyun, following the Lingtan sect cultivators. The strength of Lingtan sect seemed to pale in comparison to the Xian Yu sect of Zhao country. Without flying treasures, they traveled in a cart pulled by a demonic beast at the third level of qi refinement. Thanks to the wind manipulation technique employed by the Lingtan sect cultivators, the journey through the mountains was smooth and unjostled. What region is this? The Lingtan sect cultivators appeared weak. Could it be that the cultivation resources here are even scarcer than in Zhao country? From the villagers, Lin Hao had only learned that the nearest county was called Ningxing County. He remained oblivious to which country they belonged to. As they traveled in the cart pulled by the third-level qi refinement demonic beast, the group pressed on, passing through numerous villages. After some time, the elder leading Lingtan sect discovered another child with the aptitude for cultivation. This year is quite fortunate. We have found 9 children with the potential for cultivation, the elder said with a smile. We have completed testing all the children in our territory. Let us return. Yes, Master Uncle, several young Lingtan sect members, at around the 4th level of qi refinement, respectfully nodded in agreement. As dusk approached, the demonic beast continued its journey through the mountains towards Lingtan sect. Hee, pay phone. If you wish to live, hand over these children to me. A group of people suddenly appeared on the mountain path, blocking their way. The lead figure, an elder dressed in green, bore a sinister smile. Elder Duan of Lingtai sect, this is the territory of Lingtan sect. Your audacity in attempting to abduct our people is truly excessive, Pei Feng of Lingtan sect replied, his gaze narrowing at the elder, a grave expression crossing his face. Ha ha, Pei Feng, your territory will inevitably belong to our Lingtai sect, the green-clad elder declared triumphantly. Our sect leader has discovered the method to foundation establishment. Becoming a foundation-building expert is imminent. Those who recognize the situation are wise. Why not abandon the dark and seek the light and join our Lingtai sect? Lin Hao scrutinized the green-clad elder amidst the crowd, sensing a palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from him. It was apparent that this individual was stained with much blood. By the elder's assertion regarding the Lingtai sect leader discovering the method to foundation establishment, Lin Hao gleaned the relative strengths of the two sects, estimating that the strongest among them reached merely the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement. Bah! My sect leader has shown me unwavering loyalty, even in death. I shall never join your Lingtai sect, Pei Feng retorted coldly, drawing forth his treasure to confront the green-clad elder blocking their path. For years, Lingtan sect and Lingtai sect had been embroiled in conflicts, yet this was the first time they had brazenly attempted to rob their disciples. Chapter 143. Bringing back a monster since you refused to drink the toast, you shall meet the bitter end. The elder in blue sneered, his hands forming a seal as a flying sword materialized at his waist, instantly unleashing a ferocious aura. Ding Laosan, how have you broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement? Pei Feng's face shifted dramatically under the oppressive force of the flying sword, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his right hand, summoning a whip that emitted a green glow, striking out like a swift serpent, causing a loud crack to resonate in the air. Boom! The flying sword, controlled by the elder in blue, merely trembled upon contact with the green whip, while Pei Feng, alongside the whip artifact, was sent flying backward with a wail. In a single exchange, Pei Feng was outmatched, inciting panic among the group of children with cultivation potential. While several young disciples of the Lingtan sect wore expressions of anger and unease, urgently calling out, Uncle Master, are you all right? We must flee. None of us can withstand him. Pei Feng shouted to his young disciples, disregarding the 9 children with cultivation potential. He activated a talisman to enhance his speed, a radiant light enveloping himself and several young disciples of Lingtan sect as they fled without a backward glance. Do not concern yourselves with those fleeing from Lingtan sect. The matter of the sect is of utmost importance. The elder in blue regarded Pei Feng's retreat with a mocking expression, not pursuing him, but instead focusing on the 9 children with cultivation potential. continuing, "Let us take these children back to the sect." "Understood," the young disciples replied respectfully. Lin Hao observed the brief skirmish between the two sects, remaining concealed in his strength. As Lingtin's sect's members fled, he resolved to follow the elder in blue to Lingtai's sect out of curiosity. "Do not be afraid, Yunyun, your brother is here." He gently ruffled the little girl Qin Yunyun's hair. Brother Lin Hao, I am not afraid," Qin Yunyun replied, her demeanor relatively stable. "Let us go." The elder in blue guided the beast, pulling the carriage, swiftly changing direction as they traveled along the mountain path. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lingtai sect's cultivators brought Lin Hao and several children with cultivation potential to a modestly sized mountain. This mountain was rich in spirit iron and had a denser concentration of spiritual energy than other locations, qualifying it as a minor blessed land. Drawing on his years of experience in artifact forging, Lin Hao quickly assessed the mountain before him. "You stay here to guard these children. I will report to the sect leader." The elder in blue spoke coldly after bringing Lin Hao and the other 8 children to the mountain. "Yes, Elder Ding." The young Lingtai sect disciples bowed respectfully. The elder in blue strode forward into a grand building, where a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and luxurious attire awaited. Upon seeing the hawk-nosed man, the elder in blue immediately bowed deeply. "Sect leader, I have captured 9 children with cultivation potential from Lingtin's sect. Do you think this is sufficient for refining blood essence pills?" With these 9 children, we now have 32 boys and girls, enough for the blood essence pills." The hawk-nosed man replied with an air of authority, his demeanor calm, yet commanding. "Elder Ding, you have done well. Once I consume the blood essence pills and break through to the Foundation establishment realm, I will ensure you are duly rewarded. I will assist you in achieving Foundation establishment." "Thank you, sect leader. I will serve you faithfully, even unto death." Elder Ding Laosan's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. The Foundation establishment realm was a coveted goal for many cultivators. He immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head to express his loyalty. "Go prepare for me. I shall begin refining the blood essence pills tonight," the hawk-nosed man instructed indifferently, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Killing 32 boys and girls to reach the Foundation establishment was worth it to him. Is the sect leader a demonic cultivator? Using children to concoct pills. Lin Hao, at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, had cultivated one of the 3 ancient classic texts, the Kaijing scripture, granting him a superior spiritual sense compared to his peers. The lavish building lacked soundproofing, allowing him to overhear the conversation between Elder Ding and the hawk-nosed man with clarity. Lin Hao, troubled by a lack of spirit stones, felt no moral qualms about slaying such a cruel demonic cultivator, and a murderous intent began to brew within him. However, he maintained a facade of innocence and shyness, refraining from immediate action. "Bring these children with me," Elder Ding Laosan returned, addressing the Lingtai sect disciples on guard. "Yes, Elder Ding." The young disciples seemed well acquainted with such tasks, expertly herding the anxious children toward a cave on the mountain. Lin Hao mingled among the children, biding his time with an obedient demeanor. Upon entering the depths of the cave, his eyes brightened. The cave contained the presence of underground fire, ideal for alchemy and artifact forging. In the innermost part of the cave, a group of trembling children appeared before Lin Hao. These children had been captured by Lingtai's sect and imprisoned here. Some bore scars, having endured significant suffering, their faces marked by fear as they dared not make a sound. "The sect leader is about to begin. Keep quiet," the hawk-nosed man spoke with indifference, retrieving a cauldron and placing it over a small flame of spiritual fire. "Not a word from anyone. If you disturb the sect leader, I shall not hesitate to cut out your tongues." Elder Ding Laosan's face contorted in a sinister expression as he unleashed his powerful aura at the 9th level of Qi refinement, causing the children to tremble in fright. Appearing utterly pitiful, "Brother Lin Hao, I want to go home." Qin Yunyun quivered, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right, I will take you home," Lin Hao replied softly. "But before we go, Yunyun, close your eyes. No matter what you hear, do not open them." He feared the blood that might splatter from the Lingtai sect cultivators would frighten the little girl. Brother Lin Hao, I understand." Qin Yunyun nodded earnestly, obediently closing her eyes. "Little brat, do you think my words are but a breeze?" Elder Ding's eyes flashed with fury as he saw Lin Hao and Qin Yunyun speaking. He formed a seal with his right hand, summoning a gust of wind that lashed out toward them like a whip. Intending to teach the new children a lesson to keep them in line, and prevent any disruptions during the sect leader's critical moment. Old man, have you forgotten your meals? Lin Hao smiled as the whip of wind dissipated silently before reaching within 3 paces of him. Who are you? Elder Ding was taken aback, astonished that Lin Hao had effortlessly nullified his spell. Who I am is of little consequence. It is only proper to reciprocate kindness. Allow me to show you my abilities. I am but a novice, so please do not mock my inexperience. Lin Hao wore an innocent smile as he extended his hand, summoning sharp blades of water that howled toward Elder Ding, the overwhelming pressure cloaking the elder in fear. How formidable! Have I brought back a monster? The thought flitted through Elder Ding's mind just as the blades pierced through his body, spraying blood in all directions. In a mere exchange, Elder Ding Laosan, also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was effortlessly slain. Lin Hao regarded the corpse of Elder Ding with a calm expression, casually retrieving a storage bag that fell into his grasp. Elder Ding, the other young disciples of the Spirit Iron sect, tasked with watching over the children, were so terrified that their faces turned pale, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. It was utterly inconceivable that such a seemingly harmless 8-year-old child could effortlessly slay the formidable Elder Ding, whom they had always looked up to with reverence. Please, Senior, spare us. We were compelled by Elder Ding and the sect master. We did not wish to capture you. Have mercy. Several young disciples of the Spirit Iron sect fell to their knees, trembling as they begged for forgiveness. Silence. Do not disturb this sect master while he is alchemizing. I shall summon you when the time comes, and then you may bring the child along, came the dissatisfied voice of the hawk-nosed sect master from within the cave, his focus entirely on the alchemical process, unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Chapter 144, Auxiliary Spirit Medicine. Murder Lin Hao paid no heed to the displeased admonitions of the Ling Tai sect's leader deep within the cave, his gaze fixed upon several young cultivators, kneeling and pleading for mercy, their cultivation level hovering around the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to spare a few lives to glean information. With a gentle pat on his storage bag, he produced several pills and coldly declared, "Consume this poison pill, and your lives will be temporarily spared." These pills were slow-acting poison concocted during his time at Xinyu sect. Once ingested, they necessitated the intake of an antidote at regular intervals, or the victim would suffer unbearable agony. The young disciples of Ling Tai sect, having witnessed Lin Hao's ruthless annihilation of their elder, were utterly terrified. Upon hearing that consuming the pills would allow them to live, they hurriedly approached, accepting the pills and swallowing them without hesitation. As long as you obey, I shall provide you with the antidote each month. Lin Hao spoke with a calm demeanor, his appearance deceptively youthful, yet exuding an authority that instilled fear in these young practitioners. Senior, we shall certainly comply, they responded respectfully, desperate to preserve their lives. Lin Hao disregarded the youths who had consumed the poison and lifted the obedient, still-eyed Qin Yunyun into his arms, striding purposefully toward the inner sanctum where the Ling Tai sect leader was concocting elixirs. At that moment, the sect leader was preparing auxiliary ingredients for the blood origin pill, requiring the blood of a child. When he turned and spotted Lin Hao and Qin Yunyun, a sinister smile crept across his face. Third Ding has done well, knowing precisely when I needed blood, and has delivered children in a timely manner. The Ling Tai sect leader, controlling the flames of the alchemical furnace with one hand, extended the other toward the duo, attempting to drag them closer using telekinesis, intending to extract their blood. However, Lin Hao remained unmoving, his gaze locked onto the sect leader. A smile creased his lips as he detected a faint fragrance of spirit medicine, precisely the last 2 auxiliary herbs he required for the foundation establishment pill. Who are you? The sect leader stammered, astonished that his grasp had no effect on the child before him. His expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with intensity. He was a formidable figure in this realm, with many cultivators having perished at his hands. I require the Mo-Xian grass and Xianlan flower from you, Lin Hao stated nonchalantly, unperturbed by the sect leader's fierce demeanor. Little brat, you dare demand something from me? You must be tired of living. The sect leader seethed with fury. The Mo-Xian grass and Xianlan flower were vital components for the blood origin pill, and he had invested considerable effort to acquire them. Instantly, he radiated a murderous intent, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a green spirit serpent surged forth. A putrid stench filled the air as the serpent exhaled a toxic mist potent enough to slay cultivators below the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Yet Lin Hao remained composed, No longer concealing his cultivation level, he unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual pressure that instantly reversed the serpent's poisonous vapors. The vicious green serpent fell to the ground, immobilized by Lin Hao's overwhelming aura. The Ling Tai sect leader shuddered. Merely sensing Lin Hao's pressure felt like a bolt of lightning, causing him excruciating pain and eliciting a mouthful of blood. Lin Hao's spiritual power was now robust, only slightly inferior to a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Although his spiritual qualities still lagged behind that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Overpowering the peak 9th stage Qi refinement cultivator from Ling Tai sect felt akin to crushing an ant. Given his current prowess, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim him the foremost among Qi refinement practitioners. A foundation establishment expert. The sect leader felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, his eyes widening in terror. He had never encountered such a terrifying presence in a Qi refinement cultivator. The mere aura rendered him immobile, leaving him no room for resistance, and a profound sense of impending doom surged within him. You have captured me. There must be a price to pay. Hand over your storage bag as interest, Lin Hao stated calmly. He raised his right hand, making a gesture that caused the sect leader's storage bag to effortlessly fall into his grasp. Upon inspection, it contained 2 Xian grass, Xianlan flower, and over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where did you acquire these Xian grass and Xianlan flower? Lin Hao inquired, locking his gaze onto the terror-stricken sect leader, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. The sect leader's eyes reddened as he lost his storage bag, filled with resentment. After painstakingly gathering the materials for the blood origin pill, he now found himself bereft of the Xian grass and Xianlan flower, rendering his efforts futile. Gazing at the small yet formidable child before him, he felt a surge of animosity. Suppressing his fear, he quickly devised a scheme and replied, These Xian grass and Xianlan flower come from the Zhuo family. If you desire them, I can facilitate an introduction. The Zhuo family was a notorious demonic cultivation clan in this region, known for their ruthlessness. The sect leader's formula for the blood origin pill originated from them, and he believed that if he could lead Lin Hao to the Zhuo family, they would undoubtedly capture him and exploit him for their own nefarious purposes. Zhuo family. Lin Hao mused softly, a cold smile crossing his mind. His perception was astute. He had noticed the fleeting malice in the sect leader's eyes upon mentioning the Zhuo family. These 2 herbs indeed come from the Zhuo family. I have some connections there. If you are willing to accompany me, you will surely obtain these 2 spirit herbs, the Ling Tai sect leader said, his face alight with sycophancy. All the while plotting to lead this seemingly innocent foundation establishment cultivator to the Zhuo family for torment and profit. There is no need for you to guide me. I shall seek them myself, Lin Hao replied, his eyes glinting with determination. With a flick of his finger, a razor-sharp water blade materialized, darting forward and, to the sect leader's astonishment, severed his head cleanly from his body. Why did he act so swiftly? This was the last thought of the Ling Tai sect leader as he succumbed to death. Lin Hao surveyed the lifeless body before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. He could never trust someone as brutal as the sect leader, who would sacrifice dozens of innocent children for the sake of alchemy. Such a person was best eliminated. Having dispatched the Ling Tai sect leader, Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the still-burning alchemical furnace ahead. He contemplated, with the 2 Xian grass and Xianlan flower, I can concoct 2 foundation establishment pills. However, to transmute all 18 purple Xian grasses in my storage bag into foundation establishment pills, I will require an additional 16 of each herb. Lin Hao was eager to ascend to the foundation establishment realm, yet he understood the necessity of patience. He resolved to first ascertain the circumstances of the cultivation world in this region before plotting his next move to secure sufficient auxiliary herbs for a stable breakthrough. Departing from the site of the sect leader's demise, he approached the few young disciples of Ling Tai sect who had consumed the poison. Clean up the cave and dispose of the body, then come to me. I have inquiries for you, he commanded. Yes, senior, the young disciples replied, their faces filled with awe. The figure before them, appearing as a mere child yet exuding unfathomable strength, had ventured into the lair of their leader and emerged alive. Leaving only one conclusion, their leader had failed and was now deceased. Chapter 145. Mastering Influence, arranging for a few individuals to tidy up the cave dwelling. Lin Hao glanced at the 30 children before him, each possessing innate talent for cultivation, now rescued by him. Should he send these children back home, or keep them? Lin Hao pondered. recognizing that 30 children with cultivation potential represented a significant resource for any small sect. However, having slain the leader of the Ling Tai sect, he contemplated the idea of taking control of Ling Tai Mountain, yet he lacked the energy to oversee their training. Ling Tai Mountain was rich in spirit iron, which could be refined into weapons and sold for spirit stones. A thought crossed his mind. If he could teach these youths the methods of cultivation, once they reached the first level of qi refining, they would serve as excellent miners. He recalled his days mining at Xianyu sect 7 years ago and realized that having some individuals to manage trivial matters would indeed be beneficial. After careful consideration, he resolved to keep the 30 children, not as disciples, but merely to impart the techniques of cultivation. You need not fear. The villains who bullied you are no more. Lin Hao smiled at the group of children, saying, "From now on, you shall cultivate here." "Yes, immortal, sir." The children, having witnessed Lin Hao's prowess in slaying the elder of the Ling Tai sect, responded respectfully, with some bolder ones echoing his words. Observing the awestruck faces of the children, Lin Hao couldn't help but reflect on his own initial encounters with the cultivators of Xianyu sect, when he too had been in a similar position. "Predecessor, as per your instructions, we have cleaned the cave." Several young disciples from the Ling Tai sect approached him and knelt, their faces displaying a desire to please. "One of you come with me. I have inquiries." "The remaining 5 shall stay here and teach these children the methods of cultivation," Lin Hao stated after a brief silence, his gaze sweeping over the 6 young men. "Yes, predecessor." The 6 disciples of the Ling Tai sect sighed in relief, grateful that he had not taken action against them. They bowed deeply, demonstrating their utmost compliance. "You come with me." Lin Hao gestured to one of the youths, who promptly stepped forward with respect. Following Lin Hao into the depths of the cave where the former leader of the Ling Tai sect had refined elixirs. "What is your name?" Lin Hao inquired as he looked at him. "How many disciples are there in the Ling Tai sect, and what are their levels of strength?" In response, "Predecessor, my name is Yao Dayuan. Aside from the 6 of us, the Ling Tai sect has over 50 disciples," Yao Dayuan replied earnestly. "Most disciples are at the 1st to 2nd levels of qi refinement. Only we 6 have higher cultivation due to fortunate circumstances and the consumption of qi recovery pills." Lin Hao listened to Yao Dayuan's account of the Ling Tai sect with a calm demeanor, subsequently asking numerous questions about the area. After a while, he gained a general understanding of the situation regarding the Ling Tai sect and the surrounding region. This territory belonged to the Qing Su sect, one of the 6 major sects of the eastern region, though it was situated at the farthest edge. The most formidable force nearby was the Ouyang family, hundreds of miles away, where foundation-building cultivators resided, controlling a city known as Qing Wolf City. The Ling Tai sect occupied a rather barren area, functioning more as a gathering of loose cultivators than a true sect. In comparison, the Ling Tan sect, which had previously come seeking disciples, was slightly better off, possessing a spiritual pond that enhanced the strength of its disciples above that of the Ling Tai sect. "Do you know where your sect leader previously obtained his alchemical materials?" Lin Hao inquired after a moment's thought. In response, "Predecessor, I am not quite sure. I only know that he was not skilled in alchemy until this past year when he befriended members of the Zhua family," Yao Dayuan recalled. "It is highly likely that the sect leader's elixirs came from the Zhua family." "The Yao family?" Lin Hao's eyes glimmered with interest. The deceased leader of the Ling Tai sect had intended to take him to the Zhua family, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Tell me more about this Zhua family." "Predecessor, I possess limited knowledge about the Zhua family due to my low cultivation level," Yao Dayuan replied cautiously. "The Zhua family has risen to prominence in the past year or two and is quite mysterious. I heard the sect leader mention that they have foundation-building experts, and anyone who crosses them is swiftly dealt with." "You have answered my questions well. You are quite astute." Lin Hao regarded Yao Dayuan, pondering for a moment before stating, "I require individuals to assist me, and you shall become the leader of the Ling Tai sect from now on, as long as you obey my commands. I shall not treat you poorly." After a brief contemplation, Lin Hao retrieved a high-quality qi recovery pill he had crafted at the Xianyu sect, holding it in his hand as its fragrant aroma wafted through the air. This pill, Yao Dayuan's eyes widened, fixated on the radiant qi recovery pill. His heart raced, and he swallowed hard. He had consumed a qi recovery pill before, but this one was incomparable in both appearance and fragrance. Just the scent made him feel as if his cultivation had improved slightly. If he could consume this pill, he believed he could break through from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refinement. "This pill is your reward from now on." diligently assist me in managing the Ling Tai sect. Lin Hao spoke calmly as he observed Yao Deyuan's eager gaze. Thank you, predecessor. I will do anything for you, even if it means risking my life. Yao Deyuan exclaimed, filled with excitement, as such a precious elixir was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for someone of his humble status, living in the barren lands of the eastern region. All right, take this pill and gather all disciples of the Ling Tai sect, Lin Hao instructed, tossing the pill to him. Yes, predecessor. Yao Deyuan caught the pill, his expression one of utmost reverence, trembling uncontrollably with excitement. After bowing deeply, he swiftly departed. The Yao family? Foundation-building experts. Lin Hao's expression turned serious. The blood essence pill formula he had obtained from the slain leader of the Ling Tai sect was linked to the Zhua family, indicating a possible connection to dark forces. Given the Zhua family's foundation-building experts, he recognized that he could not provoke them at this time. After contemplating for a while, he decided to proceed with caution, aiming to fully control the Ling Tai sect and establish a solid foothold before seeking the remaining materials for foundation-building pills. Having made plans for the future, Lin Hao turned to the young girl in his arms, who had been quietly keeping her eyes closed. Yun, you may open your eyes now. Brother Lin Hao, you are an immortal. The girl, Qin Yun, was not afraid. Instead, her large, bright eyes sparkled with admiration. Chapter 146. Do you truly desire this flying sword? Lin Hao gently tousled the little girl's hair and smiled, saying, Brother is not an immortal, merely a practitioner. That is still quite impressive. May I learn from you, brother? The little girl's face lit up with anticipation. Very well, Lin Hao nodded. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, inscribed with the cultivation methods for the Qi refinement stage, and handed it to the young girl. During his time at the home of old Qin, Lin Hao had taught Qin Yun to read. She was remarkably intelligent. Though she couldn't achieve photographic memory, her recall was commendable, and she had already mastered quite a few characters. The jade slip contained the Xianyu Qi refinement technique, which was crafted for novices by the Xianyu sect, featuring straightforward explanations. Yun, study the jade slip first. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. Lin Hao said with a smile after instructing her on how to read the jade slip. Okay. Qin Yun nodded enthusiastically and began to study the jade slip eagerly. In this world, tales of immortals abound, and the existence of such beings is widely accepted. Every mortal yearns to become a practitioner. Observing the little girl engrossed in her studies, Lin Hao then took out the storage bag belonging to the leader of the Spirit Iron sect and began to examine its contents carefully. Aside from the previously discovered 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2 types of foundational elixirs, it contained a substantial amount of spirit iron and some low-level elixirs. With several hundred pounds of spirit iron, he could forge a fresh batch of flying swords. A smile crossed Lin Hao's face. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, he had also cultivated the spirit awakening scripture. At this moment, the abundance of spiritual energy he possessed was somewhat underutilized in controlling merely a dozen flying swords. Even at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he effortlessly managed over 10 flying swords. He estimated that with his current spiritual power, controlling tenfold that amount would be a breeze. If I had more than 100 superior flying swords, even if a foundation establishment expert sought trouble, they would surely pay a steep price, Lin Hao mused, imagining the formidable spectacle of commanding over 100 exquisite flying swords, excitement bubbling within him. He proceeded to his cave, where a small vein of earth fire resided. He placed the refining furnace atop it, skillfully channeling the earth fire into the furnace while manipulating the flames using the Xian fire scripture, commencing the forging of magical artifacts. Over the past 7 years, Lin Hao had mastered the crafting of first-tier artifacts to an extraordinary level, enabling him to inscribe superior spiritual patterns on them. Even without refining the spirit, he could produce first-tier exquisite flying swords. In the days to come, aside from occasionally venturing out to visit the Spirit Iron sect and support the newly appointed leader, Yao Dan, Lin Hao devoted the rest of his time to forging. Before long, several days had passed. Lin Hao successfully crafted 20 exquisite flying swords, bringing his total to 36, including those he already possessed. Regrettably, lacking Xian crystal stones, he could not refine the newly forged flying swords, which would have significantly enhanced their power. As he stored away one of the newly crafted flying swords with a sense of disappointment, he continued to manipulate the furnace. What are you doing? This is the forbidden ground of our Spirit Iron sect, leave immediately. Time passed, and suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Humph, your leader, Ding Zhou, dares to encroach upon my Lingtan sect's newly recruited disciples. I have come to settle the score. A burly middle-aged man shouted at several young disciples of the Spirit Iron sect, whom Lin Hao had assigned to guard the cave. With a wave of his sleeve, several of them were sent flying, grievously injured. Overestimating oneself, the burly man sneered at the groaning young disciples on the ground. He turned to the two sinister-looking elders beside him and said with a flattering tone, "The leader of the Spirit Iron sect, Ding Zhou, is inside. I hope Lords 5 and 6 will assist me. Rest assured, once we claim your spirit stones and treasures, we will certainly help you eliminate the leader of the Spirit Iron sect, Ding Zhou." The two elders spoke with an air of superiority, suggesting their formidable status. "Thank you, Lords 5 and 6, the leader of the Ling Tan sect replied, his face full of respect. He had paid a substantial price to enlist the aid of these two elders. But if he could eliminate the leader of the Spirit Iron sect and seize the Spirit Iron Mountain, it would ultimately be a profitable venture. Having incapacitated the guards, the three of them hastened into the cave. Lin Hao, aware of the conflict outside, remained seated before the refining furnace, focused on completing the final touches on the flying sword he was crafting. When the leader of the Ling Tan sect and the two ominous elders arrived, Lin Hao had just finished inscribing the last spiritual pattern on the flying sword within the furnace. As the furnace glowed, a superior flying sword was successfully forged. Where is Ding Zhou? Why is there merely a child here? The leader of the Ling Tan sect looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. The Ding Zhou you seek has perished. If there is nothing else, I kindly request you to leave, Lin Hao replied without turning around, skillfully opening the furnace to retrieve the newly forged exquisite flying sword. Little brat, that sword belongs to my Lord 5, one of the cold-faced elders, upon seeing the sword in Lin Hao's hand, immediately exhibited a glimmer of greed. He spoke arrogantly, completely dismissing Lin Hao's presence. With a wave of his right hand, he attempted to seize the exquisite flying sword using telekinesis without Lin Hao's consent. The elder's expression darkened as he realized that his telekinesis had failed to move the exquisite flying sword, which remained steadfast. Displeased, he sneered with murderous intent. You dare resist, little brat? I have never failed to claim what I desire. Lin Hao glanced at the elder with a frown. The elder's condescending demeanor and immediate attempt to snatch his sword filled him with disdain. Although he did not wish to create enemies, fate seemed to conspire against him. Do you genuinely wish to take my flying sword? Lin Hao glanced at the elder with indifference, releasing a wave of his own aura, which caused the elder to flinch. His expression shifting. Peak of the Qi refinement stage? The elder was taken aback by Lin Hao's sudden display of power. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. As a seasoned practitioner, fear evaporated, replaced by a chilling demeanor. You, an insignificant practitioner, should know that my interest in your sword is a blessing and honor for you. How dare you threaten me with your aura? You are courting death. Little 6. Dong Li Quan, let us take him down together. Yes, Lord 5. Dong Li Quan and the other elder nodded, their disdainful gazes fixed on Lin Hao. They believed that despite Lin Hao's impressive aura, their combined strength was more than sufficient to subdue him. Do you wish to kill me? Very well. Lin Hao's eyes glinted with coldness. His initial intent was merely to warn them to back off. However, their audacity pushed him to the edge. He smiled, channeling his spiritual power without reservation, unleashing a forceful wave that surged forth. The three practitioners, who had presumed victory, were suddenly taken aback, their faces pale with terror as they spat blood and were sent crashing against the cave floor, groaning in agony. A Foundation establishment expert, the elder known as Lord 5 trembled, his previous arrogance vanished, replaced by disbelief. Chapter 147. The loose cultivator market. Lin Hao was mistakenly regarded as a Foundation establishment cultivator by the three individuals, yet he did not refute this misconception. With an expression devoid of emotion, he coldly stated, Do you still wish to take my sword and my life? The leader of the Ling Tan sect, Dong Li Quan, along with the two elderly men, were struck with terror. They were accustomed to bullying Qi refinement cultivators, but confronting a Foundation establishment cultivator was akin to courting death. A wave of despair washed over them as they realized the true strength of the seemingly 8-year-old child before them. They deeply regretted coming to the Ling Tai sect. If given another chance, they would have fled as far as possible. Please, Senior. We were blind and did not know. If the Senior is here, we implore you to spare our lives. The intense will to survive compelled the three men to kneel, trembling, as they bowed their heads in supplication. You interrupted my alchemy and sought to rob me, attempting to take my life. Surely there must be consequences. Lin Hao sneered, recognizing that were he not strong enough, he would have been the one facing misfortune today. Senior, as long as you do not kill us, we are willing to offer you satisfactory compensation. The elder known as the Fifth Master spoke with a trembling voice. First, hand over your storage bags as part of the compensation. Lin Hao refrained from immediate violence. The three were formidable in this region, and he intended to spare them for the moment to inquire about the last two auxiliary herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill. Here, Senior. Fearing Lin Hao's wrath, the three hastily retrieved their storage bags from their waists, lifting them respectfully, despite the pain it caused their hearts, their faces betraying a fawning demeanor. With a gentle gesture, Lin Hao summoned the three storage bags into his grasp, and as he spread his consciousness, their contents became apparent. To his delight, the elder known as the Fifth Master was quite affluent. His bag contained numerous elixirs, spirit herbs, and nearly 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. In this resource-scarce region, possessing such wealth indicated that these two men were not ordinary. In contrast, Dong Liquan, the sect leader, was considerably poorer, with only just over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having spent nearly all his spirit stones in the Thousand Spirit Valley secret realm to enhance the quality of the Zhuling fruit, Lin Hao felt rejuvenated with the addition of the three men's wealth and the 3,000 spirit stones he had acquired from slaying the Ling Tai sect leader, bringing his total to over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. I have questions for you. Should your answers please me, I may spare your lives. Lin Hao remarked, putting away the storage bags. Senior, please ask. We shall answer without reservation, the Fifth Master urged hastily. Tell me of your identities, where you reside, and who is in your family. As Lin Hao retracted his murderous intent and the imposing aura he had exuded, his expression softened, returning to that of an innocent child. However, the three men felt a chill run down their spines. In the cultivation world, inquiries about residence and family often preceded a ruthless extermination. Senior, please spare my family. I am willing to serve you loyally, sobbed Dong Liquan, the sect leader, tears streaming down his face. He did not wish to implicate his wife, who had just given birth to a son. We know we were wrong. The other two elders trembled. Silence, Lin Hao interjected, finding their pleas bothersome, and the three immediately fell silent. You, clarify the origins of the other two. I promise I will not harm your family. He pointed at the tearful sect leader. Yes, Senior. At this moment, Dong Liquan had no choice but to comply, his heart heavy as he relayed the details of the two elders. One is named Yin Hu, and the other is Hu Yinxiong. They have forsworn brothers, and they wield significant influence in this area, managing a loose cultivator market. A loose cultivator market. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Realizing why these two elders possessed such wealth, he regarded them with a smile of interest, understanding that their control over the market likely granted them knowledge of the information he sought. Yin Hu Yinxiong. Do you have Imo-Xian grass and Xianlan flowers for sale in your market? He gestured for Dong Liquan to remain silent, and turned to the two kneeling elders. Returning to the senior, we merely operate a loose cultivator market, selling only common low-grade spirit herbs. Although Imo-Xian grass and Xianlan flowers are not particularly rare, they are valuable as auxiliary materials for the Foundation Establishment pill and can only be purchased in Qinglang City, several hundred miles away, or from families with Foundation Establishment cultivators. Hu Yinxiong explained, eager to secure his life. Alas, it seems I was better off at Xianyu sect. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, reminiscing about his time in the Zhao Kingdom. Despite its remoteness, the Zhao Kingdom prospered due to the Thousand Spirit Valley secret realm, with its prominent sects thriving in ways that surpassed many mid-sized sects in the eastern region. In the Xianyu sect, Imo-Xian grass and Xianlan flowers were merely slightly more expensive than average herbs, easily obtainable for a direct disciple like him. However, now cast into the world of loose cultivators without the backing of a sect, acquiring the necessary herbs would be significantly more challenging. Lin Hao continued to pose numerous questions, and the three men, possessing a wealth of knowledge, provided him with information over the span of half an incense stick's time. By the end, Lin Hao gained a comprehensive understanding of the power dynamics within 1,000 miles of his current location. He realized that he was in an area deficient in spiritual energy, one that only Qi refinement cultivators would consider worth their time. Foundation Establishment cultivators seldom ventured here. Indeed, life as a loose cultivator was fraught with difficulties, as essential cultivation resources were monopolized by powerful sections. To rise swiftly, one must seek opportunities to join a major sect. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, contemplating the necessity of remaining here only temporarily before moving to the vibrant central regions of the Eastern Domain, where abundant resources could cater to his 5 elements spiritual route. After a moment of reflection, Lin Hao turned his gaze back to the 3 trembling men and proclaimed, "I can spare your lives, but you must consume this poison pill. As long as you obey my commands, I will provide you with the antidote in due time. Furthermore, I shall protect the loose cultivator market, and I require 50% of its monthly spirit stone income." Lin Hao's tone was commanding. Having been provoked by these individuals, they were now obliged to pay the price. Chapter 148. The Alchemy Shop. Yan Hu and Huyan Xiong, 2 cultivators managing a small scattered cultivator market, dared not refute Lin Hao and readily accepted all his conditions. The 3 finally departed from the Spirit Iron Mountain Cave, feeling as though they had brushed against the gates of the underworld, the look of fear still lingering on their faces. "Dongli Quan, we have been severely harmed by you." Yan Hu and Huyan Xiong, unable to harbor any ill thoughts towards Lin Hao, directed their resentment towards the master of Ling Ten's sect, who had invited them here. "Fifth Master, Sixth Master, I apologize, I truly did not know that such a formidable being resided in this cave." Dongli Quan's face was extremely grim. "Humph, today's events will not be forgotten by us brothers." The 2 elder men snorted coldly and quickly departed. Within the cave, Lin Hao wore a bitter smile. Here, he could walk freely, yet this place was undeniably impoverished. The total monthly income of that scattered cultivator market was merely 800 low-grade spirit stones, and after receiving half, he would only get around 400, far less than what he earned in a month at Xianyu sect. After leaving this remote area in the eastern region, it would not be difficult to find places with better cultivation resources. However, without a sect as support, scattered cultivators faced considerable danger in the eastern region. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage and my strength increases, it will not be too late to leave here and venture into the central areas of the eastern region, Lin Hao mused inwardly. He took out refining materials and placed them into the refining furnace to continue crafting magical tools. Once he accumulated over 100 flying swords, he intended to visit the nearest cultivation city, Qinglang City, to purchase the final supplementary herbs needed for the foundation establishment pills. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Lin Hao had fully taken control of the Spirit Iron sect and the Ling Ten sect, and under his guidance, Qin Yunyun had also become a cultivator at the Qi Refinement first level. "I will make a trip to Qinglang City. Please take good care of Yunyun. When I return, I will provide you with the antidote to the poison pill." Lin Hao summoned the now subservient master of Ling Ten's sect and others to give his instructions. Then, under the reluctant gaze of little Qin Yunyun, he summoned a flying magical treasure and soared away like a streak of light. As he progressed, Lin Hao noticed that the density of spiritual energy increased the further he traveled. After several days of travel, he arrived at a vast city, where the grand entrance bore the flamboyant characters Qinglang City. Dressed in gray and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Lin Hao surveyed the city ahead for a moment before striding toward the city gate. Although the mysterious expert known as Zhu had shrunk his age considerably, he had disguised his height with a transformation technique, making him appear neither too short nor childlike. Coupled with the aura of a Qi Refinement 9th level cultivator, it was challenging for anyone to perceive him as a mere child. To enter the city, a fee of 5 low-grade spirit stones was required. At the gate, 2 peak Qi Refinement 9th level cultivators stood guard, calling out loudly to those wishing to enter. Qinglang City is controlled by the Ouyang family, the most powerful force within hundreds of miles. It is said that the Ouyang family boasts not only foundation establishment experts, but also an elder of the Golden Core stage. All cultivators arriving here obediently paid their spirit stones, too intimidated to cause trouble. After waiting a while in line, Lin Hao paid the spirit stones and successfully entered the city. Walking along the stone-paved streets, he observed that the bustling crowd consisted solely of cultivators, exuding significant power. In Qinglang City, cultivators at the Qi Refinement 8th level were commonplace, and even foundation establishment experts were not rare. He encountered one at nearly every turn. These foundation establishment cultivators enjoyed preferential treatment, their esteemed positions evident as they passed by with numerous attendants, easily identifiable. Whenever a foundation establishment expert appeared, The Qi refinement cultivators on the street hastily made way, their gazes filled with respect and envy. Esteemed friend, is this your first visit to Qinglang City? Do you require a guide? Lin Hao had hardly entered the city when a middle-aged man approached him, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Noticing Lin Hao's wide-brimmed hat and relatively shorter stature compared to typical adults, yet sensing the aura of a Qi refinement 9th-level cultivator, he did not underestimate him. He clasped his hands and said, I am quite familiar with Qinglang City. For 10 low-grade spirit stones, I can guide you for the day. Would 5 low-grade spirit stones suffice? Lin Hao, unfamiliar with Qinglang City, was pondering how he lacked someone knowledgeable about the place when he decided to propose half the price after a moment's contemplation. That is acceptable. Where would you like to go? The middle-aged man displayed a lewd smile. Lin Hao felt that agreeing so readily made him seem overly generous. However, prioritizing time, he did not mind. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, Take me to the largest location for purchasing spiritual herbs in the city. Esteemed friend, there are 2 alchemy shops in Qinglang City that are the largest in scale. One is operated by the Danqi sect, one of the 6 major sects of the eastern region, while the other is established by the Ouyang family. The middle-aged man continued, Which one would you prefer? Let us go to the Danqi sect's alchemy shop, Lin Hao decided. The Danqi sect is renowned for its prowess in alchemy and refining. He believed their shop would offer a more comprehensive selection of spiritual herbs. Following the middle-aged man down the street for about half an incense stick's duration, Lin Hao arrived before an opulent building that covered several acres and exuded grandeur. At the entrance of the building stood 2 guards whose faintly emanating aura instilled a sense of danger in Lin Hao, causing his heart to tremble. He immediately understood that these 2 guards were likely Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a branch store has Foundation establishment cultivators on guard. The Danqi sect is truly formidable. A glimmer of awe flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. To enter the Danqi sect store, you must pay a fee of 50 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man informed Lin Hao about the shop's regulations. A 50 low-grade spirit stone entry fee. Lin Hao felt somewhat disheartened, thinking that such charges from a major sect were indeed exorbitant. To procure the desired spiritual herbs quickly, he approached the Danqi sect's alchemy shop entrance, paid the 50 low-grade spirit stones, and received a temporary entry token. Upon entering, a beautiful female cultivator approached him with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, Esteemed friend, what would you like to purchase? Do you have Immortal grass and Xianlong flower? Lin Hao paused for a moment before responding coolly. Yes, please follow me. The female cultivator replied with a charming smile. Nodding, Lin Hao followed her, observing the shop as they walked. The shelves within the store displayed a dazzling array of various spiritual herbs and elixirs, leaving Lin Hao momentarily speechless. Although he was an alchemist who had read numerous texts on elixirs and had seen much, he felt as if he were a country bumpkin here, encountering many spiritual herbs and elixirs he had never heard of. Truly, this is a top-tier sect in the eastern region. Even their alchemy branch has such an extensive collection of elixirs and herbs. Lin Hao marveled internally. Esteemed friend, here are the items you seek. The beautiful female cultivator stopped before a shelf. How much for each Immortal grass and Xianlong flower? Lin Hao's eyes brightened as he inquired upon seeing the spiritual herbs on the shelf. Both Immortal grass and Xianlong flower can be used to refine Foundation establishment pills and serve as supplementary materials for many other elixirs. They sell well among cultivators. Priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones each, the attractive female cultivator smiled. Chapter 149. The expensive Foundation establishment pill and uncommon ores. The mere fact that the lowest quality of Immortal grass and Xianlong flower commands a price of 500 low-grade spirit stones is indeed rather exorbitant. Lin Hao, aspiring to refine 18 Jixin grasses into Foundation establishment pills, finds himself in need of an additional 16 each of Immortal grass and Xianlong flower, totaling a staggering 16,000 spirit stones. The quantity I desire is somewhat excessive. Might you consider offering a discount on the prices of Immortal grass and Xianlong flower? Lin Hao hesitated before inquiring. Esteemed friend, may I ask how many you wish to procure? The beautiful female cultivator asked, her demeanor slightly uncertain. 16 of each, Immortal grass and Xianlong flower. Lin Hao replied, maintaining a calm and unhurried demeanor. Should you wish to purchase such quantities of spirit herbs, I can make a concession. Each Immortal grass and Xianlong flower will be priced at 490 spirit stones, the lovely cultivator said, her lips pursing slightly, as if she were making a significant compromise. "Thank you, my friend," Lin Hao said, a smile gracing his face as he noted the slight reduction in price, pleased to save a few hundred spirit stones. "If there are no further inquiries, I shall fetch the moxian grass and xianlon flower you requested," the enchanting female cultivator said cheerfully. Being a clerk at the alchemy shop, she stood to gain several hundred spirit stones in commission from this transaction, a sum equivalent to her earnings over 2 months. "Very well," Lin Hao nodded. Moments later, the female cultivator activated the protective array, retrieving the spirit herbs Lin Hao required from the shelves. In total, it comes to 15,680 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao felt a twinge of pain in his heart at the expense, but nonetheless produced a pile of spirit stones from his storage bag, akin to a small mountain. The female cultivator's gaze fell upon the spirit stones, her expression transforming into one of alluring delight, her demeanor growing even more enthusiastic. She produced a jade seal artifact, channeling her spiritual energy into it. A radiant light burst forth, enveloping the spirit stones. "Friend, the count is accurate. You may take these spirit herbs," she stated, after briefly inspecting the stones. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, she stored the spirit stones into her bag and handed over the moxian grass and xianlon flower. "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Hao expressed politely, accepting the spirit herbs and placing them into his storage bag. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" the beautiful female cultivator inquired, her sparkling eyes glancing at him. "May I inquire if there are foundation establishment pills for sale here?" Lin Hao pondered briefly before asking a question of particular concern to him. "Indeed, we have foundation establishment pills available, albeit only of low quality," the female cultivator replied, her expression momentarily faltering. "Foundation establishment pills are precious commodities. Even the low-grade variant commands a considerable price, and in the not-so-affluent Qinglang city, only a handful of cultivators can afford them, with perhaps one sold each year being a remarkable feat. And how much for a low-grade foundation establishment pill?" Lin Hao inquired with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. "A low-grade foundation establishment pill is priced at 500,000 low-grade spirit stones," she replied after a moment's contemplation. Such an exorbitant price. Lin Hao's face registered shock. Given his previous income of over 1,000 spirit stones monthly from refining weapons and alchemy at Xinyu sect, purchasing a single foundation establishment pill would require decades of relentless toil, foregoing all sustenance. Indeed, it is costly. Consuming a low-grade foundation establishment pill may only allow a cultivator to coalesce a subpar foundation, yet it remains the aspiration of countless cultivators to reach the foundation establishment realm. Achieving such a status would position one among the core forces in the entire eastern region, the female cultivator remarked, her face reflecting yearning. As an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Danchi sect, at the pinnacle of the Qi refining 9th layer, she lamented her inability to break through due to the lack of a foundation establishment pill. Based on her current income, it would take her over a century to save enough for such a purchase. "Are you truly intent on acquiring a foundation establishment pill?" She gazed at him with hopeful eyes, her allure heightened, as the prospect of selling a 500,000 spirit stone pill would yield her a significant commission. "Well, I was merely inquiring about the price. Such a sum is far beyond my means." Lin Hao feigned embarrassment, though internally he was elated. He had already gathered the materials necessary to refine 18 foundation establishment pills and had even obtained one by slaying a disciple of the Qingsu sect in Xianling Valley. If each pill were to be valued at 500,000 spirit stones, refining all 18 would elevate Lin Hao to the status of a super-rich individual, with assets worth around 10 million spirit stones. After completing his purchase of the necessary spirit herbs at the alchemy shop, Lin Hao lingered a while longer before making his exit. "Friend, have you managed to procure what you sought?" The middle-aged man who had previously guided Lin Hao and received 5 spirit stones for his trouble was still waiting outside, displaying commendable integrity. Lin Hao nodded lightly, contemplating before stating, "Is there a marketplace in Qinglang City where scattered cultivators sell their wares?" "Indeed, there is. Would you like to visit?" The middle-aged man replied. "Yes. Please lead the way." Lin Hao felt it would be a shame to visit a cultivation city without exploring the scattered cultivators' stalls to seek items of interest. Additionally, having spent over 15,000 spirit stones on the auxiliary herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill, he wished to sell some exquisite flying swords to earn back some spirit stones. After a leisurely stroll of a tea's brewing time, They arrived at a vast area bustling with cultivators displaying their wares on the ground. Come take a look. High-quality attack talismans at low prices. Blood condensation pills for sale. Remarkable healing effects. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Rare minerals unearthed from ruins. Friends skilled in weapon refining. Come and see. Before they even entered the marketplace, the air was filled with the sounds of hawking. How much does it cost to set up a stall within? Lin Hao inquired of the guiding middle-aged man. One stall costs only 2 low-grade spirit stones per day, the man quickly answered. Lin Hao nodded, indicating his understanding, then declared, I would like to set up a stall here. Please assist me in the process. Of course, the middle-aged man, well-versed in the ways of Qinglang City, promptly led Lin Hao to the stall registration point. After paying the requisite spirit stones, Lin Hao received a temporary stall permit from a cultivator of the Ouyang family managing the marketplace. Entering the market, he chose to browse rather than rush to set up his stall, intrigued by the offerings. Qinglang City, indeed, lived up to its reputation as a grand cultivation metropolis. The goods sold by scattered cultivators were far superior to those in the impoverished markets of Lingtan sect. A dazzling array of spirit herbs, talismans, and artifacts filled the stalls, even including materials for refining spirit-enhancing pills. What is that? Lin Hao paused before a stall selling refining materials. The stall owner appeared to be at the Qi refining 9th layer, showcasing an assortment of high-quality black gold iron ore. Over the past 7 years, Lin Hao had refined countless Wu Ling swords, making him intimately familiar with black gold iron ore. He scanned the stall, ultimately focusing on a particular piece of black gold iron ore. While it appeared unremarkable at first glance, Lin Hao, having cultivated the opening spirit scripture, possessed an extraordinary spiritual sense and years of familiarity with black gold iron ore. He sensed something extraordinary within this piece, an inexplicable aura that stirred a profound sense of wonder within him. Could it be a treasure? Lin Hao's heart raced with astonishment, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, casually pointing to a piece of black gold ore and asking, how much for this black gold ore? Chapter 150. The Peerless World of Cultivation. Upon noticing the arrival of a customer, the stall owner displayed a welcoming smile and stated, this premium black gold iron is priced at 15 low-grade spirit stones per piece. My friend, this black gold iron seems rather expensive. Would you consider selling it for 10 low-grade spirit stones? Lin Hao's goal was to procure a piece of black gold iron from the stall, which concealed a mysterious item within. To avoid revealing his intentions, he furrowed his brow and began to haggle. 10 low-grade spirit stones won't be enough for this premium black gold iron, the stall owner retorted, his smile fading as he eyed Lin Hao coldly. If you wish to buy it, it is 15 low-grade spirit stones, and I won't sell it for a single stone less. Would you sell it for 13 stones? Lin Hao inquired, feigning hesitation. If you agree to sell it to me for 13 low-grade spirit stones, I may be inclined to purchase several pieces. These pieces of black gold iron were of high quality, making them excellent for crafting. Moreover, with one piece containing a hidden treasure, Lin Hao thought it prudent to acquire a few more. If you can buy 5 pieces or more, I can reduce the price by 1 stone for each. The stall owner reluctantly conceded after a long pause. Very well, I shall take 5 pieces of black gold iron, Lin Hao decided after a moment's contemplation, pointing at the items on display. I want this piece, and this one as well. Here are the low-grade spirit stones for the purchase. He gently patted his storage bag, retrieving 70 low-grade spirit stones, which he handed over. The stall owner's face brightened immediately upon seeing the spirit stones, and he accepted them with glee. Just as Lin Hao was about to take the black gold iron from the stall, a haughty voice interrupted him. A young man clad in expensive attire, accompanied by a beautiful female cultivator and several followers, approached with an air of arrogance. Lin Hao frowned but ignored the young man's words, swiftly collecting the 5 pieces of black gold iron into his storage bag with a flick of his wrist. How dare you? Did you not hear what I said? The young man, seemingly unfazed, squeezed the voluptuous woman beside him and glared at Lin Hao with a dark expression. I will give you 1 breath's time to hand over the black gold iron you just took, or I shall ensure you do not survive this day. These pieces of black gold iron are already mine. If you desire them, you may purchase them from this stall owner, Lin Hao replied, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity as he scanned the group, finally locking his gaze onto the young man embracing the female cultivator, exuding his unique aura. The young man, named Mo Zifeng, felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, his eyes narrowing in trepidation as his body involuntarily trembled. Young master, A middle-aged man beside him noticed the young man's distress and stepped forward, emanating a peak chi refinement aura to counter Lin Hao's imposing presence. Only then did Mo Zifeng regain his composure. Although he was at the 8th level of chi refinement, he was regarded as average within Qinglang City, bolstered by the influence of his father, a late Foundation establishment elder. In Qinglang City, besides the Ouyang family, the Mo family, to which Mo Zifeng belonged, was the next most powerful. With his father's indulgence, he had become arrogant and domineering. Having been intimidated by a mere rural cultivator, he was incensed, his eyes burning with malice as he declared, "Kill him. I want him dead." "No, that would be too merciful. First, break his legs. I want to see him kneel and beg for mercy before the cultivators of Qinglang City." Anyone who offended Mo Zifeng would not only endure physical torment, but also suffer humiliation. "Young master, don't be impulsive. Lord Ouyang has regulations against fighting within the city," the middle-aged man advised with a wry smile. "If this matter reaches the Lord's ears, you may face severe repercussions." "Damn it, I cannot wait any longer. I long to slay him now." Mo Zifeng scoffed at Lin Hao, viewing him as a mere dead man. "Young master, it is crucial to obtain that piece of black gold iron that conceals treasure first," an elderly man softly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Mo Zifeng suppressed his fury and addressed Lin Hao with feigned benevolence. "Hand over that piece of black gold iron, and I can ensure your death will be less painful." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, having merely aimed to discreetly purchase the black gold iron concealing a mysterious item and depart. However, he found himself embroiled with this group of arrogant individuals, who were evidently influential second-generation cultivators. He had little desire to provoke them, yet their threats of violence persisted. The cultivation world in the eastern region is far more perilous than in Zhao country, Lin Hao lamented inwardly, realizing that lingering here would only bring him misfortune. Having already acquired the necessary materials for crafting Foundation establishment pills, he disregarded Mo Zifeng's venomous remarks and strode toward the city gates. "You think it will be that easy to leave?" Mo Zifeng sneered, following Lin Hao with his entourage. As soon as Lin Hao stepped beyond Qinglang City's borders, he would command his subordinates to strike. Alas, out of all the people to offend, it had to be young Master Mo. The passing cultivators regarded Lin Hao with sympathetic glances. Mo Zifeng, being the sole heir of the Mo family and the notorious bully of Qinglang City, was infamous for his reckless behavior. Just last month, he had brazenly kidnapped a distant female relative of the Ouyang family in broad daylight, leading to a significant uproar. To appease the Ouyang family's wrath, his father had been compelled to impose severe punishment upon Mo Zifeng, leading him to exercise a modicum of restraint lately. Otherwise, he would have already made a move against Lin Hao in the street. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao exited Qinglang City under Mo Zifeng's mocking gaze, employing a wind manipulation technique to swiftly distance himself. "How dare a mere ant-like rogue cultivator offend me?" Mo Zifeng scoffed, producing a small flying vessel, carrying several peak chi refinement guards, who leisurely followed Lin Hao. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he observed Lin Hao, relishing the feeling of controlling another's fate. Having been punished last month for abducting the Ouyang family's relative, today presented an opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. He intended to claim both the treasure and the life of Lin Hao. After pursuing Lin Hao for several miles, Mo Zifeng waved his hand, declaring arrogantly, "You may act now. First, break his hands and legs, then torment him mercilessly. Once he perishes, I shall feed his remains to my spirit pet, the Qinglang." "Yes, young master," several peak chi refinement cultivators responded respectfully, surging from the small vessel with sinister smiles, intent on capturing the fleeing Lin Hao. Having followed Mo Zifeng for too long, they had adopted his cruel demeanor and relished the act of killing. Chapter 151. If there's no way to resolve it, then let the killing begin. As several peak chi refining cultivators advanced menacingly, a flicker of determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. With his cultivation level, escape would be a trivial matter. However, given the nature of his adversaries, it was likely they would summon even more formidable opponents. Today, it seemed, there would be no peaceful resolution. A surge of inexplicable fury erupted within him, and he coldly addressed the approaching foes, saying, "I truly do not wish to take a life. Why force my hand? Haha, you think you are worthy to kill? You are nothing but a dog," sneered Mo Zifeng, who was observing the fray from a small flying vessel, laughing heartily. In his mind, Lin Hao had become a fish trapped in a barrel. With a furious glint in his eyes, The foremost middle-aged cultivator waved his hand through the air, summoning a blade of flame aimed at Lin Hao's legs. Following Mo Zifeng's orders, he intended to incapacitate Lin Hao before allowing Mo Zifeng to deal with him. Boom. Lin Hao had no choice but to engage in combat. With a deep sigh, he ceased to conceal his true power, unleashing an overwhelming aura that radiated from him. The middle-aged cultivator's fiery blade disintegrated silently before it even approached within 10 feet, failing to inflict any harm upon Lin Hao. At his current level of power, even without employing the hundreds of exquisite flying swords stored in his bag, he could easily crush this troublesome group solely with his chi comparable to the initial stages of Foundation establishment. Puff! The middle-aged cultivator was sent flying as if struck by a rampaging beast, blood spewing from his mouth. Why, you're a Foundation establishment cultivator? The faces of Mo Zifeng's 5 bodyguards paled, feeling the insurmountable chasm that separated their power from Lin Hao's. Their scalps tingled with fear. Foundation establishment? Mo Zifeng's heart quaked with disbelief. The shabby figure clad in gray and donning a hat, who appeared to be a mere dwarf, possessed such strength. Yet, recalling that his father was a late Foundation establishment expert and his grandfather was at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, just a step away from the Golden Core stage, he regained his confidence. Do you realize that within a radius of thousands of miles, my Mo family is the second most powerful clan? Even if you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, you must bow before me here. Mo Zifeng took out a talisman for assistance, arrogantly stating, your strength is commendable. Hand over that piece of black gold iron and become my subordinate. I can spare your life, but otherwise, my family's experts will arrive in no time. Young master, this man has injured me. Please seek justice on my behalf. The middle-aged man, who had been sent reeling by Lin Hao's imposing aura and now lay on the ground, rose to his feet, glaring at Lin Hao with malice. Unlike other peak chi refining cultivators who might cower in fear before a Foundation establishment cultivator, he, as a guardian of the Mo family, was accustomed to such figures. He believed that with the Mo family backing him, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be crushed under their might. Rest assured, once you take him as your subordinate, I will ensure you have your vengeance. Mo Zifeng smiled, then abruptly shifted his tone, commanding, kneel and apologize immediately, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, sending this talisman will lead to consequences far worse than kneeling. In the past, relying on his family's influence to intimidate other cultivators, Mo Zifeng felt invincible, believing he was a local emperor. A Foundation establishment cultivator was nothing before him, and they would have to bow to his will. Seeking death, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling intent emanating from him. He raised his right hand and employed a fire spell, conjuring a terrifying fireball that spanned dozens of feet, rapidly forming in the sky. What are you doing? Do you want to oppose the Mo family? Mo Zifeng and his guards felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated that the cultivator before them would dare to strike. I do not wish to, but I have no choice. Lin Hao spoke coldly, pointing forward. The enormous fireball surged forth, engulfing Mo Zifeng and his guards. In mere moments, the would-be assailants were reduced to ashes. With a flick of his hand, Lin Hao summoned the storage bags and intact small flying vessel from the ground where Mo Zifeng and his companions had fallen. What is that? Lin Hao noticed a faint golden light emanating from the spot where Mo Zifeng had perished, racing swiftly towards Qinglang City. He quickly deduced that this must be some sort of spell left by a powerful Mo family member, programmed to alert the clan upon Mo Zifeng's demise. This place is no longer safe. Lin Hao felt a sense of urgency wash over him. He had no time to inspect the contents of Mo Zifeng's storage bag. A grave expression settled on his face as he exerted all his strength to maneuver his flying artifact, transforming into a streak of light that sped away into the distance. In a lavish hall within Qinglang City, an elderly figure seated in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the faint golden light enter the hall, his expression shifted dramatically. He reached out, and the golden light landed in his palm. The young master is in trouble. The elder expanded his spiritual awareness, connecting with the golden light, and witnessed the scene of Lin Hao slaying Mo Zifeng. Enraged, he spoke with a chilling tone. Whoever the murderer may be, they shall pay with their life. A terrifying aura erupted from the elder, a trusted servant of the Mo family with the strength of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. With the family head and the elder family head attending to important matters elsewhere, all affairs of the Mo family in Qinglang City fell to his charge. In a flash, the elder vanished from the hall, reappearing at the site of Mo Zifeng's demise moments later. Observing the residual spiritual energy left by the assailant, he concluded that while it was robust, it belonged to a peak chi refining cultivator. To have killed the young master and his guards, this individual must possess formidable artifacts. The elder's anger surged further. He could not fathom how the esteemed scion of the Mo family had met his end at the hands of an insignificant chi refining cultivator. Using the fluctuations in spiritual energy in the air as a guide, he pursued the direction Lin Hao had fled, with a murderous intent radiating from him. The elder followed the faint traces left behind, fully unleashing his cultivation to give chase. From the act of murder to fleeing, Lin Hao had piloted his flying artifact for the duration of a cup of tea, yet the unease within him only intensified. It was highly likely that the Mo family was in pursuit of him. Lin Hao contemplated inwardly. My hidden sky pearl can obscure my aura, but using spells will inevitably leave behind traces of spiritual energy, which could allow the Mo family to track me down. After flying for a while longer, his sense of unease and danger grew stronger. Lin Hao quickly devised a plan. He removed his gray robe and hat, donning the simple clothes of a mortal child that he had previously worn while staying with old Qin. Under the concealment of the hidden sky pearl, Lin Hao now appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary child. After moving forward for a bit longer, he spotted a mortal town ahead. His eyes lit up as he hastened his steps to enter the town. Boom! Just after Lin Hao entered the town, a powerful elder appeared, hovering above the settlement, exuding a terrifying pressure that made the mortals tremble in fear. Is that an immortal? Many of the townsfolk knelt before the elder in reverence. Chapter 152, The Initial Battle of Foundation Establishment, Part 1. Below, numerous mortals knelt in fervent devotion. Yet their supplications failed to elicit any warmth from the elder of Foundation Establishment, whose countenance grew frosty and murderous intent flickered within his eyes. He had traced the killer's spiritual energy to this location, only for the emergence of the mortal town to sever his lead. A throng of contemptible mortals truly deserved death. His fury ignited as he remained behind to guard the Mo family, while the elder and the grand elder attended to business elsewhere, only to discover that the family's sole legitimate heir had encountered misfortune, with the perpetrator still at large. Upon the return of the elder and grand elder, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. You have obstructed my quest for the murderer. Thus, you shall all perish to accompany the young master to his grave. The elder's ire escalated as he beheld the mortals still kneeling, a wave of irritation washing over him. His eyes glinted dangerously, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a streak of azure light, dozens of feet long, surged downward. Did he truly intend to massacre the mortals? Lin Hao's expression darkened as he discerned the elder's intent. Concealed among the mortals, he realized that not only would this implicate the mortal town, but he would inevitably be forced to reveal himself due to the elder's assault on the innocents. The malice emanating from the elder surpassed Lin Hao's comprehension. He was aware of the cruelty within the cultivation realm, yet witnessing such a blatant slaughter of mortals was a first for him. Old fool, how dare you? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao donned a hat to obscure his appearance, soared into the air, and with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of over 100 flying swords from his storage bag, transforming them into a dazzling stream aimed at the terrifying azure light, cascading from above. Boom! A violent clash of spiritual energies erupted in the sky as Lin Hao, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, manipulated the flying swords to forcefully disperse the formidable azure light. Vile creature, hiding among mortals. The Mo family elder, employing merely 1/10 of his foundation establishment power to slay mortals, recognized that Lin Hao was the murderer the moment he struck. His eyes fixated on Lin Hao, brimming with murderous intent. A mere Qi refinement cultivator, wielding a fraction of a foundation establishment strength, dares to take the life of the Mo family's heir and commit such a heinous crime. Kneel and prepare for your demise. The Mo family heir met his fate justly. Had he not acted tyrannically and provoked me for my possessions, I would not have slain him. Lin Hao regarded the Mo family elder with cold disdain. He had dared to confront peak Golden Core experts within the Thousand Spirit Valley. Though this elder was a foundation establishment cultivator, he was not beyond Lin Hao's capacity to contend with. Facing death, you still dare to be defiant. The Mo family elder's expression remained impassive as he transformed into a streak of light, charging forward to apprehend Lin Hao and drag him back to the Mo family for judgment. Lin Hao furrowed his brows. He wished to avoid battle that might implicate the mortals. Channeling his energy, he commanded a portion of the flying swords to strike at the elder, while he himself maneuvered his flying treasure to escape into the distance. Naive, believing a mere array of swords can hinder me, the Mo family elder spoke dismissively, sweeping his arm to conjure a massive azure wolf spirit, emanating a terrifying force that sent the blocking flying swords hurtling away. Riding the wolf, his speed was astonishing, closing the gap from 100 feet to within 50 in mere moments. Lin Hao's heart sank. His flying treasure was of inferior quality, rendering him unable to outpace the Mo family elder of Foundation establishment. Escape was impossible, leaving him with no choice but to fight. He infused his spiritual energy into his flying treasure, flying for a stretch until he finally distanced himself from the mortal town, ensuring that the battle would not endanger the innocents. A mere chi refinement cultivator is but a weak insect before me. You cannot escape my grasp. The elder closed in within 10 feet, his tone dripping with disdain as his Foundation establishment aura erupted, pressing forward with overwhelming force. Generally, chi refinement cultivators struggled to resist the oppressive presence of Foundation establishment experts. While the elder wished to bring Lin Hao back for punishment, his desire for vengeance was tempered, refraining from outright killing him. I seem to be mistaken. Our strengths may not differ as greatly as I presumed. As Lin Hao sensed the elder's Foundation establishment pressure, he found himself growing more composed. Months prior, he had encountered Golden Core experts whose powers were suppressed to merely 2/10 of their strength. Now, facing this initial stage Foundation establishment elder, Lin Hao had grown stronger, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement. Come, let me witness the true strength of Foundation establishment. Unfazed by the elder's pressure, Lin Hao radiated a fierce battle spirit. My aura cannot subdue this little beast. The Mo family elder was taken aback. He had ascended to Foundation establishment using a low-grade Foundation establishment pill, the most inferior variety, yet still a bona fide expert. Since his ascension, merely exuding his aura had caused chi refinement cultivators to tremble and submit, powerless to resist. You may surpass the average chi refinement cultivator, but once I strike, you shall remain nothing more. The elder's composure swiftly restored. A mocking smirk graced his lips. In his eyes, chi refinement was ultimately insignificant, akin to how cultivators regarded mortals. He formed seals with his hands, abruptly thrusting them forward. With a thunderous boom, azure light coalesced into 6 azure wolves, encircling and charging towards Lin Hao. Sword control technique. Lin Hao's abundant spiritual energy surged within him, and the 100 flying swords erupted in a tempest of sword energy, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. With a flick of his finger, the flying swords formed a storm of blades, hurtling forth. The momentum generated by over 100 premium flying swords caused the surrounding air to tremble violently, rivaling the power of an initial stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The Mo family elder, intent on capturing Lin Hao to return him for the family head's judgment, had only utilized 50% of his Foundation establishment power. The sound of thunderous collisions echoed as the 6 azure wolves conjured by the elder were obliterated by the onslaught of premium flying swords. Lin Hao's spiritual energy surged rapidly, and after vanquishing the wolves, he formed seals with his hands and pointed at the Mo family elder, unleashing the torrent of flying swords, which cascaded through the air, creating a tempest of sword rain. I underestimated you. The elder's expression darkened. This was the most formidable chi refinement cultivator he had encountered since ascending to Foundation establishment. A fleeting thought of the 6 great sect's disciples who could battle across realms crossed his mind, yet he quickly dismissed it. If this individual were indeed one of the 6 sect's disciples, he would have revealed his identity token by now. The only plausible explanation was that he possessed a miraculous treasure that granted him such extraordinary combat prowess. As the elder considered this, a gleam of greed surfaced on his aged face. With the young master slain, as the sole servant left to guard the Mo family, he was bound to face repercussions, possibly even death at the hands of the enraged family head upon his return. Why not eliminate this individual and seize his treasure, fleeing to another realm? With the treasure, I could negotiate with the 6 great sects to lift the restrictions placed upon me by the Mo family. Such an act would grant me a path to survival. Chapter 153. The Initial Battle of Foundation Establishment, Part 2. The elder of the Mo family had made up his mind. As he beheld the impending storm of sword energy, a shadow of a smile crossed his face, and the aura of his initial stage of foundation establishment surged forth in its entirety. Under his formidable presence, the winds howled, and the ordinary townsfolk hundreds of feet away struggled to remain upright. "You insignificant insect dare to oppose me?" The Mo elder's expression was cold and indifferent as he cast a scornful glance at Lin Hao. He softly murmured an incantation, and immediately, a series of terrifying wolf howls echoed from all directions. Dozens of azure giant wolves, conjured by magic, appeared out of thin air, racing through the skies, viciously charging towards the hundreds of flying swords. Thunderous explosions rang out as Lin Hao's flying swords collided with the azure wolves, being struck away and plummeting from the air. Below, numerous towering trees suffered the consequences, splintering into pieces as the ground became riddled with craters, dust swirling into the sky. The Mo elder countered the barrage of exquisite flying swords with his magical azure wolves, and in the blink of an eye, he darted within 10 feet of Lin Hao. Azure light strike. With a cruel smile upon his visage, he drew his finger through the air, unleashing a terrifying azure light that transformed into a sword-like beam aimed at Lin Hao's dantian, intending to cripple his cultivation. A sense of profound danger surged within Lin Hao as he sensed the lethal intent behind the azure beam. His expression turned solemn as he swiftly produced a small flag, brandishing it with fervor. With the infusion of vast spiritual energy, the flag radiated a brilliant golden light, swiftly forming a protective golden barrier. With a resounding clash, the azure beam struck, causing cracks to mar the golden shield. Although it did not shatter entirely, Lin Hao felt an immense force crashing against him, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain his flight, he fell to the ground, staggering backward over 10 paces before barely regaining his balance. The disparity between a Qi refinement cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator was indeed akin to a chasm. In just one encounter, Lin Hao was wounded, his complexion pale. Although his internal spiritual energy had nearly matched that of an initial stage foundation establishment, in terms of quality, he still fell significantly short. Without employing the earth-shattering fist from the ancestral teachings of the Jiang family, relying solely on over 100 first-tier flying swords and rudimentary spells, he could only stall the Mo elder for a while, but victory was beyond his reach. A mere speck of dust cannot dare to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Seeing Lin Hao spitting blood, the Mo elder wore a mocking grin, his gaze sharpening as he noticed the small flag in Lin Hao's hand. This little flag can actually withstand a blow from a foundation establishment cultivator. You little beast possess quite a few treasures, but soon, they will belong to me. Descending from the sky, the Mo elder swiftly approached Lin Hao, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he extended his frail, aged hand, unleashing another azure glow, piercing forward once more. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that his spiritual energy could not match his opponent's. If this continued, it would spell disaster for him. With the Mo elder just a few paces away, instead of retreating, he advanced. "You insignificant insect, your struggles are futile." The Mo elder's derision deepened. In his eyes, Lin Hao's actions were akin to courting death. He believed that by killing Lin Hao and seizing the mysterious treasure in his possession, he could negotiate with the 6 major sects of the eastern region to lift the restrictions placed upon him by the Mo family, freeing him from servitude. Earth-shattering fist, Lin Hao silently declared within his heart. In an instant, his muscles coiled and rippled, forming a perfect arc as his internal energy surged. The combination of martial and magical prowess erupted forth, exuding a terrifying aura. His fist, imbued with the weight of mountains, was unstoppable. At that moment, his hair danced wildly. His garments billowed, and the power radiating from him equaled that of the Mo elder, even surpassing it by a notable margin. What is this technique? The scorn on the Mo elder's face vanished, his expression shifting dramatically as an overwhelming sense of danger flooded his heart. He hastily formed a hand seal, attempting to retreat using his escape technique. Yet, an invisible force of attraction manifested in the void, halting his movement, and he found himself unable to evade the impending attack. Boom! Lin Hao's heavily charged fist shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, generating a sonic boom that seemed to threaten to tear the very air asunder. The Mo elder could no longer maintain his composure. Terror gripped him as the specter of death loomed over him. He swiftly activated a defensive talisman from his storage pouch. Lin Hao's radiant fist collided with the talisman's protective light, shattering it in an instant. In a flash, a deafening crash resounded as the Mo elder was struck, hurtling backward, crashing through numerous trees before finally slamming against a mountainside, coming to a halt. Coughing violently, the Mo elder spat blood, his injuries severe. Rising from the ground, he gazed at Lin Hao with eyes wide in disbelief. This mere qi refinement cultivator possessed a technique potent enough to threaten a foundation establishment powerhouse. Foundation establishment cultivators are not as formidable as I imagined. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he propelled himself towards the bleeding Mo elder, eager to deliver another series of blows and accomplish the remarkable feat of a qi refinement cultivator slaying a foundation establishment cultivator. Seeking death, I was merely careless and fell for your petty trick. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? A cold glint flashed in the Mo elder's eyes, now filled with malice as he suppressed his injuries. Fearing Lin Hao's formidable fist technique, he dared not engage him in close combat. As Lin Hao charged forward, the Mo elder soared into the air, preparing to utilize the overwhelming spiritual energy and superior flight speed of a foundation establishment cultivator to strike Lin Hao from a distance. Within moments, he ascended from the ground into the skies. My flying treasure is not as swift as his. Lin Hao frowned, recognizing that if combat occurred within 20 paces, he had confidence in defeating the Mo elder. However, if the distance widened, he would be at a disadvantage. You dare to harm me? Prepare to die? Hovering in the air, the Mo elder cast aside his previous disdain for qi refinement cultivators. With hands forming seals, he unleashed his full power, summoning a dazzling azure light that materialized into a massive azure wolf, descending upon Lin Hao. With a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder, the wolf's howl reverberated, causing Lin Hao's blood to surge. Remaining composed, he activated the 5 elements lifelong technique, enveloping himself in protection. Soon, the wolf's roar lost its potency against him. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he formed seals with his right hand, employing the sword control technique. The over 100 first-tier flying swords that had fallen to the ground soared into the air, forming a protective sword array around him. The massive azure wolf collided with the sword array, producing a cacophony of sound as trees nearby were pulverized into dust and debris erupted from the ground. The gigantic azure wolf continuously forced back the flying swords, yet its power diminished with each clash. Ultimately, when it reached the golden protective barrier released by the small flag, it posed little threat, leaving the Mo elder's expression exceedingly grim. With Lin Hao's array of first-tier flying swords and the golden shield from the small flag to defend him, the Mo elder's long-range attacks proved ineffective. For a brief moment, neither party could gain the upper hand. Lin Hao found it sufficient to take pride in being able to contend with a foundation establishment cultivator, for the gulf between qi refinement and foundation establishment was indeed vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. The disparity between a fierce beast and a mere infant was stark. The former could effortlessly devour the latter, were it not for his 5 elements spiritual root, the awakening technique, and the earth-shattering fist passed down from the Jiang ancestors. These extraordinary trump cards, he would not have achieved such a feat. Chapter 154. The Fallen Immortals Crimson Earth unexpectedly. A mere qi refinement practitioner possesses such formidable treasures. Should they fall into this old man's hands, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. The elder of the Mo family gazed at Lin Hao with an intensity that burned, his avarice laid bare. Though his initial strike failed to inflict harm upon Lin Hao, he remained undeterred, continuing to unleash spells from the skies, grinning maliciously. Let us see how many of my attacks you can withstand. The powerful spell, the Azure Wolf, coalesced into greenish light, relentlessly assaulting the hundreds of flying swords under Lin Hao's control, the sounds of explosions echoing through the air. For the moment, Lin Hao could only defend passively. Although this elder posed no immediate threat, the proximity to Qing Wolf City meant that if another foundation establishment expert were to arrive, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. His spiritual energy was abundant, and his recovery swift. In the short term, the Mo elder could not deplete his reserves. Yet, lingering too long would be disadvantageous. Rapidly contemplating, he devised a strategy. Over the past 6 months, Lin Hao had perused numerous travelogues of the eastern region and learned of a place known as the Crimson Earth, a desolate expanse devoid of vegetation for 100 miles. Here, one's cultivation would remain unaffected, but it was peculiar in that only those of golden core stage and above could fly. Once he reached this location, the Mo elder, being a foundation establishment, would be unable to traverse the skies, thus losing his speed advantage. Should the elder dare to pursue him further, Lin Hao would have the opportunity to vanquish him. Resolute, Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he utilized his flying swords and magical flags to fend off the elder's spells, retreating while advancing, piloting his flying artifact towards a specific direction. Desperate struggles, an ant is but an ant. Today, you shall not escape. You will surely perish at my hands. The elder's countenance twisted in rage. Observing Lin Hao's apparent flight, he presumed the young man was nearing exhaustion. Pursuing relentlessly, he cast spells with fervor. In this game of pursuit and evasion, an hour passed. As they battled and fled, many Qi refinement practitioners along the way bore expressions of shock, hastily avoiding the fray, fearful of being caught in the conflict of the Foundation establishment powerhouse. This little beast shows no signs of fatigue. After a prolonged chase, the elder's confidence began to wane, replaced by disbelief. He was a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet his spiritual energy was dwindling to merely 30% due to the continuous casting of spells. Meanwhile, the fleeing figure ahead, merely a Qi refinement cultivator, appeared utterly unfazed, consistently repelling his attacks. Gazing at the vibrant Lin Hao before him, the elder felt as though he was dealing with a monster. The elder's distant spells proved ineffective, failing to harm Lin Hao. Several times he contemplated risking a close-range, powerful strike. But the horrifying image of Lin Hao wielding the mountain-splitting fist lingered in his mind, making him hesitate. Ultimately, he dared not proceed. With his energy reserves dwindling, he swallowed a pill to replenish his strength, ceasing his spells temporarily, merely trailing Lin Hao from afar, which inadvertently allowed Lin Hao to escape even faster. As they traversed over 100 miles, the distance from Qing Wolf City grew. Finally, they reached the desolate expanse described in the travelogues, the Crimson Earth. Guiding his artifact through the air, Lin Hao, slightly fatigued, felt a surge of hope as he sped towards the barren, lifeless plains ahead. The ground was a deep crimson, as if drenched in blood. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an invisible force pressing down upon him, rendering his flying artifact ineffective. This was the fallen immortal's Crimson Earth. The elder's face turned ashen. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, a small fragment of a vengeful immortal bone had plummeted from the heavens, transforming this area into a wasteland where no creature dared tread. Over the years, the malevolence of this land had waned, no longer a forbidden zone for life, and many cultivators had entered seeking the legendary immortal bone. Yet, despite the influx of practitioners, none had ever discovered its whereabouts. The elder quickly realized that Lin Hao intended to exploit the rule preventing those below the golden core stage from flying to evade his pursuit. Had he known this beforehand, he would have refrained from coveting the treasures on Lin Hao's person and directly summoned the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Ouyang family of Qing Wolf City to apprehend him together. Watching Lin Hao dash into the fallen immortal's Crimson Earth, the elder felt a pang of regret. If he failed to kill Lin Hao and acquire the treasures to exchange for a means to lift his restrictions at the 6 major sects, and Lin Hao escaped, he would undoubtedly face death upon the return of the family head, discovering that the young master had perished. "You little beast, you leave me no choice." The elder suddenly recognized that he seemed to have no way out. Only by killing Lin Hao could he secure his own survival. A fierce and vengeful expression crossed his face, and after a moment's hesitation, he resumed his pursuit. Across the barren, crimson terrain, both figures moved swiftly. Lin Hao, with his robust physique, matched the elder's speed, and under the constraint of being unable to fly, he held a significant advantage on the ground. After approximately half a cup of tea's time, Lin Hao halted, no longer fleeing. With a stoic expression, he turned to face the elder, who was merely a few dozen yards behind, his eyes glinting with cold intent, murderous intent surfacing. This man had pursued him for over 100 miles, refusing to relent. Lin Hao sensed that they had arrived at a juncture where it was either his life or the elder's. In the pursuit of immortality, is living not preferable? Why must one relentlessly pursue another? Lin Hao fixed his gaze upon the elder, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "From the moment you killed the young master, your death was inevitable." The elder coolly replied, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Your martial arts are formidable, but I am a Foundation establishment. As long as I fight without reserve, even a Qi refinement practitioner wielding treasures is but a child with a knife facing a giant. You are bound to fail." It is time to end this. The MO elder slapped his storage pouch, producing a pill glowing with a green light, sneering, "This pill, the Wolf Fury pill, is crafted from the essence of the Azure Wolf's demon core. After consuming it, my strength will increase by over 20%. He swallowed the pill in one gulp, and a ferocious aura erupted from him. He no longer resembled a man, but rather a beast, his eyes turning crimson as he emitted a chilling wolf howl. A powerful presence surged forth from the MO elder, and as he took a step forward, he moved with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Azure Wolf Crescent Slash. With a ferocious expression, the MO elder closed the distance, and with a gesture of his right hand, a crescent moon coalesced in the void, spinning menacingly as it surged forward to strike. Lin Hao's heart sank. That crescent bore a terrifying sharpness, and from a distance, even his peak steel body felt a sting. Kill. With no time for further contemplation, in a clash of cultivators, victory and defeat hinged on a moment's decision. Lin Hao unleashed a powerful battle intent, determined to shatter the limits of Qi refinement and confront the Foundation establishment head-on. Chapter 155. The Crushing Fist of Foundation Establishment. Lin Hao let out a low roar, his muscles bulging and veins protruding like those of a dragon, his entire being akin to an ancient beast awakening from a long slumber. The abundant spiritual energy within him surged rapidly. Facing the spinning crescent moon conjured by the Foundation establishment cultivator ahead, he surged forward, stamping his foot onto the ground, advancing instead of retreating. Lin Hao was determined to fight. He unleashed his fist, which had been charged to its utmost potential, a tremendous sound boom resonating throughout the heavens and earth. This punch encompassed all of Lin Hao's power, as if he aimed to shatter the very void itself. The air trembled violently, and the ground fissured with numerous cracks. As his formidable fist collided with the rotating crescent moon, it shattered instantaneously. The might of his punch was unparalleled, as if it could cleave mountains and obliterate the earth. "You." The elder of the MO family narrowed his eyes, a look of intense fear washing over his face. He had initially believed that after consuming the Wolf Fury pill, which amplified his strength by 20%, he could slay Lin Hao and seize the treasures upon him. Yet, confronted with the approaching fist, the elder's sole thought was to retreat. Unfortunately, the pull of the fist's intent rendered him incapable of escaping. Even though he was less than 10 paces away. Boom. With a ferocious punch, Lin Hao struck the elder, whose expression was fraught with terror and disbelief. The elder was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he soared through the air, ultimately crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. This man can kill Foundation establishment cultivators in close combat, crawling out of the pit in a disheveled state. The elder of the MO family had lost all confidence of a Foundation establishment expert, feeling an overwhelming chill. He realized that in this desolate land, he had no means to contend with Lin Hao. Pressing the attack would only endanger himself. "I have never encountered such a formidable Qi refiner, yet you shall still perish." The elder's eyes brimmed with resentment. He no longer charged at Lin Hao, but hastily retreated, unwilling to covet Lin Hao's treasures alone. He needed to create distance first, then send a message for assistance from other Foundation establishment experts in the city of the Blue Wolf. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, a blue wolf materialized out of thin air, howling twice before sprinting towards the city of the Blue Wolf. Lin Hao observed the blue wolf, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, realizing it intended to send word. He propelled himself forward to intercept it. But the elder quickly cast a spell to attack him from a distance, thwarting Lin Hao's plan to eliminate the wolf. "My spirit wolf has already gone to relay the message. Soon, other Foundation establishment cultivators will arrive." The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Other Foundation establishment experts?" Lin Hao's expression grew grave. He took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the elder, and spoke coolly. "I must first eliminate you." He abandoned the pursuit of the messenger wolf and charged towards the elder, intent on employing the crushing fist to utterly annihilate him. The wind came. Knowing Lin Hao's prowess in close combat, the elder utilized the wind control technique to retreat, aiming to maintain distance. Lin Hao sneered, unleashing the full extent of his hidden speed, dashing forward in the elder's incredulous gaze. Boom. The unstoppable crushing fist struck again and again, delivering roughly 7 punches upon the elder, who was at the early stage of Foundation establishment. At last, the elder could no longer withstand the onslaught. "Stop. You, spare my life. Our enmity can be resolved." Feeling life ebbing away, the elder, stripped of the pride of a foundation establishment expert, desperately pleaded, "If you spare me, I can help you dismiss the foundation establishment cultivators I summoned with my blue wolf." Having unleashed 7 crushing fists, Lin Hao was greatly exhausted. He panted as he stepped closer to the weakened elder. "You can help me dismiss the foundation establishment experts?" Lin Hao regarded the elder, unable to suppress a laugh. "Yes, I swear." The elder, seeing Lin Hao smile, believed he had swayed him and sighed in relief, yet his heart harbored a cruel resolution. Once the reinforcements arrived, he would ensure Lin Hao suffered excruciating torment to relieve his own resentment. "No need. Even if those foundation establishment experts come, I will not fear them." The smile vanished from Lin Hao's face, his eyes gleaming coldly. He pointed a finger at the elder, and in an instant, an array of exquisite flying swords surged forth, piercing through the elder's body. Countless blood holes appeared on the elder, who did not die immediately but convulsed on the ground, emitting piercing cries filled with terror and despair as he gazed at Lin Hao. This was all too surreal. The elder could hardly believe that a mere chi refiner, akin to an ant, could be the cause of his demise. Lin Hao coldly observed the lifeless elder. Having accomplished the remarkable feat of slaying a foundation establishment expert at the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement, he gestured with his right hand, retracting over 100 flying swords into his storage bag. Next, he staggered to the elder's corpse, retrieving the elder's storage bag and a jade seal shaped like a blue wolf before swiftly departing the battlefield. After traveling for approximately the span of an incense stick, Lin Hao suddenly halted as he encountered a pond. In this barren land, he was unexpectedly greeted by vibrant flora brimming with life. What abundant spiritual energy! It's even more potent than that found in my inherited cave at the Xianyu sect of Zhao. Lin Hao's heart jolted. Discovering such a treasure in this desolate place was astonishing. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation, a thought echoing in his mind. Life emerges from death, and death gives rise to life. All things cycle between existence and oblivion. After surveying the surroundings of the pond for potential danger and finding none, he cautiously approached, realizing that he had expended considerable energy in battle and could benefit from the local spiritual energy to recuperate. Lin Hao retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage bag to restore his spiritual energy, found a spot, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the 5 elements longevity technique, breathing and circulating his energy. Hours later, Lin Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance fleeting in his gaze. "Let me see what treasures the young master of the Mo family and the foundation establishment cultivator have in their storage bags." He took out several storage bags obtained from his slain foes and began to inspect their contents. Before long, he found himself breathing heavily, his heart racing. The storage bags of the young master of the Mo family and the foundation establishment cultivator contained a wealth of spiritual stones. Lin Hao estimated that the total number of inferior spiritual stones exceeded 200,000, while there were more than 50 medium-quality spiritual stones. In addition to the spiritual stones, there were numerous medicinal pills and several magical artifacts. "What is this?" Lin Hao's attention was suddenly captured by a jade slip within one of the storage bags. With a thought, the jade slip floated into his hand, and as he focused his consciousness on it, he discovered its contents. Beast Control Integration Technique. It allows one to control demonic beasts, harnessing their strength for one's own use and facilitating cultivation alongside them, Lin Hao murmured to himself. Chapter 156. The Impact of Foundation Establishment. Currently, Lin Hao possesses only elementary spells and has a limited array of offensive techniques. However, the Demon Control Fusion technique appears promising. The only requirement is a spirit pet, which he plans to acquire later for study. He carefully stored the jade slip and retrieved the mysterious black gold stone obtained from the market. Using his flying sword, he meticulously sliced through the stone, revealing a small, rusted piece of copper. Despite its humble appearance, Lin Hao sensed an extraordinary quality emanating from it. Upon further examination, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the copper, yet it felt as if it sank into an abyss. After a prolonged inspection without discovering its purpose, he decided to place the copper into his storage bag. Standing up, he surveyed his surroundings, which were dominated by an expanse of crimson earth. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dismissed any thoughts of leaving the Crimson Land. The fallen immortal Crimson Land spans 100 miles, and the Foundation establishment experts summoned by the Mo family would find it challenging to locate him here. as they could not fly, and their spiritual senses would be diminished. Remaining in this location seemed safer than departing. I must refine foundation establishment pills and then break through. Lin Hao resolved. He gently tapped his storage bag, extracting dozens of flying swords. With a gesture of his right hand, he pointed to the ground and began to excavate, loosening the soil before using his telekinesis to shift the earth aside. After a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, he successfully dug a pit more than 10 yards deep. Lin Hao leaped forward, skillfully employing his telekinesis to seal the entrance with dirt. Within his newly established temporary cave, he retrieved a pill furnace. With his current cultivation level, he could refine pills without relying on the spirit fire from the earth veins. After recalling the details of foundation establishment pill refinement, he infused spiritual energy into the furnace, which soon ignited with spiritual flames. He first placed the primary ingredient, the purple xian grass, followed by the xian orchid flower. Lin Hao operated the furnace's flames with great care, sequentially adding the precious materials for the foundation establishment pill. The process was exceedingly complex, requiring the control of the spiritual fire through countless fluctuations in intensity. Even seasoned alchemists occasionally faced failure when refining foundation establishment pills, and this endeavor represented the greatest challenge Lin Hao had encountered since he began learning alchemy. As time passed, several hours later, a muffled explosion erupted from the underground cave, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Covered in soot and dirt, Lin Hao glared at the exploded pill furnace. His first attempt at refining a foundation establishment pill having ended in failure, with all the precious spiritual herbs destroyed, leaving not even a scrap of waste pill. His heart ached at the loss. Had there been any waste pills, he could have utilized the eternal longevity tower to enhance their quality. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he retrieved a backup pill furnace. Rather than immediately attempting another refinement, he sat quietly in the cave, reflecting on the details of his failed attempt and pondering the reasons behind his misfortune. When I added the auxiliary ingredient, the spiritual sunfruit powder, the furnace's temperature increased too rapidly, leading to the explosion. I should have used the Xian Fire Heart Sutra beforehand to reduce the flames. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao opened his eyes, a glint of determination shining within. He infused spiritual energy into the backup furnace, igniting the flames for another attempt at pill refinement. Time flowed, and several more hours passed. Yet again, he faced failure. Lin Hao frowned as he gazed at the pill furnace. The complexity of refining foundation establishment pills was overwhelming, making even the creation of inferior ones a significant challenge. This time, however, he had made some progress. There was no explosion. Opening the furnace revealed a dark, unsightly pill. His expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of relief. He had produced a waste foundation establishment pill, which could still be enhanced using the eternal longevity tower to a usable quality. Refining foundation establishment pills is no simple task. I must strive to ensure no more explosions occur. At the very least, I should secure some waste pills. Lin Hao clenched his fist, motivating himself. After contemplating the issues from his last attempt, he retrieved a new batch of foundation establishment pill materials to continue his efforts. Time slipped away swiftly as he immersed himself in the refinement process, unknowingly allowing several days to elapse. Lin Hao had completely refined 18 batches of foundation establishment materials, with 3 failures resulting in pulverized ingredients and no gains. From the remaining 15 batches, he successfully produced 1 inferior foundation establishment pill and 14 waste pills. The costs of alchemy were staggering. The success rate for even moderately difficult pills was alarmingly low. As he held the only inferior foundation establishment pill he had produced, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Were it not for the tower's ability to enhance the quality of waste pills, he would have suffered a considerable loss during this endeavor. It is no wonder that alchemy texts often state that a skilled alchemist requires an abundance of resources and wealth for their cultivation. His previous attempts at refining the simplest recovery pills were merely child's play. Enhancing the quality of waste pills would enable him to establish his foundation. Each time Lin Hao recalled the various dangers he had faced over the years, his desire to elevate his strength and become a foundation establishment expert intensified. He placed a waste foundation establishment pill into the tower's special space, beginning to invest spiritual stones. After watching the stones vanish one by one, he spent roughly 2,000 spiritual stones, and the waste pill shimmered faintly, its unpleasant odor dissipating, replaced by a fragrant aroma. Following the same method, he enhanced the quality of 14 waste foundation establishment pills, expending a total of 28,000 spiritual stones, elevating them all to inferior quality. With this, he now possessed 16 foundation establishment pills, including those acquired from defeating disciples of the Qingshu sect. I have 210,000 spiritual stones remaining. I can continue enhancing the quality of the foundation establishment pills. Lin Hao pondered briefly before making a decision. While spiritual stones could assist in cultivation, relying on the human body to absorb over 200,000 stones would require an immense amount of time. The fastest way to convert spiritual stones into cultivation was through pill refinement. This time, rather than evenly distributing the spiritual stones among the 16 foundation establishment pills, he chose to elevate the quality of only a select few to premium grade. Lin Hao grimaced as he continued to expend spiritual stones, watching as the glow of the foundation establishment pills within the tower intensified. After half an incense stick's worth of time, he had exhausted all 210,000 spiritual stones and obtained 6 premium foundation establishment pills. Establishing a foundation requires the condensation of a Dao base, and the quality of this base determines the upper limit of one's foundation establishment strength. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement within him. After more than 7 years of cultivation, he was finally on the brink of establishing his foundation. He murmured to himself, I possess 6 premium foundation establishment pills and 10 inferior ones. I hope to condense a Dao base of exceptional quality to lay a solid foundation for my future cultivation journey. Taking a deep breath to suppress his distracting thoughts, he clapped his storage bag and withdrew a small flag radiating golden light. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a thick golden protective shield enveloped him. This shield could barely withstand a strike from a foundation establishment expert. With its protection, he could commence his breakthrough. Lin Hao's eyes glimmered with determination as he grasped a premium foundation establishment pill and swallowed it. Moments later, an unending surge of spiritual energy, akin to a vast ocean, began to flow within him, which he expertly directed into his dantian using the 5-element longevity technique. Chapter 157. Celestial bones and celestial eggs. A vast and overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged within Lin Hao's dantian, resonating with a continuous rumble. At the heart of his dantian, a phantom of a round pillar began to materialize. This was the foundation of a foundation-building cultivator. Should it fully coalesce from mere illusion into reality, Lin Hao would transition into the realm of foundation building, marking his true metamorphosis from a mortal to an adept. The process of foundation building was notably gradual, as the circular pillar phantom greedily absorbed the spiritual energy within Lin Hao's dantian, solidifying only slightly every few days. Seated quietly in his underground retreat, Lin Hao meditated with closed eyes, and as the days turned into weeks, a small portion of the phantom had crystallized into a substance as clear and exquisite as the finest jade. However, the effects of the supreme foundation-building pill had been entirely expended. Without further supplementation, the danger of his foundation crumbling before it could fully solidify loomed ominously. Building a foundation with 5 elemental roots was an arduous endeavor. While others could achieve a mediocre foundation with a low-grade pill, my consumption of a supreme foundation-building pill had yielded only a mere 20% of the foundation's completion. Suddenly, Lin Hao's eyes flew open. He sensed that the foundation he was forming was extraordinary, yet it was insatiable, demanding an immense amount of spiritual energy to fully coalesce. In haste, he retrieved another supreme foundation-building pill from his storage pouch and consumed it, closing his eyes to breathe and circulate his energy. The spiritual energy within his dantian was replenished, and the mighty rumble of spiritual energy re-emerged. As Lin Hao's foundation began to coalesce slowly, the process proved to be exceedingly challenging. He endeavored to maintain his composure, diligently practicing the 5 elements longevity technique while patiently observing the transformations of his foundation. Outside, an elder from the Mo family, accompanied by a foundation-building expert summoned through the Blue Wolf for assistance, along with the Mo family patriarch who had hurried back upon learning of his son's predicament, had scoured the Loxian Red Land for over 10 days, yet still found no trace of Lin Hao. Elder Mo, we received the Blue Wolf's message and rushed here immediately. We have set up special reconnaissance formations around the periphery of the Loxian Red Land, yet we have not detected any signs of the perpetrator. The assailant must still be within this area, spoke a foundation cultivator from the Ouyang family of Blue Wolf City, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. If we can capture the culprit, I shall ensure you are richly rewarded. A middle-aged man, his expression cold and detached, radiated a fierce aura of vengeance stemming from his grief, declared, "Even if I must dig 3 feet into this Loxian red land, I will unearth this individual." The Mo family patriarch, accompanied by several Foundation cultivators, moved swiftly across the crimson terrain. Here, flying was impossible, and their spiritual senses were hindered by the oppressive atmosphere, drastically complicating their search. They resorted to a laborious method of exhaustive searching, laying down special tracking artifacts at intervals, so that any fluctuations in spiritual energy would alert them immediately. With a search area spanning hundreds of miles, their pace suggested it would take several more days to cover the entirety, a taxing endeavor. Yet, driven by an overwhelming obsession for vengeance for his son, the Mo family patriarch was willing to invest as much time as necessary. As time passed, they traversed an increasing number of locations, gradually drawing within 1,000 feet of Lin Hao's secluded spot. "What is that?" Suddenly, a Foundation cultivator cried out in astonishment as a massive vortex emerged ahead, swirling with a multitude of crimson light, coalescing into an energy whirlpool. Within its center, a small piece of red bone and a mysterious egg were faintly visible. Such potent malevolence. Could it be the legendary celestial bone that fell from the heavens? The Mo family patriarch's expression shifted to one of shock, his grief somewhat alleviated as he fixated on the celestial bone and the enigmatic egg within the crimson energy whirlpool, an involuntary joy blossoming within him. Countless cultivators had ventured into this Loxian red land seeking celestial bones, yet all had returned empty-handed. Who would have thought that in his quest for vengeance for his son, he would unexpectedly encounter the fabled celestial bone? The patriarch felt an uncanny sense of destiny enveloping him. Could it be that heaven, witnessing my loss, has sent the celestial bone and egg as recompense? Drawing a deep breath, he recognized that acquiring these 2 objects would be an unparalleled opportunity. The celestial bone held the principles of celestial laws, a means to comprehend the path, while the mysterious egg, being in proximity to the celestial bone, was surely no ordinary item, perhaps capable of hatching into a celestial beast. A group of Foundation cultivators were utterly captivated by this astonishing spectacle, completely oblivious to a small, vibrant pond teeming with life nestled within the 1,000-foot radius. "You should try to retrieve the celestial bone and that egg," the Mo family patriarch advised cautiously, refraining from taking action himself and addressing a family servant who had attained Foundation status. "Yes, patriarch." The servant, bound by a restriction controlling his life and death at the hands of the Mo family patriarch, understood the peril of extracting the celestial bone and mysterious egg from the vortex, but dared not refuse. After a respectful bow, he gritted his teeth and charged forward, gradually approaching the crimson energy whirlpool. As he neared the vortex's periphery, the servant initially felt no sense of danger, allowing himself to relax as he pressed onward. Having ventured several dozen feet into the vortex's periphery, the Mo family servant's pupils suddenly constricted, terror washing over his face as though he had encountered something horrifying. He shrieked in agony, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What lay within? The Foundation cultivator, unable to mount any form of resistance, had succumbed to a cruel fate. This scene left the Mo family patriarch and the remaining Foundation cultivators gasping in shock, cold sweat trickling down their spines. "Patriarch, it seems that acquiring the celestial bone and the egg within may be beyond our capabilities." A Mo family cultivator, his face pale with fear, spoke up, dreadfully concerned that the patriarch might send him to meet a similar fate within the crimson energy whirlpool. The loss of a Foundation servant weighed heavily on the Mo family patriarch, who, despite the excitement of discovering the celestial bone and egg, regained his composure. "Even if I cannot personally obtain the celestial bone and the egg beside it, merely conveying this news back to the main house of Qingshu sect will be a significant achievement." The patriarch's eyes gleamed with determination as thoughts raced through his mind. The Mo family held substantial influence within the Qingshu sect among the 6 major sections. If he could leverage this discovery to request assistance from the main house, perhaps the members of his branch family in Qing Wolf City might gain the opportunity to cultivate as disciples in Qingshu sect. While avenging his son was crucial, the future of the family could not be overlooked. The opportunity to relay the emergence of the celestial bone and egg was rare. If missed, it would be lost forever. "Watch over this place and ensure no word leaks out. I shall make a trip to the main house." The Mo family patriarch spoke calmly, quickly shifting his gaze to the only outsider present, a foundation cultivator from the Ouyang family who had come to assist. Elder Mo, I swear to keep this a secret. The Ouyang family's foundation cultivator's expression changed drastically as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Mo family patriarch. I do not trust you. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, the Mo family patriarch unleashed his late-stage foundation cultivation, darting towards the early-stage foundation cultivator of the Ouyang family. Chapter 158. Foundation Establishment Realm, Five-Pointed Star Foundation, 2 chapters combined. Lan, how ruthless you are. The cultivators of the Ouyang family, in the initial stages of foundation establishment, were unwilling to sit idly by. They unleashed their spiritual power with all their might, spewing a mouthful of blood as they employed their life-saving escape technique, fleeing in a particular direction. Alas, the escape method was significantly weakened under the influence of the malevolent laws of the fallen immortal Red Earth. The head of the Mo family, Lan, wore a sinister expression. His formidable foundation establishment prowess soon caught up with the Ouyang family's cultivator. Brandishing an axe imbued with the pattern of a blue wolf, he cleaved through the void. Instantly, a ferocious azure giant wolf, formed from condensed spiritual energy, emerged, opening its gaping maw to devour the Ouyang family cultivator whole. A chilling scream echoed in the air, and within mere moments, the initial stage cultivator was reduced to a mist of blood within the belly of the azure wolf. No poison, no man, Lan thought coldly, indifferently storing away the wolf-patterned axe after killing a cultivator who had come to assist. He felt not an ounce of guilt. Watch closely. Lan instructed several foundation servants before swiftly heading to report to the head of the Mo family at Qingshu sect. The extraordinary phenomena caused by the celestial bones and the egg beside them were profoundly shocking. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who was fiercely striving for foundation establishment in the subterranean cavern, remained utterly oblivious. He was engrossed in his dantian, repeatedly circulating the 5 elements longevity technique, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to circulate throughout, ultimately returning to his dantian. Another month passed, and the foundation he was cultivating in his dantian progressed at a snail's pace. The shadowy pillar representing his foundation had only reached 40%, transforming into a translucent entity akin to exquisite jade. At this rate, it would take him approximately another 3 months to fully form the foundation and step into the realm of foundation establishment. Having exhausted his second premium foundation establishment pill, he decisively retrieved a third and swallowed it. Foundation establishment is one of the most arduous hurdles for cultivators. Overcoming it is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, achieving a profound transformation. Failure could lead to severe injuries or even death. Under the potent medicinal effects of the premium foundation establishment pill, Lin Hao pressed on in his pursuit of the foundation establishment realm. The spiritual energy required for the 5 elements spiritual root to establish a foundation was immensely vast, and even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Fortunately, he had adequately stocked up on foundation establishment pills, granting him tremendous confidence to triumph in this invisible battle for foundation. As time elapsed, Lin Hao sat in stillness within the subterranean cavern, breathing and cultivating. Outside, the celestial bones and the mysterious egg in the crimson energy vortex trembled gently every few days. With each tremor, the crimson energy vortex expanded outward, forming a thick crimson mist that increasingly enveloped the area. The Mo family station cultivators were forced to retreat as the crimson mist spread. After several days, the mist had expanded to a radius of 1,000 feet, encompassing even Lin Hao's location. Fortunately, Lin Hao was situated far from the epicenter, and the malevolent energy contained within the crimson mist was temporarily warded off by the defensive golden light emitted from his small banner. Suddenly, several streaks of light pierced the sky, a terrifying aura filling the space. The remaining Mo family cultivators brightened, exclaiming, "The family head has returned." The group consisted of cultivators from the 6 major sects, led by an elderly man whose expression was indifferent, exuding an aura of authority that deterred direct gazes. This man's cultivation level was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the others trailing behind him were all formidable figures at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Lan was escorted by a middle-aged man from the Qingshu sect to this location, his face displaying a fawning expression as he addressed the elderly nascent soul leader, "Ancestor, The celestial bones and the egg are right here. With an air of arrogance, the nascent soul elder ignored Immortal and fixated his gaze on the celestial bones and the egg within the crimson vortex. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. That egg is absorbing the power of the celestial bones. It will take 5 months at most, or 3 at the least, for the being within to emerge. Ancestor, can you discern what kind of being is inside that egg? A middle-aged man from the Mo family at the peak of the golden core stage inquired after a moment of contemplation. With the laws of the celestial bones enveloping the egg, I cannot ascertain the specifics, the nascent soul elder replied, his gaze fixed on the egg within the crimson vortex. Growing increasingly fervent. The fact that this egg requires the power of the celestial bones for incubation indicates that whatever being emerges will undoubtedly be extraordinary. If our Mo family can obtain it, it will be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Ancestor, this egg will take months to hatch. It is likely that other cultivators will discover and leak information. Can we not collect the celestial bones and the egg now and bring them back to the clan for hatching? A square-faced middle-aged man suggested. That may not be feasible. The laws within the celestial bones are exceedingly potent. Even I would face dire risks if I approached recklessly. We can only seize the egg once it has exhausted the power of the celestial bones, and the laws have weakened. The leading nascent soul elder inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. He had attempted to probe further into the egg with his spiritual sense, only to be met with a terrifying backlash that left him dizzy and nearly caused him to spit out blood. After a considerable time, once he had subdued the discomfort within, he regarded the crimson vortex with eyes filled with trepidation. You all disperse and occupy different positions to guard this area. If any cultivator approaches, kill them without mercy. We must delay until the egg hatches. I possess a secret treasure that may be able to subdue the being within that egg, making it serve our Mo family. Yes, ancestor. Several peak golden core experts responded respectfully, swiftly placing themselves in various positions to encircle the location of the celestial bones and the egg. As time progressed, the aura of the celestial bones intensified, and the crimson vortex grew increasingly terrifying. The cultivators could no longer see the situation inside. More and more bizarre crimson mist poured forth from the vortex. The Mo family's experts remained fixated on the celestial bones and the egg, unaware that beneath the crimson mist, a young cultivator was striving desperately for foundation establishment. Days turned into weeks, and at this moment, the shadowy foundation that Lin Hao was consolidating within had formed into a solid state of 50%. However, his expression darkened. The speed of foundation consolidation slowed significantly as he progressed. After consuming the third premium foundation establishment pill, the immense amount of spiritual energy had only advanced his foundation progress by a mere 10%. What kind of monster is this foundation? Why does it absorb spiritual energy so voraciously, as if it can never be satisfied? Lin Hao lamented internally, gazing at the dwindling spiritual energy in his dantian, which was being frantically devoured by the foundation. He had no choice but to continue taking premium foundation establishment pills. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The egg, absorbing the power of the celestial bones, radiated a brilliant glow, and the red mist within the crimson vortex continuously emanated outward, transforming the area into a crimson ocean. This astonishing phenomenon drew the attention of many cultivators who approached to investigate, only to be met with swift annihilation by the Mo family's experts, leaving numerous cultivator corpses strewn across the ground. However, amidst the meticulous watch, a single oversight occurred. While a Mo family golden core expert was dispatching a foundation cultivator, the latter activated a communication treasure, transmitting news of the situation. Ancestor, the blood-red mist has expanded too widely, and its astonishing phenomenon, coupled with the malevolent aura of the celestial bones, makes it exceedingly difficult to keep this under wraps. A Mo family golden core expert, unable to prevent the transmission from the dying foundation cultivator, reported with a grim countenance. Truly useless. The Mo family's nascent soul ancestor's face darkened, and he struck the golden core expert with a palm, declaring, upon returning, you shall face the family's regulations. Since we can no longer maintain secrecy, there is no need for concealment. Send a message summoning all other powerful members of the clan to converge here. We must seize the impending hatching celestial egg. After an extensive period of observation, the egg left the elder of the Mo family profoundly shaken. He had recklessly ventured into the crimson blood mist, risking backlash, and upon penetrating the depths, he discovered that the egg at the core was extraordinary. Surrounded by continuous manifestations of anomalies and colorful radiance, with faint celestial melodies resonating in the air. The elder was utterly convinced that the creature within the egg was not merely an immortal, but perhaps a descendant of immortals. His eyes gleamed with determination as he resolved to seize the immortal bone and the egg once the other formidable members of the Mo family arrived. The blood mist, thick with malevolence, swirled violently over the crimson ground like turbulent waves. Inside Lin Hao's underground retreat, the mist infiltrated through the earth, flooding into his sanctuary. The defensive barrier emitted by the small flag crackled incessantly until it ultimately shattered, allowing a torrent of crimson mist to surge into Lin Hao's body, causing a look of agony to manifest on his face. The malevolent mist was wreaking havoc on his physique, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, Lin Hao persisted in consolidating his foundation, having consumed all 6 high-quality foundation-building pills, with 80% of his core transformed into a crystalline pillar resembling jade. Why has the malevolence of this mist intensified so drastically? While establishing his foundation, Lin Hao had sensed the presence of the crimson mist earlier. Noticing that the golden light emitted by the small flag could withstand it, he had initially ignored it. But now the mist had grown so potent that it shattered the flag's defenses in mere moments. The crimson mist that entered his body was like a myriad of blades, assaulting his flesh and causing numerous fissures within his meridians. Feeling a sinking despair, Lin Hao knew he had to continue his foundation building while also diverting some of his focus to draw upon the spiritual power from his core to combat the bizarre mist. Fortunately, as his foundation coalesced to 80%, the quality of his internal spiritual energy underwent a transformation, allowing him to suppress the strange mist under the pressure of his core's energy. Simultaneously contending with the mist while building his foundation drained his spiritual energy significantly. Slowing his progress, Lin Hao felt a headache coming on as he observed the rapid depletion of his energy. He retrieved a low-grade foundation-building pill and murmured, "Only 9 low-grade pills remain. I hope I can endure." Amidst the crimson mist, he strived to remain composed, consuming pill after pill. After many days, he found that the foundation-building pills were insufficient, forcing him to resort to the enhancement pills obtained from vanquishing the Mo family's foundation-building cultivators. At this moment, Lin Hao's foundation was on the verge of completion. He relied on several enhancement pills to sustain the energy required for his foundation. After another day passed, Lin Hao's core emitted a violent tremor, and his foundation finally transitioned from an ethereal state to a tangible one. After months of effort, his foundation had successfully solidified. A powerful aura of foundation building erupted from Lin Hao, as a crystalline pillar appeared in his core, surrounded by 5 dazzling rays of light, signifying its extraordinary nature. What grade is this foundation? Lin Hao gazed in astonishment at the pillar. Typically, a foundation with a single ray of light is classified as yellow grade. 2 rays denote mysterious grade, and the finest, heavenly grade, boasts 4 rays. Yet, a foundation with 5 rays was unheard of, even in the extensive literature he had perused before his foundation building. Could my foundation with 5 rays surpass even the heavenly grade? Although Lin Hao believed he had mastered his emotions through years of cultivation, the emergence of this foundation made his heart race with excitement. Entering the foundation stage, Lin Hao's body continued to undergo transformation. He knew this was not a moment for elation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress his excitement and continued to cultivate the 5 elements longevity technique. The crystalline 5-rayed foundation within his core radiated immense power, flowing through his meridians. The damage inflicted by the crimson mist visibly mended, expanding rapidly. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Lin Hao's previously slender meridians transformed into wide channels capable of accommodating vast amounts of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his aura and filling him with formidable strength. He felt reborn. If he were to face a foe of similar strength to the Mo family cultivators he had slain, one strike would suffice to effortlessly obliterate them. With the foundation solidified, only one final trial remained. Lin Hao exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression turning grave. According to the texts, upon successfully completing the foundation, a mysterious blade of law would appear. This was a tribulation for foundation cultivators. Although the blade carried a faint and nearly imperceptible aura of law, it posed a grave threat to those at the foundation stage. To fully become a foundation cultivator, one must endure the slashing of this ethereal blade of law. Some cultivators' foundations would degrade in quality after facing such an attack, dropping from mysterious to yellow grade. Others might not withstand the trial at all, resulting in the shattering of their foundations and their subsequent demise. Suddenly, Lin Hao's core trembled gently, and a blade etched with intricate patterns materialized from thin air, exuding an aura of death and annihilation. A profound sense of life and death crisis surged within him. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with determination, and he wore a resolute expression. Having come this far, he would not retreat. With a thought, the five-rayed foundation erupted with radiant divine light. A cold smile graced Lin Hao's lips as he boldly launched an assault, channeling an abundance of potent spiritual energy toward the blade of law. Boom! Lin Hao's core trembled violently. The blade of law, sensing his provocation, lashed out furiously at his foundation, manifesting a terrifying spectacle akin to divine retribution. The blade cleaved through his robust spiritual energy defenses and struck the crystalline pillar of his foundation. Following the attack, one of the rays dimmed significantly, and Lin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. I must replenish my spiritual energy to maintain the quality of my foundation, otherwise, my five-rayed foundation may regress to 4 rays. Lin Hao's expression darkened. His supply of foundation-building pills had been depleted, leaving only enhancement and replenishment pills that lacked the potency of foundation-building ones. Desperate, he swiftly consumed several enhancement pills, but they barely sufficed. Not enough. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. According to the texts, the number of rays surrounding a foundation indicated the number of strikes from the blade of law one would face. With 5 rays, he had endured 1 strike and still needed to withstand 4 more. Could he merely watch as his 5-rayed foundation diminished? Filled with unwillingness, Lin Hao's mind raced. In a moment of desperation, a bold idea struck him. The crimson mist that he had been resisting, while immensely damaging to the body, was akin to a form of spiritual energy far beyond the foundation stage, an exceedingly advanced energy. Could he attempt to absorb it to restore the power of his foundation and counter the forthcoming blade of law? Chapter 159. Approaching the celestial bone possessing the strength of the foundation establishment realm, Lin Hao is currently capable of suppressing the crimson mist. A resolute expression crosses his face as he employs the 5 elements longevity technique to absorb the vast amounts of mist flooding into his cave dwelling. With a low hum, tendrils of mist rapidly enter his meridians with each breath, circulating to his dantian. In an instant, Lin Hao's Dao foundation, struck by the heavenly decree, quakes violently upon contact with the crimson mist, akin to a famished wolf ravenously consuming its prey. The originally dim light of one of the 5 radiant Dao foundations reignites. Filling Lin Hao with joy, he has indeed wagered correctly. The crimson mist is of exceptionally high quality and can be absorbed by his Dao foundation. Without granting Lin Hao much time to adjust, another intricately patterned, law-infused blade, containing a faint scent of heavenly aura, manifests within his dantian, emanating an overwhelming force as it descends upon his crystalline Dao foundation. Lin Hao's Dao foundation trembles violently, the spiritual energy within his dantian roiling ferociously. Under the terrifying might of the law blade, a crack appears in his Dao foundation. Among the 5 radiant lights, one dims significantly, as if on the brink of extinguishment, prompting him to involuntarily spit out several mouthfuls of blood, sustaining severe injury. Is there no way to maintain the quality of my Dao foundation? Lin Hao wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, furrowing his brow. He realizes that this law blade possesses a strength at least 50% greater than the last. Gazing at the cracked Dao foundation, he feels a surge of reluctance and resolves to fight with all his might, unleashing the 5 elements longevity technique to frantically absorb the surrounding crimson mist in an effort to preserve the quality of his foundation. In an instant, a tremendous suction force erupts from his body, drawing in vast quantities of crimson mist that swirl around him, forming a vortex of red mist. Lin Hao trembles uncontrollably as his body struggles to contain the influx of malevolent mist. Even with his foundation establishment strength, he finds it somewhat unbearable, and blood begins to flow from his body. However, within his dantian, the Dao foundation, having absorbed a significant volume of crimson mist, sees the crack caused by the law blade slowly mend, its radiance brightening, granting him immense comfort. The suffering endured is trivial every time the law blade strikes his foundation. As long as he withstands the assault, his foundation absorbs a certain enigmatic power from the blade, facilitating a metamorphosis of sorts. Lin Hao's gaze is resolute. He comprehends that the successful condensation of his Dao foundation merely signifies the preliminary stage of foundation establishment. Only after enduring the trial of the law blade can he truly step into the realm of foundation establishment. After several breaths, the cracks in his crystalline Dao foundation vanish. At that moment, a third law blade appears, its aura at least double that of the first. Various inscriptions flicker on the blade, exuding a terrifying, annihilating might that sends shivers down Lin Hao's spine as he senses the extreme peril it poses. As the third law blade materializes, its mere radiance cleaves through the abundant spiritual energy within his dantian. With a swift slash, the blade descends, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and blinding lightning erupts within his dantian. Lin Hao feels an ominous foreboding and channels all his spiritual energy to withstand the strike. His Dao foundation, sensing the immense threat, manifests intricate runes, unleashing its full power as the 5 radiant lights surrounding it blaze brilliantly. With a resounding boom, Lin Hao feels as if he has been violently struck by an ancient war chariot, a severe tremor coursing through him, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Within his dantian, the Dao foundation endures the third strike, and among the 5 luminous rings, one glimmers faintly, on the verge of extinguishment. As a ghastly crack appears on the crystalline Dao pillar, a striking sight, Lin Hao is gravely affected, his breath becoming erratic, his heart heavy with foreboding. The law blade appears intent not merely on testing his Dao foundation, but on utterly obliterating it, as if it forbids the existence of a foundation adorned with 5 radiant lights. Each successive strike of the law blade grows exponentially in strength. Only 2 blades remain. If this continues, I will undoubtedly falter. Lin Hao inhales deeply, abruptly sweeping his right hand, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that shatters the cave's exit. He strides forth, rushing outward without a moment to assess his surroundings, fixated on the crimson vortex ahead, resolutely advancing toward it. The denser the crimson mist, the more advanced spiritual energy it contains. He seeks to harness this higher quality mist to restore his Dao foundation. There are people over there. The emergence of the celestial bone and celestial egg has spread throughout the eastern region, attracting numerous cultivators to the mist vicinity. Upon witnessing Lin Hao suddenly erupt from the ground, rushing toward the vortex at the mist's center, they assume he aims to seize the celestial bone and egg. Instantly, piercing gazes fixate upon Lin Hao, yet none make a move, for a nascent soul expert discerns Lin Hao's cultivation level, realizing he is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, the power exuding from the celestial bone is at its zenith. Approaching the crimson vortex voluntarily would invite its wrath. Hiss, it hurts. As Lin Hao runs, he fervently absorbs the crimson mist. The nearer he draws to the vortex, the more refined the spiritual energy becomes, yet the malevolent aura intensifies to an alarming degree. Under the harrowing effects of this malevolence, blood flows from his body, waves of excruciating pain assaulting him. Even as a peak body cultivator, he finds it increasingly intolerable, his features contorting in agony. To the outside cultivators, his approach toward the celestial bone vortex appears akin to courting death. Yet Lin Hao's heart swells with exhilaration, a manic grin spreading across his face. As he draws closer to the celestial bone and absorbs the more advanced crimson mist, the ghastly crack inflicted by the law blade upon his Dao foundation visibly begins to mend, and the dim light on the verge of extinguishment rekindles. At this moment, his crystalline Dao foundation radiates an astonishing brilliance, as if it has consumed a potent elixir. Come forth, law blade, if you dare, shatter my Dao foundation. Despite being drenched in blood, Lin Hao's expression remains defiant, emanating an aura of contempt for the heavens. His Dao foundation has fully recovered, unleashing an even more terrifying momentum than before. Awoo, awoo. Suddenly, outside the crimson mist, a blue wolf fixates intently on Lin Hao, emitting a prolonged howl. This wolf is the spirit pet released to deliver news by the elder of the Mo family, whom Lin Hao previously vanquished. It recognizes him. You say that man is the murderer of my son. Mo Lan's expression darkens as he gazes at Lin Hao, clad in black and wearing a conical hat amidst the crimson mist. Malicious glints flicker in his eyes, filled with a thirst for vengeance. Coldly, he declares, I shall slay this man. Chapter 160. The Supreme Five-Pointed Star Foundation. The crimson blood mist churned violently, resembling a vast sea of blood. Lin Hao ceased his advance. adopting a meditative posture, akin to a solitary boat adrift in the sanguine expanse. As he achieved a state of optimal focus, the fourth knife of law coalesced, cleaving toward his foundational core. At this moment, the power of the law knife had escalated to nearly 5 times that of the first. After enduring 3 strikes, Lin Hao's foundation grew even more formidable, absorbing a substantial amount of the ethereal crimson mist, transforming his originally translucent foundation into an eerie blood-red hue. Imbued with a trace of the celestial essence, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue, as the merciless law knife descended with ferocity. The sound of shattering echoed repeatedly as Lin Hao's foundation sustained grievous damage, a gaping wound carved into it. However, despite the apparent severity of the situation, it was significantly better than the third strike. The 5 radiant lights encircling his foundation only dimmed slightly. My foundation has absorbed the mysterious power within the mist, becoming remarkably stronger. Lin Hao observed the wound, where strange crimson light flickered, a jolt of realization coursing through him. The 5-pointed star foundation within his core appeared even more extraordinary. As long as he could persist within the crimson mist, it would be a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with understanding. The figure, seemingly still alive, recklessly absorbed the mist. The multitude of cultivators surrounding him, waiting for the celestial essence to weaken in hopes of seizing the celestial egg, displayed expressions of astonishment. They had previously attempted to absorb the crimson mist, only to discover that it was detrimental, tainting their spiritual energy and harming their foundations. The energy level of this crimson mist was exceedingly high, unsuitable for cultivators with foundations below the heavenly grade. In contrast, Lin Hao's foundation, an exceptionally rare 5-pointed star foundation seldom recorded in ancient texts, was capable of absorbing such crimson mist. For him, as long as he could withstand the malevolent energy within, the crimson mist was an invaluable boon. In the brief moment before the final law knife appeared, Lin Hao fervently activated the 5 elements longevity technique, unleashing a tremendous gravitational force that greedily drew in the surrounding crimson mist. A vortex, astonishing to the other cultivators, formed in stark contrast to the vortex at the celestial essence location. What kind of technique is this that allows him to absorb the celestial mist without perishing? The ancient beings from the 6 major sects were visibly moved, their interest piqued by Lin Hao, seated amidst the mist. This individual must harbor a great secret. If he survives, he could be captured for further investigation. Numerous cultivators outside, awaiting the celestial essence to diminish, watched in disbelief as Lin Hao audaciously absorbed the crimson mist. If I can endure this last strike, my foundation will withstand the trial, solidifying my foundational realm, Lin Hao thought, his foundation rejuvenated by the crimson mist. Even as he coughed blood from the terrifying malevolence, a resounding boom echoed as his core trembled violently, heralding the arrival of the final law knife. Exuding a pressure capable of annihilating all, it not only targeted his foundation but also inflicted damage upon his core, causing fissures to appear. The knife, infused with a faint hint of celestial essence, shimmered with complex inscriptions, exuding an aura of ancient desolation, embodying death and obliteration, aiming to ruthlessly destroy the fruits of Lin Hao's 7 years of arduous cultivation. Lin Hao's face paled, a potent sense of life and death crisis gripping him. He felt an instinctive dread. If he could not withstand this strike, not only would his foundation be destroyed, but his life would also be in jeopardy. He refused to succumb passively, channeling all his strength into his foundation, his abundant spiritual energy coursing through his core to counter the law knife's assault, preventing further fissures from forming. The 5-pointed star foundation, 1 point for the yellow grade, 2 for the mysterious grade, 4 for the heavenly grade, and 5 for the supreme, could only be achieved with the 5 elemental roots. Yet, whether in ancient times or the present, the supreme foundation was not permitted by heaven and earth and would inevitably face divine retribution. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated within Lin Hao's mind. He beheld a blood-red jade pendant in his consciousness, radiating a unique power, rushing toward his core. It is the blood jade I acquired after passing the inheritance trial of the ancestor Jiang. Lin Hao's heart raced. This blood jade had remained dormant since its acquisition, unexpectedly awakening now. As Lin Hao marveled at the ancestor Jiang's blood jade, another treasure within him, the eternal longevity tower, also emanated a gentle glow under the influence of the 5th law knife, surging toward his core. My disciple, You have indeed reached the foundational stage, and possess a foundation as rare as the supreme grade throughout history. I did not misjudge you. The voice of the long-life, immortal master, now frail, expressed regret at not being present in Lin Hao's universe, striving to utilize his residual soul power across endless space to aid him through this tribulation. As the voice faded, the eternal longevity tower shone with an even more brilliant light, a wealth of gentle, mysterious power flowing through Lin Hao's body, healing his injuries from the crimson mist and erasing the fissures in his core. Lin Hao was taken aback. After so many years, the long-life immortal master, seemingly vanished, had appeared at his most perilous moment. He quickly bowed respectfully and called out, "Master, my disciple, I must now return to slumber." The voice of the long-life immortal master grew exceedingly weak, as if aiding Lin Hao drained his energy entirely. The voice ceased. Yet the eternal longevity tower radiated golden light. A thunderous sound erupted within Lin Hao's core as the last law knife, imbued with a sense of annihilation, mercilessly descended upon his foundation, bearing an unstoppable force that crushed all in its path. Despite the aid of the ancestor Zhang's blood jade and the eternal longevity tower, Lin Hao continued to spit blood. His foundation, unyielding, erupted with divine light in resistance, yet cracks still formed. Resisting this cataclysmic law knife proved immensely challenging. His foundation was on the brink of shattering. Thankfully, the powers of the blood jade and the eternal longevity tower surged at a critical moment, ensuring his foundation remained intact. The fifth law knife, capable of obliterating all, persisted for what felt like an eternity, yet Lin Hao endured countless trials until it finally dissipated. His foundation was preserved, albeit marred by numerous cracks, yet the 5 radiant lights encircling it shone more brilliantly than ever. Lin Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance hidden within their depths, and a bitter smile crossed his face. This final strike was truly vicious. The damage to my foundation is such that even the absorption of the crimson mist cannot mend it. Now, Lin Hao's strength within the foundational realm was formidable. He could face even seasoned foundational masters without fear. However, the myriad cracks on his foundation were a source of concern, causing him to furrow his brow. Chapter 161. The revered within and beyond the universe. Unsure of how to eradicate the cracks in his foundation, Lin Hao focused his mind on it, attempting various methods to no avail. Reluctantly, he set aside the task of mending the fissures in his Dao foundation. His thoughts wandered back to the voice of the ancestor of the Jiang family and the immortal of longevity that had echoed in his mind during their last encounter with the Blade of Law. The Jiang ancestor had proclaimed that the 5-pointed Dao foundation was a supreme foundation even more formidable than the heavenly grade. He pondered what extraordinary qualities this supreme foundation possessed. Lin Hao mused, recalling the immortal of longevity's words, that they did not exist in the same universe. Could it be that there are countless universes in this world? If so, where did the earth I once inhabited belong? Once my cultivation reaches a sufficient level, will I be able to return to earth? His mind swirled with myriad thoughts, reflecting on the Jiang ancestor he encountered in the Valley of Spirits, the enigmatic dragon, and the immortal of longevity, who had aided him on numerous occasions. It made him feel that this world harbored countless secrets. Though he had reached the foundation establishment stage, the grand mysteries of the universe still felt distant to him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his various uncertainties, Lin Hao raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. His attention was immediately drawn to the bones and the egg within the enormous whirlpool, and he felt a chill run through him. What origin does that bone possess? Releasing spiritual energy more potent than the foundation establishment elixir? Were it not for the mist emanating from this bone, my foundation establishment might have been perilous. And that egg? Wait, I seem to hear a heartbeat. There is a living being inside. To harness the crimson mist and shield himself from the Blade of Law, Lin Hao inched closer to the center of the mist, finding himself merely 100 feet from the whirlpool. The bone and the egg were undoubtedly treasures. He gazed into the crimson vortex, a spark of fervor igniting within him, but it quickly subsided. He lamented that, given his abilities, nearing the whirlpool by 100 feet was already his limit. Advancing another 10 feet would surely lead to his demise, even with his supreme foundation. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Lin Hao's physical body was still under attack from the dense, malevolent energy. After merely a few moments of observing the celestial bone and the egg, he decided to turn back, wishing to distance himself. So many cultivators are here for that bone. If I leave now, trouble is inevitable. I might even encounter the Mo family. Just a few steps back, Lin Hao halted, furrowing his brow. Within the thick crimson mist, his keen eyes discerned several powerful cultivators observing him from the periphery of the mist. I have already established my foundation. Yet how could so many formidable cultivators provoke such fear within me? Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the formidable presence of several elders outside the mist, their auras towering like mountains. A mere glance instilled a profound dread within him, as if a single slap from them could easily extinguish his life. He was a supreme foundation cultivator, and yet, even cultivators of the pinnacle foundation establishment stage or golden core realm could not evoke such a feeling in him. They are nascent soul experts. Lin Hao felt an acute headache. He harbored many secrets that were best kept hidden. Upon emerging from the depths of the mist, the outside cultivators would surely not allow him to escape. After contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of resolve ignited in Lin Hao's eyes as he devised a plan. He took a few more steps forward, then stumbled and fell, choosing to lie on the ground as if lifeless. He resolved to seize the opportunity to slip away while the nascent soul experts battled for the enigmatic bone and egg. Injured from his breakthrough, Lin Hao was covered in blood, appearing quite pitiful as he lay on the ground. Moreover, cloaked by the concealment pearl, his aura remained undetectable, rendering him invisible to the nascent soul experts. They dismissed him as merely an unremarkable figure capable of enduring the crimson mist a little longer. Suddenly, a thundering heartbeat resonated through the heavens, echoing like drums, as the crimson mist surrounding the celestial bone and egg began to churn violently. The heartbeat of the egg intensified, heralding the emergence of a living being. Several nascent soul experts at the forefront gazed fervently at the celestial bone and egg, their powerful auras clashing against one another. Once the laws of the celestial bone weakened, they would seize the opportunity to fight for the egg and the bone. Thank goodness I didn't leave. Lin Hao felt the terrifying pressure from the nascent soul experts, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. A foundation establishment cultivator was truly insignificant in the presence of such overwhelming beings. With each passing moment, the heartbeat of the egg grew louder. Small cracks appearing on its surface. It appeared the hatching of the celestial egg was reaching a critical juncture. The symbols of the celestial bone shimmered, unleashing waves of terrifying pressure from the crimson vortex, causing even the nascent soul experts' expressions to shift as they felt as though they could scarcely breathe. The malevolent energy in the mist intensified. If only I had taken 10 more steps forward before pretending to be dead. Lin Hao's face darkened, lying in the crimson mist. He was continuously assaulted by malevolent energy, bleeding profusely and appearing utterly wretched. Fortunately, his physical form was robust, being a supreme foundation cultivator with a resilient life force, allowing him to endure for a while longer. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to feign death. What is happening? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the surrounding cultivators. The sky, once clear and cloudless, suddenly became shrouded in ominous clouds, a palpable pressure descending from above. This is a tribulation. An experienced elder gasped in horror at the sight of the dark clouds gathering. Such an extraordinary egg, with a living being about to emerge, has drawn the wrath of the heavens. The eyes of the nascent soul experts glinted with fervor. If they could capture the being from the hatching egg and subdue it, their sect would gain a peerless powerhouse. A tribulation? Lin Hao, feigning death on the ground, felt his eyelids twitch violently, an inexplicable sense of unease gripping him. He had a gut feeling that the heavenly tribulation was not aimed at the celestial egg, but rather at his supreme foundation. Having endured 5 strikes already, now facing the possibility of a thunderous calamity, was there no path left for him? Lin Hao felt numb, recalling the words heavenly punishment from the Jiang ancestor. In his current state, devoid of any healing elixirs, he stood no chance of withstanding the tribulation. The senior dragon had mentioned that the concealment pearl could obscure one from heaven's will. Would it also shield him from the thunderous tribulation? Lin Hao summoned all his strength to activate the concealment pearl within him, shrouding his entire being in its protective veil, concealing even his vital essence. The radiant 5 beams of light from his supreme foundation were dimmed under the mysterious power of the pearl, appearing dull and lackluster. Thunder rumbled in the sky, yet no lightning descended. Lin Hao distinctly sensed an unfeeling, icy gaze penetrating from the dark clouds, scrutinizing him for several moments before shifting away in confusion. That scrutinizing gaze vanished, yet Lin Hao's heart remained lodged in his throat, still uneasy. Did I evade the tribulation? Lying on the ground, Lin Hao awaited with bated breath. But the ominous clouds above showed no signs of dispersing. Instead, they thickened. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air, and before him, the mysterious egg within the crimson vortex began to crack open. Out emerged a 3-foot-tall avian creature, adorned with fiery red feathers. Having traversed countless tribulations, enduring the cycles of heaven and earth, the passage of time, for eons, the sixth master remains unrivaled, revered across the universe, immortal and indomitable. Ha ha ha. The true master has returned. Amidst the dense crimson mist, a bird with brilliant red plumage, wings akimbo, gazed defiantly at the heavens, exuding an air of disdainful superiority, brazenly challenging the heavens and the earth. Do you think this trivial tribulation can halt my return? Lin Hao caught a glimpse of the red-feathered bird shrouded in mist from the corner of his eye. A sense of astonishment surged within him, accompanied by a peculiar expression on his face. It appeared that the bird, which had hatched from the celestial egg and proclaimed itself as sixth master, seemed to have mistaken his tribulation for its own. Chapter 162. The Thunder Calamity Fruit is actually a celestial bird, if it could be tamed as a spirit pet. Several nascent soul experts, lurking outside the crimson mist, fixated their gazes on the fiery feathered bird that had just emerged from the egg. Their eyes gleamed with a covetous light, revealing their insatiable greed. After the birth of the celestial egg, the celestial bone, having exhausted much of its power, emitted an aura of unapproachability that gradually waned. Once the thunder calamity in the sky concluded, they were poised to vie for both the celestial bone and the fiery bird. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from above as a terrifying bolt of lightning descended. Lin Hao felt a surge of anxiety. Despite his utmost effort using the concealment pearl, he remained apprehensive about the lightning striking him. Having lived for countless eons, the sixth master had witnessed all manner of thunder. Yet this minor strike of thunder calamity seemed almost trivial. Fortunately, the fiery feathered bird was audacious, regarding the descending thunder with a proud demeanor. As if it were the sovereign of the world, undaunted by the impending calamity, it even flapped its wings, emanating intense heat and flames, charging directly at the descending lightning. Boom! Upon contact with the fierce lightning that carried the might of heaven and earth, a wretched cry emanated from the sky shortly thereafter, as the once arrogant fiery bird was enveloped in smoke. Gasp! Lin Hao, observing the miserable plight of the fiery bird, involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, his heart quaking in terror. The sheer power of the lightning was capable of obliterating everything in its path. He surmised that its potency far exceeded the foundational realm. Ouch! How dare the heavens strike me, the Supreme One, upon my return? Must you unleash the mightiest of thunder calamities upon me? The fiery bird struggled against the force of the lightning, cursing loudly. Ah! If it weren't for my recent return and my powers not yet restored, I would have scattered this thundercloud with a single swipe. The sky was thick with rolling dark clouds, and successive bolts of lightning rained down. The fiery bird, guided by the five-pointed Supreme Dao Foundation, was sent bouncing in all directions. Despicable, truly despicable. How dare you bully a bird so? The sixth master had never bowed his head throughout history. He was determined to fight back. The fiery bird glowed brilliantly, opening its beak to inhale deeply, drawing in a vast quantity of rich crimson mist emanating from the celestial bone. Roar! Having absorbed the mist from the celestial bone, the fiery bird emitted a resounding call. Flames erupting around it, devouring the terrifying lightning, rendering it powerless to harm it further. This bird, barely hatched, already possessed the pinnacle of the foundational realm. And under full force, its power rivaled that of the Golden Core stage. Truly extraordinary, it must be captured. The several nascent soul-old monsters fixated on the fiery bird with fervent eyes. Such a creature, linked to the celestial bone, undoubtedly possessed an exceptional bloodline. Perhaps consuming its blood would propel their own cultivation to new heights. The formidable thunder calamity persisted for half an hour before finally dissipating, and the thick clouds in the sky began to clear. A golden-hued fruit descended from the clouds, releasing an incredibly rich fragrance that filled the air. That was the thunder calamity fruit, said to be a reward from the heavenly Dao's essence for those who successfully navigated a thunder calamity, possessing immense fortune. An elderly man outside displayed a look of shock, for the thunder calamity fruit only appeared after one had withstood the mightiest of heavenly thunders. Ordinary thunder calamities bore no such reward. Haha, not too shabby. My arduous passage through the supreme thunder calamity has not been in vain. For the appearance of the thunder calamity fruit compensates for my losses. The fiery bird, having survived the thunder calamity, was now covered in charred feathers and emitting smoke. Upon seeing the descending thunder calamity fruit, it couldn't help but laugh in excitement. However, the fiery bird soon found itself in dismay, for as it opened its beak to consume the fruit, the thunder calamity fruit passed right through its mouth, as if it was an intangible illusion. Unable to swallow, the fiery bird's expression darkened considerably. It hailed from an extraordinary lineage, aware of many secrets of the universe. If it could not consume the thunder calamity fruit, there was but one possibility. This thunder calamity did not belong to it, but to another. Damn it! This bird, illustrious and unparalleled, the most handsome creature in the universe, has unwittingly aided another in overcoming their calamity. I have never suffered such a loss. It infuriates me. As the fiery bird realized the situation, its feathers trembled with rage, squawking loudly. I am very angry. Do not let me discover who the true recipient of the calamity is. How wicked to let me bear the brunt of the thunder. I shall make them pay dearly. As the storm clouds dissipated, Lin Hao distinctly felt as though some shackles binding him had vanished, leaving him considerably lighter. After a moment's hesitation, he attempted to reduce the flow of spiritual energy into the concealment pearl. Its ability to mask his presence diminished. In an instant, only the primordial essence of the heavens could perceive his life force radiating outward. With no further thunder calamities appearing, Lin Hao exhaled in relief. But his expression soon shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the radiant thunder calamity fruit transforming into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards him. Lying on the ground. So it was you, daring to deceive me. I shall surely flay you alive 1,000 times, so you might learn why the flowers bloom so red. Upon seeing Lin Hao feigning death on the ground, the fiery bird was instantly consumed by murderous intent. Chapter 163. The hide of your brother on him. As soon as the thunder tribulation fruit made contact with Lin Hao, it vanished into his body. Following this, a resounding boom echoed as a surging, mysterious energy erupted within Lin Hao's dantian, radiating a dazzling array of colors. The cracks in my foundation are diminishing. Lin Hao was wholly absorbed in the energies of his dantian, oblivious to the furious red-feathered bird nearby. He greedily directed his foundation to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation fruit, his entire being glowing as he reaped unimaginable benefits. How infuriating! Why is this thunder tribulation fruit not mine? The red-feathered bird lamented. I cannot endure this. My true self has returned to a state of emptiness and desperately needs a significant supplement to enhance my strength. This brat is so tender. Sigh. Alas, I promised my elder brother not to consume humans. The red-feathered bird looked at Lin Hao with envy and resentment. As a thunder-resistant bird, it was unable to enjoy the spoils, driving it to madness. If I cannot devour him, then I shall give this brat a thorough beating. Otherwise, my heart's resentment cannot be alleviated. With a fierce cry, the red-feathered bird flapped its flame-enshrouded wings, launching itself at Lin Hao with lethal intent. The power of the celestial bone's laws had weakened. It could seize that celestial bird and the celestial bone. Just then, several powerful nascent soul experts and a group of golden core cultivators transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the fiery feathered bird. How dare these mere nascent souls challenge me? Humph! With but a flick of my wings, you shall be reduced to ashes. The red-feathered bird scoffed, yet as it noticed the approaching nascent soul experts, its body instinctively halted mid-flight. Fearing for its safety, it turned tail and fled, muttering to itself, "This is not fear. My cultivation has yet to reach my former heights." A wise bird avoids the imminent peril. Ouch! What are you doing? You nascent souls are besieging me. This is taking advantage of a bird in distress. A bird grounded is bullied by dogs. You lack martial virtue. Surrounded by nascent soul and golden core experts, the red-feathered bird, having recently shielded Lin Hao from the thunder tribulation, was in poor condition and could only retreat to the celestial bone, trapped within. Celestial bone, grant me rebirth and free me from this place, it urgently pleaded. You remember, do you not? If I assist you in reincarnation, you must agree to one condition. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated from within the celestial bone. Of course I remember. I value integrity in my dealings. But you must first help me escape. The red-feathered bird, with a shrewd gleam in its eye, responded. Very well. I can assist you in your departure, but you must first fulfill your promise. Moments later, the voice echoed again from the celestial bone. Speak. What do you wish of me? The red-feathered bird appeared reluctant. I wish for you to acknowledge this person as your master. The woman's voice gently requested, and moments later, the celestial bone trembled slightly, forming a jade-like hand that pointed delicately at the prostrate Lin Hao. Unthinkable. I am unrivaled in this realm. The most handsome in the world. I shall never submit as a slave. The red-feathered bird exploded in indignation, feathers bristling. Who is this brat? Is he perhaps your lover, that you would force me to recognize him as master? After a lengthy silence, the woman's voice returned. You do not wish to breach your word, do you? If I am not mistaken, your brother's hide also resides within him. My brother. The red-feathered bird jolted, recalling ancient memories of a time long past when, in the distant epochs, it roamed freely, only to be soundly defeated by a remarkably gifted and powerful individual. That encounter led it to become a sworn brother, rebranded as Zhu Lu, or Sixth Master. Its brother had vanished long ago, leaving behind only an indestructible hide. Perhaps it could uncover his whereabouts through this skin. Contemplating this, the red-feathered bird concluded, is it merely to acknowledge this brat as master? I am a creature of my word. I shall agree. Yet, beneath the surface, the red-feathered bird's willingness to submit was not solely for the sake of finding its lost brother. The main reason was that all who were recognized through its brother's hide met a grim fate, living short lives. It merely needed to endure for a time, and it could rid itself of this master. Very well, little red. You are quite commendable. The woman within the celestial bone praised it. I abhor the term little. You may call me the Great Red Bird or Sixth Master. The red-feathered bird protested, eyeing the menacing nascent soul elders and golden core cultivators outside the crimson vortex. Enough. Celestial bone, I have made my promise. Hasten to send me away. Your master possesses a small copper piece imbued with spatial power, which will allow both of you to leave. The celestial bone responded swiftly. What manner of copper possesses spatial power? Could it be? The red-feathered bird's heart raced at the thought of an ancient, unparalleled treasure. The voice from the celestial bone fell silent, and then radiant light erupted from it, transforming into a tall woman clad in flowing white robes, her hair cascading down her shoulders. A mysterious veil obscured her face, rendering her features unidentifiable. But her figure alone was breathtaking, undoubtedly a beauty of unparalleled grace. With a delicate gesture, she pointed towards the crimson mist swirling around Lin Hao, who lay on the ground. This, not good. As Lin Hao absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation fruit, he noticed the terrifying crimson vortex rushing towards him. His scalp prickled with fear. Realizing the danger, he could no longer feign unconsciousness. With remarkable agility, he sprang to his feet and sprinted away, desperate to escape. That person is still alive? Instantly, several nascent soul experts and a multitude of golden core cultivators focused their attention on Lin Hao. This individual has remained unharmed in the mist. He must harbor a significant secret. Seize him. This beast was merely pretending to be dead. I shall personally avenge my son. As the laws of the celestial bone weakened, Immortal, the head of the Mo family from Qinglang City, approached Lin Hao, his face a mask of hatred. He quickly formed a hand seal, shouting, "Return my son's life." In an instant, a colossal azure wolf, towering dozens of feet high, coalesced from the void, viciously lunging at Lin Hao, who was attempting to flee. Late Foundation establishment. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, raising his right hand to strike the air. A blazing fireball of considerable size formed instantaneously. Boom. The searing fireball collided violently with the magical azure wolf. In the blink of an eye, Mo-Land's powerful spell was shattered, the wolf dissipating into nothingness as the fireball surged forward relentlessly. How is this possible? Mo-Land's expression transformed dramatically, disbelief overtaking his earlier arrogance. His full-force spell had been rendered ineffective against a mere early Foundation establishment cultivator. As the massive fireball approached, panic and fury coursed through him. He hastily formed another hand seal, conjuring a wall of azure light before him, yet it remained futile. The resounding crashes echoed as the azure wall crumbled, the scorching fireball descending upon Immortal. With a scream, he was sent hurtling backward. Such is the might of a supreme Foundation establishment cultivator, exceptionally formidable, capable of overcoming those in the later stages of Foundation establishment. It is truly astonishing. He appears to have recently established his foundation, possessing strength at the initial stage of foundation building. How could he possibly defeat a practitioner in the late stage of foundation building with a single move? The presence of nascent soul and golden core experts could not help but display expressions of surprise, their gazes towards Lin Hao growing increasingly intrigued. Chapter 164. The Treasure of Space. I await you. Do not act recklessly. Lin Hao intended to pursue his victory and eliminate Mo Lan, the head of the Mo family from Qingling City. However, a formidable Yuanying expert from the Qingshu sect, a member of the Mo family, suddenly revealed a chilling glint in his eyes. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive green handprint that surged toward Lin Hao, who was encased within a golden barrier. The overwhelming force felt like a tidal wave crashing down upon him. Lin Hao's heart raced with terror, being at the initial stage of foundation building. He stood no chance against such a powerful opponent, whose cultivation was 2 realms higher. The mere aura emanating from the green handprint was sufficient to tear apart his protective barrier. Just as he was about to be ensnared, a woman, transformed from a crimson vortex, elegantly waved her pale hand, conjuring a red silk ribbon that radiated an intense energy. It swiftly darted through the air, colliding with the green handprint. In an instant, the handprint, imbued with the strength of a peak Yuanying cultivator, began to dissolve and dissipate beyond Lin Hao's reach. Who is the woman within the vortex? Why is she aiding me? Lin Hao gazed into the crimson mist, ceasing his flight. For the vortex had approached him with incredible speed, enveloping him entirely. Within the terrifying vortex, he felt no anticipated pain. The crimson mist, under the woman's control, carved out a space for him to stand. Who are you? Lin Hao sought to discern the woman's visage, yet her face remained shrouded in mist, rendering her features indistinguishable, even from mere inches away. I harbor no ill will. As for my identity, you shall learn of it in due time. The woman, with skin as smooth as jade and an imposing stature, regarded him intently, sighed softly, and continued, "This place is not suitable for lingering. Quickly, retrieve that small piece of copper from your storage pouch." Her voice, melodious yet laced with an icy chill, sent shivers down Lin Hao's spine. A piece of copper? Lin Hao struggled to maintain his composure. The only copper item he possessed was a small, rusted fragment. After a moment's reflection, he deduced what the woman sought. Given her formidable strength, capable of effortlessly dispelling the spells of Yuanying experts, he dared not resist. Gently patting his storage pouch, the small, rusted copper piece appeared in his palm. This copper indeed originates from that treasure. The red-feathered bird observed the copper piece with astonishment, unable to fathom the significance of such an item. Little red bird, this fragment is merely a shard of that treasure. To harness the power of space, your life essence is required. The woman continued, I can sustain this misty crimson formation for several breaths. Once it dissipates, dealing with those Yuanying and Jindan cultivators in my current state will pose quite a challenge. Your life essence. Have you lost your mind? I am already in dire straits. The red-feathered bird exclaimed in exasperation, aware that expending its life essence would only exacerbate its frail condition. Meanwhile, a group of Yuanying cultivators outside gazed eagerly at the crimson mist vortex, their intentions clear. They aimed to collaborate and breach the red mist, each vying for the celestial bone and the divine bird. An elder from the Qingshu sect remarked that although the woman formed from the celestial bone had effortlessly dispelled his handprint, he recognized her weakened state. Boom. Outside, several Yuanying and Jindan experts began to weave their spells, unleashing a torrent of dazzling techniques that shook the very heavens. The crimson vortex trembled violently, on the verge of being dispersed. These despicable fiends, I shall remember this grievance. One day, I will unearth their ancestral graves. The red-feathered bird realized the urgency of the situation. Having achieved a new lease on life with the aid of the celestial bone, it was unwilling to be captured by these individuals. With a gentle flap of its wings, it expelled a droplet of fiery blood toward Lin Hao's copper fragment. Buzz. Upon contact with the rusted copper piece, it radiated a brilliant light, as if awakened, and unleashed an unparalleled aura that enveloped the realm, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. What manner of treasure is this? The Yuanying and Jindan cultivators, assaulting the crimson vortex, were struck with terror at the sight of the copper piece, sensing an overwhelming threat to their existence. Regrettably, only a fragment remained. Had it been whole, even a mere whisper of its power could have obliterated them. The red-feathered bird lamented the loss. having sacrificed a drop of its essence to awaken the spatial power within the fragment. After a brief moment, a door adorned with shimmering runes materialized in the void. That copper piece is a treasure of space. They seek to escape. An elder from the Daoyuan sect, eyes aflame with desire, shouted in excitement, eager to claim the item for himself. Boom. The other Yuanying elders and Jindan cultivators, eyes gleaming with greed, unleashed their most potent spells upon the crimson vortex, desperate to prevent Lin Hao and his companions from escaping. Begone! The woman, formed from the celestial bone, furrowed her brow slightly. With a delicate gesture of her long, pale fingers, she summoned formidable red silk ribbons that surged toward the cultivators outside the crimson mist. In an instant, a tempest arose. As the radiant ribbons painted the world crimson, those struck by the ribbons were left horrified, spewing blood as they were sent reeling backward. Even the most formidable peak Yuanying cultivators from the eastern domain were compelled to retreat from the onslaught. The spatial door has stabilized. We must depart. The voice of the red-feathered bird sounded weak yet insistent. In the unwilling gazes of the onlookers, Lin Hao, the woman of the celestial bone, and the red-feathered bird vanished through the spatial door. After traversing the darkness for several breaths, Lin Hao's eyes were greeted by light once more. As he regained his footing, the woman and the celestial bone were nowhere to be seen, but her ethereal voice echoed in his ears. At last, I have found a suitable candidate. I await you. What does she mean by a suitable candidate? Why does she await me? Who is she truly? Lin Hao's heart brimmed with confusion, feeling as though he had fallen into a chessboard, powerless to escape. Since his arrival in Qinglang City, having inadvertently offended the young master of the Mo family, leading to his pursuit and arrival in this desolate land, the coincidences felt too numerous, as if orchestrated by the hand of fate. Could it be that all of this was her design? He fell into silence, suddenly recalling a memory from over 7 years ago. While touring a renowned mountain on Earth, he had fallen into a ravine, and amidst the chaos, he glimpsed a strikingly beautiful woman, her captivating aura piercing through the void, gazing upon him. At that time, Lin Hao had assumed it was a mere illusion birthed by his mind in its final moments. Now he pondered. That enchanting figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman formed from the celestial bone. Could it be that she orchestrated my arrival in this realm? What could her purpose possibly be? Lin Hao's mind swirled with thoughts, feeling ensnared within a fog, lost and bewildered. Chapter 165. The Boastful Crimson Bird. Young lad, why are you in a daze? The red-feathered bird flapped its wings as it descended from the towering tree. Noticing his silence, it could not help but speak up. Why haven't you left? Lin Hao looked at the bird with a puzzled expression, momentarily taken aback. The red-feathered creature, once towering at over 3 feet, had now shrunk to the size of a palm. What amused Lin Hao the most was that, for some inexplicable reason, while the bird was adorned with feathers everywhere else, it had lost all the plumage atop its head, resembling a bald red bird. Henceforth, I shall be your protector, the bird declared proudly, lifting its head with an air of arrogance. Its tone was haughty, and the sight of its featherless head appeared quite comical. It had promised the celestial maiden to recognize Lin Hao as its master, yet it could not bring itself to utter the word master, opting instead to refer to itself as a protector. It believed that as long as it remained by Lin Hao's side, it was fulfilling its promise and not breaking its word. A protector? Lin Hao scrutinized it with a discerning gaze. Indeed, from now on, you shall have me, your protector, the bird replied, feeling somewhat guilty under Lin Hao's gaze. According to their agreement, it was supposed to call Lin Hao master, but its pride and lingering dignity compelled it to stand with its wings akimbo, continuing, Are you staring at me because you've never seen such a handsome bird? Lin Hao's mind raced, and he could clearly sense the bird's reluctance to remain, hinting at some undisclosed matter. However, he refrained from pressing, playfully teasing, Little red bird, you are indeed quite handsome, except for your bald head, which feels rather odd. What? How could I be bald? The bird fluffed its feathers in indignation, flapping its wings to conjure a mirror made of water in the air. Soon, a shrill scream escaped from its beak. How could I be bald? Curse it. To harness the spatial power of the copper block, I drained my essence, and my body became too weak, resulting in feather loss. Oh no. I am no longer handsome. I am no longer the most handsome bird in the universe. How will I find my beloved now? The red-feathered bird was exceedingly concerned about its appearance, and upon this revelation, it began to wail and jump around frantically. Little red bird, even if you are bald, you remain quite handsome. Just your demeanor alone is unparalleled, Lin Hao said, covering his ears from the bird's incessant cries, feeling quite distressed. To alleviate his discomfort, he reluctantly offered words of praise. Really? The bird fluttered its wings and quickly approached Lin Hao, gazing at him with wide eyes. Absolutely true. More genuine than gold and silver. Even with your baldness, if you claim to be the second most handsome among birds, none would dare claim the title of first. Lin Hao remarked, considering that if one overlooked the bird's bald head, its vibrant red feathers were indeed quite beautiful. Young lad, there are few as honest as you. I shall earnestly fulfill my role as your protector, the bird said, deeply moved, its eyes locked onto Lin Hao, as if sharing a moment of mutual understanding. If my elder brother were still around, he would surely have you join our brotherhood. By the way, young lad, what is your name? The bird inquired, finding Lin Hao's speech agreeable and his presence somewhat pleasant. It felt that accompanying him for a while with its long life would not be a significant burden. My name is Lin Hao, he replied with a smile. Lin Hao, your name is somewhat lacking compared to my esteemed title of Zhu Lu, yet it does sound quite pleasant, the bird said with an air of superiority. From now on, you must not call me Little Red Bird. I despise diminutive titles. If you address me as Sixth Master or Great Red Celestial, my mood will greatly improve. When I am in a good mood, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in your cultivation, ensuring you ascend to immortality and dominate the celestial realm. Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. The bird was excessively narcissistic. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if you dislike diminutive titles, then I shall call you Great Red. He simply wished to silence the bird, and he was not inclined to excessively flatter it in hopes of receiving assistance in his cultivation. The path of cultivation required a step-by-step approach, primarily relying on oneself. Great Red it is. However, without the title of Celestial, it feels somewhat incomplete, the bird lamented. Great Red, what is your true origin? Lin Hao could not resist asking. My origins are vast. Have you ever heard of the ancient divine beasts? I am among the most exalted of them, the unparalleled ancient vermilion bird. With a mere flap of my wings, I could effortlessly shatter countless great stars. In all realms, both within and beyond, only my elder brother's status surpasses mine slightly. The heavenly Dao bows before me, and true immortals must kneel in my presence. When I stomp my feet, the heavens themselves tremble. I possess knowledge of all things in this world, the bird declared, arms akimbo, enveloped in flames, exuding an air of disdain for the world. Lin Hao observed as the bird's boasting escalated, eventually claiming that all living beings owe their existence to its presence, and could not help but wear a bemused expression. Internally, he thought, how could a vermilion bird possess such a demeanor? This is entirely inconsistent with the myths surrounding divine beasts. Do you not believe me? The bird, perceiving Lin Hao's skeptical expression, felt its dignity had been insulted and retorted angrily. If you claim to know everything, then tell me how to mend the fissures in the five-pointed Dao foundation that were cleaved by the blade of law, Lin Hao calmly inquired. His Dao foundation had absorbed the power of the thunder calamity fruit, which had restored much of its strength, yet numerous cracks remained. So you are a supreme foundation builder? No wonder that previous thunder calamity was so formidable. The bird's expression shifted as it recalled prior unpleasantness, its feathers bristling with rage. If it weren't for me shielding you from the lightning, even if I had expended my essence to open the portal, I would not be this weak now. You are the reason I lost my feathers. Lin Hao felt a deep gratitude towards the bird for aiding him in overcoming the calamity. Knowing it relished flattery, he contemplated and said, Great Red, I believe your words. You are indeed unparalleled and majestic. Even the lightning striking you feels like a mere tickle, truly worthy of the vermilion bird bloodline, the foremost among divine beasts. Humph, since you say that, I shall overlook the matter of assisting you through the calamity, the bird declared, soon becoming buoyed by the compliments, a smile breaking across its beak, its anger dissipating considerably. It looked at Lin Hao, winking as if suggesting, You clever lad, say more. Omnipotent Great Red, can you now tell me how to restore my damaged Dao foundation? Lin Hao, having discerned the bird's temperament, offered another compliment before asking, This is a Dao injury. To heal it, you will require heavenly materials and earthly treasures, such as the earth origin fruit. The bird responded casually, its mood lifted. Do you know where to find this earth origin fruit? Lin Hao inquired urgently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Of course I know where it is. During my time in the egg, every millennium, I would use secret methods to send a strand of divine consciousness to traverse the world, the bird said, its eyes twinkling. If you can join the Sword Xian sect among the 6 great sects of the Eastern Domain, you will have a chance to obtain this fruit. Chapter 166. The Origins of the Beast Skin Scroll and the Spirit Blood Pill. Upon the mention of the Earth Origin fruit, the large crimson bird noticeably swallowed its saliva. Seemingly quite tempted by the fruit, Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, with his 5 elements spirit root talent, aspiring to join the Sword Xian sect. One of the 6 major sects in the Eastern Domain was exceedingly arduous under normal circumstances. However, the inability to remedy his Dao foundation made him feel that, while he could manage in battles against others, it significantly hampered his cultivation progress. He resolved to reach the central region of the Eastern Domain to seek alternative methods to join the Sword Xian sect and obtain the Earth Origin fruit. Now at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Lin Hao recognized that remaining in the resource-scarce Qinglang city would severely impede his cultivation speed. After pondering for a moment, he soared into the air, scanning his surroundings to ascertain his location by comparing the terrain with his map. The transmission power of the small copper piece had conveyed him to a location several hundred miles from the falling fairy-s red earth. As Lin Hao descended, he was acutely aware that the nascent soul and golden core experts would not relent. They would devise every means to find him and the crimson bird. Remaining here was unsafe, and he needed to depart swiftly. He planned to retreat to the secluded Spirit Iron sect for a while, waiting for the situation to calm before heading to the Eastern Domain's central region. Big Red, let us leave this place. Lin Hao called to the crimson bird before soaring away, transforming into a streak of light. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he could fly without relying on flying artifacts, and his speed had increased considerably. Whoosh! The crimson bird, though in a weakened state, was not at all slower than Lin Hao as it flapped its wings, following closely behind him. Big Red, do you know the identity of that celestial bone woman? Lin Hao could not help but inquire as they soared through the sky. I do not know her identity either, the crimson bird replied after a moment of silence, a hint of apprehension in its tone. She fell from the sky, shrouded in mystery, and suddenly appeared beside me. However, judging by the celestial laws she emanated, her strength is terrifying. Even I and my elder brother would feel inferior in her presence. Lin Hao was taken aback, the brash crimson bird, which often boasted of its supremacy, admitting to feeling inferior was a clear indication of the woman's formidable power. Who is this elder brother you speak of? Lin Hao asked, intrigued. My elder brother is... Why can't I recall who my elder brother is? The crimson bird suddenly wore a puzzled expression, remaining silent for a considerable time before exclaiming in exasperation, damn it, this rebirth was not perfect. Although I have been reborn, my bloodline's essence has suffered considerable loss. Currently, my bloodline essence is less than 10% of what it once was, causing me to lose many memories. All I remember is that my elder brother possessed exceptional cultivation talent and was poised to reach the pinnacle of the celestial path. He was initially progressing well in his cultivation, but for some unknown reason, he became obsessed with embodying the Dao through his body, seeking to forge an indestructible form. Subsequently, an accident occurred, and he vanished, leaving only his skin behind. The crimson bird sighed, accepting its amnesia, and continued, before the celestial bone left. She told me that my brother's skin is with you, so you must be cautious. That skin inherits my brother's obsession. Whoever takes ownership of it will be aided in body refinement according to the incomplete body refinement technique he created, which is peerless and can easily lead to death. Wait, the beast skin scroll in my dantian is your brother's skin. Lin Hao exclaimed, his heart racing. 6 months ago, during the trial of the Jiang ancestors' inheritance in the Thousand Spirit Valley, the beast skin scroll absorbed the golden characters from the Spirit Opening Sutra and had remained dormant since. Yet, it seemed to possess an instinct, constantly consuming his vitality to temper his physique. Lin Hao had initially thought that sufficient spirit beast meat would resolve the issues with the beast skin scroll, but he did not anticipate that the golden body indestructible technique inscribed upon it was a dangerously incomplete method that could easily lead to death. This technique is far too perilous. With this thought, Lin Hao was resolute in not allowing the beast skin scroll to remain with him any longer. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, he believed he could force the peculiar beast skin scroll out of his body. With a single thought, he summoned his foundation establishment's spiritual power, directing it toward the beast skin scroll in his dantian, intent on expelling it. Buzz! Under the pressure of his robust spiritual power, the scroll flickered with light, awakening from its slumber, suddenly revealing a line of golden characters. Useless. Once you begin cultivating the golden body indestructible technique, you cannot cease. Lin Hao's expression darkened as he read the golden characters. He exerted all his strength to operate his spiritual power and successfully expelled the beast skin scroll from his body. My brother's skin. The crimson bird's feathers stood on end as it beheld the beast skin scroll, shivering in apparent fear. Swish. The beast skin scroll trembled lightly, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot toward the crimson bird. Don't come here. I have just been reborn, and am still weak. I cannot withstand your torment. The crimson bird cried out in terror, seemingly aware of the scroll's intent. It flapped its wings frantically to escape, but the beast skin scroll was swifter, merging into its body amidst the bird's expression of despair. Ah! Ow! Painful cries echoed from the crimson bird. Lin Hao looked at it with sympathy before hastily assessing his own condition. Before long, his expression soured, with the departure of the crimson bird. The mysterious golden body indestructible technique continued to operate within him. What a wicked phenomenon. Lin Hao felt his scalp tingle. Over the past 6 months, he had clearly noticed that once his physical realm reached the peak of skin refinement, the consumption rate of his vitality had doubled. If not for the massive amounts of blood essence he had harvested from powerful beasts during his time in Thousand Spirit Valley, stored within the Eternal Life Tower for emergencies, he would have been unable to satisfy the demands of the golden body indestructible technique. My essence blood. The crimson bird's wails persisted for over a minute, and within its resentful gaze, the beast skin scroll exited its body, headed straight for Lin Hao. Damn it, it's coming again. Lin Hao's expression changed as he swiftly activated the 5 elements longevity technique, channeling his internal spiritual power. With his right hand forming a seal, a gust of wind erupted as he attempted to blow the beast skin scroll away with the wind control technique. However, the scroll, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, showed no fear of the Foundation establishment realm, effortlessly traversing through his gusts and merging into Lin Hao's body. What is happening? Lin Hao broke into a cold sweat. Previously, in the Xianyu sect, the beast skin scroll had been powerless against Foundation establishment experts, yet now it had grown stronger. And even his supreme Foundation establishment could not contend with it. Lin Hao, filled with reluctance, employed various means to expel the scroll. Alas, my brother's skin has consumed my essence blood. Even a golden core realm cultivator cannot deal with it now. So don't waste your efforts, the crimson bird lamented. Its feathers now entirely gone, leaving it looking pitiful. Beast skin scroll, please do not cling to me. Lin Hao looked at the scroll stubbornly lodged in his dantian, feeling utterly despondent. Buzz. Suddenly, the beast skin scroll flashed with golden light, revealing a segment of text. Spirit blood pill, requires purple sunflower, heavenly essence grass. After consumption, it can complete skin refinement and elevate the body to the realm of flesh refinement. Chapter 167. The transformation of divine powers. As Lin Hao's consciousness settled upon the golden characters inscribed on the animal skin scroll within his dantian, his expression became slightly solemn. He felt an uncanny sense that this scroll possessed a consciousness of its own, seemingly harboring the essence of an ancient being. The spirit blood pill, a rare alchemical concoction required for its creation, was a valuable spiritual herb within the Foundation establishment realm, and its price was not trivial. Unable to decipher the scroll, Lin Hao suppressed his swirling thoughts and began to note down the formula for the pill. He recognized the spiritual herbs listed, having seen them in alchemical texts. Yet they had proven elusive during his time at the Xianyu sect of the Zhao Kingdom. The golden body indestructible technique inscribed on the scroll, once cultivated, could not be halted. Therefore, he resolved to gather these herbs once he reached the resource-rich central region of the eastern domain. After scrutinizing the scroll for a while longer and noting it had fallen silent within his dantian, Lin Hao redirected his gaze and posed a concerned question. Dahong, has anyone successfully cultivated the body refinement technique recorded on the skin left by your elder brother? This technique was created by my elder brother, and even he could not master it, making it exceedingly difficult for others, Dahong replied. After a brief silence, Dahong continued, after my brother's disappearance, this skin has recognized many masters, all of whom have met with failure. They were tragically refined to death by this incomplete technique, with the fortunate ones living for a few hundred years, while the unfortunate ones perished within mere years. Such a ruthless technique. Lin Hao felt a chill run through him. His pursuit was for longevity. Under normal circumstances, those in the Foundation establishment realm possessed a lifespan of 200 years. With his practice of the 5 elements longevity technique, he could extend his life to approximately 300 years. The thought of dying inexplicably due to the golden body indestructible technique inscribed on the animal skin was simply unacceptable. Lin Hao, I see potential in you. You should be able to outlive the other masters of this skin, De Hong consoled, noticing Lin Hao's pallor. Do not be disheartened. Although cultivating this technique may easily lead to one's demise, it does confer an extraordinary physical body with formidable combat capabilities. I possess the 5 elements spiritual root and ample spiritual energy, making me already quite powerful within the same realm. However, with such a formidable body, the risk of an untimely death looms larger than without it. Lin Hao muttered to himself, feeling somewhat dejected. If he could start anew, he would never have stepped into the Xianyue sect's transmission pavilion to seek body refinement techniques, thereby avoiding this troublesome animal skin. The man and bird traversed the skies for over a day. Eventually, Lin Hao's figure appeared near the Spirit Iron sect. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. De Hong, although your form has shrunk significantly, it could still pose a problem if someone recognizes you. Is there a way to change the color of your feathers? That is simple, De Hong replied with a smile. With a flutter of its wings, intricate spiritual patterns emerged, and it transformed directly from a bird into a bald, gray-haired dog. You possess the art of transformation, Lin Hao exclaimed, astonished by De Hong's abilities. What is this? I am an ancient divine beast, unparalleled across the realm, and I possess many skills, De Hong boasted, its head held high in pride. Could you impart this transformation technique to me? Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with desire. With such skills, navigating the perilous world of cultivation would become significantly safer, allowing him to evade the pursuers of formidable foes. Impart to you? This transformation technique is a divine power. Even I, with my exceptional gifts, could only master it thanks to a drop of my elder brother's essence blood. De Hong retorted disdainfully. What manner of being was your elder brother? Essence blood that enables others to cultivate transformation techniques. Lin Hao's irritation toward the enigmatic animal skin scroll was palpable, yet he found himself filled with curiosity about De Hong's elder brother. What was my elder brother again? A bird? No, that's wrong. He had no wings. A tiger? A lion? No, none of those. De Hong shook its head in distress, recalling the memories it had lost during its imperfect rebirth through the power of the celestial bones. After much self-muttering, it finally exclaimed, I remember. My elder brother was undoubtedly a robust and fierce monkey. A monkey? Lin Hao paused, recalling the terrifying ape wielding a black iron staff deep within the Thousand Spirits Valley at the time of the Zhao Kingdom's destruction. Yes, the monkey. It excelled in transformation techniques, and this transformation of mine into a dog was learned from him. De Hong, with an air of pride, reflected on the passage of time. In the vast sea of humanity, through the ages, my sworn brothers have all perished, leaving only me standing in this world. Eternal and unyielding. It is truly a solitude akin to snow. Cough, cough. De Hong, let's not dwell on whether I can learn it or not. Lin Hao interrupted, weary of De Hong's self-aggrandizing. Could you first share the cultivation method for the transformation divine power? As my protector, you must teach me something. Well, that is acceptable. I shall impart the incantation for the transformation divine power to you. After some thought, De Hong decided that since Lin Hao lacked the essence blood of its elder brother, learning it would be impossible regardless. It then emitted a divine light that flew towards Lin Hao's brow. The external is yang, the internal is yin. The combination of yin and yang can transform all things. A profound and esoteric incantation unfolded in Lin Hao's mind, imbued with the principles of heaven and earth. Despite his considerable comprehension, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Woof. Lin Hao, the incantation for the transformation divine power has been transmitted to you. Now practice it yourself. De Hong, transformed into a bald, gray-haired dog, wagged its tail. All right, Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. After rereading the incantation in his mind, he realized that understanding it in a short time was impossible and thus set it aside for gradual comprehension later. De Hong, how many forms can you transform into? He pondered before asking. 3. I can become a dog, a tiger, and a kuanpeng, De Hong answered proudly. Only 3? Lin Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated far more versatility. I can transform into 3 beings. That is already a testament to my exceptional talent. Hong felt slighted and retorted indignantly. These transformations are not mere illusions. They are genuine changes of form. When I am a dog, even true immortals cannot recognize me as a bird. Truly impressive. Lin Hao felt a surge of interest in this transformation technique. As the man and dog continued their conversation, they entered the spirit Iron Mountain. After roughly a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao found himself within a cave dwelling. What shall we do? The Zhuoyu Valley has threatened that if Lin Hao does not arrive at the Zhuo family within the stipulated time, they will kill us. The fearful voice of Dong Liquan from the Lingten sect echoed in the cave. Chapter 168. The Ruthless Demon Cultivator. Something has happened? Lin Hao furrowed his brows, and with a swift movement, he silently appeared before the sect leader of the Lingten sect. Senior. Lin Hao's sudden appearance caused the sect leader to shudder, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had just referred to Lin Hao by name, a sign of disrespect that left him fearing retribution. What exactly is going on? Who is Zhuoyugu? Lin Hao's gaze was icy as he addressed Dong Liquan. Zhuoyugu is a mysterious cultivator from the Zhuo family, Dong Liquan stammered, his voice trembling with awe. He said, Senior, you killed the sect leader of the Ling Tai sect, ruining his alchemical endeavors. After your departure, he came here, beat us, and abducted Miss Yun Yun, threatening that if you do not arrive at the Zhuo family within a month, he would kill Miss Yun Yun and us. Dong Liquan inhaled deeply, his voice quaking with fear. The figure of Lin Hao, clad in a black robe and wearing a conical hat, seemed even more unfathomable upon his return. The Yao family? Lin Hao's expression darkened as he recalled the notorious reputation of the Zhuo family, a malevolent clan known for their brutal methods and the presence of foundational cultivators within their ranks. If the Zhuo family desires my presence, then I shall oblige. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit to the Zhuo family. With his current strength, he harbored no fear of any foundational cultivator. With a graceful leap, he transformed into a streak of light, exiting the cave dwelling, followed closely by Da Hong, who had morphed into a bald, gray-haired dog. Instead of heading directly to the Zhuo family, he decided to visit the mortal village where he had resided for several months, wishing to see old Qin before departing. Atop a mountain, Lin Hao gazed into the distance, his fists unconsciously clenching. The village where old Qin lived had become a desolate wasteland, strewn with numerous skeletons. The Zhuo family, angered by Lin Hao's slaying of the Ling Tai sect leader, had unjustly wreaked havoc upon the innocent mortals. Memories flooded Lin Hao's mind, his disguise as a mortal child, old Qin treating him as kin, and the villagers' genuine warmth as they shared their homegrown fruits. A surge of fury coursed through him. The Zhuo family must pay. Mortal lives are as fragile as grass. The slightest consequence of a cultivator's actions can lead to catastrophic devastation for the innocent. It is I who have brought this upon you. Lin Hao's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he appeared in the village, his right hand forming a seal as he summoned his abundant spiritual energy to create a deep pit in the ground. He then buried the villagers' remains, standing at the village entrance for a long while before dashing off in a determined direction. Lin Hao, where are we headed? Da Hong inquired, sensing his companion's grim demeanor. To kill, Lin Hao replied, his voice cold and resolute. To kill. It has been many years since I last engaged in such acts. Consider this my contribution, Da Hong exclaimed eagerly, relishing the chaos. The two streaks of light soared through the sky, and after a brief moment, they arrived at a mysterious valley following an address left by the self-proclaimed Zhuoyugu. Lin Hao, there is a formation here. Stepping in carelessly will alert them. Da Hong cautioned. Can you break the formation? Lin Hao queried, as he was not well versed in formations and feared he might have to force his way through. Even the formations of the great Luo heaven couldn't hinder me. This minor formation can be dismantled with ease, Da Hong boasted. Just follow my lead. Very well. Lin Hao nodded, and together, the man and bird stealthily infiltrated the valley without arousing any suspicion. After traversing several hundred zhang within the valley, they arrived at a mansion deep within. As Lin Hao and Da Hong scaled the walls, their expressions turned grave upon sensing an extremely cold aura emanating from the estate. This place reeks of extreme darkness. Blood rituals have been performed here. Countless innocents have perished. Da Hong conveyed telepathically. This family is extraordinarily malevolent. They have likely slaughtered over 10,000 innocent mortals. I despise the indiscriminate killing of innocents by demon cultivators. What are they planning? Lin Hao's face was solemn as they stealthily advanced through the eerie mansion. With each step, They encountered pools inscribed with runes, filled with crimson blood. Help! Ah, they're killing us. The blood pools manifested faces of the deceased, twisted in agony, their vengeful cries echoing through the air. Lin Hao did not act immediately. He swiftly searched the mansion for Qin Yunyun, intending to rescue her before confronting the Zhuo family. After a brief period, he halted before an opulent room. With a slight focus of his consciousness, the scene within unfolded in his mind. You wretched girl, your brother dared to thwart my plans. When he arrives, I shall tear him limb from limb and use his blood for a ritual. A youth, pallid and sickly, wielded a whip as he lashed out at the sobbing young girl. Just kill me, spare my brother. The girl, terrified, pleaded desperately. Humph, your brother will die. And so will you. Once you enter here, you shall not leave alive. The youth's face twisted with malice as he raised his whip to strike the battered Qin Yunyun. Seeking death, Lin Hao's eyes glinted with cold light as spiritual energy surged within him. In an instant, he appeared in the room, sweeping his hand through the air, causing the whip to disintegrate into powder. He then lunged toward the youth, grasping his throat. Who are you? This is the Zhuo family. Release me at once. The youth struggled, yet his body remained immobilized, his gaze fierce. The one who will kill you, Lin Hao replied flatly. Kill me? Do you dare? I possess a secret technique laid down by my ancestors. Upon my death, the powerful members of the Zhuo family will be alerted. You cannot escape. The youth sneered disdainfully. Such arrogance. It is merely a rudimentary life detection technique. With me here, you could die 1,000 times, and none would be the wiser. Dahong, transformed into a bald, gray-haired dog, interjected. Who is this ugly bald dog, speaking so boldly? The youth mocked. Ah, how dare you? I loathe being called ugly. Lin Hao, let me deal with this scoundrel. I shall not rest until he has met his end. Dahong seethed, fur bristling with fury. With a leap, it struck the youth across the face, and with a puff, he fell lifelessly to the ground. As the youth perished, a green light erupted from his body. Attempting to flee the room. Trying to send a warning, are we? Did you seek my permission? Dahong opened its mouth wide and devoured the green light in one swift motion. Thus, a key member of the Zhuo family quietly perished. Chapter 169. New Grudges and Old Hatreds. Dahong, how could you have killed him? I intended to interrogate him and extract some information from his lips. Lin Hao cast the lifeless body of Zhuo Yugu onto the ground and turned to approach the bound young girl, Qin Yunyun, with a gentle flick of his finger. The ropes that restrained her loosened. Brother Lin Hao, Qin Yunyun, who had endured much fear and suffering in recent days, felt tears welling up in her eyes upon seeing Lin Hao. As soon as she was freed, she couldn't help but throw herself into his embrace. It's all right now. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled her hair and retrieved a healing pill from his storage bag, administering it to her. To shield her from the gruesome scene that was about to unfold, he gently touched her, inducing a state of unconsciousness. This person was too weak. I haven't acted for so long that I miscalculated and accidentally killed him. Dahong Bird remarked nonchalantly. Lin Hao, wait here. I shall swiftly capture another for interrogation. In a flash, it transformed into a subtle red light and darted away. Lin Hao watched Dahong's vanishing figure, convinced that its decision to eliminate the man stemmed from a personal insult regarding its appearance. After a brief interval, Dahong returned, having captured another individual. Who are you to dare rampage in my Zhuo family? The newcomer seethed with anger. Answer my questions honestly if you wish to avoid suffering. Lin Hao unleashed his foundational cultivation, a powerful aura that rendered the Zhuo family cultivator pale with fear. You're a foundational cultivator? The Zhuo family member trembled, bewildered. Given the numerous formations set by the Zhuo family's ancestors, it was believed that no foundational cultivator could infiltrate their residence unnoticed. How many foundational cultivators does your Zhuo family possess? What is the highest realm of your strongest member? And what purpose do you serve by constructing these numerous blood pools? Lin Hao's cold gaze bore into the Zhuo family cultivator. He held no sympathy for a family that slaughtered innocents and pressed for answers through sheer force. Humph. You shall not extract any information from me. The young man from the Zhuo family, despite his terror, stubbornly refused to divulge any secrets. Even if you kill me, it will be futile, for I am destined to die here. Everyone who enters this place must perish. With those final words, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as he shattered a concealed poison pellet within his body, swiftly succumbing to death. Devil cultivators are merciless to others and equally ruthless to themselves. Lin Hao grimaced, his understanding of the malevolence of devil cultivators deepening. Since arriving at the Zhuo family residence, He had sensed an overwhelming aura of evil, oppression, and dread that left him unsettled and filled with aversion to everything around him. This is a servant of the dark faith. I understand now. They are performing an ancient blood sacrifice to summon the true demon saint. Suddenly, De Hong's expression shifted dramatically as it fixed its gaze on the corpse of the Zhua family youth, swiftly conjuring a fiery rune and pressing it onto the young man's forehead. Instantly, the corpse contorted, transforming into a pool of black blood from which a ghastly humanoid specter emerged, its face twisted in rage. My master will not spare you. He shall refine your souls. The specter cackled ominously, its eyes filled with malice as it glared at Lin Hao and De Hong, akin to a vengeful spirit. Just as the eerie blood began to writhe, as if alive, Lin Hao knew he could not allow the specter to escape. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand, unleashing a wall of light formed from his abundant spiritual power to block the fleeing shadow. With a resounding crash, the black light was halted, collapsing back into a pool of black blood. The specter within wore an expression of despair. Having transformed into a demonic soul after death, it had expected to escape, only to be thwarted effortlessly by Lin Hao. Who is your master? Lin Hao inquired, summoning flames to his fingertips and flicking them towards the black blood. The specter let out a chilling scream. Your control of fire is commendable. You are merely a step behind me, De Hong observed, astonished by Lin Hao's skill. Being a descendant of the vermilion bird, it recognized the depth of mastery Lin Hao had over the flames. With my master's noble status, you wretched being do not deserve to know. The specter sneered, its tone dripping with disdain. Still defiant, Lin Hao's expression hardened, intensifying the flames. He nearly obliterated the specter's form, yet it remained obstinately silent. Interrogation is futile. This individual is a devil's servant, marked by an unbreakable seal of loyalty within his soul. De Hong interjected, shaking its head. The blood refinement array here requires a sufficient number of participants. Losing even one is critical. This highly devoted servant is essential for the blood sacrifice. If he does not appear soon, the other devil cultivators in this residence will likely discover our intrusion. Let us cease our inquiries and directly annihilate these devil cultivators, forcing the true demon saint to reveal himself. Very well. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he amplified the power of his flame spell. In an instant, the specter was reduced to ashes. Memories of the kind-hearted elder Qin and the innocent villagers who had perished at the hands of the Zhua family ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Who dares to kill my servant? A young man, seated cross-legged above a massive blood pool within the residence, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of sinister, blood-red orbs. The devotion of the servant was critical to the success of his blood sacrifice, one he had painstakingly cultivated. Losing him would have considerable repercussions. With a flick of his wrist, the blood pools within the Zhua family residence began to churn, revealing grotesque faces that surfaced amidst the crimson liquid, filling the entire estate with a palpable aura of resentment. So, you are here to seek death. The young man's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly commanded, capture that foundational cultivator ant and the bald dog for the blood sacrifice. Yes, holy son. A middle-aged man bowed respectfully. His aura was formidable, revealing him to be a foundational cultivator of advanced rank. He soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, arriving at Lin Hao's location in mere moments. It's him? Lin Hao gasped, recognizing the middle-aged man as Shimin Ku, the elder of the Fifth Peak, who had long been missing after betraying the Xianyu sect to ally with the Devil Path. Memories flooded back of his previous encounter, where he had been forced to kill Wei Wuxian and had suffered Shimin Ku's unreasonable wrath. Had it not been for his master, Xiao Yud, fiercely protecting him, he would likely have perished at Shimin Ku's hands. Now, as a foundational cultivator himself, Lin Hao possessed the strength to confront Shimin Ku. The old grievances and new enmities surged within him, and he fixed his gaze on the former elder of the Fifth Peak with a profound intensity, his murderous intent palpable. Chapter 170. You are Lin Hao. Shimin Ku gazed coldly at Lin Hao, who stood before him donning a wide-brimmed hat. A smirk of derision crept upon his lips. A mere nascent foundation cultivator dared to exude murderous intent in front of him, a late-stage foundation master. It was as laughable as a 3-year-old brandishing a wooden stick in defiance of a grown man. You should remain here after intruding, Shimin Ku declared haughtily, conjuring a bow in his hand. Without the need for an arrow, he infused spiritual energy into the bowstring, and with a swift pull, A sharp black arrow materialized from thin air. Whoosh! The instant the black arrow pierced the void, grotesque faces manifested around it, enveloped by a nauseating aura of bloodlust. This was a demonic bow forged over the years with the essence of countless beings, imbued with overwhelming resentment capable of easily slaying cultivators below the late foundation stage. Even those at the pinnacle of foundation would have to tread carefully in its presence. After releasing the arrow, Shimin-Ku stood with his hands clasped behind him, confident that a mere nascent foundation cultivator could be obliterated by this bow. As for the seemingly weaker balding dog nearby, he dismissed it entirely. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. This bow was no ordinary artifact, instilling in him a profound sense of danger. With a mental shift, the five-pointed Supreme Dao Foundation within his dantian radiated blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire sea of his dantian. He then tapped his storage bag, and in an instant, over 100 first-grade exquisite flying swords appeared. With a commanding gesture, he directed the swarm of flying swords to soar forth, forming a tempest of sword energy that ravaged the ground, leaving deep gashes in its wake. The thunderous sounds echoed as the sword energy storm collided with the black arrow shot from the demonic bow. Within mere moments, the black luminance shattered, dispersed by the multitude of flying swords. Drawing upon all his spiritual energy to command the swords, Lin Hao faced the once mighty elder Shimin-Ku with calm determination. Executing the sword control technique yet again, the flying swords hesitated momentarily before surging forward with lethal intent, racing towards Shimin-Ku with blinding speed. How could a nascent foundation cultivator possess such might? Shimin-Ku's demeanor shifted from indifference to shock as he sensed an overwhelming threat to his life. Hastily, he waved his long sleeves, summoning a small umbrella that burst forth with orange light, expanding to several dozen feet in length. Clang, clang, clang. The flying swords clashed against the orange umbrella, producing a metallic resonance as the umbrella trembled violently, forged from an unknown yet remarkably resilient material. Although the orange umbrella withstood the onslaught, it was ultimately propelled away by Lin Hao's formidable spiritual force, and Shimin-Ku, unable to withstand the impact, coughed up blood. Truly, the five-pointed Dao Foundation is astonishingly powerful. Even I am somewhat taken aback. The Crimson Bird, witnessing Lin Hao's extraordinary combat prowess, was visibly impressed. Even the offspring of the most elite bloodlines would struggle to match such strength at the nascent foundation stage. This fellow is formidable. He is no ordinary nascent foundation cultivator. I beseech Elder Zhuo for assistance. Shimin-Ku's heart was filled with dread, shaken by Lin Hao's overwhelming strength, and he called out into the void. Very well. A hoarse, aged voice emerged as a frail, wrinkled old man hobbled into view. With only a few steps, he arrived at the battlefield. A peak foundation master? Lin Hao's expression turned grave. A peak foundation cultivator had already condensed 9 Dao foundations, known as the pinnacle of foundation. Although Lin Hao possessed the five-pointed Supreme Dao Foundation, he had only one foundation at present, thus significantly weaker in comparison. The appearance of the elder weighed heavily upon him. Do you think you have assistance? Do you not see that I am here? The Crimson Bird, reborn through the power of celestial bones, and having endured tribulations, though weakened, sensed Lin Hao's enmity with Shimin-Ku and spoke to him. Leave the old man to me. Focus on battling the one with the umbrella. Very well. I shall rely on you. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, his right hand forming a seal for the sword control technique, while his left hand produced a small flag from his storage bag. Gently shaking it, an abundance of golden light erupted, coalescing into streams of golden sword energy that merged with the flying swords. The overwhelming waves of spiritual energy caused the very air to tremble, creating sonic booms that left the onlookers from the Zhuo family in terror. Is this the power of a nascent foundation cultivator? It is horrifying. Why do I feel he is at the pinnacle of foundation? A pale-faced member of the Zhuo family expressed his concerns regarding Shimin-Ku and the elder's ability to contend with Lin Hao. You insolent wretch. The hunchbacked elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Knowing that Shimin-Ku was a favored disciple of the true demon Holy Sun, he was unwilling to see Shimin harmed. With a frail hand, he struck the air. In an instant, countless grayish-white threads materialized in the sky, aiming to envelop Lin Hao's flying swords and golden sword energy. These threads were crafted from 10-year-old blood silkworm silk, exceedingly resilient, intended to capture Lin Hao's flying swords and suppress him. Your opponent is me. The Crimson Bird proudly lifted its bald head, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of fiery runes that surged toward the gray threads. Boom! Within the inferno, the gray threads were scorched to a fiery red, melting away, unable to impede Lin Hao's flying swords and the golden sword energy, which charged toward Shimin Ku. You! That small flag. It belongs to Wei Lai. You have killed Wei Lai. Shimin Ku, channeling all his spiritual energy into the orange umbrella, struggled against the onslaught of flying swords and golden sword energy while recognizing the small flag in Lin Hao's grasp. His pupils constricted as he recalled that Wei Lai, a favored disciple, had been dispatched to eliminate Lin Hao, only to meet his demise at Lin Hao's hands. His thoughts raced back to a year and more ago when Shimin Ku had conspired with the Blood Cloud sect of the demonic path for a grand scheme, with promises of rewards from the true demon Holy Sun upon its success. Lin Hao's warning had ultimately led to their failure, and not only had Shimin Ku failed to receive a precious pill to break through to the Golden Core stage, but he had also faced severe punishment. Shimin Ku's resentment toward Lin Hao festered, and after leaving the Xianyu sect, he had meticulously gathered information on Lin Hao, knowing him to be skilled in sword forging. He had even secretly acquired a black gold flying sword, familiarizing himself with its properties. However, due to Lin Hao's ascension to the foundation stage and his youthful appearance, he had failed to recognize him until now, when the artifact that belonged to Wei Lai revealed Lin Hao's identity. Old dog Shimin, 7 years ago. You sought to kill me without discernment. Today, let us settle the scores of the past. Lin Hao's gaze flickered with intensity. He had not anticipated that Shimin Ku could recognize him through the artifact. Memories of the ridicule and oppression he had faced from the fifth peak flooded his mind, and he could only manage a cold, mocking smile. Chapter 171. The First Finger of Annihilation, Absolute Spirit repeatedly thwarting my endeavors. I should have spared no effort to eliminate you, little beast, back then. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Shimenki's eyes. He had never anticipated that Lin Hao, once as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, could ascend to such heights. To claim he could kill me while failing to even defeat my master is sheer arrogance. Lin Hao scoffed, asserting, there is no need for my master today. I alone can vanquish you. With a deft hand, he executed the sword control technique, summoning hundreds of flying swords that whistled through the void, striking against Shimenki's orange umbrella-like magical artifact. The ferocious assault, fueled by immense spiritual power, shocked and enraged Shimenki, who found it incomprehensible that someone he once deemed a worthless insect could possess the strength to shake and potentially defeat him. In my eyes, you were merely a bug I could easily crush, and that perception remains unchanged. Shimenki, battered and bloodied, glared at Lin Hao with fiery animosity. In desperation, he swallowed a crimson pill. With a resounding boom, his aura surged dramatically, catapulting him from the late Foundation establishment stage to its pinnacle in mere moments. Dark, misty clouds billowed from him, forming grotesque faces that wailed in agony. True demon movement. Shimenki bellowed, drawing back the blood-infused magical bow, its string taut as a full moon. In an instant, an arrow of overwhelming spiritual energy coalesced. Shimenki's face twisted with malice as he released the bowstring, declaring, die. The black arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Lin Hao with an aura so terrifying that even a peak Foundation establishment practitioner would hesitate to confront it. Mountain-crushing fist. Lin Hao maintained his composure, stepping forward with muscles rippling like a dragon, forming a perfect arc. The radiant light of the five-pointed Supreme Dao base surged within him, akin to a torrential river, as he unleashed a fusion of spell and martial prowess, his fist embodying the might to collapse mountains and obliterate earth. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Hao's fist, charged with maximum power, erupted with a blinding brilliance, striking forth like an ancient war chariot. The very void seemed on the verge of collapse, reverberating with sound as the dozens of towering black flames from the demonic arrow disintegrated upon contact with his fist. The fearsome fist obliterated the arrow, continuing its relentless advance. You! Shimenki's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, the orange umbrella artifact he commanded, along with himself, was sent flying. Screams echoed as Shimenki violently spat blood, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Lin Hao's expression remained cold as he surged forward, forming a spell with his hands, and gently struck the void, conjuring a torrent of flames that rushed towards the pit, intent on annihilating Shimenki and settling their vendetta. Enough! You dare harm one of my disciples? A pale-faced youth with eyes glowing with a sinister red light silently interposed himself before Shimenki, regarding Lin Hao with indifference. Lord Saint's son, this little wretch has disrupted our plans from 2 years ago. Shimenki seethed with malice, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. I beseech you to eliminate him and extract his soul to forge a soul slave. Once a revered elder of the Fifth Peak, Shimenki now felt a profound humiliation at being defeated by one he considered an ant, his hatred for Lin Hao reaching its zenith. Silence, you worthless fool. The otherworldly youth rebuked sharply before turning his attention to Lin Hao. The legacy of ancestor Jiang and the enlightenment scripture reside within you. I had planned to seek you out, yet you've delivered yourself to me. Present your respect and offerings to the Saint's son. It is a blessing for you that I covet your possessions. His voice dripped with arrogance, as if Lin Hao were beneath his notice. A formidable aura, surpassing even the peak of Foundation establishment, emanated from the youth, pressing forward in an attempt to force Lin Hao into submission through sheer force of presence. While he was somewhat inferior to a true golden core, he was nonetheless a false core practitioner. Lin Hao's expression shifted. The term false core practitioner, or half-step golden core, indicated a substantial difference from the Foundation establishment realm. At that moment, the Great Red Bird, embroiled in battle with the Peak Foundation establishment patriarch of the Zhua clan. Since the gravity of the situation, Lin Hao, the blood sacrifice formation here grants them an advantage. Perhaps we should retreat until our true strength is restored, then seek an opportunity to eliminate them. Let us go? Lin Hao was no fool. He recognized that facing a half-step golden core at his current Foundation establishment early stage would be exceedingly difficult. With a reluctant glance at the still unconscious Shimenki, he grasped the unconscious Qin Yunyun and decisively fled. The Great Red Bird repelled the Zhua clan's Peak Foundation establishment patriarch with a flap of its wing, following Lin Hao in retreat. You dare disrupt this Saint Son's blood ritual and think to escape without my consent? The otherworldly youth sneered, waving his hand as a wave of resentment erupted within the valley. Thick black mist ascended from the blood pools of the Zhua clan, forming a dark barrier that obstructed Lin Hao and the Great Red Bird's retreat. Lin Hao, your demise is inevitable. The gravely injured Shimenki revealed a cruel smile upon seeing their path blocked. Before them, the otherworldly youth, shrouded in black mist, appeared silently. It seems you two ants refuse to submit. Let us see the methods of this Saint's son. He smirked disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals. The air quivered violently as a massive ghostly visage materialized from the black mist, a crimson tongue extending toward Lin Hao and the Great Red Bird. The oppressive aura of the half-step golden core made it difficult for them to breathe. Defeating a half-step golden core would likely require Lin Hao to gather 3 more Dao bases and advance into the mid-Foundation establishment realm. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, maintaining a semblance of calm. His eyes gleamed with determination. Having reached the early Foundation establishment stage, he could now barely wield the first finger of the annihilation of immortals from ancestor Zhang's legacy. It was the perfect moment to test his prowess against this demonic youth. The first finger of annihilation, absolute spirit. Radiating intense battle intent, Lin Hao's spiritual power flowed through his meridians in a unique manner, ultimately converging at the tip of his right index finger. An ancient, malevolent rune coalesced at his fingertip, as if time itself had stilled. The spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred feet vanished, leaving only a radiant finger pointing forward. The enormous, grotesque face within the black mist let out a wail of agony, its eyes filled with terror as it trembled, desperately attempting to flee but ensnared by an invisible force. With a mere touch of the malevolent fingertip upon the monstrous visage, it began to disintegrate, torrents of black blood cascading from the sky, accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful spirits. What kind of spell is this? The true demon Saint's son behind the massive black, ghostly face felt a chill run down his spine, a fear he hadn't experienced in many years flooding his heart. Even bolstered by the blood pools around him, the otherworldly youth sensed a profound threat. Chapter 172. The Slaying of Shimen Ku. As the visage of the malevolent spirit shattered, the true demon Holy Son found himself recoiling from a backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He beheld the advancing finger before him, a weight of unprecedented gravity settling in his heart, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. He uttered softly, "Blood fiend, true demon descend." What was occurring? Soon, the countenance of the true demon Holy Son morphed into one of profound dismay, for the spiritual energy within several hundred feet around him seemed to be ensnared, transforming into an artificially crafted space devoid of magic. His spells were impeded, rendering him incapable of immediate action. With terror etched across his face, he staggered back, channeling his internal energy with fervor. Only after expending thrice the usual amount of power could he finally manifest his spell. The air trembled violently, the void itself rent asunder, as the blood from the myriad pools within the estate coalesced into serpentine forms. A creature emerged, adorned with a singular horn and grotesquely bumpy skin, emitting a shrill scream. Its horn radiated a sinister black light, coalescing into a bizarre black lotus, which spun forward with unrelenting force. Yet, despite the might of this black lotus, within the confines of the desolate space conjured by Lin Hao's first finger of annihilation, the spell wielded by the true demon Holy Sun, at the false Dan level, was significantly diminished, only able to manifest a fraction of its original potency. In that fleeting moment, the strength of the true demon Holy Sun was reduced from half a golden Dan to that of a perfected foundation establishment stage. The explosive sound of spiritual energy reverberated through the air as the formidable Black Lotus spell crumbled under the weight of Lin Hao's divine technique. In an instant, the seemingly sentient Black Lotus dissipated into the void, followed by the creature's harrowing shriek as it was torn asunder. The true demon Holy Sun shared a peculiar bond with the creature and thus felt the repercussions acutely. Blood flowed from his mouth, his face pale as he narrowed his eyes at Lin Hao's resplendent finger, now imbued with considerable power, sensing a profound threat to his very existence. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to escape. His right hand swiftly formed a seal, expelling a mouthful of vital blood to execute the blood demon flash, vanishing from sight and reappearing over 100 feet away. However, even in his retreat, a gaping wound marred his shoulder. This was true sorcery. The true demon Holy Sun appeared utterly beleaguered, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao, the confidence he once harbored now replaced with disbelief. He had been grievously injured by a mere foundational practitioner. Had he not resorted to the blood demon flash to evade part of the attack, he might have faced dire consequences. Lin Hao, having forcibly utilized the first finger of annihilation in his initial stage of foundation establishment, found his strength severely drained. His once resplendent five-pointed Dao base dimmed, reflecting his weakened state. Despite his frailty, he maintained an impassive demeanor, concealing his condition from the true demon Holy Sun. With a cold smile, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger once more. The true demon Holy Sun, still reeling from his previous losses, recoiled in terror at the gesture. Yet, Lin Hao's intention was not aimed at him, but rather at the already wounded and venomous Shimin Ku. As hundreds of flying swords shot forth, piercing his body, a wail erupted from Shimin Ku as he looked upon Lin Hao in horror, astonished that Lin Hao would strike while engaged with the true demon Holy Sun. As life ebbed from his body, the hatred in Shimin Ku's eyes morphed into sheer terror. Desperately, he struggled to survive, yet death loomed ever closer. In his despair, he uttered, "Holy Sun, save me." But with numerous wounds pierced through him, even the finest healing elixirs proved futile. His struggles quickly devolved into convulsions, and in mere moments, his life extinguished. Shimin Ku departed this world with unyielding regret. His life, marked by ruthless ambition, saw him betray his peers at the age of 45 in a bid for the Foundation Establishment elixir, ultimately succeeding in his ascent. He even allied with the demonic path to achieve the Golden Dan, betraying his sect, only to find his schemes unraveling in the face of imminent death. His soul departed, radiating a powerful resentment that coalesced into a malevolent spirit. The vengeful soul transformed into a spirit capable of being forged into a demon general. Upon witnessing Shimin Ku's demise, the true demon Holy Sun's eyes flickered momentarily, his previously sullen expression now betraying a hint of delight. With the blood ritual no longer feasible, I shall nurture a demon general from the blood pool. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the blood pools within the Zhuo estate simmered to life, channeling vast amounts of blood energy toward the vengeful spirit birth from Shimin Ku's demise. Kill Lin Hao. You shall perish. I will slay you. The malevolent spirit emitted a ghastly, discordant howl, a terrifying aura erupting from its form, revealing its power to be at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As this spirit manifested, it possessed the strength of a perfected foundation establishment. with the potential to become a true demon avatar. The true demon Holy Sun dashed toward the spirit, raising his hand to capture the spirit that incessantly spewed venomous words. Lin Hao, can you still wield that technique capable of combating half a golden Dan? The scarlet bird inquired gravely, communicating through a mental link. If I push through my injuries, I could unleash one more strike. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, responding mentally. Then let us save that strike for later as a deterrent. We must vacate this place swiftly. The scarlet bird continued. This individual's legacy is not of the ordinary demonic path. It likely hails from the ancient extraterrestrial demons. Given our current strength, it would be arduous to slay him within the blood refinement formation. Should he dare pursue us, you may employ that ultimate technique. And with my assistance, we can ensure his demise. Agreed. Lin Hao nodded. Come to me. The scarlet bird transformed into a scruffy gray dog, taking to the air and swiftly reaching Lin Hao, who was heavily drained, along with the unconscious Qin Yunjin. They became a streak of light, rushing toward the valley's exit. Lin Hao, for thwarting my grand designs, once I unlock the secrets of the celestial demon's hidden cache, I shall seek you out to reclaim the spirit awakening scriptures and the legacy of the Jiang ancestor. The true demon Holy Sun, having captured the malevolent spirit birthed from Shimen Ku, glared at the retreating Lin Hao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He recognized Lin Hao's weakened state after employing that dreadful technique and contemplated pursuing him. However, wary of his own injuries and fearing another strike from Lin Hao, he prudently refrained from the chase. Regrettably, the demonic Holy Sun did not follow beyond the blood refinement formation. The scarlet bird carried Lin Hao and Qin Yunjin for a considerable distance, yet detected no sign of the true demon Holy Sun in pursuit. What a pity! Had we slain this demonic Holy Sun, we could have acquired numerous valuable treasures. I sensed the essence of the extreme spirit flower emanating from him. If I could consume it, I could restore my power to that of half a golden Dan, allowing me to contend even against golden Dan practitioners. Chapter 173. The center of the eastern region. Change upon departing from the Zhua family residence. Lin Hao and his companions did not return to Lingtai Mountain, but instead paused in a desolate area. The 6 major sects of the eastern region initiated a manhunt to locate the immortal bone and the crimson bird, issuing wanted posters featuring Lin Hao adorned with a conical hat and the image of the crimson bird, which circulated widely throughout the cultivation world. The powerhouses were indeed quite generous. One could receive a precious gathering yuan pill merely by providing information, as stated on the wanted poster Lin Hao held. This gathering yuan pill was exceedingly valuable, suitable for foundational cultivators, and Lin Hao yearned to enhance his cultivation swiftly, making this pill indispensable. Furthermore, capturing the crimson bird and presenting it to any of the 6 sects would yield even more astonishing rewards. Not only 10 gathering yuan pills, but also the unconditional qualification to join one of the 6 sects as an inner disciple. Gazing at the bounty, Lin Hao felt a stir of desire within himself. Casting a glance at the crimson bird, contemplating the possibility of trading this creature for the reward. What expression is that, young man? The crimson bird responded with evident dissatisfaction. Surprising. You seem quite valuable. Lin Hao chuckled lightly. You aren't contemplating taking advantage of me, are you? The crimson bird regarded him warily. No. Lin Hao replied, somewhat awkwardly. Those people are hunting us. Heading to the center of the eastern region would be akin to walking into a trap. We should find a place to wait until the commotion subsides before proceeding to the center. That works. The crimson bird nodded in agreement. Lin Hao, along with the crimson bird and Qin Yunjin, searched the barren landscape for several hours until they finally discovered a mountain rich in spiritual energy. Their eyes brightened as they soared toward the peak, where they encountered a 9th-tier chi-refining tiger. Initially, Lin Hao intended to slay the beast with a single strike, but recalling the beast-taming technique stored in his pouch, he decided to spare the tiger's life. The overwhelming pressure of his foundational cultivation caused the tiger to tremble on the ground, unable to move. A mantra surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. He focused and gently clapped his hand in the air, sending a rune into the tiger's forehead, a beast-taming rune, compelling the creature to obey. From now on, you shall be called De Huang, Lin Hao declared, observing the tiger's orange-hued fur. The tiger let out a low growl in acknowledgement. Having subdued the tiger, Lin Hao took out his flying sword from his storage pouch and, employing the sword control technique, skillfully carved out a cave within the mountain rich in spiritual energy. In approximately half an hour, He had excavated a cave several dozen feet deep. Yun, we shall cultivate here from now on, Lin Hao said, smiling at the little girl beside him. All right, brother Lin Hao, she nodded obediently. The two humans and two beasts entered the newly formed cave. Lin Hao found a clean spot and immediately sat cross-legged. At the foundational stage, utilizing the annihilating immortal finger was still overly taxing for him, although he appeared untroubled. The technique had inflicted injuries upon many of his meridians. As soon as he settled down, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of stagnant blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he closed his eyes and began to circulate the 5 elements longevity technique to heal his wounds. Da Huang, I am Lord Zhu Lu. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as your master. The now transformed crimson bird, having grown bored observing Lin Hao cultivate, leaped lightly onto the head of the 9th-tier tiger and flapped its wings, boasting, I shall treat you to delightful feasts. In my days as an egg, I traversed the world with my divine sense and discovered many treasures. Once we reach the eastern region's center, I must acquire some. Wu, the tiger, though unable to speak, possessed a measure of intelligence. Realizing it could not provoke the crimson bird, it merely let out a couple of calls and carried the bird out of the cave. Following me will not lead to your downfall, the crimson bird declared proudly, perched atop the tiger as they traversed the forest. The duo of bird and beast caused the creatures of the mountain to scatter in fright. As time passed, the two beasts frolicked in the mountains while Lin Hao remained in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had elapsed. The after effects of forcibly employing the annihilating immortal finger had dissipated entirely, yet his cultivation progressed slowly, still at the foundational stage, far from solidifying his second foundation. My foundation bears cracks, hindering my cultivation, Lin Hao mused, furrowing his brow. In this resource-scarce area, advancing my cultivation proves exceedingly difficult. It seems that a journey to the center of the eastern region is imperative. However, the bounty remains active, and the Holy Son of the Demon Path knows my identity. Should this information leak, I would be in grave danger. Pondering, he murmured, if only I could master the transformation technique imparted by the Crimson Bird. With the ability to change his form, Lin Hao would not need to fear revealing his identity amidst the throngs of cultivators congregating in the center of the 6 major sections. In the ensuing days, apart from cultivating, he dedicated himself to studying the transformation technique. The external is yang, the internal is yin. The fusion of yin and yang can transform all things. Seated cross-legged atop a stone at the mountain's peak, he bathed in the morning glow, comprehending the art of transformation. Days turned into weeks, seasons changed, and over a year passed. The supply of beast meat stored in the Eternal Longevity Tower had dwindled. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Hao gazed into the distance, where the center of the eastern region lay, the sacred ground for cultivators. After a prolonged silence, he softly spoke. Throughout this year, I have immersed myself in the transformation technique. Although I cannot change my entire form into that of another being, altering my appearance is no longer a challenge. After more than a year of diligent practice, Lin Hao had mastered the transformation technique taught by the Crimson Bird, enabling him to enlarge or diminish parts of his body at will. By adjusting specific features of his face, he could effectively alter his original appearance. With newfound resolve, Lin Hao leaped from the mountaintop, seeking the playful Crimson Bird and Tiger, as well as the diligently cultivating Qin Yunyun. Let us depart. We are heading to the center of the eastern region. Excellent. I have grown weary of this place. Back when I was an egg, I traversed the world with my divine sense and discovered many treasures. Upon reaching the eastern region's center, I must seize them. The Crimson Bird exclaimed excitedly, flapping its wings. Wu, the tiger echoed its enthusiasm. Brother, is the eastern region lively? The now much larger Qin Yunyun inquired with curiosity. Indeed, it is a sanctuary for cultivators, teeming with powerful beings. Once we arrive, Yunyun, you may join a formidable sect, Lin Hao replied, ruffling her hair. Though his own path to joining a sect as a 5-element spiritual root was fraught with difficulty, Qin Yunyun, possessing a rare single-element root, could easily become an inner disciple in a sect slightly inferior to the 6 major ones. As Lin Hao struggled with his own cultivation, he recognized that Qin Yunyun's continued companionship might hinder her growth. He resolved to enroll her in a sect before seeking admission to the Swordxian sect. Subsequently, he would look for an opportunity to obtain Earth origin fruits from the Swordxian sect to mend the cracks in his 5-pointed foundation. Chapter 174. In the City of Immortal Clouds. Cultivators also lack wealth. Lin Hao employed the art of transformation to assume the form of a youthful boy of nearly 10 years, appearing a head taller with a fuller face, morphing into a handsome, plump young man. Even those most familiar with him would struggle to recognize his new visage. The eastern region is vast. Even a nascent soul cultivator, without the aid of a teleportation array, would require 6 months to traverse it. After a fortnight of arduous travel, accompanied by 2 companions and 2 beasts, they finally arrived at a city equipped with a teleportation array. Reluctantly, Lin Hao spent nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to enter the array with the Crimson Bird and his companions. Moments later, they emerged from another teleportation array, stepping into the largest cultivation city at the heart of the eastern region. A dense wave of spiritual energy enveloped them, and Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The richness of the spiritual essence here was staggering, far surpassing that of the cave abode he once occupied as a disciple of the Xianyu sect. At least dozens of times more potent. Truly, this was the largest city in the eastern region, a sanctuary for cultivators. Upon arrival, Lin Hao felt his internal spiritual power surge with vitality. This was indeed a land of cultivation. Having transitioned from a desolate area, Lin Hao felt as though he had stepped from the mundane world into the abode of immortals, curiously observing his surroundings. To reside in the city of immortal clouds, both humans and spirit beasts must pay a monthly fee of 200 low-grade spirit stones. For his group of 4, the total amounted to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Failure to pay would necessitate their departure within 15 minutes. Not long after exiting the teleportation array, a checkpoint appeared before them, manned by a group of guards clad in the livery of the city of immortal clouds. With expressions of indifference, they barred passage. Lin Hao looked up, his heart racing with surprise. The leader exuded an aura so formidable it felt akin to confronting a towering mountain. He was a golden core cultivator. "This is our spirit stones," Lin Hao said, reluctantly extracting 800 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them to one of the guards. "This is your entry token. Should you fail to pay the spirit stones by next month, it will be reclaimed," the guard replied, accepting the stones and presenting a token with a stoic expression. "Very well," Lin Hao nodded, accepting the 4 tokens, feeling dejected as he departed with the Crimson Bird and his companions. Having expended spirit stones for his foundation establishment and the costs of daily cultivation and teleportation, he was left with merely 30 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 3,000 low-grade stones. The loss of 800 spirit stones for the entry fee left him with just over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sense of impoverishment swelling within him. As he traversed the bustling streets of the city of immortal clouds, surrounded by throngs of cultivators, Lin Hao observed that most of them were formidable, with a minimum cultivation level of the 8th stage of Qi refinement and a foundation cultivator among every few dozen. Indeed, this was the largest city at the heart of the eastern region, a revered sanctuary for practitioners, teeming with powerful individuals. After wandering for the better part of a fragrant stick of incense, they found themselves at a real estate center in the city. Given their first visit to the city of immortal clouds, the foremost task was to secure lodging. "Are you looking to rent or buy a home, fellow cultivator?" A rotund cultivator approached them, emanating the aura of a beginner foundation cultivator. Lin Hao glanced at the prices of residences in the city of immortal clouds and was taken aback. Even the smallest dwelling commanded a price exceeding 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the cost of 2 foundation establishment pills, akin to daylight robbery. Purchasing a home was out of the question. With a heavy sigh, he clasped his hands together. "Fellow cultivator, I wish to rent a place." "Ah, please follow me," the stout cultivator replied with a smile, leading Lin Hao to a magical artifact. With a gentle tap, various properties in the city of immortal clouds materialized before him, leaving Lin Hao bewildered. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lin Hao was left aghast by the exorbitant rental prices. "This house costs 1,500 low-grade spirit stones per month?" he exclaimed, staring grimly at a rather dilapidated dwelling, roughly a few yards wide. "This is the most affordable option available, equipped with a small spirit gathering array. Should you find this too costly, you may consider the shantytown, where rents are only 200 low-grade spirit stones per month," the rotund cultivator stated, his smile fading slightly. "Please, show me the shantytown," Lin Hao said, feeling the pinch of his dwindling resources. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. "Very well, follow me." The prospect of the shantytown offered a cheaper alternative, though the stout cultivator's enthusiasm waned as he realized his commission would be meager. Soon, the chaotic silhouettes of makeshift structures came into view, causing Lin Hao's brow to furrow. The shanty town was in abysmal condition, predominantly constructed of crude wooden frames, some even resembling tents, closely packed together. The thought of residing there filled Lin Hao with dread. As a foundation cultivator, I believe I should avoid such squalor. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao reluctantly withdrew 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, securing the aforementioned dilapidated house. With the transaction complete, he found himself with slightly over 300 low-grade spirit stones remaining. "This is your rental token," the stout cultivator beamed, noting that he would pocket over 50 low-grade spirit stones from this deal. Very well, Lin Hao accepted the token, which guided him to an aged street in the city of immortal clouds. After a walk of about half a tea's worth of time, he arrived at a weathered residence. Using the token, Lin Hao unlocked the door and entered with the Crimson Bird and his companions. The house, while old, was impeccably clean and suffused with rich spiritual energy, far surpassing many blessed lands. Upon attempting to cultivate, a torrent of spiritual energy flooded into him. After a brief session, he opened his eyes, his dark pupils gleaming with determination. He estimated that a single day of cultivation here equated to nearly 2 months of effort in the barren outskirts of the eastern region. The contrast was staggering. The cultivation experience in the city of immortal clouds was incomparable to any other place. Although the costs were high, the speed of advancement could only be described as meteoric. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao contemplated, "I must find a way to earn spirit stones." With the monthly fees for his group totaling 800, plus the 1,500 for rent, his expenses would skyrocket to 2,003 low-grade spirit stones. If he failed to accumulate enough, he would have no choice but to vacate the city of immortal clouds next month. Having always struggled with finances during his time on Earth, he now found himself in a similar predicament in the realm of cultivation. 2,000 spirit stones just for essential expenditures. If I wish to acquire spiritual herbs for alchemy and cultivation, the cost will be even more outrageous. I must earn spirit stones. I am determined to earn spirit stones. Lin Hao clenched his fists, filled with an insatiable desire for wealth. Chapter 175. Crafting the second-order magical artifact and earning wealth after a day of cultivation in his new abode, Lin Hao set out early the next morning, heading towards the district dedicated to the sale of spiritual ores. Along the streets, numerous shops offered an array of spiritual ores. Lin Hao intended to purchase materials for crafting a second-order flying sword with the mere 300 low-grade spirit stones he had left. His gaze wandered across the shops until he hesitated briefly before stepping into one named Qi Ling Pavilion. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. What would you like to buy?" a middle-aged man asked with a smile. "I require materials to forge a second-order Qing Xian sword," Lin Hao replied thoughtfully. Each set of materials for the second-order Qing Xian sword is priced at 120 low-grade spirit stones. "How many sets do you desire?" the shopkeeper inquired with a slight smile. "Please provide me with 2 sets. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, realizing that his entire fortune of over 300 low-grade spirit stones would only suffice for 2 sets of materials. "Very well, please wait a moment," the middle-aged man responded, turning to search through the cabinets in the shop. After a little over 10 breaths, he placed 2 sets of Qing Xian sword materials on the counter. Lin Hao paid 240 spirit stones, leaving him with a meager 60 low-grade spirit stones. Exiting the Qi Ling Pavilion, he made his way back to his residence. "Fellow cultivator, would you care to engage in a discussion?" A charming female cultivator suddenly approached him on the street, her alluring eyes sparkling with mischief as she linked her arm with Lin Hao's, pressing her alluring figure against him with a seductive tone. "Mei Xianju." Lin Hao recognized the establishment she hailed from, quickly understanding that it was a brothel, infamous for its dubious dealings. The discussion she proposed was far from innocent. Though curiosity piqued Lin Hao's interest in this discussion, he lamented his dwindling funds of only 60 spirit stones, responding, "No, fellow cultivator, I must decline." He awkwardly extricated his arm from her grasp, hastening to depart. "It seems this is your first time. No need for spirit stones for our discussion. Afterward, I could offer you 5,000 low-grade spirit stones," the enchanting female cultivator purred, her eyes shimmering with allure. As a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, she was well-versed in the dual cultivation path and immediately recognized Lin Hao's unbroken yang essence, coveting the benefits that could arise from their encounter. No thank you," Lin Hao stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickened his pace. "What a temptress. She dares to entice me with spirit stones. He nearly lost his resolve against her beguiling advances. The allure of those 5,000 spirit stones was indeed captivating. Escaping her clutches, Lin Hao walked for over half an hour along the bustling street before returning to his residence. The materials for crafting a second-order magical artifact cost 120 spirit stones each, significantly more than those for a first-order artifact. Yet, should he successfully forge the second-order Qingxian sword, he could sell it for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, yielding nearly tenfold profits. After greeting De Hong, Hu Yao, and Qin Yunyun, informing them of his intention to craft an artifact and requesting their silence, Lin Hao retreated to his room. He retrieved the crafting furnace and the method for forging the Qingxian sword, the only second-order artifact he was familiar with, surfaced in his mind. Crafting a second-order artifact is far more intricate than its first-order counterpart. Not only is the difficulty of material fusion significantly higher, but the intricacies of inscribing spiritual patterns are exceedingly complex. The variations in flame control alone number in the thousands, posing a considerable challenge to even the most skilled artisans. Lin Hao closed his eyes, recalling the crafting process outlined in the jade slip. Confident in his grasp of the details, he ignited the furnace before him. Years of crafting experience had rendered Lin Hao's flame control as steady as a seasoned veteran. Throughout the crafting process, he encountered no missteps, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the furnace. As time elapsed, approximately 10 hours later, the Qingxian ore began to melt. Lin Hao's gaze remained fixed on the furnace. And after another half hour, sensing the moment was ripe, he carefully introduced the auxiliary materials while meticulously regulating the flames. After an incense stick's duration, the Qingxian ore fully melted, merging with the auxiliary materials, creating a surge of spiritual energy within the furnace. Almost there, time to inscribe the patterns, Lin Hao declared, forming a hand gesture to channel the Xian Hua Heart Sutra. Utilizing the violet essence of Xian Hua, he consolidated the materials within the furnace into a sword embryo. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he began inscribing the spiritual patterns upon the Qingxian sword. The inscribing of spiritual patterns must be executed within the optimal time frame of an incense stick after the fusion of the Qingxian ore and auxiliary materials. Failure to do so could compromise the quality of the artifact or result in complete failure. The complexity of the spiritual patterns for the second-order Qingxian sword was exponentially greater than those for the first-order Wuling sword. Yet the time allotted for inscribing was notably shorter. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Hao possessed a more abundant reservoir of spiritual energy than his peers. Yet the first attempt at inscribing the second-order patterns still proved somewhat taxing. This process demanded not only speed, but absolute precision. Halfway through the inscribing, beads of sweat adorned Lin Hao's forehead, and he narrowly avoided several errors, relying on his solid foundational skills to rectify his mistakes at critical moments. As time slipped by, the furnace suddenly trembled violently. A chaotic surge of spiritual energy erupted within, damaging a portion of the spiritual patterns inscribed upon the Qingxian sword and resulting in failure. The challenge of crafting a second-order artifact was exponentially greater than that of the Wuling sword. Despite Lin Hao's remarkable talent, his inaugural attempt at forging a second-order magical artifact ended in disappointment. While it is relatively easy for cultivators to become low-level artisans, ascending to intermediate or advanced levels, or even attaining the status of a master craftsman, necessitates an immense investment of resources, a wealth of spiritual ores, and substantial fortune to facilitate growth. Materials that fail in the crafting process are typically rendered worthless, significantly diminishing their value. However, Lin Hao possessed the Wan Gu Changsheng Tower, which could enhance the quality of his failed craftsmanship, mitigating his losses. Fortunately, the damage to the Qingxian sword was not too severe. By utilizing the small tower to elevate its quality to low grade, it would require only a modest amount of spirit stones. With a sigh of exasperation, Lin Hao retrieved the defective Qingxian sword and placed it within the special space of the Wan Gu Changsheng Tower, expending approximately 50 spirit stones. The sword glimmered, transforming from a failed product to a low-grade artifact. This sword is now usable. It can fetch 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Hao beamed. The second-order magical artifact, though categorized as low-grade, possessed far greater power than a first-order premium artifact. With a deep exhalation, he released a breath of relief. The crafting process, combined with the enhancement expenses, totaled 170 low-grade spirit stones, allowing him to earn an impressive profit of 830 spirit stones. though the profit was substantial. Lin Hao's joy was fleeting as he quickly regained his composure. The crafting of the Qing Xian sword required over a day's worth of effort, demanding tremendous energy. Such profits are hard-earned. A wry smile crept across Lin Hao's face. Crafting the Qing Xian sword had left him utterly exhausted, akin to battling a formidable adversary. Chapter 176. The life of cultivation and anticipation. Having stored the newly refined second-tier artifact, the Azure Sword, in his storage pouch, Lin Hao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He refrained from extracting the remaining materials for the Azure Sword, choosing instead to meditate and recuperate his energy after a full day of crafting. After some contemplation, he reflected on his previous crafting experiences and the reasons for his earlier failure. He then retrieved the crafting furnace, ignited the flames, and began to prepare the materials for the Azure Sword once more. After more than 10 hours, Lin Hao opened the furnace with a heavy heart, finding himself once again thwarted in inscribing the spiritual patterns on the Azure Sword. The sole silver lining was that this time, the damage to the sword's patterns was less severe than that of the previous one. He resolved to sell the first Azure Sword before enhancing the quality of this one. Observing the flawed Azure Sword in his hands, Lin Hao felt the arduous journey of crafting lay before him, and he could not help but shake his head in dismay as he put the sword away. Upon stepping outside, he traversed the ancient streets of Xianyan City, weaving through the throngs of cultivators until he arrived at the area designated for the trading of magical artifacts. Cultivators seeking to sell their artifacts typically had two options: to set up a stall in the marketplace or to sell directly to a shop. The latter often offered a much lower price than the former, but setting up a stall required a fee. With only 30 low-grade spirit stones in his possession, which would not cover the 50 required for a day stall, Lin Hao opted for a shop. "Dear friend, what artifact do you wish to purchase?" inquired a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with small eyes, smiling amiably. "I am not here to buy, but rather to sell a second-tier artifact," Lin Hao replied coolly, producing the low-grade Azure Sword from his storage pouch. "Let me assess the quality of this Azure Sword first," the shopkeeper said, his demeanor shifting slightly as he took the sword into his hands for inspection. After examining the sword for a little over 10 breaths, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. Although it was classified as low-grade, the craftsmanship was exceptional, placing it among the finest of second-tier low-grade artifacts, not far from achieving the quality of a mid-grade artifact. If he could procure it at a low price, he could make a tidy profit. Maintaining his composure, the shopkeeper smiled slightly. "For this low-grade artifact, our shop is willing to offer you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lin Hao lowered his head in contemplation, aware that this was his first attempt at selling a second-tier artifact. Having crafted for many years, he understood the quality of his work. Artifacts that had undergone enhancement at the Everlasting Tower were of superior quality compared to others of the same tier. Selling for merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones would be considered an insultingly low price. 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. "If you are willing to purchase at this price, I will sell it to you," Lin Hao stated, his gaze resolute. "Friend, you cannot possibly sell this second-tier low-grade artifact for such a price," the shopkeeper exclaimed with a pained smile, feigning difficulty. "How about this? I will raise my offer by 50 spirit stones, 1,050 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound?" "Forget it. I shall keep this second-tier Azure Sword for myself." Lin Hao sighed, turning as if to leave. After all, Xianyan City had more than one shop, and he could seek other offers. "Wait, dear friend," the shopkeeper called out, a look of regret crossing his face. "As a gesture of friendship, I can offer you 1,400 low-grade spirit stones. If I go any higher, I will incur a loss." Lin Hao paused for a moment. This price was indeed quite reasonable for a second-tier low-grade artifact. Yet he still desired to inquire at a few more shops to gauge the prevailing market price. "Never mind, I will hold off on selling for now," Lin Hao replied after a moment's hesitation. "Given the quality of your artifact, it appears you have only recently crafted it. Are you a craftsman?" the shopkeeper inquired. His interest piqued. Recognizing the unique craftsmanship of the second-tier low-grade Azure Sword, he had never encountered such a technique in his years of running a shop. He pressed on. "If this artifact was crafted by your own hands, I am willing to offer you 1,600 low-grade spirit stones for it, but with the condition that you sell me at least 3 such artifacts each month." "Yes, I am indeed a craftsman, and this artifact is my creation," Lin Hao replied, nodding after a moment's thought. "If you are willing to offer 1,600 low-grade spirit stones, I accept your terms." 1,600 low-grade spirit stones was 100 more than his previous offer, clearly demonstrating the shopkeeper's earnestness. "Very well. If you could just sign a contract for the sale of the artifact, I will proceed with the purchase," the shopkeeper said, producing a piece of contract paper. "Agreed." After a thorough discussion, Lin Hao and the shopkeeper reached an accord, signing a year-long contract for the sale of magical artifacts. With 1,600 low-grade spirit stones securely in hand, Lin Hao exited the shop named 100 Artifacts Pavilion. He strolled along the bustling street, not returning home immediately, but instead heading to the area selling crafting materials, where he procured 5 sets of materials for the Azure Sword. "By selling a few artifacts each month, I can sustain myself in Xianyan City. But if I wish to cultivate and acquire the materials for the spirit blood elixir outlined in the beast skin scroll, these spirit stones will not suffice." Lin Hao mused upon returning to his abode. The profit from selling low-grade second-tier artifacts is simply too slow. If I could sell a second-tier exquisite Azure Sword, I could rapidly amass wealth. Having paid the entrance fee to Xianyan City, he enjoyed the benefit of being protected by the 6 major sects governing the city, where fighting was strictly prohibited. As long as he did not attract undue attention, coupled with his foundational cultivation level, he would be left undisturbed by other cultivators. After expending 600 low-grade spirit stones, he acquired the necessary materials for crafting artifacts and returned home. "Brother Lin, you're back. The meal is ready," called Qin Yunyun, her voice sweet and melodious. Over the past 2 years, she had grown considerably, her skin fair and flawless, resembling a delicate work of art. And she was undeniably charming, a budding beauty. During these 2 years, aside from her own cultivation, she had dedicated herself to mastering culinary skills, preparing daily meals for Lin Hao and the others. Delicious. Lin Hao inhaled the mouth-watering aroma of the food, experiencing the warmth of human life, and smiled. "Yunyun, your culinary skills have improved yet again. You are truly remarkable. Brother, come quickly to eat." Yunyun, donned in a little chef's outfit, beamed with delight at the compliment, her beautiful eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Upon entering the dining hall, the 2 gluttons, the big red bird and the tiger demon, were already eyeing the spread, drooling in anticipation. As Lin Hao took his seat, the big red bird exclaimed, "I thought I would starve to death. Finally, we can feast." Once Lin Hao was settled, they began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. Maintaining 2 spirit pets required a significant expense, especially since the big red bird could eat even more than Lin Hao himself. Watching the table emptied of the food, which was prepared from the flesh of magical beasts, Lin Hao felt a twinge of pain in his heart. After a hearty meal, Lin Hao returned to his room, retrieving the spirit stones and the flawed Azure Sword, preparing to enhance the sword's quality. After expending 800 spirit stones, the second-tier flawed Azure Sword's quality was elevated to that of a superior grade. However, only 200 spirit stones remained, insufficient to upgrade the superior Azure Sword to an exquisite one. Lin Hao examined the Azure Sword he had retrieved from the Everlasting Tower. The second-tier superior Azure Sword emanated a faint azure glow, and when infused with spiritual energy, it unleashed a powerful sword light. The light is akin to a second-tier exquisite Qingxian sword, rivaling nearly a dozen first-tier superior magical artifacts that Lin Hao possesses in his storage pouch, each having undergone spirit tempering 5 times or more. As Lin Hao gestured with his hands, employing sword control techniques to test the might of the second-tier flying sword, he quickly discerned that the first-tier flying swords in his storage pouch were rather unimpressive. He murmured to himself, "If I could replace all of my hundreds of flying swords with second-tier exquisite Qingxian swords, my strength would likely increase by over 100%. I aspire to become a sword immortal." Imagining himself commanding hundreds of second-tier exquisite Qingxian swords to vanquish foes, he felt a surge of ambition, captivated by the grandeur of such a scene. Chapter 177. The top 6 sect recruitment in the Eastern Domain. After testing the power of the second-tier flying sword, Lin Hao stored it away and took out the refining furnace to continue his endeavors in weapon crafting. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, apart from cultivating, Lin Hao devoted himself to the creation of second-tier Qingxian swords. After crafting approximately 10 swords, he finally managed to produce a second-tier low-grade Qingxian sword. It was no easy feat. Lin Hao put away the low-grade Qingxian sword he had painstakingly created, and his consciousness fell upon his storage bag, which contained over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. These stones were the fruits of his labor over the past 2 months, earned from selling flying sword artifacts. By utilizing the Eternal Life Tower to enhance the quality of his flying swords, he could produce superior Qingxian swords. However, to avoid drawing attention, the finest quality artifacts he sold were merely mid-grade weapons. Over the past 2 months, he sold 10 mid-grade Qingxian swords, each fetching an average of over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting various expenses such as rent and city entry fees, he managed to save just over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each month. Such an income of over 10,000 spirit stones a month would classify him as an elite cultivator, even in the bustling city of Xianyun, surpassing 96% of the cultivators in the Eastern Domain. Yet, the spirit stones still felt insufficient. Lin Hao withdrew his gaze from the storage bag, shaking his head silently. In 3 months, the annual auction held jointly by the 6 major sects of Xianyun City would take place, featuring a myriad of rare treasures. The beast skin scroll indicated that spiritual blood elixirs, essential for body cultivation, could be purchased at this auction. Therefore, he would need to covertly sell some second-tier superior Qingxian swords to accumulate enough spirit stones to buy the materials for refining spiritual blood elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao ceased his weapon crafting, stored the furnace, and stepped outside. What a lively scene! Upon reaching the street, Lin Hao noticed that the number of cultivators in Xianyun City had multiplied several times compared to ordinary days, creating a bustling atmosphere. Come on, do your best. Strive to join the 6 most powerful sects in the Eastern Domain and bring glory to our family, encouraged a middle-aged cultivator with a scruffy beard, pulling along a boy just over 10 years old. Father, I possess a 5-element single-attribute spirit root. Under your guidance over the years, I have diligently practiced my spells and will surely pass the examination to join one of the 6 major sects, the boy replied, his youthful face radiating pride. I heard that many deacons and elders from the 6 major sects are present this time. If you perform well and are accepted as a disciple, you will soar to great heights, the middle-aged man added. On the streets, numerous cultivators were escorting their children toward the city center of Xianyun. Is it time for the 6 major sects to recruit disciples? Lin Hao felt a stir in his heart. He had been so engrossed in weapon crafting over the past 2 months that he had overlooked the announcement of the recruitment dates by the 6 major sections. He mused, it might be quite challenging for me to join the Jinxian sect due to my qualifications, but my sister Yunyu possesses a 4-grade with spirit root, meeting the minimum requirements for disciple recruitment by the 6 major sections. After inquiring about the recruitment details, Lin Hao swiftly returned home and called for Qin Yunyu. Yunyu, the 6 best sects in the Eastern Domain are recruiting disciples. I will take you to participate in the disciple examination, Lin Hao said to the fair-skinned, sweet-looking girl before him. Brother Lin Hao, will you also participate in the disciple examination of the 6 major sects? Qin Yunyu hesitated slightly and asked, I would like to, but my qualifications are lacking. Lin Hao smiled and replied, however, your qualifications meet the criteria for the 6 major sections. Brother Lin Hao, I do not wish to join the 6 major sects. Qin Yunyu suddenly lowered her head, her voice soft. I want to stay by your side and be with you. Foolish girl, if you remain beside me, your cultivation will progress much slower. Only by joining one of the 6 major sects can you learn the best spells and gain access to resources far superior to ordinary cultivators. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Qin Yunyu's hair. Brother Lin Hao, her big eyes shimmered with tears as she mustered her courage to say, since grandfather passed away, you are my only family. If I must choose between cultivation and being with you, I would choose you. Staying by your side is far more important to me than cultivation. Yunyu, everyone must grow up and forge their own path, Lin Hao said warmly, feeling touched by her sentiment. I cannot always be by your side. Wah, brother, do you not want Yunyu anymore? Qin Yunyu exclaimed, distressed. Even if offered a chance to join a top sect, she did not want to part with Lin Hao. Being near him filled her with contentment. Do not cry. How could I ever forsake you, my dear Yunyu? Lin Hao felt a slight headache from her clinginess, yet his heart was moved. However, as a man with many responsibilities, having a young girl constantly by his side was not convenient. Moreover, in this ruthless world of cultivation, sending Qin Yunyu to a sect was the best way for her to thrive. Brother must not stop me from joining the 6 major sections. Wherever you go, I will follow. Qin Yunyu sniffled, her voice pitiful. Fine. Lin Hao nodded, then sighed deeply, steeling himself. But, brother is actually gravely injured and may not have much time left, so I cannot always be with you. Brother is so powerful. How could he be gravely injured? Qin Yunyu's expression changed drastically, Concern etched on her face as she looked at Lin Hao. Is there any way to heal you? It is difficult. Unless you join the Jinxian sect and excel to become a direct disciple to obtain the Earth Origin fruit, only then can my injuries be healed. Lin Hao reflected on the many cracks in his Dao foundation, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. During his 2 months in Xianyan City, he had gathered information on how those with low qualifications could join the Jinxian sect, but to no avail. The cracks in his Dao foundation heavily impacted him. He discovered that due to these fissures, his lifespan was depleting at over double the rate of other cultivators. Originally, he could live for 300 years while practicing the 5 elements longevity art at the foundation establishment stage, but now, due to the cracks, he could only live for just over 100 years. Brother Lin Hao, I will join the Jinxian sect and obtain the Earth Origin fruit to heal you. Although reluctant to leave Lin Hao, the thought of his injuries compelled her to take a deep breath and make a decision. Chapter 178, Second Grade Superior Magical Artifact. She deserves it, silly girl. After joining a major sect, you must cultivate diligently. As for the matter of the Earth Origin fruit, I will find a way myself. Lin Hao remarked with a smile upon hearing her willingness to join a major sect. Brother Lin Hao, I understand. Qin Yunyun nodded obediently. Though in her heart she resolved that no matter how difficult it might be, she would obtain the Earth Origin fruit for Lin Hao. The 6 major sects would be recruiting disciples in Xianyun City for a duration of 7 days. Yunyun, before you join the sect, I have something to give you. In a couple of days, I will take you to participate in the entrance examination, Lin Hao said after a brief contemplation. The recruitment criteria for the 6 major sects were exceedingly stringent. Qin Yunyun, possessing a 4-grade single attribute with spirit root, would be considered a small genius in other sects. But before the 6 major sects, she barely met the minimum requirements. Whether she could truly enter the sect would depend on her mastery of basic spells. Over the past 2 years, Lin Hao had treated Qin Yunyun as family, sparing no effort in her training. He had provided her with numerous top-tier qi replenishing pills, and now her cultivation had reached the 5th level of qi refining. She had diligently mastered several low-level wood spells, making her quite exceptional among her peers. However, the children participating in the recruitment examination of the 6 major sects were top-tier geniuses from across the eastern region, making Qin Yunyun appear rather ordinary aside from her beauty. Lin Hao still had 2 low-grade Zhuling fruits that could enhance her qualifications. Typically, consuming the first fruit yielded excellent results, while the effects of the second were minimal. Having previously consumed a top-grade Zhuling fruit, he found it of little use to take another, so he decided to offer one of the Zhuling fruits to Qin Yunyun. As for the remaining fruit, he intended to keep it for when he encountered his master, Xiao Yud, from the Xianyue sect, to use for healing. After chatting with Qin Yunyun for a while, he encouraged her to practice her spells diligently in preparation for the entrance examination of the 6 major sections. Once she departed, Lin Hao's gaze returned to the spirit stones in his storage bag, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. I currently possess 23,000 low-grade spirit stones, and to elevate the Zhuling fruit to top grade, I need over 30,000 spirit stones. I'm still short by more than 10,000. Though Yunyun is not my biological sister, she has always been obedient and understanding by my side. She is as dear to me as family. She deserves a top-grade Zhuling fruit. Reflecting on how Qin Yunyun was initially reluctant to leave him but agreed to join the Jinxian sect upon learning he needed the Earth Origin fruit, Lin Hao clenched his fist, resolved to find a way to gather the remaining spirit stones. With more than 10,000 spirit stones still needed, Lin Hao fell silent for a moment before rising and stepping outside, intending to sell a high-grade Qingxian sword from his storage bag to elevate its quality to superior. In Xianyan City, cultivators below the Golden Core stage were prohibited from flying. Lin Hao walked through the streets for a while before arriving at the street for magical artifact transactions. This time, he sought to remain inconspicuous, avoiding his usual dealings with the plump shopkeeper from Baki Pavilion. Instead, he used a transformation technique to alter his appearance and entered another shop. Shopkeeper, I wish to sell a 2nd-grade superior flying sword, Lin Hao stated nonchalantly upon entering the shop. A 2nd-grade superior artifact? Fellow Daoist, please show it to me. The young shopkeeper's eyes brightened at the mention of such a prized item, which could fetch several thousand low-grade spirit stones among Foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Hao nodded, lightly tapping his storage bag, and produced a sword radiating a bluish glow, placing it on the shop's counter. This quality, the shopkeeper, being a skilled artifact refiner, immediately recognized the sword's exceptional craftsmanship considering it among the finest in the superior grade. He admired the sword immensely, but, in an effort to negotiate a lower price, concealed his excitement and began to examine the second-grade Qingxian sword with a discerning eye. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. Despite the sword bearing high-grade inscriptions, it exhibited almost no flaws, and the unique crafting technique suggested that the artisan was highly skilled in fire control. I can offer you 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for this second-grade flying sword. If you agree, the shopkeeper proposed, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor, glancing at the shopkeeper before performing a hand gesture, causing the second-grade Qingxian sword to return to his possession. He said nothing more and turned to leave. During his 2 months in Xianyan City, Lin Hao had gained considerable insight into the magical artifact trade. Second-grade inferior and medium-grade artifacts were typically favored by qi refining cultivators, while foundation establishment cultivators, lacking the funds for superior artifacts, often settled for second-grade medium and inferior options, which could sell for a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. However, second-grade superior artifacts were an entirely different matter, highly sought after by foundation establishment cultivators and capable of selling for tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Lin Hao's superior Qingxian sword, while not quite top-grade, was undoubtedly among the finest in the superior category. 20,000 spirit stones was practically a bargain. That shopkeeper is truly unscrupulous, Lin Hao mused. Fellow Daoist, wait. Please hold. The shopkeeper called out, hastily stopping him. If you're unsatisfied with the price, we can negotiate further. How about a fair offer? Lin Hao paused, responding calmly. How about 30,000 low-grade spirit stones? After a brief silence, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and, as if making a significant concession, stated, 36,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you agree, I will sell you this second-grade superior Qingxian sword. Lin Hao's expression remained impassive, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. In a low voice, he replied, Very well, I accept your price. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted slightly, and he began to speak again. The unique crafting method of the superior Qingxian sword, combined with its flawless inscriptions, rendered it highly valuable for research. Even at 36,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could still turn a profit with proper handling. Once the shopkeeper retrieved the spirit stones and handed them to Lin Hao, he tossed them lightly into the air, allowing the superior Qingxian sword to land steadily in the shopkeeper's hands. The shopkeeper had intended to engage him in further conversation, but Lin Hao preferred to keep a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. After securing the spirit stones, he exited the shop. Uncle Yan, this Qingxian sword appears to have been crafted recently. Follow this individual discreetly and ascertain who the artisan is. Be cautious in your actions. Do not alert the target. The shopkeeper instructed, observing the second-grade superior Qingxian sword with a glint of excitement in his eyes. He was an elite disciple of the Qingshu sect, one of the 6 major sects of the eastern region. As a faction controlling Xianyan City, should they discover an individual capable of crafting second-grade superior artifacts, he would not hesitate to take covert measures to recruit that person for his own sect, leveraging his influence for further advantage. Understood. A middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Bowing respectfully, his strength was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 179. The miner Yuan Dan stepping out of the shop and onto the bustling street. Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. As a practitioner of the 5 elements longevity technique, with the foundation of the supreme 5-pointed star path, his spiritual awareness far surpassed that of his peers. Before long, he sensed that someone was tailing him. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that selling a second-tier high-grade flying sword would attract unwanted attention. His mind whirred as he quickly assessed the strength of his pursuer. This individual could not possibly be a golden core expert, as those of such stature within large sects would not stoop to engage in such menial pursuits. Therefore, the person must be at the foundation establishment level. A faint, sardonic smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. He was curious to see what this individual intended to do. Rather than returning to his residence, he turned his steps toward the outskirts of the city. The middle-aged man observed this with a glint of mockery in his eyes. While within the city, he had to exercise caution, but beyond its walls, he would be free to act as he pleased and fulfill the task assigned by the young master. After about half a stick of incense, Lin Hao feigned ignorance of the middle-aged man's presence, strolling lazily down the street until he reached the city gate, purposefully heading towards a more secluded area. Once he had traveled several thousand feet outside Xianyan City, the middle-aged man dropped his pretense. a sinister grin spreading across his face as he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Lin Hao. "Friend, what is your intention?" Lin Hao inquired calmly, fixing his gaze on the approaching man. "You young pup, I wish to know the identity of the craftsman who forged the second-tier high-grade Qingxian sword," the middle-aged man replied, looking down upon Lin Hao with disdain, as if he believed he could easily control him. Having practiced for 60 years, he had encountered all manner of people. Typically, practitioners with a background would sell their artifacts to the forces behind them, unlike Lin Hao, who had brought his wares to the Qingshu sect's branch. "And what if I choose not to divulge that information?" Lin Hao responded, maintaining his composure. "You must be new to Xianyan City. A mere foundation establishment novice should answer me truthfully, lest you court disaster," the middle-aged man sneered, as he unleashed the full force of his peak foundation establishment cultivation. He aimed to pressure Lin Hao into submission with his overwhelming aura. The powerful surge of spiritual energy whipped the air into a frenzy, creating a tempest that roared forward. Though the wind tousled Lin Hao's hair, his stance remained unyielding. "I harbor no desire for enmity, but should someone seek trouble with me, I am not one to cower," he stated, his expression steady under the pressure. "Withdraw now, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred." The middle-aged man, taken aback by Lin Hao's calm demeanor in the face of his aura, quickly recovered, chuckling derisively. "You think resisting my might grants you the power to contend with me? You, a country bumpkin without a sect, dare speak such words to me, a disciple of the Qingshu sect? You truly overestimate yourself. If you refuse to yield, then I shall teach you a lesson in humility." With a mocking tone, he unleashed the full might of his peak foundation establishment power. Raising his right hand, he formed a gesture in the air and shouted, "Qingshu spear, pierce." In an instant, a spear of condensed spiritual energy materialized, hurtling forward with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The spear tip radiated mysterious ripples, each wave boosting its speed and escalating its terrifying force. "Begone," Lin Hao commanded coldly. With a gentle flick of his hand, a massive fireball, spanning several dozen feet, coalesced in the air. He pointed forward, and the fireball surged ahead with a powerful roar. The two spiritual techniques clashed violently, producing a cataclysmic sound akin to thunder, shaking the very space around them. After a brief moment, the Qingshu spear faltered and began to dissipate, while Lin Hao's fireball, though more potent, retained only about 30% of its initial power. Indeed, this was Xianyan City, a central hub in the eastern region, and the middle-aged man was a peak foundation establishment practitioner of the Qingshu sect, a formidable foe compared to the peak foundation establishment demon elder Lin Hao had previously encountered. To secure a swift victory, Lin Hao would need to employ the mountain-crushing fist, as he possessed only one foundational path compared to the 9 of the middle-aged man. "You." The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he saw the residual flames advancing toward him. He quickly formed a defensive gesture, bracing himself as the fireball collided with his protective spell, forcing him back several steps before he regained his footing. "You concealed your strength. Your true cultivation is at the peak of foundation establishment? You are no mere rogue." The middle-aged man steadied himself in the air, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Only an elite talent from one of the 6 major sects could achieve such prowess using basic low-level techniques to break through his long-cultivated Qingshu spear, which was renowned for its lethality. "Do you wish to continue?" Lin Hao did not deny the assumption of being a peak foundation establishment practitioner, instead maintaining a calm gaze on his adversary. Being so close to Xianyan City, killing a Qingshu sect disciple could attract the wrath of their formidable experts stationed there. It was prudent for Lin Hao to seek a resolution that would encourage his opponent to retreat. "My friend, it appears I have misjudged you. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." The middle-aged man took a deep breath, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Recognizing Lin Hao's strength, he understood that engaging further would be detrimental to him. The condescension in his eyes faded, replaced by gravity. He retrieved a pill bottle and tossed it into the air. "This is a minor yuan dan, a token of my apology. I hope you will forgive my earlier transgressions." Understanding the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where the strong prey on the weak, he adopted a pragmatic approach, proud when confronting those beneath him, yet humble before those stronger. This was the survival principle that had allowed him to endure in the brutal realm of cultivation for so long. "Humph, considering my acquaintances within the Qingshu sect, I shall let this matter slide," Lin Hao stated as he reached out to accept the pill bottle containing the minor yuan dan, stowing it within his storage bag. He spoke the truth, for he was indeed familiar with some members of the Qingshu sect, having established a certain rapport, particularly since he had been responsible for the deaths of two of Imo Wuchio's disciples. Thus, this brief confrontation concluded with the middle-aged man from the Qingshu sect offering an apology. Lin Hao did not rush back to Xianyan City. With spiritual energy surging around him, he transformed into a streak of light, flying for over a quarter of an hour before coming to a halt. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he employed a transformation technique, altering his appearance from that of a young, portly man to a lean youth. After completing this transformation, he examined the minor yuan dan he had received, finding it to be in perfect condition, a smile gracing his face. The minor yuan dan was a pill meant for foundation establishment practitioners to enhance their cultivation. Although it did not compare to the gathering yuan dan, it was still quite valuable, worth around 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this type of pill was strictly controlled by the 6 major sects. Only they or their affiliated factions could procure it. Other foundation establishment practitioners without connections to the 6 major sects could only purchase inferior pills for their cultivation. Having spent 2 months in Xianyan City, this was Lin Hao's first encounter with such a pill. He carefully stored the inspected minor yuan dan and waited several hours outside the city before cautiously making his way back to Xianyan City, now disguised. Chapter 180. 8th rank single attribute with spiritual root, just wanting to glimpse him once more upon returning to his residence in the city. Lin Hao retrieved the Zhuling fruit and placed it within the special space of the Eternal Life Tower to enhance its quality, utilizing spiritual stones for the process. One by one, the lower-grade spiritual stones swiftly vanished within the small tower, consuming approximately over 38,000 pieces, until the Zhuling fruit reached the pinnacle of its quality. Lin Hao extracted the exquisite Zhuling fruit from the tower, placing it into his storage bag. He then summoned Qin Yunyun, who was engrossed in her cultivation, into the room. With his right hand holding a small flag-shaped magical artifact, he waved it gently, creating a golden barrier that enveloped the two of them, forming a protective shield that concealed their presence and sound. Brother Lin Hao, Qin Yunyun called softly, her curiosity evident on her face, unsure of his intentions. Yunyun, please eat this fruit. Once the golden light fully enveloped the room, Lin Hao tapped his storage bag, and a fruit that shimmered with an enchanting glow, resembling a gem, materialized. Instantly, the room was filled with the alluring fragrance of the spiritual fruit. Brother Lin Hao, what is this fruit? It smells wonderful. Qin Yunyun blinked in surprise, her fair face betraying her astonishment. Having cultivated for over 2 years and achieved the 5th level of qi refinement, she possessed considerable knowledge of the cultivation world. Although she could not identify the fruit by name, she immediately recognized its rarity. After a brief moment of astonishment, she bit her lip and said, "Brother, it's too precious, I cannot eat it." Yunyun, why are you being so polite with your brother? Lin Hao smiled, ruffling her hair. In my heart, you are far more important than this fruit. Please eat it. I will protect you. All right. Hearing Lin Hao say that she was more important than the precious fruit made Qin Yunyun's cheeks flush unexpectedly. Nodding, she accepted the exquisite Zhuling fruit from Lin Hao's hand, opened her rosy lips, and consumed it. With a resounding boom, mysterious power surged within Qin Yunyun's body almost immediately, prompting her to cross her legs and close her eyes. This torrent of mysterious energy flooded into her flesh, meridians, and internal organs, as the power of the Zhuling fruit violently purged her body, akin to a blade slicing through flesh. The excruciating pain caused her petite form to tremble incessantly. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yunyun clenched her delicate fists tightly. Under Lin Hao's protective watch, time gradually passed. After several hours, once she had absorbed all the energy from the exquisite Zhuling fruit, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Ugh, how filthy! Upon opening her eyes, she discovered her body covered in blood and dark impurities. Yunyun, please wash up first, I will return shortly. Lin Hao chuckled and swiftly exited the room. The sound of splashing water echoed within the room, and after about half an incense stick's time, Qin Yunyun's gentle voice called out, Brother Lin Hao, I am done washing. You may come in now. Lin Hao replied, eagerly opening the door. He was curious to see how the exquisite Zhuling fruit had enhanced Qin Yunyun's 4th rank with spiritual root. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The freshly cleansed Qin Yunyun, having consumed the exquisite Zhuling fruit, now possessed even more flawless skin than before. From the perspective of a cultivator, her appearance was devoid of any imperfections. Her face, now a rosy white, radiated a captivating charm, accompanied by a faint, unique fragrance typical of young girls. Yunyun, please place your hand on this testing stone. After recovering from his astonishment, Lin Hao produced a stone used for testing spiritual roots. All right, Qin Yunyun smiled softly, resting her delicate hand upon the testing stone. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the stone. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 8 inches. The transparent testing stone displayed the form of Qin Yunyun's spiritual root. Lin Hao's heart trembled slightly. He could hardly believe that the exquisite Zhuling fruit had such a remarkable effect on a single spiritual root, transforming her 4th rank with spiritual root into an 8th rank single attribute with spiritual root. He felt a wave of envy wash over him. If all went well, Qin Yunyun's future cultivation speed would be extraordinarily swift, likely as effortless as drinking water. My spiritual root, how did it become 8th rank? Qin Yunyun exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief as she gazed at the testing stone. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly realized, Brother Lin Hao, is it the fruit you gave me that caused this? Indeed, Yunyun, this is a secret between the two of us. Do not speak of the fruit to anyone, or we may find ourselves in danger. Lin Hao's expression turned unusually solemn. Rest assured, Brother Lin Hao, I will never reveal anything about the fruit, Qin Yunyun replied earnestly, fully aware of the fruit's immense value and how it could elevate someone's spiritual root by 4 ranks. The thought that Lin Hao had bestowed such a precious item upon her left her profoundly touched. In her heart, Lin Hao had already become the most significant person in her life, unparalleled by anyone else. She silently vowed that once she entered the Jianxian sect, she would do everything in her power to obtain the Diyuan fruit to restore Lin Hao's health. Now then, Yunyun, let me escort you to the entrance examination for the 6 major sects. Lin Hao smiled gently, just as he always did, taking Qin Yunyun's delicate hand as they ventured out. I truly hope my brother will continue to hold my hand like this. Qin Yunyun walked beside Lin Hao, stealing glances at him and murmuring to herself inwardly. As they strolled through the streets, Qin Yunyun's charming visage inevitably drew numerous gazes. After a brief period, they arrived at the area designated for the 6 major sects' recruitment of disciples. Several Yuanying experts were stationed here, and over 30 Jindan experts were present, underscoring the importance the 6 major sects placed on recruiting disciples. 2 days had already elapsed, yet the area remained bustling with a multitude of children aspiring to join the sections. The entrance examination for the 6 top sects of the eastern region was straightforward. First, the testing of spiritual roots, followed by a demonstration of a spell to assess the child's mastery of it. The evaluation proceeded swiftly, allowing for the testing of a child within mere moments. However, due to the overwhelming number of candidates, Lin Hao and Qin Yunyun found themselves waiting in line at the Jianxian sect's examination site. After roughly half an incense stick's time, it was finally their turn. Yunyun, it's your turn for the examination. Lin Hao smiled, feeling akin to a parent sending their child to school. Brother Lin Hao. Reluctantly, Qin Yunyun released Lin Hao's hand and stepped toward the middle-aged man responsible for testing spiritual roots at the Jianxian sect. Please place your hand on the testing stone. The middle-aged man's previously indifferent expression softened upon seeing the exquisitely beautiful Qin Yunyun. Nodding, she placed her delicate hand upon the testing stone, and at once, an awe-inspiring brilliance erupted from it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as numerous cultivators present stared in disbelief at the young girl before them. 8th rank, single attribute spiritual root. 1 in a billion children possesses such a trait. This little girl is a prodigious genius. Jianxian sect is indeed fortunate to have discovered a talent with such a spiritual root. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into excitement, various exclamations echoing throughout. The girl in front had become the center of attention, yet she remained oblivious to it all, her sparkling eyes scanning the crowd in search of Lin Hao. In a bid to spare Qin Yunyun from the anguish of parting with him, Lin Hao resolutely reversed his decision to join the sect, having already departed in silence. The young girl, unable to locate his presence, wore an expression of disappointment and solitude upon her delicate face. It appeared that, in her heart, the allure of being the center of attention and joining one of the most esteemed sects paled in comparison to the simple joy of catching another glimpse of Lin Hao.